At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Wait a moment. Just as the base vehicle was about to leave the area of People's Park, Wei Feifei suddenly rushed out with support from Taozi. She stretched out a slender arm and hesitantly waved at the base vehicle. "It probably won't stop. He might not even remember us." Wei Feifei's fair arm was exposed in the chilly air, making her look even more fragile. Jiang Lushir had very little interaction with them, and Wei Feifei knew well that the gap between them and Jiang Lushir was too big. But seeing the minibus leaving, Wei Feifei felt that if she didn't go now, she might never get the chance to see Jiang Lushir again. So she still reached out her hand with a trace of hope. Jiang Lushir immediately saw Wei Feifei and Taozi. It's her?" Back when the minibus had faced off against the tank company, Wei Feifei had been nearby, so Jiang Lushir had naturally noticed her. He hadn't thought much of the time he accidentally saved them, and later they had led his team to Hejiang town. He considered that matter settled. Even if Wei Feifei had just stood by earlier, Jiang Lushir would have found it completely normal. But unexpectedly, this girl valued gratitude and still stood on the same side as him in that situation. Seeing the minibus speeding past without slowing down, a trace of disappointment appeared in Wei Feifei's eyes, and she slowly lowered her arm. "Yeah. The gap between us is still too big." Wei Feifei had a bitter smile on her lips, shook her head gently, and supported Taozi as she turned to leave. But at that moment, the minibus suddenly stopped beside them, going from full speed to a complete stop. The entire vehicle was incredibly stable. Click, the door opened, and Jiang Lushir looked out. Looking at Jiang Lushir, Wei Feifei suddenly didn't know what to say. "He actually stopped? Are you planning to return to the safe zone?" Jiang Lushir asked. He didn't know what Wei Feifei and her friend had gone through, but clearly, their former team now only had the two of them left. A hint of confusion flashed in Wei Feifei's big eyes. "The safe zone? If I need to take care of Taozi, then returning to the safe zone would be better. I just don't know if she can still be cured." Wei Feifei lowered her head. Jiang Lushir looked at the girl Wei Feifei was supporting. The girl with the impressive figure now had a face pale as paper, her eyes dull as she stared ahead, seemingly unresponsive to everything around her. "She's suffering from mental exhaustion." Ran Shiyu's cool voice came from inside the minibus. Ran Shiyu walked over. Her gray eyes sparkled faintly as she looked at Taozi, sensing her mental energy. "She's completely exceeded her limits. Using her abilities in this state brings unimaginable pain. Her brain is already damaged." Ran Shiyu frowned slightly, her tone filled with pity. Upon hearing that, Wei Feifei couldn't hold back her tears, they fell uncontrollably. "She did it all to save me, otherwise." At this, a determined look appeared in Wei Feifei's eyes. "If the safe zone can't cure her, I'll take her to the Huaxia district." Even so, Wei Feifei still felt despair. She had no idea if Taozi could be cured. Even if they made it to Huaxia district, it might all be in vain. Taozi overheard some things these past few days when those people from Huaxia district were talking privately. She mentioned there's a famous Dr. Ning in Huaxia district who specializes in treating ability users. He's said to be a national expert. "Whatever resources are needed, whatever tasks I need to complete, I'll do them. I'll beg her to treat Taozi." But still, Wei Feifei felt hopeless. She didn't even know if Taozi could be saved. Even if they reached Huaxia district, it might not help. And she was just an ordinary survivor, she might not even get to meet that doctor, let alone ask for help. They were chatting privately. How did Taozi hear that? Jiang Lushi suddenly asked. Taozi's psychic ability is more sensory-based. She can directly recognize people through mental energy, and she can also catch fragments of conversations. If she fully opens her mind, voices around her will reach her ears in broken bits. She calls it heart hearing, Wei Feifei said. Jiang Lushi was slightly surprised, looking at the girl named Taozi in disbelief. He actually had an even fainter impression of Taozi. She didn't talk much, but often smiled and had a carefree vibe. This kind of psychic ability. If she told others, she'd definitely be taken seriously in the safe zone. But maybe not, many people wouldn't want someone around who could hear their conversations anytime. Jiang Lushi touched his chin. In fact, this kind of mental power wasn't very useful for surviving in the wild. Zombies and mutant beasts didn't communicate verbally. But still, does Taozi know a lot about the Huaxia district? Jiang Lushi asked. He wasn't sure how much of what Han Yuan said was true or false, but Jiang Lushi was certain the man had set his sights on him. He was also interested in the terrifying resources the man had. No matter what, Jiang Lushi needed more information. Well, I'm not really sure. When she's bored, she likes to heart hear. She says it makes life feel interesting. But she rarely shares what she hears, and I don't ask much, Wei Feifei said. Jiang Lushi nodded. If Taozi had been blabbing everything, she'd already have been guarded against, or even eliminated. So Taozi wasn't stupid. Let me take a look. Li Yusin also stepped out from the minibus. She reached out and gently placed her hand on Taozi's forehead. Taozi didn't react at all. She seemed completely unaware of what was happening to her. This state was like a vegetative state, but slightly better, like a hollow doll. After a while, Li Yusin withdrew her hand and said to Wei Feifei, if you trust me, I might be able to heal her. At the very least, it's worth a try. Wei Feifei was shocked. She looked at Li Yusin in disbelief, then turned to Jiang Lushi. She could see that Jiang Lushi trusted Li Yusin very much. Li Yusin had a gentle and graceful demeanor, her eyes soft like autumn water as she looked at her. Going to the Huaxia district, who knew how long that would take? And with Taozi in this condition, it was unclear if she could even make it there alive. Can you? Wei Feifei tightly held Taozi's hand. She thought for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and said, then, please help us. All right. Li Yusin nodded. She had never treated this kind of trauma in a psychic ability user, so she couldn't guarantee success. But Li Yusin wouldn't attempt it without some confidence. These days, she had often helped Ran Shiyu recover, gaining lots of experience and insight. What Wei Feifei said earlier about that Dr. Ning from Huaxia district stirred something in Li Yusin's heart. It sparked an idea she had long been brewing. Li Yusin asked Wei Feifei to lay Taozi on a bed. Then Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan found a beat-up car on the roadside to follow behind the minibus. When Taozi wakes up, I want to ask her some questions, Jiang Lushi said. Wei Feifei softly replied, actually, if she were awake now, she'd tell you too. You've saved our lives twice already. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly and said nothing. He didn't care much about this so-called life-saving favor. It hadn't been his intention, just something he did along the way. But his decision to let Li Yusin treat Taozi wasn't only because he wanted to get information from her. I do have a heart after all, Jiang Lushi thought. Of course, he would never say that to Wei Feifei. Then Jiang Lushi cracked his knuckles and looked down at the minibus beneath his feet. Let me see what kind of upgrade you've got. Under Wei Feifei's guidance, the base vehicle quickly arrived at a relatively open area and stopped in front of a residential building. Dozens of scattered zombies were immediately attracted to the base vehicle, but they couldn't break through its exterior. They could only howl and bang on the outside, and were swiftly dealt with by Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan through the cracks of the windows. Then, Zero and Shadow got out of the vehicle and entered the residential building. After checking it once, they quickly cleaned out one of the rooms. You can rest here for now, Jiang Lushi said. All right, the space inside the vehicle is a bit small anyway, Li Yusin nodded and stood up. After Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan got in, they had already occupied the cockpit. Originally, the cabin wasn't too crowded, but with Wei Feifei and Taozi added, it became cramped. Everyone was packed together, and even moving around was difficult. Li Yusin also needed some space to treat Taozi. Don't worry, this situation won't last long, Jiang Lushi said confidently. He was referring, of course, to the cramped conditions. Jiang Zhuiying and the others looked at Jiang Lushi with puzzled eyes, but he only smiled. He turned to look at the base vehicle. This mid-sized bus that had accompanied him for a long time was about to change. None of them asked much about what Jiang Lushi meant. Having followed Jiang Lushi for so long, they were already used to some of his mysteries. Only Ran Shiyu's exquisitely beautiful face remained fixed on Jiang Lushi, her eyes deeply gazing at him. Even though my psychic power has improved a lot, I still don't understand you. I still can't see through you. A soft sigh echoed in Ran Shiyu's heart. Yunsha, you didn't follow Jiang Lushi back then. If you knew his strength now, knew how I've grown because of him, would you feel regret? Ran Shiyu couldn't help but think of her younger sister Ran Yunsha, the proud girl with great ambition that even she, her sister, hadn't anticipated. That girl was probably still in Panju City. But Jiang Lushi could already kill a major general in the army. Yunsha, you underestimated Jiang Lushi. And Jiang Lushi has far exceeded my expectations. I truly don't know how much more potential he has. Every time I think I've seen his peak, he always shows something new. Ran Shiyu's gaze toward Jiang Lushi unknowingly softened, and deep feelings arose. But those feelings were quickly hidden beneath her downcast eyes. I'll wait a bit longer. When I no longer need to rely on him, when I can stand beside him as someone equally strong and worthy of respect, then even if he still says nothing, maybe I will. Ran Shiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled. A thought stirred in her heart, and she quietly made a decision. After driving the minibus to a more remote roadside, Jiang Lushi slowly stepped on the brake and brought it to a stop. At that moment, he was the only one in the vehicle. Gripping the steering wheel, he felt stirred inside, unable to calm down. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, he had been driving this minibus forward. This minibus had taken countless damages, and the people riding in it had only grown in number. Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusin, Zero, Shadow, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, these names were all important to Jiang Lushi. And he had passed through Jiangbei, Jinling, Zhonghai, all these places. All of it was thanks to the minibus. Starseed. Jiang Lushi took a deep breath and finally brought up the control panel of the Starseed. Base vehicle upgrading. Proceed with upgrade? If yes, you will enter the upgrade template adjustment program. The Starseed's prompt was still the same cold electronic voice. But to Jiang Lushi, it was the most reassuring sound. He exhaled lightly and, with a thought, chose to proceed. Host has chosen to proceed. Now entering the base vehicle upgrade template adjustment program. The screen shifted, and a projection of the base vehicle appeared in front of Jiang Lushi. A high-tech, holographic 3D image clearly showed every angle in front of him, including all facilities inside the base vehicle. Storage space, energy extraction lab, biological lab, mutant plant cultivation research room. All these hidden spaces, invisible to the naked eye, were now laid out clearly before Jiang Lushi. Unknowingly, he had expanded the base vehicle to such a degree. Even he found it hard to believe without seeing it himself. There were several types of weapons alone. And all the labs radiated vitality. In addition, there was Jiang Liushi's personal information. As the host, Jiang Lushi was now a powerful ability user. Brain domain evolution, bloodline evolution, full enhancement of endurance, intelligence, physical strength, and agility. Just by his incredible marksmanship, he could already be seen as a level 2 ability user. Seeing all this, Jiang Lushi felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Everything had been accumulated step by step. Even with the Starseed, without his own struggle, he couldn't have come this far. And it was exactly these things that allowed him to survive until now. From an ordinary person to someone who could now behead a general in the army. At the moment of killing Han Yuan, how could Jiang Lushi not have felt a trace of pride? But he knew he still couldn't resist a real military force. Today it was just 10 tanks, and the base vehicle was already nearly wrecked. So what if one day he faced a true elite army, with truly powerful weapons? Besides tanks, the military had many powerful modern weapons. Even nuclear bombs. Looking at the previous damage data on the control panel, Jiang Lushi still felt a sense of crisis. According to Han Yuan, that force had already woven a huge net throughout the army and government. In the future, Jiang Lushi might face not just another Han Yuan, but even more powerful and deeply hidden giants. Still, although that threat was frightening, it wouldn't make Jiang Lushi back down. With the base vehicle, the power in his hands had infinite possibilities. At that thought, Jiang Lushi felt a surge of heroic spirit. Let's start with this upgrade to the base vehicle. He looked at the panel. The evolution directions for the base vehicle included several aspects. Space configuration, weaponry, and shell strength. In space configuration, the base vehicle could expand its interior space, and the exterior would change accordingly. It could even switch to a second or third form as the main form. Expanding the space is the most practical now. Jiang Liushi's eyes lit up. The cramped space had bothered him for a long time. And the space limitation also meant limited functions could be activated. For weaponry, 2 more configurations had been added. Air cannon and fuel-based flamethrower were the main weapons of the base vehicle. But when fighting black holes and the military, their shortcomings had already become clear. Adding more weapons was urgent for Jiang Lushi. As for shell strength, if upgraded further, it could even resist artillery shells. In addition, a new enhancement project had appeared. This enhancement project hadn't been discovered before. Second power system? Jiang Lushur looked at the tab and was stunned. This second power system required black light energy. Seems like it activated automatically after the starseed and the base vehicle absorbed the black light energy, Jiang Lushur thought. There's another item? While reading the description, Jiang Lushur accidentally found a hidden feature. A new tab had appeared in the starseed's interface. Combined base vehicle mode. The base vehicle Jiang Lushur was using was actually a standard version. But the combined mode was an advanced version. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur was shaken. This was unlocked by excessive absorption of black light energy. And it was hidden. If I hadn't checked closely, I wouldn't have found it. Jiang Lushur's heart surged with excitement. If the base vehicle evolved based on its current form, it would still be a vehicle. Just a midsize bus turning into a luxury coach. But if he switched to the combined base vehicle mode, it would become a true mobile base. And upgrading to this mobile base required blacklight energy. The blacklight energy I have is enough to complete the transformation. But once I choose the mobile base mode, the previous space expansion, weapon upgrades, etc., will all change. How should I choose? Jiang Lushur fell into thought. Zombies wandered in the distance. They saw the idle minibus but didn't notice Jiang Lushur inside. Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat, and after a long moment of contemplation, he made a firm decision. When I first obtained the starseed, my goal was to have a giant mobile base, a war fortress. Now that the function is finally unlocked, what do I have to hesitate for? I'll choose to upgrade to the mobile base. A base vehicle that becomes a mobile base, that's the real base vehicle. Jiang Lushur made up his mind, eyes filled with determination. He reached out and forcefully tapped in the air before him. Confirm upgrade to combined base vehicle mode? Absolutely. Boom. A silent, muffled explosion seemed to echo inside the base vehicle. The control panel before Jiang Lushur erupted in dazzling points of light. Amid those light dots, the minibus's original form rapidly collapsed. Jiang Lushur felt the minibus begin to transform. And he was inside, experiencing it firsthand. He couldn't see outside, but he knew, this scene was like something from a sci-fi movie, utterly shocking. The zombies outside all turned their heads. In their bloodthirsty eyes, there was even a trace of confusion. They began backing away. It was as if they had seen a dormant steel monster awaken from slumber, slowly raising its head, baring its fangs. Amidst the intense flashing lights, the minibus continued to transform. Base vehicle modification progress, 20%, 40%, 60%. 3 hours later. Boom! A sudden thunderclap. Jiang Lushur raised his head. In front of him appeared a strange vehicle full of futuristic technology. Its silver-gray shell gleamed with a metallic luster. The vehicle body was more like a war fortress than a vehicle. The tall carriage and the tires at the bottom could retract and transform into a ship. It had truly become amphibious. The previous second and third modes had already been integrated into the original first mode. The mobile base vehicle, massive in size, and its weight was terrifying. It weighed 200 tons, a real behemoth. Combined base vehicle modification complete. Do you want to begin the explanation of the base vehicle? The voice of the starseed came. Jiang Lushur suppressed his excitement and replied in a calm voice, begin. Model, base vehicle, combined base vehicle mode, also known as mobile base vehicle, war city level. Space configuration, bedroom. When the starseed mentioned bedroom, the screen in front of Jiang Lushur immediately zoomed in on the base vehicle's interior. As the perspective shifted, Jiang Lushur discovered the mobile base vehicle had 3 floors. The first floor contained the living room and kitchen. The second floor had 2 spacious, luxurious bedrooms. The third floor was the combat room. The current combat room was a real battle room. It had circular shooting windows with mounted weapon positions. All 4 walls could open and rotate, providing support at any time. Some parts of the combat room were still empty, with nothing installed. Jiang Lushur noticed that the combat room still had room for upgrades. These blank areas would activate new functions after future upgrades. In addition, there was a completely new room. The control room. The control room was located next to the driver's cockpit. Inside the control room, there was only 1 seat. This seat was equivalent to a captain's chair on a spaceship. In the control room, Jiang Lushur could clearly monitor everything inside and outside the mobile base vehicle, in all directions. He could also activate all laboratories directly with voice commands. These included the biological lab, energy extraction lab, and mutant plant cultivation lab. These labs were lit up, indicating they were operational. However, a few others were still gray. Only one of them had a visible name. Military factory. Gray meant it wasn't activated yet. But being able to see the name meant it was qualified for construction, equivalent to obtaining a building permit. Jiang Lushur snapped out of it and realized he was already sitting in the control room. The mobile base vehicle was basically a fortress. It integrated living, combat, and research functions all in one. It even had a mutant plant cultivation research room, a planting-type facility. In the future, this mobile base vehicle could continue to expand, adding more facilities and further upgrades. Jiang Lushur had always imagined that his base vehicle would become a large mobile safe haven, roaming across the land of the apocalypse. One day, it could even travel by land, sea, and air, free to go anywhere in the vast world. Even if the surface world became a wasteland, this mobile base vehicle would always remain a piece of pure, peaceful land. Now, part of Jiang Lushur's dream had already come true. The mobile base vehicle had taken shape as a large-scale safe base. Let's check the weapons. The air cannon and fuel-type flamethrower barrels were all hidden under the vehicle's shell. Available weapon upgrades: air cannon, fuel-type flamethrower. Available equipment upgrades: storage space, ramming spike. Available new weapons: electromagnetic pulse bomb, laser cannon. Another air cannon could be added. The fuel-type flamethrower could be mounted on the other three sides of the vehicle. As for the electromagnetic pulse bomb, Jiang Lushur had only heard of it. A nuclear explosion would produce an electromagnetic pulse. Nuclear weapons were still the most destructive weapons ever created by humans. At the moment of detonation, a huge amount of energy was released. Among that was an electromagnetic pulse that spread rapidly in all directions. When it hit electronic systems, devices, or communication networks, it generated extremely high instantaneous voltage and current, damaging or disabling them. If strong enough, the pulse could even cause large-scale damage in the ionosphere. Solar flares could have similar effects. In 1963, the U.S. once conducted an aerial nuclear explosion 400 kilometers above a Pacific island. As a result, hundreds of alarm systems in faraway Hawaii failed, lighting transformers burned out, communication was cut, and the island's streetlights went out. Even Australia, 5,000 kilometers away, was affected. Jiang Lushur knew that the electromagnetic pulse bomb was also called the second atomic bomb. Now the mobile base vehicle could actually install an electromagnetic pulse bomb. Jiang Lushur could hardly believe it. As for the laser cannon, it stored supercharged current using a superconducting capacitor to emit a high-intensity laser. The directional laser beam carried massive energy with terrifying destructive power. If all these weapons can be installed, then this base vehicle really would become a mobile war fortress. Currently, the base vehicle was classified as War City level, but the newly upgraded mobile base vehicle wasn't yet complete. Only when all upgrade items were fully upgraded would it become a true War City level vehicle. Next, the Starseed provided more detailed explanations. Mobile base vehicle description complete. Host may now name the mobile base vehicle. Would you like to name it now? The Starseed suddenly asked. Jiang Lushur was surprised. He could name it himself? Then let's call it Shuriying. Jiang Lushur said. Shuriying, the mobile base vehicle. Immediately, two black characters, Shuriying, appeared on the front of the base vehicle. These characters had strong, bold strokes. On the silver-gray surface, they looked fluid and striking, not like they were painted on, but fused into the vehicle, as if they were always meant to be there. Optional feature: activate camouflage mode for the mobile base vehicle. Even after upgrading, it could still camouflage like before? But this new vehicle was indeed too eye-catching. Returning to minibus mode is probably impossible. Then let's camouflage it into something as close to a minibus as possible. Jiang Lushur thought. The vehicle shape for camouflage also needed to be scanned. Jiang Lushur started the mobile base vehicle. As he pressed the accelerator, his heart was filled with excitement. This was the first time the mobile base vehicle would move. At the moment he pressed the pedal, he felt as if he had awakened a beast. The engine's roar sounded like the roar of the monster. And this 200-ton beast immediately dashed forward the moment the accelerator was pressed. Rumble. More than a dozen huge tires rolled over the ground simultaneously. The mobile base vehicle charged down the road. Low-hanging electric wires and parked cars on the roadside were all knocked away, crushed, and pushed aside. The mobile base vehicle was like a rhino, charging forward, unstoppable. Zombies howled as it rushed forward, but compared to the vehicle, they were like tiny mice. Boom! 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 All knocked flying. Crushed. Jiang Lushur sat inside the mobile base vehicle, eyes focused. This feeling of pushing through all obstacles was simply satisfying. With this vehicle, Jiang Lushur had no fear left of the power behind Han Yuan. Truck, scan failed. Refrigerated truck, scan failed. Sedan, of course, failed. The mobile base vehicle moved forward, automatically scanning countless vehicles, all failed. City sightseeing bus, scan successful. Jiang Lushur was slightly surprised and looked around quickly. His gaze locked onto a vehicle parked on the main road. It had 2 levels, was very large, and had a deep blue exterior. The front looked like an old-fashioned car, giving off a unique charm. Feels like an enlarged and upgraded version of the minibus. Then stack 2 of those upgraded minibuses together. Jiang Lushur thought. Of course, that was just his feeling, there were many differences. But in the apocalypse, driving such a vehicle did seem a little odd. Still, compared to the flashy mobile base vehicle, this bus was a bit more low-key. And though big, it did resemble the original minibus somewhat, so Jiang Lushur was satisfied. The minibus had been with him a long time, and Jiang Lushur was a sentimental person. He didn't want the upgraded vehicle to look completely unfamiliar. Since the scan succeeded, let's go with this one. Jiang Lushur decided. The starseed received the command and immediately started scanning and modifying. Soon, a double-decker city sightseeing bus appeared in place of the original high-tech mobile base vehicle. But Jiang Lushur changed the color to silver gray. And he added the "shurying" characters to the body, replacing the original license plate. In the apocalypse, license plates no longer had any meaning. Model, mobile base vehicle shurying, war city level, disguised as a city sightseeing bus. This huge sightseeing bus should look flashier than the old minibus, right? Jiang Lushur rubbed his chin and thought. He wondered what expressions Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Xiyu, and the others would have when he drove this back. Just then, Jiang Lushur received a message from Shadow. Taozi had woken up. Jiang Lushur drove the bus back to their temporary residence. Jiang Zhuiying had been waiting at the door. When she saw the bus appear, her expression first turned alert, and electricity flickered in her eyes. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also immediately raised their guns. Don't be nervous, that's Brother Jiang, Ran Xiyu said, though a flash of surprise also passed through her eyes. Jiang Lushur always brought her surprises. At that moment, the bus stopped at the door, and the door opened. Jiang Lushur stepped out from inside. Brother, what is this? Jiang Zhuiying quickly ran to the door, looked inside in shock. Wow, it's so luxurious? So big. Jiang Zhuiying quickly ran a lap inside the bus, exclaiming repeatedly, then ran back to Jiang Lushur, grabbed his arm and shook it vigorously, asking excitedly again and again. Brother, what happened? Where did you drive this from? Doesn't this mean I'll have my own room now? So happy. Jiang Lushur showed a helpless smile, pinched her cheek, and said to this curious girl, You're about to shake your brother's arm off. This is our new vehicle. From now on, we'll be riding this one, Jiang Lushur said. New vehicle? Then what about the minibus? Zhang Hai couldn't help but ask, his eyes shining. Since this bus had become Brother Zhang's new vehicle, didn't that mean the old minibus could be handed down to them? Zhang Hai could tell at a glance that this bus was extraordinary. It was 2 to 3 times bigger than the minibus. But in Zhang Hai's heart, he held great respect for that minibus, and had dreamed more than once of having one like it. Of course, Zhang Hai knew he was far from Jiang Ji's level. On his own, he could never get to drive that minibus. You're dreaming, Jiang Lushur gave Zhang Hai a glare. This bus is the former minibus. I remodeled it based on that vehicle. Oh, Zhang Hai gave an awkward laugh. He reached out to touch the bus's body and started circling around it, repeatedly clicking his tongue in admiration. Zhang Hai also loved vehicles. This bus was impressive from every angle, practically a fighter jet among buses. And judging from the previous minibus, he knew this one was definitely more than it looked. The truly powerful features were hidden inside. Who knew how strong it actually was? But, why did you remodel it into this sightseeing bus? Ran Xiyu suddenly asked. Is there some special meaning? Like, sightseeing in the apocalypse? Jiang Lushur froze. He hadn't thought that far ahead. But the way Ran Xiyu said it, it somehow sounded kind of weird. Isn't it fine like this? Jiang Lushur asked stiffly. Was it too awkward looking? Should he have scanned something like a big RV instead? Ran Xiyu gently nodded. But Jiang Lushur felt her response didn't sound sincere at all. I'm someone who values the past and stays loyal. The bus is somewhat connected to the old minibus, Jiang Lushur coughed, hands behind his back, and said. Now Ran Xiyu's gaze became even stranger. Loyal, Yusin, Zero, Shadow, and even that Xiang Shuahai we met before. Are you loyal to all of them? Ran Xiyu turned and walked back into the house. Watching her graceful figure drift away, Jiang Lushur was confused. What's going on? Brother, Jiang Zhuiying looked at him and shook her head in mock seriousness. Sigh, the adult world really is complicated. You're on your own now. What are you talking about? "You little devil," Jiang Lushur knocked her on the head. But recently, Ran Shiyu's attitude toward him had indeed been strange, sometimes cold, like she had something against him. Did he do something wrong and make her angry? But Ran Shiyu didn't seem like a petty person. Even if she were angry, she should be honest about it, not bottle it up and sulk alone. Ow! Jiang Zhuiying hugged her head and said, "Brother, you should go in and check on that Taozi." "Oh, right, Taozi." Jiang Lushur quickly walked inside, setting his doubts aside for now. Behind him, Jiang Zhuiying, Zhang Hai, and the others were all excitedly exploring the bus, calling over Zero and Shadow, like they were touring the place. In one of the bedrooms, Taozi was lying on the bed. Her once bright face now looked pale, but her previously dull eyes had regained their light. Li Yusen stood nearby, and Wei Feifei sat beside Taozi, eyes still red but filled with joy. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have turned into a walking corpse," Taozi said gratefully to Li Yusen. Li Yusen smiled and nodded. "You don't need to thank me. It was Jiang Lushur who asked me to help. If you want to thank someone, thank him. He's also the one who agreed to let you on the vehicle." At that moment, Jiang Lushur walked in. When Taozi saw him, her eyes lit up, and a bright smile bloomed on her face, like flowers blossoming. She quickly got out of bed. "Captain Jiang, it was you who saved me." "Ah!" Her body suddenly gave out and she fell forward. Jiang Lushur hurried to catch her. Just like that, Taozi landed firmly in Jiang Liushur's arms. Jiang Lushur clearly felt too soft, springy things press against his chest, along with a faint scent drifting into his nose. Even though Jiang Lushur was around several beautiful women every day, encountering this situation, especially in front of two other beautiful women, was still a bit awkward. Taozi immediately blushed, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Captain Jiang, sorry. It's all right, your body hasn't recovered yet. No need to be so formal." Jiang Lushur helped her sit back on the bed. Taozi smiled sweetly and nodded obediently, her voice soft as a whisper. Seeing her expression, Li Yusen's heart moved slightly, and she sighed silently. Another peach blossom, love interest, she glanced at Jiang Lushur again. "Too bad the one you fell for is really a rock." Jiang Lushur had no idea the former campus beauty's eyes were quietly resting on him. He asked Taozi, "When you were in the ability user assault team, what did you hear? Did Han Yuan or those people mention any kind of organization?" "Organization?" Taozi thought for a moment, then shook her head. Jiang Lushur showed a trace of disappointment. Han Yuan had said they didn't use code names, probably for secrecy and safety, to avoid being exposed. Did Han Yuan mention anything strange? Jiang Lushur asked again. Taozi thought again, then suddenly let out an ah, like she remembered something. He did say something about blacklight energy, and mentioned someone called Big Boss, Taozi said nervously. She wasn't sure if what she was saying was what Jiang Lushur wanted to know. "That's it?" Jiang Lushur grabbed Taozi's shoulder. "What else did he say?" Being touched like that, Taozi's face instantly turned red again, and she whispered, "Let me think." He also said he reported the black hole incident to his superiors, and that they were going to nominate him for a reward. He mentioned someone named Luo Jiafeng, from Qionghai City. As a psychic-type ability user, Taozi had an excellent memory, almost photographic. Even if Han Yuan only mentioned the name once, she remembered it clearly. Qionghai City, Luo Jiafeng. Jiang Liushur's eyes lit up. Now he'd grabbed the tail of that organization. Otherwise, with them hiding in the shadows, things would have been very tricky. Like Han Yuan said, his death, and Jiang Lushur obtaining the black hole core, would definitely reach that organization's ears. The black hole core was far too important, they wouldn't let it go easily. "I might as well strike first," a trace of killing intent flashed in Jiang Liushur's eyes. As for the black hole core? That organization would never guess, it was already inside the bus. After the upgrade, the bus now used a hybrid power system, blacklight energy and fuel. The black hole core acted as a fuel tank, continuously storing energy for the vehicle. "Let's go take a look at the Jiangning safe zone. It's probably in total chaos by now," Jiang Lushur said calmly, gazing in the direction of the safe zone. The news of Major General Han Yuan of the Huaxia district being killed reached the Jiangning safe zone, and the entire military command was shaken, almost like an earthquake. Those who didn't know the details all began inquiring about the inside story. Many speculated that Han Yuan was killed by a black hole going out of control. Or perhaps it was a level 2 mutant zombie, or even a more powerful zombie. If not that, then it must have been a mutant beast. But at this moment, on Commander Huang's desk in the Jiangning safe zone, there was a report. The one who killed Han Yuan, Shuriying Squad, Jiang Lushur. Commander Huang sat leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. Opposite him sat General Zhang and committee member Luo, among others. Truly unexpected. Committee member Luo had already read the report 2 or 3 times, but still found it hard to believe. Destroying a black hole and boldly killing Han Yuan in front of the tank company, either of these alone would be enough to shake all of Jiangning. But all of this was centered on one squad, on one person. This completely overturned the military's general perception that ability users were not to be taken seriously. Too arrogant, too outrageous. The Huaxia district will definitely intervene. I suggest we send troops immediately, capture this Shuriying squad, especially Jiang Lushi, and make him confess and accept punishment, a committee member shouted, slamming the table in anger. Confess? Confess to what? Didn't you read the report? It also says the black hole was eliminated by Shuriying squad, committee member Luo said coldly. You want to arrest a hero who saved the entire Jiangning safe zone, that's not justifiable no matter how you put it. Besides, he killed Han Yuan in front of a tank company. What kind of people are you planning to send to capture him? Are you thinking of deploying a full army? Luo sneered. If they really sent a large army to surround and capture Shuriying squad, it would be a complete joke, people would laugh their heads off. I heard there are 2 professors at the research institute who are close to Jiang Lushi, that committee member hesitated, then added. But as soon as he said that, he saw a sharp glint in General Zhang's eyes as he stared coldly at him. You want to go after the professors at the research institute too? General Zhang asked sternly. That's not what I meant. I just think we could ask them about the situation, the committee member snorted. General Zhang immediately slammed the table and stood up. I personally sent those 2 professors to the research institute. I won't allow you to disturb them. If you want to try, go ahead and see what happens. And also, General Zhang sneered, I advise you not to even think about it, or your own head might be at risk. The committee member frowned and said angrily, Zhang Tianyu, what do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? General Zhang looked at him with contempt. Threaten you? I don't have the time for that. Then he casually mentioned a name. Zhonghai Safe Zone, military committee member, Chu Zhongshan. You may have heard how he died? That committee member's expression instantly changed in fear. Compared to Han Yuan, Chu Zhongshan was the real heavyweight in the military. He was already famous before the apocalypse. Han Yuan, in the end, was just a parachuted major general, a rank given after the apocalypse. He came from the ability user ranks, and many people never truly accepted him. Chu Zhongshan's death was very suspicious. Those who knew some inside information were aware that he was killed inside his heavily guarded residence in Zhonghai Safe Zone, but the killer had always been kept secret. Now hearing what Zhang Tianyu said, the committee member, along with Luo and the others, were all shaken. So the one who committed that shocking murder back then, was also Jiang Lushi. The committee member suddenly felt awkward and uneasy. He didn't want to admit that he felt threatened by an ability user squad, but compared to Chu Zhongshan, he was just a powerless committee member. He had no confidence in his own safety. Chu Zhongshan's death made him feel the danger creeping up on him. Only now did he suddenly remember, Shuriying squad wasn't a regular ability user squad. Back on the city wall, they had also witnessed the black hole's eruption and destruction. Could any regular squad have done that? Killed 2 generals, this Jiang Lushi really is something, committee member Luo said in a deep voice, with a trace of fear in his tone. Originally, he had wanted to recruit Jiang Lushi, but now he realized, Jiang Lushi was wild and dangerous. It was better to drop that idea. But since they destroyed the black hole, saving the Jiangning safe zone from greater loss, such a squad could be cooperated with, but better not to think about commanding them. After all, Han Yuan wasn't one of us in Jiangning. And according to the tank company commander's report, Han Yuan acted improperly during the operation, General Zhang continued slowly. And someone pointed out, Han Yuan likely knew more about the black hole than he revealed. Yet he chose not to inform us and led his team to try capturing it alive. That posed a serious risk to our Jiangning safe zone. At this point, Commander Huang finally opened his eyes. He had been quietly thinking while listening to everything. General Zhang, what do you mean? Commander Huang asked, a serious look in his eyes. We report the truth as it is. If someone wants to arrest Jiang Lushi, let them do it themselves, General Zhang said slowly, tapping the armrest of his chair. Commander Huang looked contemplative. If the Jiangning safe zone let Jiang Lushi go, higher-ups might unleash their anger on them. But the major safe zones weren't unified. Even though the black hole was gone, the zombie and mutant beast hordes it drew were still a huge threat. To spare forces to deal with Shuriying squad at this time, wasn't worth it. Finally, Commander Huang nodded. Then we'll do it this way. The others fell silent, saying no more. In the Jiangning Safe Zone Command Center, these powerful figures bowed their heads for the first time to a survivor team. and the news of Jiang Liusher's Shuriying squad killing Han Yuan was ordered to be completely sealed. Only one classified report was sent to the Huaxia district. Additionally, another piece of information was secretly passed to all major safe zones. Shuriying squad, Jiang Liusher? A tall figure in Qionghai City was holding a classified letter. Suddenly, a ball of fire flared up from his palm, burning the letter to ashes. The black hole core was taken by Jiang Liusher, but unfortunately, now is a critical time for development. I can't leave. He'll probably avoid all the major safe zones now. Put out a bounty. Let survivor squads outside hunt them down. Maybe they don't fear one or two teams, but multiple teams using different tactics, harassment, assassination, will wear them down. No matter how strong a team is, they can't handle endless waves of attacks. Besides the black hole core, that minibus is also pretty good. Tell them to seize the vehicle, it'll make up for some of the loss. And scenes like this played out across different safe zones. Everyone who knew the truth believed the Shuriying squad would soon be destroyed, Jiang Liusher killed, and the minibus taken. A bounty notice was quickly and secretly delivered to many survivor teams. Who's so unlucky to have such a high price put on their head? All the teams who received the bounty were shocked. Tons of weapons, and even evolution crystals. Even offending top military officials didn't warrant such a price. And with such a high reward, many survivor teams were eager to try. Some even felt sorry for this Shuriying squad. Once they showed themselves, they'd face non-stop ambushes, like falling into an even deeper hell within the apocalypse. Jiang Liusher and his group knew none of this. He was currently standing atop a building in the Jiangning safe zone, looking toward the research institute. Ran Shiyu stood beside him. The two professors Su are fine, nothing unusual, Ran Shiyu said. They had waited here all day. Looks like General Zhang will honor our agreement and protect the professors. That puts me at ease, Jiang Liusher said. Though the professors' personal safety wouldn't be affected much by this matter, Jiang Liusher didn't want them to be harassed. If that happened, he might have to warn certain people. Let's go. Jiang Liusher pulled down the brim of his hat, took Ran Shiyu downstairs, and soon disappeared into the street. The people walking the streets, and patrolling soldiers, all seemed not to notice them at all. With Ran Shiyu's current psychic power, sneaking into a safe zone wasn't difficult. Most people on the street were ordinary folks, so even if Jiang Liusher and Ran Shiyu brushed right past them, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. When they arrived at the base of a city wall, Jiang Liusher took something out of his pocket. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a thing, but a creature. Fluffy, like a tiny kitten, a pocket-sized creature. Luo. Jiang Liusher tossed Luo to the ground, and it immediately inflated, like a balloon filling with air in an instant. Jiang Liusher wrapped one arm around Ran Shiyu's slender waist and jumped onto the balloon. Pop! With a soft sound, Jiang Liusher and Ran Shiyu landed on top of the city wall. Then Luo deflated and, using the released air as propulsion, whoosh, followed and landed on Jiang Liusher's shoulder. At least you're useful this time. Let's go. Jiang Liusher casually took out a small evolution crystal and gave it to Luo. The moment it saw the crystal, Luo's ruby-like eyes sparkled. Squeak squeak. It jumped up, then suddenly flattened into a thin sheet, only its tail still swayed, its ears twitched, and its two big eyes blinked hard. Jiang Liusher leapt downward, grabbing Luo's tail with one hand. Like a parachute, they landed silently and smoothly on the ground. Jiang Liusher and Ran Shiyu's movements within the Jiangning safe zone went completely unnoticed by anyone. No one saw the Shuriying squad again either. However, among the upper ranks of the Jiangning safe zone, their wariness toward Jiang Liusher hadn't diminished in the slightest. Brother Jiang, where are we going now? Zero leaned lazily against the door handle, asking softly. As her powers grew, she became more and more like a cat, quiet and cute when still, but exuding a dangerous aura once she moved. To find someone, Jiang Liusher said. That person was Han Yuan's superior, and also the only one Jiang Liusher currently knew for sure was a member of that organization. How could Jiang Liusher possibly let someone like that go? Are you two coming with me? Jiang Liusher looked toward a corner of the sofa and asked. Peach and Wei Feifei were sitting there obediently. Upon hearing Jiang Liusher's words, Peach lowered her head and said softly, then looked at Wei Feifei for help. How could Wei Feifei not understand her best friend's thoughts? She knew Peach couldn't wait to stay with Jiang Liusher every day now. As for herself, although she knew there was a huge gap between her and Jiang Liusher, if she could stay by his side a bit longer. Peach hasn't recovered yet. And, we don't have anywhere else to go now. You'll probably pass through other safe zones or bases, right? Could we wait until then to get off? I can help, with chores, in battle, anything. We also brought our own rations, so we won't waste your food. Is that okay? Wei Feifei said. She was just a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her large eyes were full of pleading, making Jiang Lushur unsure of what to say. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying blurted out, "What's the big deal? My brother's a good guy, always generous to pretty girls." Jiang Lushur shot her an annoyed look, but the girl returned it with a knowing wink and a "I get you" expression. So young, and already learning this nonsense. Jiang Lushur really wanted to give Jiang Zhuiying a knock on the head. These two girls were still minors. Even if he let them stay, it was out of sympathy, and because they both seemed like good people, it wasn't because he had any thoughts about them. But with what Jiang Zhuiying said, it sounded like he had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Peach and Wei Feifei both blushed. Jiang Lushur said calmly, "You can stay. Share a room with my sister. We'll talk again once we reach a suitable place." But Jiang Lushur didn't know that when he said that, a hint of disappointment flashed in Peach's eyes. She nodded with a slight grievance. "Thank you, Captain Jiang. Can I call you Brother Jiang?" Peach looked up expectantly. "Whatever." Jiang Lushur didn't really care about titles. "Brother Jiang." Peach shouted happily, showing a sweet smile. "Brother, you're really..." Jiang Zhuiying shook her head vigorously. Her brother was great at everything, except he was too dense. Just then, Jiang Zhuiying noticed Ran Shiyu calmly heading to the second floor and quietly stuck out her tongue. "Maybe being dense is better, otherwise things would get messy. I just wonder who'll become my sister-in-law. Honestly, if all of them did, it wouldn't be bad either," Jiang Zhuiying thought cheerfully. The vehicle continued heading south, eventually reaching areas Jiang Lushur had never visited before the apocalypse. The roadside scenery began to change, with uncommon southern plants appearing more frequently. Just like in Jiangnan, the plants here had grown wildly in the strange post-apocalyptic environment. Some trees reached over 10 meters high, making the roads feel like they were built through jungles, exuding a primitive wildness. Only the buildings among the jungle reminded people this was once a bustling town. But now, this place had become a paradise for zombies and mutant beasts. Beitou Town. It was once a major industrial town with a dense population, more prosperous than some small cities. There might be survivors here. "If we can find someone, we'll ask where Qionghai City is," said Jiang Lushur. He had assumed Qionghai City was near Qiong City, but upon arriving there, he found that the city, with a population of over 10 million, had become a dead city, filled only with countless zombies. The starseed even sensed several highly dangerous presences within the city. Unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Lushur didn't want to provoke them. So now, Jiang Lushur and his team were effectively lost. Beitou Town was the third town they'd reached since leaving Qiong City. If no one was here either, they'd have to keep going. However, ever since entering the town, Jiang Lushur felt there were signs of human presence. Many shops showed traces of having been looted, shelves were toppled, stores nearly empty, and anything movable had already been taken. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, Jiang Lushur's group heard gunshots, not far from them. At the same time came the roars of zombies. "Let's go check it out." At Jiang Lushur's command, Ying immediately drove toward the source of the sounds. Soon, Jiang Lushur saw what was happening ahead. Several survivors were hiding in a shop, and outside were dozens of zombies. The leading zombie was huge and very agile. With it leading the pack, the survivors were in extreme danger. They were using shelves and such to block the door, shooting through gaps, but barely hitting any zombies. Meanwhile, the tall mutated zombie was eerily calm, never engaging them head-on. "Damn it, this monster is waiting for us to run out of bullets. What do we do? Dong is already injured, and he's the strongest among us. If we run out of ammo, no one can stop that thing from breaking in." The survivors looked pale and panicked. They had watched one teammate get dragged out due to a moment's carelessness, torn to pieces before their eyes, devoured by the monsters. Dong, who they referred to, now lay with a gruesome wound on one arm, his face as pale as gold paper. Hearing the conversation, his expression darkened. A fashionably dressed blonde girl sobbed beside him. "What do we do, brother? Are we going to die here?" the girl asked in fear. Dong remained silent. "Brother Dong, say something," she asked again, trembling. She never would have come if not for Dong leading the team. She'd thought it would be an easy mission, never expected something like this. Just then, a loud engine roar echoed from the distance. "What's that noise? Is it our people coming to rescue us?" But their view was blocked by the zombies, they couldn't see anything. One survivor shouted, "Bro, outside. There's a mutant zombie here. It's smart, be careful. It's got a bunch of underlings and commands them." Before he could finish, a thunderous crash was heard. Then the zombies outside the shop were knocked flying like bowling pins. Boom! A large figure crashed through the store's entrance, slamming into the barricading counter. Its body was covered in blood, with a bowl-sized hole in its head, half its skull was gone. It was that mutated zombie. The rest of the survivors' words got stuck in his throat. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They looked up to see a massive bus parked at the shop entrance, blocking out the sunlight and casting a huge shadow. On the front of the bus were the striking characters, "Shurying." No one said a word, they hadn't recovered from the shock. Then came a soft click, the bus door opened. Out stepped a short-haired, young, and beautiful girl. She barely moved, but in the blink of an eye, was already at the shop's entrance, her strange movements giving everyone an uneasy feeling. Suddenly, a shiny dagger appeared in her hand. She stepped on the mutant zombie's chest. With one swift cut, a mutant blood core fell into her pale palm. Close to a level 2 psychic. A level 2 psychic is a big deal even in our camp. But we've got a few of those too. The survivors were in awe of the short-haired girl, but not quite afraid. A beautiful and skilled level 2 psychic like her was rare. If she were from nearby, they'd surely have heard of her. But none of them had. Adong stood up, smiling, and said, "Thanks for your help, Beauty. I'm Song Hadong, leader of this team, and I'm somewhat known in our camp. May I ask where you're from? Why not come to our camp and let me show my gratitude?" He smiled gently, his eyes gleaming. This girl was top tier. Even the boss's women weren't better. The short-haired girl didn't even look at him. She turned toward the bus and said, "Brother Jiang, I got the blood core." Huh? She's not the leader of the bus group? Adong was stunned. From her tone, she seemed very respectful toward this Brother Jiang. Then, another young man stepped off the bus. Jiang Lushur was already quite handsome, and after enhancing his powers, his eyes became deep like the night, mysterious and compelling. As he stepped down, Zero instantly followed him obediently, making Adong and the others feel overshadowed. The survivors even felt the same awe they felt when seeing their own leader. "You saved us. If there's anything you want to ask, just ask, we'll tell you everything we know," the survivor from earlier quickly said. "There's a safe zone called Cheonghai City. Have you heard of it?" Jiang Lushur asked. Yes, we've heard of it." "Then do you know where it is?" Jiang Lushur asked urgently. The survivors looked at each other. Jiang Lushur was instantly a bit disappointed. These survivors had only heard of Cheonghai City but had never been there, so they didn't know the exact location at all. At this moment, Adong suddenly spoke, "Maybe someone in our camp knows. You can come back with us and take a look." Jiang Lushur glanced at Adong, then nodded slightly. "All right. You lead the way." "I'll treat my wound first," Adong said. "Brother Jiang, are we really going back to their camp?" "We don't know what their camp is like yet," Zero asked. Jiang Lushur smiled faintly. "No need to worry about that. Even if it's a den of tigers and wolves, would we be afraid?" As he spoke, a strong confidence flashed in Jiang Lushur's eyes. Zero was stunned for a moment, then also smiled slightly. Only now did she realize that as their strength kept increasing, the minibus had become a full-sized bus, and Jiang Lushur had started to show the mindset of a true powerhouse. At this moment, a fashionable blonde girl walked over with a smile. She was wearing a tank top and a short skirt, with a trench coat over it. All her clothes were made of quality materials and had a refined, designer look. Although in the apocalypse brands were worth nothing, almost no one would go out of their way to find them, unless they had some power. This girl didn't seem powerful, so she probably had a strong backer. "Hi, I'm Xie. I'm really grateful that you saved us. Just now, I really thought I was going to die, I was so scared." Xie looked curiously at Jiang Lushur, patting her chest as she spoke, making her prominent chest bounce up and down. This bold gesture made even Zero feel a little uncomfortable. Though Zero had a delicate, lowly-like face, unfortunately her figure was also that of a lowly. "By the way, what's your name?" Xie eyes were fixed on Jiang Lushur, almost unable to look away. Her smile was sweet as honey. Inside the shop, while treating his wound, Adong watched the scene with a cold glint in his eyes. Xie was the adopted younger sister of one of the leaders in their camp. Adong had been pursuing her for a long time, helping her get whatever she wanted. She wanted some excitement this time, so he brought her along. Originally, it was supposed to be a very safe route, but unexpectedly, a mutant zombie suddenly appeared in the area, causing all this trouble. Adong didn't feel much gratitude toward Jiang Lushur. Even if Jiang Lushur hadn't shown up, he still had confidence in escaping, though his teammates would have been doomed. Now that Jiang Lushur had shown up, he had directly stolen Xieshasha's attention. The way she looked at Jiang Lushur made it seem like she wanted to throw herself onto him and into his bed. Pretty boy, Adong thought coldly. Zero, a beauty who was even more outstanding than Xieshasha, was standing obediently beside Jiang Lushur. Yet, Adong couldn't sense any strong energy fluctuations from Jiang Lushur. However, could it be just a coincidence? If so, it's quite a coincidence, Dong thought, lowering his head to hide his expression. Really? I've been to Jiangbei before too. So you're from Jiangbei University? No wonder you're so young. If it weren't for the apocalypse, you'd still be a college student, Xie Shasha said excitedly. The girl kept finding topics to talk about, while Jiang Lushi responded indifferently. He originally wanted to gather some information from her, but she was probably just a pretty face in the camp, clueless and uninformed. So Jiang Lushi lost interest in talking to her. But Xie Shasha clearly didn't notice and kept chatting enthusiastically with Jiang Lushi. I've finished bandaging. Let's head out, Dong came over, interrupting Xie Shasha's chatter. Eh? We're leaving already? Xie Shasha looked at Jiang Lushi with a smile, tentatively asking, that bus of yours looks really big, should have plenty of seats, right? I wonder if I could hop on and take a look. Dong frowned at the side. Xie Shasha was clearly reluctant to part with Jiang Lushi and wanted to get on his bus to keep chatting. I'm curious too. It's the first time I've seen someone driving such a big bus. Bro, you've got some unique tastes. Mind if I take a look too? Dong said with a smile. Jiang Lushi calmly shook his head. I don't like strangers on my vehicle. Being so directly refused, Xie Shasha immediately showed a disappointed expression. I see. Dong's smile froze, and a flicker of anger passed through his mind. Of course, whether Jiang Lushi refused or accepted was his own right, but Dong didn't see it that way. He felt Jiang Lushi was putting on airs, showing no respect, and embarrassing him in front of everyone, especially Xie Shasha. A bus? Just something flashy with no real use, pure show. Dong didn't care for it at all. But Jiang Lushi treated it like a treasure. Seems like this bus is pretty mysterious. Makes me even more curious, Dong forced a smile and said. After speaking, he didn't want to talk with Jiang Lushi anymore and turned toward his own vehicle. Everyone, get in the car. Dong's group had 3 vehicles, but one was destroyed by zombies. Now only 2 remained. When they started, black smoke poured from the exhaust, and their rugged, modified exteriors gave off a real post-apocalyptic vibe. Dong revved the engine loudly and glanced proudly at Jiang Lushi. In his mind, this was the kind of car a real man drove. That bus was just for sightseeing. But when he looked over, he saw Jiang Lushi had already turned and was getting back on his bus, not even sparing them a glance or reacting to the loud engine noise. Sigh, he's so cold, Xie Shasha said like a fangirl after getting into Dong's car. But I kept asking and he still told me his name, Jiang Lushi. So special. I think it sounds so nice. Dong gave her a cold look and said, Shasha, don't tell me you're into that pretty boy? I advise you to forget it. What are you saying? Xie Shasha got flustered and a bit angry from embarrassment. And how is he a pretty boy? You're just jealous because he's better looking than you. Don't forget, he's not from our camp. Brother Xie would never approve, Dong said. Xie Shasha's adoptive brother, Xie Feng, was an important figure in the camp, a genuine level 2 psychic. Although Xie Shasha was spoiled, she never dared to act out in front of him and was as meek as a lamb. Back at the start of the apocalypse, because they shared the same surname and knew each other early on, Xie Feng made Xie Shasha his adopted sister. His real sister had turned into a zombie early on, and he had personally crushed her skull. Hearing Dong bring up her brother, Xie Shasha snorted, mind your own business. If brother Xie objected only because Jiang Lushi wasn't from the camp, then just let him join the camp, problem solved. That's what Xie Shasha was thinking. Dong's gaze turned dark, and Xie Shasha's changed attitude toward him was something he blamed entirely on Jiang Lushi. Under Dong's lead, the 2 vehicles guided the bus toward the southern outskirts of Beitou town. As they passed more factories, Jiang Lushi noticed they were entering a densely packed industrial park. Most of the industry here was related to steel. Jiang Lushi hadn't known much about Beitou town before, only now did he realize it was a major steel-producing hub. The industrial area was completely different from the town itself. While the town was full of zombies, the industrial zone was almost deserted. It seemed either there weren't many zombies here to begin with, or they had been cleared out over time. Dong's group soon stopped in front of a factory. Inside was a large workshop made of pure steel framework, fully reinforced with metal. The walls were covered with dried bloodstains. Outside were many trucks, though abandoned, they had mounted weapons, and people inside had already noticed the bus. Pairs of alert eyes stared over, and gun barrels silently turned toward them. Jiang Lushi didn't care. Those guns couldn't harm the bus at all. I'm Dong. Dong drove up to the gate and shouted from the car window. At the guard post, someone opened a window, several machine guns pointed out from the gap. Dong? Why are you down one car? What's with that bus? A man inside asked. We ran into some bad luck, Dong said darkly, then added, that bus passed by and helped us out. They followed us here to ask some questions. His voice wasn't low, Jiang Lushur and the others inside the bus could hear clearly. The man inside responded with an "oh," nodded, and waved to let them in. Soon, the massive gate, wrapped in barbed wire, steel bars, and spikes, opened. The people behind the gate looked fierce and eyed the bus suspiciously, guns at the ready. There are several strong energy signals in this camp, Ran Shiyu said. One of them is especially powerful. How does it compare to Lu Changfei from the Xiaoyuan safe zone? Jiang Lushur asked. Lu Changfei was likely the strongest psychic he had met. Ran Shiyu considered it carefully and said, it should be about the same. Didn't expect such a strong psychic here too, Jiang Zhuiying said beside them. But there was no fear in her tone, she herself was a true level 2 psychic. This is our Steel City camp. Bro, follow behind me and don't wander off, Adong said as he drove closer. Adong's tone carried a hint of warning, although I can say a few words in front of some of the bosses, the rules in our steel camp are very strict. If you break the rules by not listening, I won't be able to help you. Before Jiang Lushur could speak, Jiang Zhuiying already showed a disdainful expression. Adong thought their camp was something amazing, but in reality, the Shuriying squad had been to places far more dangerous than this steel camp. There was no way they'd take this place seriously. So, none of them paid any attention to Adong's warning. Adong also saw the indifferent look on Jiang Lushur's face, which made him somewhat angry, but he quickly covered it up with a smile. I'll introduce you to my boss in a bit. He might be interested in a survivor team from outside. If you have questions, you can ask him. Now, come down with me and go inside, Adong said. Jiang Lushur immediately refused, no need. He wasn't here to request an audience with some boss of Adong's. A shadow passed through Adong's eyes, and he forced a laugh. In that case, I'll go inform the boss and have him come out to greet our honored guests. With that, he signaled to his subordinates. I'll go with you, Xie Shasha's eyes lit up, and she smiled slyly with excitement. Sure. Adong didn't refuse and went inside the factory with Xie Shasha. Shiyu, what do you think about this, Adong? Jiang Lushur asked after Adong left. Ran Shiyu said calmly, Brother Jiang still needs to ask me? You should already know. Yeah, there's something shady about this, Adong, Jiang Lushur said casually, not too concerned. Whatever his intentions, Jiang Lushur only wanted to ask for directions. If it could be done peacefully, all the better. If it required a different approach, Jiang Lushur didn't mind making things a bit messy. Meanwhile, Adong and Xie Shasha had entered the factory. The inside was complex, divided into many sections. In one of the rooms, a huge, burly man sat on a wide sofa. The man was bald, his head full of vicious scars. His body was covered in tattoos, and with his muscular arms, cold expression, and a necklace made from beast fangs on his chest, he gave off an intimidating aura that made people afraid to look directly at him. Adong went straight to this boss and respectfully bowed, Brother Xie. Xie Shasha didn't even dare breathe loudly in front of Xie Feng. Meekly, she said, Brother. Xie Feng grunted, lifted his eyelids, and glanced indifferently at Adong. Not bad, you brought Shasha back safely. It's my duty, Adong replied. Xie Feng snorted, then looked at Adong again and asked, Still here? Got something else? Adong hesitated, then nodded. Last time I overheard some of the bosses mentioning a bounty. Is that true? He watched Xie Feng's expression carefully. Technically, he had no right to eavesdrop on the boss's discussions. What's a bounty got to do with you? Sure enough, Xie Feng sneered. You'd better not concern yourself with that. Adong forced a smile. I wouldn't dare meddle in the boss's affairs. It's just, today we ran into a group that I feel might be the ones mentioned in the bounty. Now, Xie Feng finally looked straight at Adong. A sharp light suddenly appeared in his eyes. You're serious? Their vehicle had the words, Shuriying, on it. Shuriying squad, Adong said immediately. Xie Feng slapped his thigh. Good. Just then, Xie Shasha became anxious. Adong, what nonsense are you spouting? Brother, this team saved me. Without them, Adong wouldn't have been able to protect me at all. How could they be the ones on that bounty? Shasha, tell us, what's the name of that captain? Adong asked with a sneering smile. Xie Shasha's heart skipped a beat, and she hesitated. She could already feel that saying the name might bring danger to Jiang Lushur. Xie Feng's eyes, sharp like a hawk's, locked onto Xie Shasha. Say it? She knew this look too well. Every time Xie Feng was in a killing mood, his eyes looked just like this. Xie Shasha shivered. Under Xie Feng's gaze, she didn't dare lie. She braced herself and said, his name is Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur? That's right, it's him. Xie Feng grinned viciously. Where are they now? Adong also smiled smugly and confidently said, Brother Xie, they're right here in our camp. I recognized them but stayed calm and led them here. Xie Shasha looked at Adong in disbelief. She never expected him to be so sinister. Xie Feng burst into loud laughter. This team's bounty was sent everywhere. It's like a juicy piece of meat that everyone wants a bite of. We thought our chances were slim, but they came right to our doorstep. Xie Feng had every reason to laugh. It was like meat falling from the sky, or suddenly winning the lottery. Well done. Xie Feng praised. Dong's face showed joy he could barely contain. It's my duty to share Brother Xie's burdens. With this, Xie Feng might even reward him with Sha, and he'd be bound to Xie Feng's powerful backing. For that, he should really thank Jiang Lushi. Brother, Xie Sha asked nervously, what are you going to do to Jiang Lushi? What else? Of course we'll kill him, Xie Feng said coldly. Xie Sha's face turned pale. She quickly waved her hands. Brother, I can invite him to join our camp. Then he'd be one of us. There's no need to kill him, right? Dong sneered silently at the side. To him, Sha was just a pretty face, naive and clueless. With a bounty like this, even insiders could be handed over. She didn't understand the cruelty of this world, let alone people like Xie Feng. Sure enough, Xie Feng just gave her a cold glance. That icy stare made Sha shiver all over and stop talking immediately. Where are they? Xie Feng asked. I invited them in, but they acted high and mighty, refusing to get off the bus. They want the boss to come out to meet them, Dong said. Xie Feng smiled meaningfully. Well then, perfect. Let's go meet them ourselves. Dong also smiled maliciously. Go call Wang Laosan and Chen Bieshue, Xie Feng ordered. Dong's expression changed. You're calling those two too? Wang Laosan and Chen Bieshue were the other two bosses of Steel Camp. Chen Bieshue was even ranked second in strength, possibly stronger than Xie Feng. In Dong's opinion, Xie Feng alone was enough. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Xie Feng tapped his fingers on the armrest. According to the intel, this scurrying squad supposedly has some power. End it quickly, avoid complications. A lion uses full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Still, since they were already inside Steel Camp, it was like turtles in a jar. Xie Feng already felt it was a sure win and didn't take Jiang Liushi's group seriously. Xie Sha, listening from the side, felt cold all over. It was over. Not only was her brother Xie Feng moving out, but even Wang Laosan and Chen Bieshue. Especially Chen Bieshue, he was a killing demon who didn't blink when murdering, and loved to torture his victims. Sha didn't know much about power levels, but even she could tell that Jiang Lushi was far weaker than her brother and the others. Jiang Liushi's group was doomed. And in the apocalypse, no miracles ever happened. When Dong brought Xie Feng and his group out of the factory, they immediately saw the bus still waiting there leisurely. Old Xie, didn't the intel say it was a minibus? The bounty clearly mentioned that if the minibus was preserved, they'd pay a high price for it. Wang Laosan frowned and asked. Wang Laosan was skinny and short, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, but the large battle axe on his back was nearly as tall as he was. When he walked, his steps were heavy and forceful, each one leaving a mark on the ground, making even the subordinates walking beside him feel their hearts tremble. They had witnessed firsthand how Wang Laosan's single axe swing had smashed the hard skull of a mutant beast into pulp. Wang Laosan, don't worry about that. So what if it's a bus? It's even bigger than that minibus, Xie Feng laughed. Wang Laosan looked at another man. Brother Bieshue, what do you think? Chen Bieshue was a lean man wearing traditional Chinese clothes, with a string of yellow rosewood prayer beads on his wrist. There wasn't a trace of killing aura on him. But those who knew Chen Bieshue understood that his appearance and personality were completely deceptive. If you judged him by his looks and thought he was easy to deal with, you were already close to death. Even Xie Feng fell silent. Though both he and Wang Laosan were bosses of the Steel Camp, when Chen Bieshue was present, they would always follow his lead. Strength was everything. Take them down first, find out where the minibus is, then kill them and feed them to the zombies, Chen Bieshue said calmly. He wasn't joking, he really kept a few zombies. It was said that they were all people he hated. After gaining power, he caught them, turned them into zombies, and raised them like pets. Among them was even a woman who had once rejected him. All right, Brother Bieshue, you won't need to act later. Let old 3 drag everyone out of the bus. Wang Laosan licked his lips and revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Dong followed beside them, feeling a little excited. A beauty like Zero was definitely doomed to be ravaged to death, but as a contributor, Dong naturally had a chance to enjoy a share. Thinking of this made him eager with anticipation. As for Jiang Lushi, I'll personally stomp you under my feet and watch you beg for mercy, Dong thought, a gleam of pleasure flashing in his eyes. Captain Jiang, I've brought our bosses, Dong said with a cheerful smile. Wang Laosan stood behind Dong, staring intently. He was just waiting for Jiang Lushi to show himself so he could strike with full force. The window of the bus opened slightly, and Jiang Lushur glanced out casually. Took you long enough. I heard you wanted to ask something. What is it? Wang Laosan asked with a smile. I want to know where Qionghai City is located, Jiang Lushur said. Qionghai City? Isn't that one of the base cities? So, you want to go there? What a coincidence. If you hadn't mentioned it, I was just about to invite you to take a trip there, Wang Laosan said with a meaningful smile. Oh? What a coincidence indeed, Jiang Lushur said. At that moment, Dong added, Captain Jiang, since our bosses are here, why don't you come out and talk? Jiang Lushur gave him a half-smile. You really want me to get out? Dong smiled but said nothing. He had gone to the factory and returned with a group of people. It was obvious something was wrong. But even if Jiang Lushur realized it, it didn't matter. The factory gate was already closed, and the area was surrounded by their people. There was no way for Jiang Lushur to escape. All right, I'll get out, Jiang Lushur suddenly said. Dong froze for a moment, then couldn't help but feel like laughing. Was Jiang Lushur really that stupid, or was he pretending? Did he think that giving in now would help? When the bounty was issued, Dong thought Jiang Lushur must be special. But now he found it laughable. Xie Shasha had also followed, and upon hearing this, she became very anxious and secretly gave Jiang Lushur a look. But Jiang Lushur acted like he didn't see it. Xie Feng shot a cold glance at Xie Shasha, and she immediately didn't dare make another move. Shasha, these people are dead for sure today. Don't hold on to any illusions, Dong whispered beside her. Xie Shasha felt cold all over. Of course she knew that, but if possible, she still hoped Jiang Lushur's group would try to escape. After all, they had saved her, and she couldn't bear to see them die so miserably. Unfortunately, whether it was her or them, they were too weak to resist. Thinking of what was about to happen, Xie Shasha painfully closed her eyes, unable to watch. Click. At that moment, the bus door opened, revealing Jiang Lushur's figure. Wang Laosan quietly gripped the long axe behind him and walked forward with a smile. Dong watched from the side, already imagining Jiang Lushur smashed into the ground like a pancake. Inside the bus door, Jiang Lushur also revealed a slight smile. Bang bang bang. No one saw how the two guns suddenly appeared in Jiang Lushur's hands. The moment they appeared, they fired. The instant Wang Laosan saw the muzzles aimed at him, alarm bells rang in his head. He instinctively leaped to the side. However, Jiang Lushur's aim had already cut off all his escape angles. In Jiang Lushur's mental domain ability, Wang Laosan's speed, fast as a leopard, was slowed to a crawl, like slow motion, clearly visible. Wang Laosan felt intense pain in his legs and body. When he hit the ground, he already had several bullet wounds, blood gushing out. If he weren't a psychic, he would already be dead. In just one instant, Wang Laosan was severely injured. He hadn't even had the chance to swing his axe. You're looking for death. Xie Feng and Chen Bieshue reacted at the same time, erupting with overwhelming force as they charged at Jiang Lushur. But Jiang Lushur just smiled calmly, and at that moment, the bus door closed. Xie Shasha opened her eyes in shock. She hadn't expected Jiang Lushur to be so bold, and his marksmanship was terrifying. Dual-wielded guns, fired from different angles. Even the best marksmen in their camp couldn't do that. She couldn't even see Wang Laosan's movement clearly, yet Jiang Lushur had hit him. But now that Xie Feng had moved, could Jiang Lushur still hold on? Xie Shasha was extremely anxious. Boom! Xie Feng punched the bus door hard, but instead of shattering as he expected, it didn't even budge. What kind of vehicle is this? Xie Feng was shocked. His punch could pierce steel plates. Was this bus's exterior even tougher? Boom! The bus suddenly roared to life. Stop him, Chen Bieshue frowned and said. Jiang Lushur had ambushed Wang Laosan to buy time to escape, but Chen Bieshue wasn't going to let him succeed. Gunfire erupted around them. But at that moment, Dong noticed something strange. The bus didn't rush toward the gate. Instead, it turned toward the surrounding steel camp members. In this situation, Jiang Lushur didn't flee. Was he going to retaliate? Even Dong himself thought the idea was absurd. But how could he know Jiang Lushur wasn't just seeking revenge? If you don't like to solve things by talking, then I'll use a simpler and more direct method, Jiang Lushur said calmly from the control room. And the simple, direct method was to blast through the steel camp until they submitted. After the base vehicle was upgraded, its abilities had never been fully used. Now was the perfect time to test it. If Xie Feng and Chen Bieshue knew that Jiang Lushur saw their steel camp as a test site, who knows how they would feel? Rumble rumble. The bus let out a thunderous roar from its engine. Hearing this noise, Dong and the others were stunned. This sound was simply too terrifying, like a train was charging toward them. After the base vehicle was upgraded, it ran on a hybrid of blacklight energy and fuel. The horror of blacklight energy was that it could devour all life forms. Once converted into kinetic energy, its power was unimaginable, something people like Adong couldn't begin to comprehend. In Jiang Liusher's eyes, this group was nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well. And today, his arrival would let them see just how vast the world outside really was. Bang bang bang. The members of the steel camp frantically opened fire. At the same time, the bus charged forward. Like a steel beast unleashed, it surged with unstoppable force and roaring flames. Bullets poured wildly onto the bus but didn't even leave a scratch. Seeing the bus charging at them, the camp members were filled with dread. It was like watching a giant beast charging to crush them. Pure instinct screamed fear. Run! Just as they scattered, the bus slammed hard into a row of trucks. Those who didn't escape in time, and tried to shoot through the windshield to kill Jiang Liusher and the others, were instantly caught in the impact. In that moment, boom! With a thunderous crash, the truck containers were caved in, and the vehicles were sent flying, slamming hard onto the ground. As for the people inside, they were already dead from the initial shockwave, their bodies crushed into bloody pulp. The aftermath of the collision even affected nearby trucks, and the ground trembled violently as if hit by an earthquake. Holy shit! Adong blurted out. His eyes widened as he stared at the bus. Was that a bus? That was a freaking monster truck. Those trucks were like toy cars in front of this bus, crushed effortlessly. Boom boom boom. The bus continued plowing forward, unstoppable. Guns couldn't stop it. People couldn't stop it. Under this onslaught, the steel camp members dropped everything and fled for their lives, wishing they had more legs to run with. No one dared stop and shoot again. Besides, shooting didn't work. At this moment, Wang Laosan had recovered some strength. The bullets were stuck in his muscles. Though it looked awful, it wasn't fatal. Seeing the bus ramming through everything, Wang Laosan was furious. He had treated the scurrying squad as prey already. He didn't expect to be ambushed by Jiang Liusher, and now this bus was running wild in their base. Old 3, I'll go with you, let's stop it together, Xiefeng said grimly. Wang Laosan grabbed his axe, jumped up, and gritted his teeth. Good. I'm going to chop off his limbs and hang him in my toilet. I'll piss on his face every day. Xiefeng and Wang Laosan attacked at once, like two savage wolves lunging at the bus. Xiefeng roared, his body swelling several times larger, muscles ripping through his clothes. His hands and feet turned into claws. His skin hardened enough to block bullets. One punch could blow up a car. Meanwhile, Wang Laosan's axe spun wildly. When he reached the front of the bus and brought it down, the force could tear the vehicle apart. With old Xie and old 3 attacking, it's enough. They could have died easily, but now, they'll pay the price, Chen Bieshua said calmly while fiddling with his prayer beads. Xie Shasha trembled upon hearing this. She knew exactly what kind of price he meant. She had felt a flicker of hope seeing the bus smash through the camp, but Chen Bieshua's words crushed it. It seemed Chen Bieshua and the others didn't take the bus's destructive power seriously. To them, no matter how powerful a vehicle was, it was still just a machine, no match for their absolute strength. You like to run? I'll crush your tires. Xiefeng roared, leaped onto the bus, and swiped at the tire with his claw. But the moment he struck, he felt a jolt through his wrist, like all 10 fingers were about to break. What kind of tire was this? So hard? He had flipped speeding cars before, but now he couldn't even damage a tire? Suddenly, Xiefeng sensed darkness overhead and a wave of extreme danger flooded his senses. He instinctively dodged to the side, but still felt pain in his shoulder, hot and sharp, followed by a surge of blood. He looked up, and locked eyes with a cold, icy gaze. A girl who looked only 16 or 17, her tail hooked inside the window, hung effortlessly onto the vehicle. In her hand was a military dagger, and she was staring at him coldly. You're the level 2 psychic, Xiefeng said. He had heard from Adong that there was a short-haired girl in Jiang Liusher's group. This was her. Perfect timing. I'll kill you first. Xiefeng roared. Zero's eyes flashed with killing intent, and in a blur, she ran along the vehicle's side, charging straight at him. On the other side, Wang Laosan was also closing in. I'll chop you to death, he yelled, swinging his spinning axe down. Even if the bus shell was like a turtle shell, he'd break it open. The level 2 girl was already fighting Xiefeng. No one could stop him. But just then, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot out from the bus, slamming into Wang Laosan like a sudden storm. F******. Wang Laosan only had time to curse before he was struck. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun lightning. And it wasn't just one bolt, several came down in a flash. He might have withstood one, but he couldn't handle all of them. His hair was scorched, smoke rose from his body. He couldn't even hold his axe anymore. His arm went numb and trembling, dropping the axe, which smashed into the cement with a deep thud. Even worse, he heard a girl's playful laugh amidst the lightning, like she was enjoying electrocuting him. Wang Laosan crashed to the ground, his body charred and his heart filled with rage. Why was he the one getting wrecked again? There was another level, 2 psychic on the bus. The intel only said the enemies were tricky and mentioned a minibus to be cautious of. Even though the intel didn't describe them as overly powerful, they had come in with full force. Yet they were still getting crushed. Wang Laosan now realized, this wasn't just an ambush. The other side really was stronger. Every time they attacked, they were suppressed and beaten like dogs. If that wasn't being crushed, what was? It was the exact opposite of what he had expected. Meanwhile, Xiefeng wasn't doing any better. Zero moved with ghostly speed, each strike aimed at a vital spot, and she used the bus as cover. Soon, Xiefeng was covered in cuts. He hadn't even touched Zero's clothing. How could she be so strong? He had stockpiled massive resources to boost his power. That was how he reached this level. But he had no idea, thanks to the base vehicle and Jiang Lushi, the Shuriying squad never lacked resources. Zero and Jiang Zhuiying had both broken through in power. Even facing other level, 2 psychics like Xiefeng and Wang Laosan, they could dominate them. Chen Bieshua's calm smile had vanished. Dong's face was full of disbelief, mouth open as if he'd swallowed a fly. Did he see that right? Xiefeng and Wang Laosan weren't stopping the bus, they were getting thrashed? Looks like only Boss Bieshua can stop them now, Dong thought, his heart pounding. He turned to Chen Bieshua, finally calming down a bit. Xiefeng and Wang Laosan were strong, but their real ace was Boss Chen Bieshua. With Bieshua here, the Shuriying squad is finished, Dong thought. But even he started to feel unsure. He had thought he'd brought back a bunch of clueless sheep, but now it felt like he'd brought a T-Rex home. That thought made Dong's limbs go cold. I'll go meet them. Chen Bieshua wrapped his beads around his wrist and stepped forward. With that step, his whole aura changed. Behind him, Dong, Xie Shasha, and others couldn't control their pounding hearts. Looking at Chen Bieshua was like staring at a humanoid mutant beast. With every step he took, faint footprints appeared on the ground. As he picked up speed and started running, the air roared like thunder. Roar! Chen Bieshua howled upward, the sound so loud it could burst eardrums. He charged straight toward the bus, thrusting both hands forward. He was going to stop the bus with sheer force. Bang! Bang! His feet sank deep into the cement. Muscles bulged under his traditional clothes, terrifying strength pulsing through his veins. He stared at the bus, eyes full of confidence. As soon as he stopped the vehicle, he would drag Jiang Lushi and the others out of the turtle shell, one by one, and tear them apart alive. Once his psychic ability activated, Chen Bieshua's eyes turned bloodthirsty and feral. Boss Bieshua is going all out. I've seen him like this before. He wiped out an entire camp by hand. He won't stop until he's killed to his heart's content, Dong said, part afraid, part excited. Even his fellow camp bosses kept their distance from Chen Bieshua. But now that he was unleashing his power, Dong regained his confidence. Xie Shasha clenched her small fists, heart pounding. At this moment, the bus was charging right at Chen Bieshua. He roared, his arms swelled, and his clothes billowed without wind. Stop! Chen Bieshua did this not because of blind confidence. The bus was not moving fast inside the factory area, and Chen Bieshua chose the moment when the bus was turning. He was absolutely confident that he could stop the bus by himself. Boom! Chen Bieshua's hands were like 2 steel doors, slamming hard into the front of the bus, making a huge noise. In the terrifying collision, Chen Bieshua was pushed back 5 steps. Each step left a footprint more than 1 foot deep in the ground. Xiefeng, Wang Laosan, and Dong and the others all held their breath and watched without blinking. At this moment, the bus tires made a sharp friction sound against the ground, and its speed finally slowed down. It worked. Wang Laosan and the others felt relieved in their hearts. Dong could not help shouting excitedly, great. He could not wait to see the miserable scene of Jiang Lushi and the others being brutally killed. Chen Bieshua stood there. Many muscles in his body were torn, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but when he looked up at the windshield, a slight smile appeared on his face. His teeth were stained with blood, his eyes were cold, and his smile looked extremely cruel. Xie Shasha seemed to lose all her strength. She staggered and turned around, planning to hide back in her room. She could not bear to watch anymore. Open the door and get off. I can let you die more easily, Chen Bieshua said calmly while standing proudly. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed that a metal pipe had appeared on the front of the bus in front of him, pointing directly at him. What is this? Before Chen Bieshua could react, a strong sense of death had already enveloped him. This is bad. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, deafening. A terrifying airflow burst out, directly causing a sonic boom, and huge energy exploded. The speed of this airflow far exceeded the speed of sound. How could Chen Bieshue react in time? He was hit first. This terrible high-pressure airflow slammed directly into his body. Chen Bieshue did not even have time to scream before being smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the airflow continued to rush backward, sweeping everything along the way. Trucks were knocked away, and all obstacles on the road were blown aside. The airflow rushed straight toward the factory gate. With a loud crash, the steel gate of the factory was knocked backward, revealing a huge hole. Crack, crack. The facilities behind the gate were turned into a mess under the impact of the airflow. In the blink of an eye, the area dozens of meters in front of the bus looked like it had been hit by a tornado. Adong and the others who witnessed this felt as if their brains had also been ravaged by a tornado. Adong only remembered that 1 second ago he heard Chen Bieshue tell Jiang Lushi and the others to get off the bus, and the next second Chen Bieshue was gone. No, it could not be said that he was gone. The pool of blood mist on the ground was Chen Bieshue, who had been full of confidence just moments ago. Xie Feng and Wang Laosan also fell silent instantly. The bus destroyed Chen Bieshue in one strike and also blasted open the factory gate. After hearing the noise, Xie Shasha turned her head in shock and showed an expression of disbelief, covering her mouth. This. Jiang Lushi and the others really gave her too many surprises. The bus roared again and crashed straight into the factory. Bang bang bang. Base vehicle shell undamaged. Base vehicle condition is all good. Base vehicle windshield undamaged. Activating ramming function. Bang. A wall was smashed into a huge dent and then violently flew backward, crashing to the ground with a loud noise. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Lushi listened to the constant data reports from Xingzhong and felt very happy. After the base vehicle evolved, its defense had fundamentally improved. Now ordinary impacts and bullets could no longer cause real damage to the base vehicle. As for the ramming power of the base vehicle, it had naturally increased as well. Now, even without using other functions, just relying on brute force ramming was already extremely deadly. Not to mention that the ramming spikes and fuel sprayers had not even been used yet. Only now did the base vehicle truly make Jiang Lushi feel like he was driving a war fortress. Adong and the others stared in shock as the bus instantly demolished half of the factory. The factory had been reinforced repeatedly with steel plates. Even mutant beasts were not a threat, but in front of this bus, it was like paper. If it kept crashing like this, the entire factory would probably be flattened. Adong was now full of regret. He wished he could dig out his own eyes. If he had not recognized the words, Shering, how could things have turned out like this? In fact, Adong's legs had already started trembling. At this moment, a voice came from inside the factory. Friend, isn't this going too far? Immediately after, a figure rushed out from deep inside the factory like a fierce tiger and stopped at some distance from the bus. Jiang Lushi signaled Ing to stop the vehicle, and he himself went to the combat room. I didn't expect you to come out, Jiang Lushi said calmly. Xie Feng, Chen Bieshue, and the others were not taken seriously by Jiang Lushi at all. The strongest person in the steel camp sensed by Ran Xiyu was the man in front of him. This was the only one Jiang Lushi paid some attention to, but only some. This man looked ordinary, but his breath was long and steady. Each breath was like a tiger's roar. He stood there with his whole body tense, like he was staring at prey and could pounce at any moment. He was the true boss of the steel camp. Brother Chen. Boss Chen. Xie Feng and Wang Laosan both shouted. Chen Ting glared at them. Shut up. He then looked at Jiang Lushi. Friend, you have already killed Chen Bieshue and destroyed half of my camp. Your anger should be gone. Let's call it even. There was a trace of fear in Chen Ting's eyes. Before the bus fired that shot and killed Chen Bieshue, he had also not regarded the Shering team as a serious enemy. But now, he felt a huge threat from the Shering team. Oh? Jiang Lushi glanced at him with a half-smile. This man had known there was fighting outside but did not show himself, simply because he thought Chen Bieshue and the others were enough to deal with the Shering team. Now that things had gone wrong, he came out to play the good guy. How could Jiang Lushi care about him? Even? Fine. That bald man, that one with the axe, and Adong, all three of them must die, Jiang Lushi said. When Xie Feng and Wang Laosan heard this, they almost spat blood. The two of them were dignified level 2 ability users, yet they did not even have names, worse than their subordinates. Adong spat blood even harder. He did not want Jiang Lushi to remember his name at all. He could only look at Chen Ting pleadingly, hoping his boss could save him. Chen Ting's face darkened. Friend, you have suffered no loss, but I have lost a top fighter and half my camp. And you still want to kill 3 people. Isn't that too much? Too much? Jiang Lushi sneered. A sniper rifle suddenly appeared in his hands, and the muzzle instantly aimed at a dong and the other two. You dare! Chen Ting's face changed in shock. At this moment, Jiang Lushur had already fired. At the instant he was aimed at, a dong's hair stood on end, and cold sweat poured down. He had just opened his mouth to shout something when Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger. Bang! Before the gunshot could be heard, the bullet had already arrived. A dong first felt a chill in his body, then his vision spun. Ah! Ah! Intense pain instantly engulfed him. He struggled to look at his body. My legs, my legs! Both legs were completely blown into minced meat. This inhuman pain made a dong wish he could shoot himself. With blood pouring out, he would soon lose control and die from shock. Jiang Lushur did not kill him with one shot, but it was more terrifying than killing him directly. At this time, Xie Feng and Wang Laosan both leaped away in different directions. Run! When Jiang Lushur's gun turned toward them, they also felt a strong sense of life and death danger. But beside Xie Feng, a shadow appeared silently. Ling's cold voice sounded, "You're not done with me yet." Whoosh! A cold flash, much faster than before, sliced through the air like it was tearing space itself, instantly cutting toward Xie Feng's eyes. The black cat hidden in the darkness did not strike lightly. Once it struck, blood would be spilled. Ah! Xie Feng felt sharp pain in his eyes, and his vision was instantly filled with blood. He swung his fists wildly and struggled to open his eyes. Through the blur of blood, he vaguely saw a girl standing in front of him, her beautiful eyes coldly staring at him. Die, Ling said, and struck. Blood sprayed from Xie Feng's neck. His body twitched and slowly collapsed in front of Ling. At this time, Jiang Luoshur's gun was aimed at Wang Laosan. With the brain domain ability activated, Wang Laosan's running speed instantly slowed in Jiang Luoshur's eyes. His eyes locked onto Wang Laosan, and his finger rested on the trigger. Wang Laosan ran desperately, not caring that his previous wounds were tearing open again. He could feel that the shadow of death was clinging tightly to him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A desperate cry echoed in Wang Laosan's heart. Finally, he saw a truck overturned ahead. As long as he could hide behind it, he should be safe for the moment. But at this moment, bang! Wang Laosan did not even hear the gunshot. He did fall behind the truck as he wished, but he was blasted in by the bullet. The terrifying sniper bullet pierced straight through his back, shredding all his internal organs, killing him instantly. Wang Laosan's eyes were still wide open, full of unwillingness. After firing this shot, Jiang Lushur felt some fatigue in his eyes and heaviness in his head. Aiming at a high-speed moving target required extremely strong brain domain ability support, and the consumption was naturally great. A thoughtful look flashed in Jiang Luoshur's eyes. The team members were all improving. It seemed he also needed to improve, or he would fall behind. Of course, dealing with someone like Wang Laosan was still enough. At this time, Chen Ting stood in place, his face extremely ugly. It was not that he did not want to move, but in front of this bus, he felt a huge threat. He could feel that as soon as he moved, the vehicle would move. But Jiang Lushur ignored his attempt at negotiation and killed Xie Feng and the other three in front of him like slaughtering chickens and dogs, as if slapping his face 3 times hard. At this moment, Jiang Lushur also looked at him calmly. If Chen Ting wanted to fight, Jiang Lushur did not mind killing one more person. Chen Ting clenched his fists, then slowly loosened them. Just now, in a fit of rage, he almost made a move. But the intense killing intent coming from the bus felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, forcing him to calm down. Whether it was the bus or the people inside, none of them had shown their full strength during the fight. If they really fought, Chen Ting realized with discomfort that he wasn't confident he could win. I have a question for you, Jiang Lushur spoke at this moment. Chen Ting remained tense and alert. What do you want to ask? Where is Qionghai City? Jiang Lushur asked. HM? You want to go to Qionghai City? Chen Ting was stunned. So Jiang Luoshur's group came here for Qionghai City? Qionghai City isn't the name of a city from before the apocalypse, but the name of a base city established after the apocalypse. If you haven't been there, it's impossible to find the exact location, Chen Ting said slowly. So you've been there? Jiang Lushur asked. Chen Ting nodded, yes. The guns and ammunition in the steel camp were exchanged from Qionghai City. As long as you have resources, you can buy anything in Qionghai City, weapons, territory, pleasure, even slaves. As he spoke, he watched Jiang Luoshur's expression. In his mind, someone like Jiang Luoshur, young but powerful, should be the most interested in this kind of thing. But to his disappointment, he didn't see any excitement on Jiang Luoshur's face. Qionghai City is a complicated place. Outsiders can easily be eaten alive. You may be strong, but in Qionghai City, there are far more arrogant people than you. Not to mention, you're even on a wanted list, Chen Ting thought. Jiang Lushi probably didn't know the wanted notice that Chen Ting and the others had came from Qionghai City. And now he wanted to go there himself, walking straight into death. Chen Ting was really looking forward to seeing Jiang Lushi's group fall in Qionghai City. Then Jiang Lushi spoke again, "Since you know it so well, then you can guide us there." "What, guide them?" Chen Ting's expression darkened. "Aren't you going too far?" He, the boss of the steel camp, was supposed to be their guide? Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. "So what if I am?" "You." Chen Ting was furious again. But Jiang Lushi remained calm. He didn't believe any directions Chen Ting might give him. And although Chen Ting tried to hide it, the faint schadenfreude in his eyes, Jiang Lushi didn't even need Ran Xiyu to sense it, he could see it clearly. Maybe as soon as they left, Chen Ting would try something behind their backs. So Chen Ting had only two options, either die, or be their guide. Of course, Jiang Lushi didn't want to kill him yet. He still had questions for this man. Chen Ting stared at Jiang Lushi for a while, then asked, "After I lead you to Qionghai City, we'll go our separate ways? If you take us there properly, I can promise not to hold you accountable," Jiang Lushi said. Chen Ting was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "All right, I'll take you there." "When are you leaving?" Chen Ting asked. "Now," Jiang Lushi said. "So soon?" Chen Ting frowned. Jiang Lushi didn't give him any time to prepare. And Chen Ting still felt like he was being watched. He knew it was someone from the Shering team deliberately warning him. Cursing inside, Chen Ting quickly summoned 7 or 8 trusted men and found 2 more vehicles. "I'm ready," Chen Ting said. Jiang Lushi nodded calmly. "Ready? Then follow us." As soon as he said that, Chen Ting felt like slapping himself. He made it sound like he was reporting for duty, and Jiang Lushi took the chance to stomp all over him again. Even the expressions on his subordinates' faces, Chen Ting didn't want to look at them. He had told them they'd reached an agreement, but everyone could tell he was being forced. But Chen Ting didn't have the courage to go all out and fight the Shering team to the death. If it were back when he first founded the steel camp, he might have had that ruthless drive. But after becoming a tyrant here, enjoying endless pleasures, he had become more and more afraid of dying. The fate of Chen Bieshue and the other 2 was a warning. Once you're dead, everything's gone. To Chen Ting, it was better to endure for now and plan for the future. Jiang Lushi, you can be arrogant for now, Chen Ting thought. He turned and walked toward the vehicle without looking back and shouted, "Get in the car." "This guy Chen must be really holding back his anger," Jiang Zhuiying said happily in the vehicle. The more frustrated her enemies were, the happier she felt. If he's really sincere, that's one thing. But if he's got any ideas, Li Yusen said with some concern. "I'll keep an eye on him," Ran Xiyu said. At that moment, a figure suddenly ran up to Chen Ting's vehicle. "Xie Shasha?" Chen Ting frowned when he saw who it was. Xie Shasha's face was pale, and her body trembled slightly. She looked pitiful. She felt like her heart had exploded today. First, she feared Jiang Lushi and the others would die tragically, but the outcome kept exceeding her expectations. Then Xie Feng got killed? Though Xie Feng was her foster brother, she had always been afraid of him. Sure, he gave her status and protection, allowing her to remain relatively innocent and clean in the apocalypse. Even though Adong had thoughts about her, he didn't dare act out. But she knew very well, Xie Feng only saw her as a substitute for his real sister. He could break his real sister's neck. Killing her wouldn't have made him hesitate. So when Xie Feng died, although Xie Shasha felt a little sad, she didn't blame Jiang Lushi and the others. "What are you doing here?" Chen Ting was in a bad mood, and even though he knew Xie Feng had just died, he was cold toward Xie Shasha. "Brother Chen, let me come with you," Xie Shasha pleaded. "You want to come with us?" "No. You'll just be a burden," Chen Ting waved her off immediately. Xie Shasha swayed, bit her lip, and felt terrified inside. She might be naive, but she wasn't stupid. Now that Xie Feng was dead, wouldn't she be completely exploited as a girl in the steel camp? Also, she wanted to be with Jiang Lushi and the others. Just then, Jiang Liushi's voice came from the bus. "Take her with us," Jiang Lushi said. Xie Shasha was stunned, then turned toward the bus with joy. But to her disappointment, Jiang Lushi said only that one line and then went back inside. Chen Ting also glanced coldly at the bus, then said impatiently to Xie Shasha, "Get in the car." "Okay." Xie Shasha nodded repeatedly and quickly sat in the passenger seat of the second car. Since Chen Ting gave the order, his men kept their distance from Xie Shasha. Sitting in the car, Xie Shasha was excited. Although she wanted to be in Jiang Liushi's vehicle, she was already content to travel with them. "Xie Shasha, they saved you. Now they saved you again. Don't expect too much," she whispered to herself, clenching her little fists. But deep down, she still felt lost. Even if she left the steel camp, what would she do in the future? She wasn't an ability user. She couldn't fight like the petite girl beside Jiang Lushi, who had even killed Xie Feng. The way that girl looked at you, even I was moved. I thought you'd be chivalrous and let her ride in your car, Jiang Zhuing teased. Jiang Lushi casually knocked her on the head. She's from the steel camp. How could brother Jiang let a stranger into the car so easily? Ling had already returned to the bus and was leaning against the armrest. Sis Ling, you'll have no friends if you're this serious, Jiang Zhuing shook her head helplessly. Ling was great in every way, just too stubborn sometimes. Jiang Zhuing sighed inwardly. All right, let's go, Jiang Lushi said, cutting her off. This girl was always trying to lead others astray. It was time someone taught her a proper lesson. According to what Chenting said, Qionghai City was more than 300 kilometers away from Wantu town. At their current speed, they would arrive in a few days. In fact, if it were just the base vehicle, they could have arrived today. But Jiang Lushi was in no rush. Being with several girls, he didn't feel bored at all. The facilities inside the base vehicle were now even more luxurious, even including a small home theater. Jiang Zhuing was delighted. She curled up on the sofa with a cola and a bag of chips, watching her favorite movie on the big screen. Seeing this, Taozi and Wei Feifei couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious comforts in the vehicle. It was basically a mobile presidential suite. They had already been amazed countless times by everything in the vehicle, but every time they saw something new, they still couldn't hide their surprise. After all, in the apocalypse, when traveling, ordinary survivors couldn't even find a place to lie down and sleep, let alone enjoy such luxuries. Take Chenting and the others in the other two cars for example. While Jiang Lushi and the others ate hot meals and feasts in the vehicle, they had to chew on dry rations outside. When Jiang Lushi and the others took hot baths in the vehicle, Chenting's group washed their faces using handfuls of water from roadside ditches. The contrast was too stark. After traveling for a day in the dusty wind, Chenting and his group already looked quite disheveled. But when they stopped in front of a roadside restaurant, they saw Jiang Lushi and the others getting out of the base vehicle, looking refreshed, neat, and relaxed. Chenting couldn't help feeling frustrated. As the leader of the steel camp, he normally enjoyed a good life, but compared to Jiang Lushi, who looked like he was on vacation, he seemed far behind. Then, Ling also got out of the vehicle with Jiang Lushi. Next was Jiang Zhuing. Then Li Yusin, Ran Xiyu. After that, even Taozi and Wei Feifei came out of the vehicle. Even Ing left the driver's seat to come out for a while. They had stayed in the car all day and wanted to get some fresh air. Chenting was dumbfounded. His subordinates stared so hard their eyes were about to pop out. Starting from Ling getting off, it was like a luxury car full of top-tier beauties had arrived, with stunning women stepping out one after another. If this scene had appeared at some high society party before the apocalypse, they'd think it normal, but here it was, in this bleak post-apocalyptic world. Chenting had boasted about how Qionghai City was a den of pleasure full of beautiful women, but compared to the girls in front of him, those women were far inferior. And each of these girls had their own special charm, whether noble, pure, or elegant. Chenting used to work as a low-level manager in a big company and had seen some rich, beautiful women. But even the best among them couldn't compare to Ran Xiyu. Li Yusin had an air of elegance from a scholarly background. Jiang Zhuing was youthful and playful. Each had their own strengths. No wonder he was so calm when I mentioned Qionghai City earlier. Turns out he already has so many beauties in his car. This guy really knew how to enjoy life. Forget Chenting's subordinates, Chenting himself was insanely jealous. While they were leading the way, suffering and exhausted, Jiang Lushi was enjoying a life surrounded by beautiful women. Captain Jiang, are we staying here tonight? Chenting twitched slightly at the corner of his eye and asked. Jiang Lushi glanced at the row of restaurants and a car wash. This was a pre-apocalypse roadside rest stop for passing drivers. And this restaurant? It's quite clean here, Jiang Lushi said calmly. There weren't any corpses, and the inside of the restaurant looked neat and tidy. It didn't seem like a random place by the roadside. Chenting replied with a calm expression, as long as you're satisfied, Captain Jiang. This is actually a spot we often use as a base. When our people go out hunting or head to Qionghai City for trade, we sometimes rest here if needed. There are only a few small villages nearby, and all the zombies left after the apocalypse. There's basically no danger. It's peaceful. After speaking, he looked at Jiang Lushi, but couldn't read anything from his expression. Let's stay here, then, Jiang Lushi said. I'll have someone go make the beds. I even brought 2 high-end mattresses here back then, they're pretty comfortable to sleep on. No need. I have sleeping space in the vehicle, Jiang Lushi waved. Chenting's face twitched hard again. Damn, it's actually an RV. Not just surrounded by beauties, he was sleeping with them under the same roof. Too damn hateful. Chen Ting's subordinates were also secretly clenching their chests. Comparing people really is infuriating. At that moment, Xie Shasha excitedly ran up to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi, she hadn't seen him all day, only staring at the bus. And in the steel camp's vehicle, she had no one to talk to. She felt so stifled. Now that Jiang Lushi had finally stepped out, Xie Shasha couldn't be happier. Are you going to rest? Do you need hot water? I can help, she asked eagerly. No need, Jiang Lushi replied. Xie Shasha immediately looked a little disappointed. From the corner of his eye, Jiang Lushi caught sight of Jiang Zhuiying shaking her head with a helpless sigh, clearly unable to watch anymore. Jiang Lushi looked helplessly at Xie Shasha. She was clutching her sleeve, staring at her toes, holding a small piece of dried meat in her hand. She wasn't an ability user, this little bit of meat must have been all she was given. Clearly, she was reluctant to eat it all at once and had only taken a tiny bite. Seeing Xie Shasha standing in front of him without leaving, Jiang Lushi didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Ting sitting down on a chair his subordinates brought over, and an idea came to him. Chen Ting, go hunt a mutant beast and make a barbecue, Jiang Lushi said. Chen Ting had just sat down, and hearing this made him feel like he'd been screwed again. He almost couldn't control his rage. But thinking about how they were already halfway to their destination. I'll endure it, Chen Ting thought. Good idea, Captain Jiang. We're tired of dried meat anyway. Time to improve the meal, Chen Ting said, his face like he had constipation. Trying to save a bit of face, Chen Ting felt like he was being slapped and forced to smile and applaud. After that, his face darkened. He glared at a nearby subordinate. What are you waiting for? Go. Soon, the mutant beast was brought back. Chen Ting had his men start a fire and grilled the meat using some seasonings from the restaurant. The smell was mouth-watering. Boss, his subordinate, by habit, offered the best piece to Chen Ting first. Chen Ting looked at the juicy piece of meat, waved his hand, and said coldly, give it to that guy Jiang. Since Jiang Lushi already had him by the throat, he figured showing weakness might lower Jiang's guard. Soon, the meat was brought to Jiang Lushi. The guy delivering it respectfully held the plate and stood in front of him. Xie Shasha, gnawing slowly on her dried meat, stared longingly at the mutant meat. But when she noticed Jiang Lushi looking at her, she quickly turned her eyes away. You eat it, Jiang Lushi said. Xie Shasha froze. So did the guy holding the plate. But Jiang Lushi had spoken. The man respectfully brought the plate to her. Miss Xie, please enjoy. Xie Shasha didn't know what to do. When had she ever been treated like this? She knew this first plate was always the best part, the boss's portion. Chen Ting could kill her with one finger, and now she was being treated better than him? Before, she never would have dared. But seeing Jiang Lushi standing right there, she didn't know where the courage came from. She reached out and took the plate. Thank you, Jiang Lushi, Xie Shasha said sweetly. She placed the plate on her lap, inhaling the delicious aroma. Looking at the juicy golden roasted meat, she almost drooled. She carefully picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Her eyes curved into crescents, her face full of bliss. Ah, so delicious. Jiang Lushi couldn't help but smile at her reaction. Seriously? She was like a little foodie. He'd only offered her the meat because she seemed obedient. But now he realized she was actually kind of cute. But Chen Ting, watching the scene, was once again fuming inside. If Jiang Lushi had eaten it, fine. But he gave it to some ordinary girl from their camp? Did that mean Chen Ting wasn't even as important as Xie Shasha? You, come here, Chen Ting suddenly called one of his trusted men over. He whispered 2 sentences to him. The man nodded, glanced at the bus, then casually walked around the restaurant as if to pee, heading quietly to the back. Chen Ting knew he was being watched, but during meals, people were most relaxed. And since it was just one subordinate stepping away, Jiang Lushi's group probably wouldn't notice. You can be arrogant for now. I'll see how long your luck lasts, Chen Ting's eyes flashed coldly. He was still the boss here. How could he really accept being humiliated by Jiang Lushi? Soon, that trusted man returned, pretending to zip up his pants. He whistled as he came back, subtly making a mission accomplished gesture toward Chen Ting. Chen Ting was relieved. Jiang Lushi? I've prepared a big gift for you. Let's see how you handle this surprise, Chen Ting thought, watching Jiang Lushi's figure with a cold smile. Qionghai City. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the major cities retreated, but not all of the armies could successfully take the survivors to the safe zones that were established before the apocalypse. Qionghai City was a base city established by such an army that failed to reunite with the main force, together with survivors. At this moment, inside a bar in Qionghai City. Of course this bar could not compare to that kind of atmosphere before the apocalypse. Its theme could be summed up in 2 words, alcohol and beautiful women. Female waitresses dressed provocatively carried beer while weaving between tables, occasionally being grabbed on the butt by drinking survivors, letting out a burst of coquettish laughter. In a booth in the bar, several young men and women were sitting. One young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed neatly was holding a glass and talking casually. Don't look at the fact that Cheonghai City has gathered resources from more than 10 surrounding cities, almost the resources of the entire province, but the alcohol here is still a luxury item. The main reason is transportation difficulty. On the road, if you meet one or two mutant beasts or a group of zombies, the entire load of alcohol could be lost. Next to him, another girl with delicate makeup and flamboyant dress immediately laughed and said, "So thanks to young Master Qin, we can drink this red wine and champagne. The alcohol supply in Cheonghai City is all contracted by your family's business. Being able to drink at your family's bar, Qianqian feels very honored." The speaking girl was called Li Qianqian. The way she looked at Qin Hongfang was almost like fire was burning in her eyes. To her, Qin Hongfang was a big golden thigh. He could sit in Cheonghai City owning a bar, monopolizing the alcohol business, and he had a considerable background behind him. Qin Hongfang smiled slightly, but he didn't pay much attention to Li Qianqian. Instead, he turned his gaze to the woman sitting opposite. "Miss Xiang Shuahai, I don't know if you are satisfied with Qin's hospitality? You came from afar, I should naturally use alcohol to welcome you." Qin Hongfang looked at Xiang Shuahai, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Xiang Shuahai was a big star before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse she awakened an ability. Her temperament was outstanding and her appearance was top-notch. She did not wear makeup, yet her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting, her eyes like water, her skin like congealed fat. Such a great beauty sitting in this bar had long attracted countless gazes. If it were not for Qin Hongfang being here, someone probably would have been unable to resist approaching long ago. But even Qin Hongfang could only admire Xiang Shuahai, and dare not make a move on her. He knew that when Xiang Shuahai first came to Cheonghai City, there was already a person she could not offend who had taken a liking to her. Xiang Shuahai heard Qin Hongfang's words and forced a faint smile. "The wine is very good, thank you Mr. Qin." "Haha, Miss Xiang Shuahai, don't call me that. I will shorten my life." "But I see Miss Xiang doesn't drink much," Qin Hongfang asked. A faint sorrow appeared on Xiang Shuahai's beautiful face. "Mr. Qin, I don't know when I will be arranged to meet someone from the army. I'm afraid my companions in the camp won't last much longer." "It won't take long, you don't need to worry. This matter, Boss Song Lingchen has always had it in his heart," Qin Hongfang laughed. In Cheonghai City, the military big shot Luo Jiafeng was absolute authority, and Song Lingchen was one of Luo Jiafeng's trusted generals, a person who, when he stomped his foot, shook the ground 3 times. This Song Lingchen was also Qin Hongfang's backing, the one who liked Xiang Shuahai. Xiang Shuahai secretly sighed in her heart. She originally thought Cheonghai City was a military base city, and she came specially to seek help. But over more than half a month, she gradually found that this place was very different from the military base she imagined. Although Cheonghai City's original foundation was the army, by today it had long been an independent sphere of influence, and actually no longer had any connection with the real military district. After Jiang Lusher left with Shuring team, Xiang Shuahai continued to develop and build her camp in northern Su. But recently a strange disease suddenly appeared in the camp, and many people were infected. In helplessness, Xiang Shuahai could only seek out military base cities and safe zones, hoping to get rescue help. "By the way, I am a bit curious. The person you mentioned who helped all of northern Su solve the water monster and saved everyone, I remember you said among their team there was a girl with medical ability, right?" Qin Hongfang suddenly asked. Xiang Shuahai nodded, then said somewhat disappointedly, "After we separated, we lost all contact. I tried to find them, but there was no news around. I already asked Boss Song. The strange disease popular in northern Su cannot be handled even by a medical ability user. But losing contact is indeed a pity. If this team could come to Cheonghai City, they could enter the army and play some role under Boss Song," Qin Hongfang said regretfully. Just then, the survivors in the bar suddenly quieted down, and the female waitresses all quickly stood in place. Several men wearing camouflage uniforms walked in. When Qin Hongfang saw them, it was like his butt was on fire. He immediately jumped up and greeted the lead man with a smiling face. "Boss Song," Qin Hongfang said respectfully. Song Lingchen's features were sharp and his gaze was like a blade. He didn't even look at the other people in the bar, striding towards Xiang Shuahai. "Xiang Shuahai, how have you been these days?" Song Lingchen asked. Xiang Shuahai nodded lightly to Song Lingchen. "Colonel Song." Song Lingchen frowned. "You can just call my name. I've been okay these days, but the matter I asked Colonel Song about, when will there be news? I can wait, but those tens of thousands of lives cannot wait, Xiang Shuahai said. Her attitude toward Song Lingchen was neither humble nor arrogant, but distant. Smart as she was, she had naturally already seen Song Lingchen's thoughts toward her. But, I have already given my first kiss to that person and will not accept anyone else, Xiang Shuahai thought. In this world, although a first kiss didn't mean much anymore, to Xiang Shuahai it meant her first heartbeat. In this cold and cruel apocalypse, she deeply wanted to protect this feeling hidden in her heart, making it a warmth. Because she would hardly see Jiang Lushi again. After I finish the matters at hand, I will come specifically to see you. I am telling you I need to leave for a while, 3 or 4 days at most, 1 or 2 days at least, Song Lingchen said. Qin Hongfang on the side asked, Boss Song personally taking action? Could it be that something happened? Nothing much, just that there is news on the previous bounty, Song Lingchen said. Bounty order? The one about that team? How come they are still alive? Qin Hongfang was a bit surprised. After all, it is the apocalypse. If the other side hides, they are not that easy to find. But this time is different, Song Lingchen said. With Boss Song personally taking action, that team is definitely done. They are truly unlucky to have made Qionghai City issue a bounty order. I remember what they were called. Shering team, Li Qianqian said coquettishly. Xiang Shuahai, who hadn't been listening much, suddenly seemed struck and startled, hurriedly asking, What did you say? Shering team? What is their leader's name? Seems to be surnamed Jiang? Even though he's on the bounty order, I still can't remember that kind of person's name, Song Lingchen said indifferently, already treating Jiang Lushi as dead. Why are you issuing a bounty on him? Then you are going to, Xiang Shuahai said anxiously. Of course to kill him. Just wait. I'll take their heads and be back soon, Song Lingchen said. Even after Song Lingchen and his people left the bar, Xiang Shuahai still stood stiffly in place. Shuahai, what's wrong? Your face looks terrible, Li Qianqian asked suspiciously with a smile. Xiang Shuahai's face turned pale and she had no spirit to respond to Li Qianqian. Her mind was shaking, full of the words just spoken by Song Lingchen and the others. Jiang Lushi was on the bounty order. They were now going to ambush and kill Jiang Lushi and his team. Xiang Shuahai never thought she would have a chance in her life to hear news of Jiang Lushi, but this news was heard in such a way. Miss Xiang, are you worried about Boss Song? You don't need to worry about that. Once this news comes out of this bar, it will soon spread everywhere. Who knows how many teams will depart immediately. This is like discovering a mutant beast with super abundant meat, everyone treats them as prey. This is a hunt, Qin Hongfang smiled and said. Listening to Qin Hongfang's words, Xiang Shuahai felt even colder in her heart. Her beautiful eyes looked at these survivors in the bar. Sure enough, many people had already followed Song Lingchen out of the bar. So many people, not to mention the army led by Song Lingchen, and his own strong strength. Qin Hongfang was not exaggerating. This was a hunt targeting Jiang Lushi and his group. Miss Xiang, you say, Miss Xiang, where are you going? Like a light breeze, Xiang Shuahai had already rushed out of the bar in the blink of an eye. Knowing Jiang Lushi was in extreme danger, how could she stay here calmly waiting? Xiang Shuahai brought a team from northern Su. After those who died on the road, fewer than 20 were left. Originally Xiang Shuahai was rushing back to her residence, but when she entered the house, she hesitated. This trip would definitely be extremely dangerous. She was of course willing to risk her life for Jiang Lushi, but these team members did not need to. But as soon as Xiang Shuahai entered, one of her close sisters already saw that her expression was wrong. Xiang's sister, what happened? Did someone bully you? No, Xiang Shuahai hesitated, then told the whole course of events. She was too worried. Her heart was in her throat. If she didn't confide, she might die of worry before finding Jiang Lushi. After Xiang Shuahai finished, looking at these team members, I must go help him, but you don't have to risk your lives with me. It's Captain Jiang Lushi. Without them, we would have been killed by the water monster. How could we live until now? I want to go, definitely want to go. I'm just afraid I won't be able to help much, but even a little help is better than none. These team members' reactions completely exceeded Xiang Shuahai's expectations. Xiang Shuahai was moved in her heart and didn't know what to say. At this moment she suddenly realized that Jiang Lushi was not only her hero in her heart, but also the hero of these people in northern Su. This is the person I like. Xiang Shuahai's heart was filled with satisfaction and joy. She no longer had other concerns. Then we should not delay. We will set out now. Song Lingchen and those teams were about to depart. If they missed them, and Xiang Shuahai, who didn't know Jiang Liushi's whereabouts at all, would be at a loss. At the north gate of Qionghai City, a convoy had already assembled. 40 or 50 vehicles, including tanks, military off-road vehicles, and armored combat vehicles. The soldiers carried machine guns, sniper rifles, shoulder-fired rocket launchers, etc. The armored combat vehicles and the black muzzles of the tanks silently exuded a sense of deterrence. Many passing survivor teams were puzzled. With such a big formation, what were they preparing to do? Even for a large-scale hunt, the Cheonghai City Army rarely deployed so much weaponry. The leader is still Song Lingchen. I heard Song Lingchen has long been a level 2 ability user, and is strong even among level 2 ability users. I wonder what the matter is. Many people were discussing. At this time some well-informed people had already gotten the message from the bar. You know the bounty order? It means there's news about that team. The Shuring team? I know, the one that drove the minibus. But there's no need for such a big formation, right? They're doomed. Many people shook their heads and sighed, feeling triumphant. They all thought the result was beyond doubt. With so much weaponry, even a zombie horde led by several level 2 mutant zombies could be destroyed. How much more so just a survivor squad? Song Lingchen completely ignored the gazes of the onlookers. He got into an armored combat vehicle, and his cold voice spread throughout the entire force, instantly suppressing all surrounding noise. Prepare to depart. Boom! Such a large convoy started their vehicles in unison, and the sound was astonishing. At this moment, several vehicles sped out from inside Cheonghai City. Colonel Song, wait! Xiang Shuahai was sitting in one of the off-road vehicles. Before she arrived, her voice had already reached Song Lingchen's ears on the wind. Xiang Shuahai? What are you doing here? A trace of joy flashed in Song Lingchen's eyes. Previously Xiang Shuahai had always been very cold toward him, though he didn't mind. A woman who was exceptional in all aspects being proud was normal, as long as this pride would eventually be conquered by him. But seeing Xiang Shuahai rushing over made Song Lingchen very moved. Could it be that this woman had been won over by him after all? But to say she came to send him off, she wouldn't bring her people. So Song Lingchen looked at Xiang Shuahai with some confusion. Xiang Shuahai composed herself and said calmly, I also want to participate in this operation. I wonder if I can go with Colonel Song? If not, I can go on my own. Song Lingchen was stunned for a moment, then showed a trace of silence. If it were a regular army, he naturally could not make such a decision lightly. Since you want to go, then go together, Song Lingchen said. Rarely did Xiang Shuahai take the initiative to join him in action, so it was just the right time to spend some time together. Song Lingchen thought for a moment, then agreed. A trace of joy immediately flashed in Xiang Shuahai's eyes. Among all those going to hunt Jiang Lushur, Song Lingchen's team was the greatest threat. By following Song Lingchen, she could better help Jiang Lushur. But this trace of joy in Song Lingchen's eyes was different. On his cold face there was an involuntary smile. His gaze toward Xiang Shuahai became even more ardent. He especially appreciated a woman's smile, believing that a woman who smiled beautifully was truly pretty. Even a faint smile from Xiang Shuahai could make all flowers lose their color, extremely stunning. Soon Song Lingchen ordered the convoy to depart, and Xiang Shuahai's group joined the convoy. After this army set out, 7 or 8 more survivor teams departed one after another. These teams were top tier in Cheonghai City, believing they could get a share. At a roadside restaurant. Dinner had already been eaten. Xie Xia sat there very satisfied when she suddenly noticed a similarly round little furry thing happily lying not far from her. Ah? Xie Xia was startled. If it were before the apocalypse seeing such a furry ball, Xie Xia would have already rushed up. But after the apocalypse, she had formed the habit of being scared to death whenever she saw another creature. No need to be afraid, this is Luoluo. Jiang Lushur walked over and picked Luoluo up. Luoluo, full from eating and drinking, didn't mind Jiang Lushur holding it by the ear. Its little paws hung down, its tail wagged, eyes half closed in a lazy look. Does it not eat people? Xie Xia asked. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and said, probably not. Mutant beast meat's energy was much higher than human. Of course, since Luoluo was after all a mutant beast, in theory, eating humans should be fine. Oh, it's so cute. Xie Xia's eyes lit up, completely ignoring the word, probably. By the way, Jiang Lushur, Xie Xia suddenly looked at Jiang Lushur somewhat fearfully and said softly, earlier I was dozing in the car and was shaken awake. I happened to hear Chinting and the others saying they won't let you go. But they were very careful. Maybe they realized I woke up and immediately stopped talking? Anyway, you need to be careful. You don't need to worry about that, Jiang Lushur said with a smile. At this moment, Ran Shiyu's voice came through his mind, Brother Jiang, Chinting's subordinate probably did something. Although Chinting's will is strong, I can also sense his killing intent. What should we do now? We're not far from Cheonghai City. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Liusher's mouth. He may have brought some reinforcements. Jiang Liusher never trusted Qinting. That suits me perfectly. If Jiang Liusher had rushed into Cheonghai City, he might still have had some hesitation. But now, he was waiting like a trap for the rabbit. Shiyu, full alert. Let's wait for the guests to arrive. The next day, Qinting still wore a big smile, hidden anger inside, and continued to rush toward Cheonghai City with Jiang Liusher and the others. Passing through a small town, Qinting turned into a restaurant parking lot and stopped the car there. The restaurant was surrounded by walls on all sides, with only one entrance. Inside was a parking lot, a pavilion, a rockery, and a small building. The environment was simple, with basically no cover. Captain Jiang, rest here for a while? Qinting asked. Jiang Liusher glanced at him and said, okay. Qinting felt a thump in his heart under Jiang Liusher's gaze. This guy, could he have noticed something? But even if Jiang Liusher really noticed something, it was too late. A cold light flashed in Qinting's eyes, and a trace of satisfied smile appeared. At that moment, Qinting suddenly gave a signal to his driver. Buzz! 2 cars from the steel camp suddenly charged out with full speed. These 2 cars drove straight toward the restaurant gate. They were extremely fast, so fast that Xie Xia, sitting in the car, didn't react in time. By the time she realized what was happening, her expression had completely changed. Jiang Liusher. On the bus, Jiang Liusher watched the scene calmly. This is the place you chose? Jiang Liusher said. At this time, the 2 steel camp cars had already reached outside the gate. Qinting's loud laughter came. Jiang Liusher, I picked your grave. Are you happy? Enjoy it, ha ha ha. Jiang Liusher, run. Xie Xia anxiously turned her head inside the restaurant. Why was the bus still standing there without moving? At this moment, a loud roar of engines suddenly came from all directions. In an instant, Xie Xia felt as if hundreds of vehicles were rushing over from different directions. One by one, off-road vehicles charged to the restaurant entrance, encircling this place. Just like countless zombies. At the other end of the street, tanks and armored vehicles also appeared. This army stopped right there. Song Lingchen sat in an armored vehicle, looking in the direction of the restaurant. From their position, they couldn't see the battlefield, but Song Lingchen could sense that hundreds of different ability energies had gathered there. Today, that Shering team would tremble before true power. I don't know why you dare come here, but even if I don't act, you will be torn apart by the rats and hyenas below until nothing is left. This is real power. Commander Luo's strength is not something you can imagine, Song Lingchen said calmly. He, as the commander of this army, had no interest in personally dealing with a group of ability users against one team. He just needed to wait here, and those hyenas would bring the prey and trophies to him. Xiang Shuihai's beautiful eyes seemed to look through the long street and buildings, fixing on the bus in the surrounded circle at the restaurant. Jiang Liusher, are you there? Xiang Shuihai's heart felt as if it was being twisted. Xiang Shuihai, you can stay here with me and wait. Song Lingchen stopped Xiang Shuihai as she was about to drive away with her people. Several tanks and combat vehicles quickly surrounded them. Colonel Song, what do you mean? Xiang Shuihai's brows narrowed as she questioned. It's nothing more than watching a group of miserable worms get trampled to death. What's so interesting about that? Do you care that much? Song Lingchen's gaze locked onto Xiang Shuihai's face. Seeing that Xiang Shuihai did not speak, Song Lingchen finally looked away. There's no need for you to be there. Just stay here and wait for the outcome with me, Song Lingchen said calmly. Xiang Shuihai's eyes looked toward the distance, her slender hands subconsciously clenched, and deep worry and pleading appeared in her eyes. At the same time, she glanced with the corner of her eye at Song Lingchen sitting in the car. A flash of killing intent crossed her gaze. Xie Xia sat inside the car, looking at the vehicles gathering like a swarm of mutant beasts. Her face was pale. It's already too late, Qinting sneered, suddenly looking at Xie Xia. You just sit here and watch how Jiang Liusher dies without a whole body. Xie Xia shivered, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. But gradually, her expression became firm. He won't die. Xie Xia said. She was still afraid, but looking at Qinting, she showed no retreat. Qinting looked at Xie Xia, a trace of playful curve at the corner of his mouth. Then let's wait and see. So many people had come. He wanted to see what chance Jiang Liusher still had. And these ability user teams who had rushed here looked at that lonely bus like watching prey locked in a cage. Shering team, surrender quickly. If you surrender, you can still die easier. Some ability users laughed loudly. They all came to divide the bounty. If it were just one team facing the Shering team, they might be careful. But with so many teams present, the feeling was completely different. Now they only worried that there were too many wolves and not enough meat to share. They also saw through the windshield of the bus Jiang Lushur sitting inside. Faced with such a scene, Jiang Lushur was still sitting there without moving. Could he be scared shitless? Maybe his legs went soft. Being scared is normal. If it were you in his place, wouldn't you be afraid? Afraid? How wouldn't I be afraid? He might even have ended it himself. These people spoke loudly, without lowering their voices. Even Jiang Lushur and the others inside the bus could hear clearly. These ability user teams completely treated hunting the Shurring team as a carnival. At this moment, suddenly, an expression appeared on Jiang Lushur's face. He actually smiled. This smile made many people stunned, even Chen-Ting frowned. Crazy? Scared silly? Only Chen-Ting felt something uncomfortable. Could Jiang Lushur still think he could survive in this situation? Only the people from the steel camp present knew how strong the Shurring team was. Even if that bus hadn't yet used its full power, against so many teams, they should have torn Jiang Lushur apart. However, Chen-Ting had already decided to sit back and watch. Even if Jiang Lushur had some hidden method, those ability user teams would take the first blow, and he could look for an opportunity to give Jiang Lushur a fatal strike, avenging his previous humiliation. Faced with such a surrounding formation, Jiang Lushur couldn't help but show a smile. The energy from that organization was indeed large. He didn't know how high they had set the bounty on him and the Shurring team to attract so many starving wolves. These starving wolves had arrived early in this small town, and what Chen-Ting had done was invite the king into the trap. But with so many people hidden in this town, how could Ran Shiyu not notice? Jiang Lushur already knew roughly how many people there were, and he had already prepared. Now the organization's emphasis on him still seemed insufficient, otherwise they should know that these ragtag bunch are just chickens and dogs in front of me. Drive! Jiang Lushur shouted. Faced with so many ability user teams, Jiang Lushur not only did not retreat to defend, on the contrary, he was going to take the initiative to attack. Seeing the bus suddenly rush out, even though Chen-Ting was prepared mentally, he was still shocked. The ability user teams were also stunned for a moment. But soon they reacted. This was just a last-ditch counterattack. These ability user teams did not take the bus's charge seriously. These teams often had more than a dozen or 20 guns. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 gun muzzles were aimed at the bus. At the same time, several dozen off-road vehicles in front started, rushing at the bus like a pack of wolves. It's the Spotted Hyena Squad. The Spotted Hyena Squad arrived first and was the first to charge. Among these ability user teams, their strength was top tier. Hyenas had a very bad reputation. Other predators, after catching prey, would first bite the prey's throat to stop it from struggling before eating. But hyenas would eat prey alive, skin, meat, and even bones, leaving nothing. And the spotted hyena was the largest and most predatory among the hyena species. It was named Spotted Hyena, showing the ferocity of this squad. These dozen vehicles had steel nets full of spikes on the front. They had hunted countless ability user teams, always intercepting and then killing them all. Seeing the bus roaring toward them, the Spotted Hyena Squad remained calm. Right before colliding with the bus, they suddenly split apart and charged from different directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dozen sharp sounds rang out. From these dozen vehicles, chains with sharp cones at the top shot out simultaneously. This is the Spotted Hyena Squad's usual hunting method. With this method, whether it's a survivor's vehicle or a mutant beast, it will grieve, someone knowledgeable said with fear. Once the sharp cone pierced the vehicle body, the chains from different directions would lock the vehicle tightly, restricting its movement. And with no mobility, in front of these hyenas, they could only await a miserable death. This bus, although large, could not withstand such an attack. The leader of the Spotted Hyena Squad already had a smile. She was a middle-aged beautiful woman, dressed boldly. But no one underestimated her because of her gender or looks. She was ruthless in killing. I didn't expect the Shurring team's captain to be quite handsome, a fresh young man. I like him. Too bad it's a bounty, otherwise, I'd consider capturing him to play with. But he doesn't look like an ability user. He probably can't withstand much torment and will become skin and bones, right? The leader of the Spotted Hyena Squad licked her lips and said seductively. Her words made the surrounding ability users shudder. If it weren't for the Spotted Hyena Squad leader's notorious reputation, many would not mind playing with this still alluring mature woman. But there were indeed many men who had been played to death by the Spotted Hyena Squad leader. And she was unpredictable, one moment enjoying, the next she would suddenly bare her fangs and twist the man's head off. Actually, that could work. After all, the bounty says life or death doesn't matter, there's no rule on how to die, the Spotted Hyena Squad leader chuckled. At this moment, those sharp cones with chains, with terrifying force, collided with the bus. Clang clang clang. However, the next scene made the spotted hyena squad leader's smile stiffen and her eyes widen. What? Those sharp cones were all knocked away. And on the surface of the bus were only small dents, no penetration. How was this possible? These sharp cones were made by the special alloy commissioned by the Cheonghai City military, very hard. What kind of iron plate was used on this bus? Could it be tougher than the special alloy? The laughter of those ability user teams disappeared at once. This scene made their jaws drop. This defense, terrifying. However, while these people were shocked by the bus's defense, Jiang Liushir's face sank. Base vehicle shell damaged, damage level 5%. The alert from Xingzhong made a flash of anger rise in Jiang Liushir's heart. After his base vehicle was upgraded, it was actually injured. I underestimated these survivors. I didn't expect they would have this means, Jiang Liushir thought. If it had been the previous minibus, this sudden attack might have caused serious damage. If you can't catch me, then it's my turn to catch you, Jiang Liushir said coldly. The chains of the spotted hyena squad lost effect. The leader was shocked for a moment, but soon reacted. Stick on. Hang on to his vehicle, the leader yelled. Swish swish swish. On the vehicles of the spotted hyena squad, the members quickly hung several spiked steel nets on different sides. This method of hanging their vehicles on the opponents was also often used by the spotted hyena squad. At the same time, they took out many tire spikes, ready to throw under the bus's tires. But at this moment, the bus suddenly accelerated. This bus wasn't dodging, it was directly charging at one of the spotted hyena squad's vehicles. The roar of the engine was deafening. The bus seemed to be snarling. Watch out, the spotted hyena squad leader's face changed. The off-road vehicle quickly turned and sharply steered. But it was already too late. Boom! With a huge muffled sound, that off-road vehicle was directly hit and flew up, flipping several times in the air, then crashed heavily to the ground. The vehicle body was completely deformed into a mass of metal. Then, boom! This metal mass exploded, fire rising, thick smoke rolling. Clean and decisive. But for Jiang Liushir, this was only the beginning. Buzz! The bus turned again. Kill him! Stick onto it, the spotted hyena squad leader screamed. Buzz buzz buzz. A dozen off-road vehicles tightly stuck to the bus. However, the bus's kinetic energy was terrifying, and its turns were extremely agile. Under Ying's driving, although the bus was huge, it was extremely nimble. The ability user teams present felt like they were watching a very intense car chase in close quarters, even more thrilling. Some even felt dizzy just watching, as if they were going to vomit. Bang bang bang. The bus kept ramming, and the off-road vehicles stuck to it were violently thrown off by the bus's crazy turns. They already had trouble breaking through the bus's defense. Even if they barely attached, the bus turned too fast. The thrown-off off-road vehicles couldn't control direction. One was even thrown into the restaurant's small building, causing a huge crash. The bus didn't use any special function, just frightening kinetic energy, and Ying's superb driving skills had already made many hold their breath. It was like a pack of hyenas trying to bite a giant beast whose strength far exceeded their imagination. Not only could they not get a bite, but in the thunderous counterattack, one swipe or stomp could kill or crush the hyenas. Boom boom boom. The bus kept ramming, and in the blink of an eye the spotted hyena squad had lost half its vehicles. At this moment the spotted hyena squad leader realized how difficult the prey was. She felt a desire to retreat. She only came to hunt, certainly not to fight so fiercely. The spotted hyena squad leader gave a signal, indicating everyone should temporarily retreat. Trying to run? If you came, you don't leave. Jiang Liushir sneered. Ying immediately pressed a button, ram. The base vehicle suddenly accelerated, its roar like distant thunder rolling across the ground. Although this pack of hyenas scattered, how could they escape the base vehicle? One by one off-road vehicles were chased down by the base vehicle in terror, and what followed was collisions. The faster they went, the harder the hits. Boom! One off-road vehicle was directly lifted into the air, smashing the two vehicles in front of it as well. In an instant they were all tangled together. The spotted hyena squad leader turned and saw, horrified. She only heard collisions, and when she looked back, only her vehicle remained. The spotted hyena squad leader's hair stood on end. She no longer thought about devouring Jiang Liushir. She only hoped to escape back to the crowd. I said I would kill you, and you still want to run? Again the ram. The base vehicle roared terribly, heading straight for the spotted hyena squad leader's vehicle. No! I surrender. I surrender. The spotted hyena squad leader felt her soul fly. The bus's speed was truly terrifying. She screamed loudly, hoping to move Jiang Liushir, even if only to make him hesitate a little. However, Jiang Liushir's gaze was ice cold. Sorry, you make me a little disgusted. V-room. With the roaring engine, the base vehicle caught up to the off-road vehicle, then a huge impact sound. Boom! Amid the collision, the spotted hyena squad leader's scream abruptly stopped. Then, the off-road vehicle that was smashed high into the air fell heavily to the ground and exploded into a huge ball of fire. The spotted hyena squad was completely wiped out. The scene was silent, with only the clanging sounds made by the off-road vehicles that had been smashed and thrown, and the sound of burning vehicle wreckage. The survivors who had rushed here to surround and hunt the scurrying squad were still too shocked to speak. Someone's Adam's apple couldn't help but move up and down as he swallowed his saliva. Some people were already feeling a bit hesitant about this operation, especially those whose strength was still insufficient compared to the Banlai squad. They were even more inclined to retreat. For a moment, not one person in this group surrounding the bus dared to step forward. The gun shoots the head bird. The Banlai squad was a lesson from the previous vehicle. Chen Ting's gaze was dark, and his face was ugly. He looked at the people around him. Seeing this group hesitating and not moving forward, his anger surged. Originally he very much wanted to see the miserable situation of the scurrying squad being besieged, but unexpectedly, that bus, with extremely fierce force, almost in the blink of an eye destroyed the Banlai squad, intimidating this group of survivors with various schemes. Everyone, you've come all this way, are you planning to give up? Come on together. No matter how strong the defense of this vehicle is, it has limits. Is it really immune to blades and guns, water and fire? Kill him. There are several top beauties inside his vehicle, such spoils, plus a high bounty. What are you still hesitating for? Chen Ting's voice instantly spread around the entire restaurant. Hearing Chen Ting say this, many people immediately started to stir again. Indeed, if they all rushed at once, no matter how strong the scurrying squad was, it would be impossible to stop them. The Banlai squad had not been completely unable to harm the bus either, which meant the bus's shell had limited toughness. Realizing this, many people looked at the bus greedily again. Many were very interested in the top beauties Chen Ting mentioned, but more attractive than the beauties was this vehicle. However, this vehicle would most likely have to be handed over to the Qionghai City Army, but even if they could not get the vehicle, looting everything inside and exploring the special aspects of this vehicle could be achieved. At this moment, Jiang Liushir's cold gaze swept over this group of people. These people were like a pack of jackals. Smelling blood, they rushed up, wanting to eat the flesh of the scurrying squad alive and drink the scurrying squad's blood. Buzz! The bus roared to life. Huh? What does he want to do? Crazy? Does he want to fight all of us at the same time? These survivors were both angry and shocked. They hadn't made a move yet, and the scurrying squad dared to go first. Did Jiang Liushir regard the more than 100 survivors present, nearly 10 squads, as equivalent to the Banlai squad? He's really arrogant. He thinks that eliminating the Banlai squad means he can eliminate all of us. The Banlai squad's strength was indeed not bad, but it's far from comparable to the number of us. Just let him come over, we will teach him a lesson. In the blink of an eye, these survivor squads had taken up positions and were ready. Over 100 guns opened fire simultaneously toward the rushing bus, forming a rain of bullets. Under this rain of bullets, sparks continuously flew from the surface of the bus. When bullets hit the windshield, they made sharp sounds. Although the bus had not yet been penetrated, these survivors were all clear that it was only a matter of time. And what they had prepared for Jiang Liushir was not just bullets. One by one the off-road vehicles lined up, their front faces were huge spikes, like shields. Other vehicles were pressed behind these. The faster the bus hit, the stronger the force, the quicker they died. Besides the shields, many ability users were prepared in the rear. Once the bus hit the off-road vehicle group, they would swarm forward, break into the bus, and enter it. Among these ability users, there were not a few strong individuals who alone, bare-handed, could hunt down a mutated beast and twist off the head of those apocalypse ferocious beasts. Once they entered the vehicle, their numbers would be several times that of the scurrying squad. In such a cramped space, the scurrying squad would have nowhere to escape. Everyone get ready, we have already seen the defense limit of this vehicle, don't be afraid of it. They like to hide in the vehicle so much, then let this vehicle become their burial ground. The ability users shouted. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liushir looked at the faces of these people through the windshield. Suddenly, the co-driver seat under Jiang Liushir began to move automatically. The bottom of this co-driver seat had rollers, and after sliding inward, a smooth metal wall opened, revealing an internal space. The main control room. The moment he entered the main control room, all the surrounding screens lit up, projecting a 360-degree panoramic view outside the vehicle for Jiang Liushir. Every angle, every vehicle, every face was clearly displayed on the screens. At this moment, the bus was rushing toward those survivors at crazy speed. Those survivors, full of confidence, looked at the rushing bus with eyes full of killing intent and desire, as if watching a peerless beauty without clothes walk into a trap. Seeing these people's gazes, Jiang Liusher's expression turned cold. In the apocalypse, this group of people had become extremely selfish. For the sake of interests, they treated their own kind as prey. The way they looked at Jiang Liusher and the others was not like looking at living people. The culprit was naturally the organization that issued the bounty order, but these people who came to hunt him were also all worthy of death. Their gazes were disgusting. Star Seed. Jiang Liusher spoke. Almost at the same moment his thoughts moved, the control panel already appeared. Remove disguise, enter true form. Host command received, removing base vehicle disguise. Those survivors were staring at the bus without blinking, but just as the bus was about to reach them, it was as if it hit some invisible barrier head-on. Like a butterfly breaking through a cocoon, the bus began to disintegrate from the front, and during the disintegration process, a strange silver-gray metal vehicle appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone, including Qinting, was shocked by this scene. What is this? Xie Shasha also widened her eyes and said in disbelief. They had never seen this kind of vehicle. Huge, glinting with cold metal light, just looking at it with the naked eye made one feel how terrifying this vehicle was. They couldn't help but raise their heads to look up at this vehicle. The sunlight overhead seemed completely blocked by this vehicle, its huge shadow covering them. At this time, a light clicking sound was heard. The top of the silver-gray vehicle rotated once, revealing several firing ports. Black barrels extended out from within. And on the front face of the vehicle, huge silver ramming horns appeared. These ramming horns were incredibly sharp, dazzlingly bright. Compared with the spikes on the off-road vehicles, it was like comparing a beast's fangs to a mouse's teeth. The gap was too big. This is not a vehicle, this damn thing is a mobile fortress. Qinting said with a dark face. From a bus to a mobile fortress, this kind of thing was truly unheard of. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, if someone else told Qinting, Qinting would definitely treat it as a joke. Even though there were all kinds of weird abilities now, this scene was too sci-fi, too eye-doubting. Can we stop this? Those survivors had just thought. Boom! At that moment, the true form of the base vehicle, already revealed, crashed into the vehicle group at terrifying high speed. Bang! The foremost off-road vehicle was instantly pierced through by the ramming horns. The base vehicle, like an ancient ferocious beast, directly tore through the entire vehicle group, instantly crashing into the deepest part, completely tearing open a gap. Along the way, those vehicles were like toy cars, unable to withstand a single blow. They were thrown, pushed forward by the base vehicle, crushed to mush. And those survivors who originally prepared to rush into the bus, those who reacted slowly were already turned into meat patties in the first wave of impact. Those who reacted quickly were now fleeing wildly, screaming. Qinting was shocked. He did not expect that so many ability user squads gathered here to deal with Jiang Liusher, yet it still made him see again the scene of the scurrying squad rampaging in his steel base camp. At this moment, these ability users were on equal footing with ordinary people. Their reactions were not much better than those ordinary survivors. At this time, with a loud boom, a huge explosion sounded. In this explosion, many ability users were affected, letting out miserable screams. It turned out someone had thrown a bundle of grenades at the base vehicle. Everyone watched this scene, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. No matter how strong the base vehicle was, could it really withstand bombs? However, at this moment, these people suddenly discovered that the base vehicle only shook slightly, its speed not affected at all. Base vehicle exterior damage level, 5%. Inside the main control room, Jiang Liusher's face was calm. At the moment the grenade was thrown, Shadow immediately made an evasive move. Although it didn't completely avoid it, the damage from such an explosion was something the base vehicle could fully endure. Jiang Liusher was very satisfied with the base vehicle's performance and defense. With the base vehicle freed to its true form, driving it was even more enjoyable and smooth. The roar of the accelerator, the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground, the huge noise of impact, all sounded like the excited roar of the base vehicle. Looking at the constantly flashing data on the screen, Jiang Liusher seemed to feel the pulse and heartbeat of the base vehicle, feeling the thunderous rumble of blood rushing inside it. Even the grenades could not stop the base vehicle. On the contrary, the base vehicle suddenly accelerated, charging toward these people with a more ferocious posture. Boom boom boom. In the continuous sounds of impact, mixed with many people's screams. These survivors were not united. Being hit so overwhelmingly, the fragile alliance instantly collapsed. Many began to flee without looking back. Qinting's gaze flickered, and deep fear appeared in his eyes. Seeing that the situation was lost, Chen also began to have thoughts of retreat. Compared with seeing Jiang Lushur die with his own eyes, it was naturally more important to keep his own life. Go! Chen said in a low voice. The two vehicles from the steel base camp immediately turned around to prepare to leave. They were originally parked on the outermost edge, so they would be the fastest to escape. Just as these two vehicles were about to leave, Chen suddenly looked at Xie Shasha inside the vehicle. Murderous intent rose sharply. You little bitch who eats inside and rips outside, I'll kill you first. He suddenly reached out to grab Xie Shasha. She was just an ordinary girl, and if he caught her, he could twist her pretty head off alive. Seeing Chen suddenly attack, Xie Shasha's face went pale and she screamed. Whoosh! A flash of white suddenly leapt from Xie Shasha's arms. This white light was extremely fast, directly pouncing at Chen. What the hell thing is this? Chen was terrified, hastily withdrawing his arm to protect himself. However, this thing was too fast and small. Even though Chen reacted extremely quickly, he still felt a sharp pain on his arm. Looking down, his arm had several long bloody scratches, flesh torn open. Looking again, a white mini little beast stood in front of Xie Shasha, its long ears upright, looking harmlessly cute, but its pair of blood-red eyes were filled with cold, terrifying aura, making people feel as though they were looking at a powerful mutated beast. Chen subordinates inside the vehicle felt chills, sweating as they looked at the little beast that had suddenly appeared inside the vehicle. Judging by this little beast's speed, if this thing went crazy inside the vehicle, the entire vehicle would be finished. Damn it, go to hell! Chen stomped out fiercely, but instead of attacking Xie Shasha, he directly kicked the car door next to Xie Shasha, flying off. Xie Shasha, already extremely terrified, lost her balance when the car door suddenly disappeared, and she was already thrown out. Falling out of a high-speed moving off-road vehicle, she would be seriously injured even if not killed. But at this time, the white little beast lightning-like chased after her, becoming a white streak of light. In an instant it appeared under Xie Shasha, then suddenly turned into a huge thin sheet, instantly wrapping Xie Shasha. Bang! At the moment of landing, this thin piece turned back into a ball, bouncing several times on the ground before stopping. Puff! The balloon disappeared, the white little beast reappeared, and on the ground sat a very frightened, dazed, and slightly dizzy Xie Shasha. Chirp chirp! It let out a light call. Xie Shasha felt herself all over and found herself completely unharmed. Overjoyed, she grabbed Luo, hugging and rubbing. Thank you, Luo. Thank you for saving me. You are so cute. Chirp chirp. Luo struggled and called out. Too intense, even Li Yusin and the others only stroked their heads and smoothed their fur. This mutated beast was after all a mutated beast. Really no dignity left as a monster. Right? I should thank Jiang Lushur even more. Xie Shasha said, her eyes shining. The third time, this was already the third time Jiang Lushur had saved her. She originally thought she was insignificant to Jiang Lushur, but unexpectedly. You still care about me, right? Xie Shasha excitedly thought, completely forgetting she had just escaped death. At this time, the base vehicle had already plowed through the vehicle group. Through the screen, Jiang Lushur saw the fleeing Chen. Trying to escape? Jiang Lushur's gaze turned cold. At this moment there were still many escaping survivors, each one wishing for more legs to run on. But Jiang Lushur did not care about these ants. Without vehicles, whether they could walk back to Qionghai City alive was up to their own fate. But if there was one person Jiang Lushur would never let go among this group, that person was naturally Chen. You can't get away. The steel base camp vehicles that were racing at full speed suddenly heard a huge roar from behind. People in the vehicle turned their heads and saw, in horror, that terrifying vehicle that almost took up the entire street was tightly chasing after them. Previously they only watched from afar and had not experienced the true danger of the base vehicle. They only knew this vehicle was very powerful. But at this moment, when this mobile fortress was roaring right behind them, these steel base camp members finally felt what it meant to be terrified, their backs turning cold. This mobile fortress, merely by its size alone, could directly crush their vehicle into crumbs. Faster! Faster! Chen Ting's subordinates were screaming fearfully. It's already the fastest. The driver had already pressed the accelerator to the bottom, even wanting to press it in. The modified off-road vehicle was spouting thick black smoke, everything on both sides of the street rapidly whizzing by, deafening whistling in the ears. However, when the driver looked in the rearview mirror, it felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The mobile fortress had not been shaken off, instead it was accelerating closer. Boss, what do we do? At this rate, getting caught is just a matter of time. Chen Gu, you said we could definitely kill Jiang Lushur, now what do we do? At this life-and-death moment, those usually respectful subordinates also changed their faces. "Don't panic, I still have a way," Chen Ting said in a firm voice. One of Chen Ting's trusted men asked, "Chen Gu, what way?" Chen Ting looked at him and suddenly a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Chen Gu, what are you trying to do?" The trusted man's heart jumped. However, at this moment, Chen Ting had already suddenly flipped out from the place where there was no car door, landing directly on the roof of the vehicle. He looked back at the pursuing mobile fortress, cold light flickering in his eyes. "Want to chase me? Dream on." Chen Ting tossed something into the vehicle, then looked forward and suddenly leapt, grabbing onto a street lamp pole, then quickly climbing along the pole into a building on the roadside, agilely jumping inside. Grenade. Inside the vehicle, Chen Ting's subordinates saw what Chen Ting had thrown in, smoking. Their faces changed dramatically, but it was already too late. "Chen Ting, you damn well die." Boom. Amid the explosion, the vehicle immediately spewed huge flames and lost direction, colliding with another steel base camp vehicle also racing at high speed. Boom boom. Facing the fireball, the base vehicle braked abruptly just before colliding with them, going from extreme speed to absolute stillness, incredibly smooth. Chen Ting got away. Wei Feifei frowned. Jiang Lushur stood up from his seat and picked up a sniper rifle beside him. "He won't get away." Chen Ting frantically fled between the buildings. No matter how strong that strange vehicle was, it couldn't possibly knock down all these buildings, right? In fact, whether it could still be called a vehicle, Chen Ting couldn't even say for sure. He damn well had never seen this kind of vehicle in his life. And it could transform, did it think it was a transformer? But with the buildings as cover, Chen Ting's mood instantly relaxed quite a bit, and the threat he felt suddenly lessened a lot. "Shiyu, lock onto him," Jiang Lushur said calmly. His voice sounded directly inside the base vehicle. As the controller of the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur's consciousness was the base vehicle's consciousness. Whenever he wanted, his voice could reach any corner of the base vehicle, and his sight could scan every inch inside and outside the base vehicle. "Okay." Ran Shiyu nodded. Her gray eyes immediately looked through the base vehicle toward the distance. Invisible mental waves started from the base vehicle and extended forward. Ran Shiyu's gaze passed through alley after alley, building after building. Very quickly, she locked onto a mental light cluster. This mental light cluster was sprinting wildly at extremely high speed. Locked onto him. Ran Shiyu's pupils contracted slightly. Shadow stepped on the accelerator, and the base vehicle directly smashed through the two burning off-road vehicles, pursuing in the direction Chen Ting was fleeing. Boom boom boom. Chen Ting soon heard the roaring engine sound coming from behind. There really is a psychic ability user. Chen Ting had already sensed someone was secretly watching him. Now he finally confirmed that among the Shuriying squad, there was a psychic ability user. But being unable to escape Jiang Lushur's pursuit didn't matter. Chen Ting hadn't planned to escape anyway. He looked ahead and a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he turned into a denser residential area. "If you want to die, then come after me. He's very fast, and he's staying among the buildings. At this rate we'll never catch up to him." Taozi was also sensing Chen Ting's position and said somewhat worriedly, "I'll go," Jiang Zhuiying suddenly said. She had an eager expression, itching to use her skills after not doing anything for the past few days. Jiang Lushur looked at Jiang Zhuiying's gaze and saw the determination in her beautiful eyes, and a powerful aura suddenly emanating from her. In Jiang Lushur's eyes, Jiang Zhuiying would always be the little sister he needed to care for and protect. But actually, without him noticing, Jiang Zhuiying had grown a lot. "Okay, you be careful." Jiang Lushur finally nodded. "Don't worry brother, I'm going." Jiang Zhuiying showed a sweet smile and said happily. She came to the car door. The moment the door opened, she leapt out directly. At the moment she leapt, the long blade in Jiang Zhuiying's hand shot out, wrapped in dazzling lightning, and pinned into a distant wall. Whoosh! Jiang Zhuiying's figure instantly appeared in the distance along with the long blade. At the same time, electric light flashed on the blade, it came off the wall and returned to Jiang Zhuiying's hand almost without any delay. In the blink of an eye, the second strike had been swung. Using this method of movement, Jiang Zhuiying's speed reached a very high level, and she rapidly chased after Chen Ting. Zhuiying has gotten stronger again. Li Yusin watched from inside the vehicle and said happily. After Jiang Zhuiying evolved to a level 2 ability user, her body finally began to integrate with her ability. Having great strength does not necessarily mean one can use it flexibly and skillfully. The stronger the ability, the harder it is to master. Jiang Zhuiying's ability to emit electricity was one of the more powerful abilities. So it was necessarily slower for Jiang Zhuiying to master it than other ability users, but once she mastered it, its power would be huge. Sure. Chen Ting suddenly heard the sound of lightning from behind him. It sounded as if a storm was gathering behind him, lightning raging within it. And this sound was, astonishingly, getting closer and closer to him. The smile on Chen Ting's face gradually disappeared, and he got a very bad feeling. He turned his head and looked in the direction the sound of lightning was coming from. At first he saw nothing, but suddenly he saw a flash of lightning streak across, and within the lightning there was clearly a graceful figure. In just the blink of an eye, the lightning flashed twice in a row, and each time, the figure in the lightning was closer to him. A level 2 ability user, very strong. Chen Ting's pupils contracted. Most ability users were transformation type. An ability user like Jiang Zhuiying was comparatively rare. But after all, Chen Ting was a local tyrant, had held life and death power over thousands of people, was ruthless, and very decisive. Can't outrun, will be caught up to. Chen Ting made his judgment. Attack. He abruptly stopped. All the strength in his body instantly condensed into his fist, his body swelling, fur all bristling. Shoo! At the moment the sound of lightning sounded behind him, Chen Ting was already ready. He turned around with a roar, his huge fist cutting through the air with a sharp sound, smashing toward the back. This terrifying fist, if it hit a person, could directly smash them into a cloud of blood mist. Even a room would be destroyed. His fist was smashing toward the figure in the lightning. At this moment, an instinctive expression of excitement appeared on Chen Ting's face. Smashing this delicate figure, just thinking about it made him feel extremely excited. Boom! The fist wind was like a mad blade. Facing Chen Ting's fist, Jiang Zhuiying's face also showed a faint smile. Have you heard of 100,000 volts? In an instant, Chen Ting suddenly felt skin pain, his hair stand on end, even his hair bristled. A powerful current could form a strong electric field within hundreds of meters. All beings within this electric field would feel the same as Chen Ting. At the moment of sensing the electric field, a blue light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Chen Ting's fist was already very fast, but how could it compare with electricity? It could be said that the moment you saw the electricity, it meant you were already being electrified. Jiang Zhuiying was chasing all the way here, how could she not be prepared? She also wanted to prove to Jiang Lushi that she had already become very strong. Almost the entire building was covered by the lightning in an instant, the dazzling light visible clearly even from hundreds of meters away. Ah! Chen Ting was directly blasted flying. His fist didn't even touch the hem of Jiang Zhuiying's clothes. At the moment the electric current was released, Jiang Zhuiying had already moved to the side. Chen Ting's whole body was charred black, unbearably painful, his muscles convulsing constantly. He looked down at his fist, this hand of his had already been carbonized by the electric current. Ah! Chen Ting screamed uncontrollably. He felt his face had also been burned away. He painfully opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Zhuiying lying on the ground. That girl's face still carried an innocent temperament and pure smile, but in her eyes, and the electric current wrapping her hand, was extremely terrifying violent energy. Watching Jiang Zhuiying step toward him, Chen Ting used all his strength to jump up from the ground and rush outside. Huh, still can run? Jiang Zhuiying was somewhat surprised. The electric current she released had already exceeded the strength of high-voltage electricity. It could only be said that this level 2 ability user, even if her combat power wasn't great, at least had very strong endurance. If Chen Ting knew Jiang Zhuiying was thinking this, he probably would be so angry he'd spit blood. His combat power was not weak, but in front of Jiang Zhuiying, he had no room to exert. If I can escape to there, as long as I can escape to there, I can live, and you all will die. At this moment, Chen Ting's movement suddenly froze. He was like he had been cast with a petrification spell, and suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, cold sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously, his muscles instinctively tensed, his heart beating violently. He slowly turned his head and looked not far away. The base vehicle was parked on the street, and one of the gun barrels at the top of the base vehicle, through the gap between two buildings, coldly aimed at his head. Chen Ting knew that even if he moved his little finger, Jiang Lushi would immediately pull the trigger. And at this time, Jiang Zhuiying's figure appeared behind Chen Ting, completely ending Chen Ting's thought of escape. Jiang Zhuiying puffed her cheeks angrily, looking at Chen Ting unhappily. So what are you running for? Even if you escaped from her, wouldn't you just be caught by her brother? Chen Ting's face turned grim. This was essentially making him choose between being electrocuted to death and being shot in the head. You ran this way to lure me in front of these people, right? Jiang Liushi's voice sounded in Chen Ting's ear. Already extremely desperate, Chen Ting suddenly looked up and saw at the other end of the street, a large number of armored vehicles and tanks had appeared. And at the street entrance behind the base vehicle, armored vehicles and tanks had also appeared. The front and back of the base vehicle had already been sealed off. A look of wild joy instantly appeared on Chen Ting's face. What Jiang Lushi said was right, his purpose was exactly this. The army of Qionghai City, the armored regiment. Nearly more than 30 tanks, more than 50 armored combat vehicles, plus some military off-road vehicles, rifles and cannons counted in the hundreds. In Qionghai City, this was the configuration of an armored regiment. And on the command vehicle, a black flag fluttered high. The Storm Armored Regiment, Song Lingchen is here. A look of delight appeared in Chen Ting's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. Jiang Lushi was finally going to die. On the command vehicle, Song Lingchen opened the sunroof and stood up. Including him, everyone in the Storm Armored Regiment all looked in amazement at the vehicle they had surrounded. The metal sheen exterior, smooth lines, highly technological structure, and huge volume. If it weren't for the many huge tires below, it would be hard to imagine this was a vehicle, not some metal fortress, a war bastion. No wonder those survivor squads were smashed as soon as they acted. The astonishment in Song Lingchen's eyes gradually disappeared as he spoke. But even if those survivor squads were defeated, Song Lingchen wasn't truly moved. Crushing those survivors directly was something his Storm Armored Regiment could do easily. But toward the Shuriing squad, Song Lingchen indeed put away his initial contempt. As for the survival of those survivor squads, Song Lingchen did not care at all. Those who came because of the bounty order were usually a bunch of desperate men. After they died, naturally other squads would rise to replace their positions. And in another vehicle, Xiang Shuahai looked at the base vehicle. On her exquisitely beautiful face appeared uncontrollable joy and longing. She even looked through one of the shooting ports and saw Jiang Liushi's face behind the protective glass. For a moment, Xiang Shuahai was faintly somewhat infatuated. So it really is you, Xiang Shuahai said softly. In the apocalypse, being able to meet again the person you want to see is such a rare thing. Maybe you don't remember me very much anymore. Xiang Shuahai thought. Between her and Jiang Lushi, after all it was she who had fallen in love. But as long as she could see Jiang Lushi, see that he was still safe, for Xiang Shuahai, that was already enough. At this time, Song Lingchen also looked at Jiang Lushi. You are Jiang Lushi? Song Lingchen spoke. Good, you are very good, not letting the troops I brought down in vain. Those survivor squads were just for you to warm up. But next, the person you face is me. I wonder if you are psychologically prepared. Song Lingchen said calmly. Facing an armored regiment's encirclement, someone without strong psychological quality would probably already be trembling in fear. Song Lingchen had come specifically. He had no interest in crushing a poor bug. And he heard that Jiang Liushi's vehicle was very strong. Commander Luo had specifically named that minibus. Now he hadn't seen any minibus, but if talking about a very strong vehicle, this one before him was undoubtedly more fitting than any minibus. Song Lingchen was very interested in this vehicle. Jiang Lushi coldly looked at the force encircling the Shuriing squad and the base vehicle, then looked at Song Lingchen. What are you? Jiang Lushi coldly asked. This person came on strong, spewing a bunch of useless talk. Toward an enemy he was going to fight to the death anyway, Jiang Lushi had no interest in talking properly. He already saw that this person should be from the Qionghai City military. But seeing the flag they flew, it seemed somewhat different from the army. Jiang Lushi had seen the situation before in Star City. After the apocalypse broke out, the army guarded safe zones and base cities, protecting a large number of ordinary people. But a very small portion of soldiers left the army and became local warlords for personal gain. Having absolute control over life and death, possessing absolute power, this temptation was hard for ordinary survivors to resist, and the same for a few soldiers. So this local warlord is also a force of that organization. Jiang Lushi thought. Song Lingchen raised his eyebrows slightly, and the few adjutants beside him changed their expressions. Surrounded and still so arrogant? I am Song Lingchen, Qionghai City Luo family's commander. Luo is my superior. Song Lingchen said. He wasn't going to bother arguing with Jiang Lushi. In his view, the other was just a dying man. As a general of Qionghai City, Song Lingchen had his pride and breadth. So you're just a soy sauce guy. Jiang Lushi said with understanding. He had thought it would be someone from that organization. This Song Lingchen didn't even know what the black hole was, and certainly didn't know the black hole core was inside the base vehicle. Sending someone like this, it seemed that Luo family didn't take Jiang Lushi too seriously. Then I'll make you fully sober, and also let the organization behind you understand the price of provoking me. A strong killing intent erupted in Jiang Liushi's eyes. That organization issued the bounty order and sent people to annihilate him, trying to wipe out him and the Shuriing squad, leaving no survivors. Jiang Lushi was always someone who held grudges. If he didn't hurt that organization, they would still think the Shuriing squad was just a survivor team that could be needed at will. Since killing Han Yuan wasn't enough, then I'll kill a few more people. Let's start with you. At this time, Song Lingchen glanced at the miserably burned Chen Ting. Even Song Lingchen's sharp gaze almost didn't recognize Chen Ting. The man's face was smashed to pieces. But this time Chen Ting delivered the message. He couldn't just watch Chen Ting be killed in front of his eyes. You let Chen Ting go. Bang! Before Song Lingchen's words finished, gunfire interrupted him. Chen Ting's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving only a headless corpse falling from above, landing heavily on the ground like a broken sack, blood splattering around. The blood flowers splashed all over the ground. These splashed fresh blood seemed to stab Song Lingchen's eyes, making his eyes narrow slightly. Jiang Lushur didn't even wait for him to finish speaking, and resolutely shot Chen Ting to death. But, just a piece of trash, dead is dead. Just hope you know that his end is the end you will soon meet. Song Lingchen suddenly raised his hand. Boom boom. Each cannon muzzle instantly rotated. In an instant, dozens of cannon muzzles in front and behind aimed at the base vehicle. If these cannon muzzles fired at the same time, even a building would be blown into ruins. Jiang Lushur saw the scene, and his blood seemed to flow faster. After the base vehicle evolved, this was the first hard battle the base vehicle had encountered. Now ordinary survivor teams already found it very hard to directly strike the base vehicle, but warlords like this, with modern hot weapons and huge lethality, posed a great threat to the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur was not trying to fight against the military. Toward real soldiers defending ordinary people, he admired them, and he had cooperated with the military many times. But he also needed the capital to protect himself. Moreover, now there was an undercurrent rising within the military. The net they wove had already eroded parts of the military region's interior and might gradually corrupt it. Their boss hid in the shadows, like a spider weaving a net. No one knew who he was, but one could feel the dangerous aura he exuded. They not only endangered the military region, they were Jiang Lushur's enemies. Whether the base vehicle could win this hard fight, Jiang Lushur looked forward to it. Fire! Song Lingchen gave the order. Bang! The tank guns roared loudly, and the shells flew toward the base vehicle. This sound even alarmed the zombies and mutated beasts outside the town. Among these zombie mutated beasts were evolved ones with intelligence. They had memory and awareness of such commotion. When they attacked base cities, they would hear this commotion, with huge lethality and terrifying power. But how could this commotion appear inside this small town? For a time, many blood-red eyes turned toward the same location from all directions. Shadow. Jiang Lushur said. Shadow grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and stomped the accelerator. At the same time, Jiang Lushur shouted loudly, Zhuiying. The base vehicle, speeding wildly, the door instantly opened, and at this time, a bolt of lightning from above the building struck down, directly into the open base vehicle door. Buzz! At the moment the shell fell, the base vehicle suddenly turned and drove straight into a nearby shopping mall. Boom boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The road was almost broken in half. A large crater appeared on the ground, the cement cracked, and huge fissures appeared. Song Lingchen's face was calm. If the base vehicle had been blown to pieces on the first try, he would have been a bit disappointed. On the contrary, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. The base vehicle suddenly started and turned quickly. Its speed and agility were indeed astonishing. However, if more tanks fired, could the base vehicle still dodge them? Of course, Song Lingchen's task was not to blow up this base vehicle. His task was to take the base vehicle back. Surrender. You cannot escape. Song Lingchen said loudly. Under these circumstances, the base vehicle was already trapped with no way out. But no sound came from inside the mall. Song Lingchen's brow slightly furrowed, no tears until the coffin is seen. Team 1, Team 2, move forward. Storm Squad, go. Song Lingchen gave the order. Rumble rumble. Tank after tank and armored vehicle approached the mall. Under their cover, a professional assault team also quietly approached the mall. The Storm Squad was personally built by Song Lingchen. They were excellent soldiers before the end of the world, and after the end of the world they awakened abilities. They underwent targeted training according to post-apocalypse conditions. You could say they were a sharp spear in Song Lingchen's hand, aimed at the enemy's vital points. Arriving at the mall entrance and looking inside, the mall's main doors had already been completely destroyed, creating a hole twice as large as before. Inside the mall, although the ceiling was high, the suspended ceilings were torn apart. The shelves were all knocked down, and decoration materials and broken glass were scattered everywhere. The entire interior of the mall was dim and ruined. Among this wreckage, the base vehicle was quietly parked deep inside the mall, like a giant beast trapped in a cage. Cold barrels of cannons outside the door were aimed at this mall. The storm squad captain made a gesture. The elite soldiers immediately and silently moved quickly toward the base vehicle with the protection of shelves and walls. They all held demolition devices in their hands, with the target being the base vehicle's tires. In such an enclosed space, even if the people inside the base vehicle had noticed their appearance, such a large vehicle had nowhere to hide. At this moment, however, a dull rumbling sound seemed to come from inside the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur stood inside the vehicle, listening to this rumbling sound, as if it were the heartbeat of the base vehicle. On a screen that others could not see, Jiang Lushur was watching the inside of the base vehicle through the star seed projection. A black hole core was spinning there. Previously, the base vehicle had been using a hybrid kinetic energy of black light energy and fuel. But now, Jiang Lushur summoned the star seed. Completely activate the black hole core, Jiang Lushur said. At this moment, the black hole core suddenly trembled and then spun rapidly. The black light energy, at this moment like blood, surged through the base vehicle. The storm squad members looked at the base vehicle in surprise from not far away. The dull rumbling sound grew louder and louder, finally filling the entire mall and forming echoes. Hum. Hum hum. The base vehicle's tires had not moved yet, but the whole vehicle already gave people the feeling that it could rush out at any moment. On the front of the base vehicle, a black hole, like duct, was aimed in the direction of the door. What direction is this vehicle preparing to charge? Outside was the whole storm armored regiment. Logically, this base vehicle was already in a desperate situation. But the storm squad people felt a bit of fear toward this base vehicle. Act immediately. The lead captain made a decision at once. In an instant, 30 figures leapt toward the base vehicle at the same time. At the same time, Jiang Lushur also let out an angry shout, "Fire!" Bang! A stream of air instantly tore through space and sprayed forward. The storm squad members' expressions changed at once. Shelving, ceilings, and walls were violently torn apart in that moment, and under the impact of the airflow, they were all swept toward the outside of the mall. The tanks and armored vehicles outside heard a loud boom first and then saw countless fragments rushing toward them head-on. Air cannon. The first two tanks were instantly overturned by the powerful airflow. Boom! At this moment, the base vehicle roared outward. Under mixed kinetic energy, the base vehicle's normal speed could reach more than 300 km per hour. In sprint mode, its speed could rise even higher in a short time. But in full black light kinetic energy, how high the base vehicle's speed could reach, even Jiang Lushur did not know. However, the black light energy stored in the base vehicle was not much. In this state, the base vehicle could not sustain it for long. Activate ram horns, activate flamethrowers. Let's show this warlord some color. Jiang Lushur gave orders one after another. The armor of tanks could fully withstand the air cannon, but once they were overturned they temporarily lost combat ability. However, just 2 tanks were nothing for the entire storm-armored regiment. Although they withstood the air cannon, the large amount of debris and dust blown out from inside blocked the vision of the tanks and armored vehicles. At this moment, the base vehicle rushed out from among the smoke. Its bright ram horns and terrifying speed under full black light energy. At this moment, the base vehicle fully erupted. With a roar, the base vehicle directly rammed into the tanks and armored vehicles. Back when it was still a minibus, Jiang Lushur had already rammed once. But at that time, the minibus could only push the tanks aside. Now, to what degree could the upgraded base vehicle ram? Jiang Lushur sat inside the vehicle, eyes tightly fixed ahead, eagerly waiting. Boom boom boom. The foremost tank was directly hit by the ram horn and violently knocked flying. At the same time, the whole base vehicle also fell into intense shaking. In that vibration, the base vehicle continued to ram forward all the way. Base vehicle exterior damage, 10% damage. Base vehicle ram horn damage, 5% damage. Crackle crackle crackle. More dents appeared on the base vehicle's shell, and damage also appeared on the ram horns. Even the windshield, under this reckless smashing, showed cracks. As the star seed transmitted the base vehicle damage data, Jiang Lushur also watched the scene ahead of the base vehicle with shining eyes. Tanks being overturned, and the armored vehicles with weaker defense were directly smashed to pieces. And after being struck, they hit other vehicles, causing chain collisions. At the same time, from the combat room on top of the base vehicle came the roar of machine guns. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and Wei Feifei, each manning different firing ports, were shooting violently outward. Self-damage of 300, but the enemy injured 1,000. From the moment they were surrounded, Jiang Lushur was already prepared for blood battle. The base vehicle and the scurrying squad, all were his strength. In the command vehicle, Song Lingchen's pupils abruptly contracted. He had just issued the order and had not yet received any feedback. Instead, the base vehicle suddenly rushed out wildly. The beast was unleashed. Such a strong reaction speed and combat ability made Song Lingchen feel a bit fearful. Since it's so strong, then even if it gets hit a few times, it won't be completely destroyed. Commander Luo will understand that. A cold light flashed in Song Lingchen's eyes. The base vehicle was too strong, forcing him to change his combat strategy, no longer based on preserving the base vehicle. Just as Song Lingchen was about to give an order. Colonel Song. Xiang Shuahai's voice came. Song Lingchen frowned slightly and glanced at Xiang Shuahai, graceful and standing to the side. Why did you get out of the vehicle? Since I came, I certainly didn't come to stay in the vehicle and watch. Xiang Shuahai said calmly. You don't need to act. You and your people go to the back first. Song Lingchen said. He was leading the storm-armored regiment. He didn't need a woman's help. Xiang Shuahai shook her head. I must act. I have been waiting for the chance to act, now is the time. As Xiang Shuahai spoke, Song Lingchen's heart suddenly jumped. Killing intent? Song Lingchen felt a life-and-death crisis. At that moment, Xiang Shuahai's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. A violent wind rose. In that wind, Xiang Shuahai's figure suddenly approached the vehicle where Song Lingchen was. She struck down with both hands. Dozens of wind blades, 5 to 6 meters long, appeared and, accompanied by sharp whistling, rolled toward the command vehicle, intending to cut the vehicle and the people inside into pieces. The violent wind sounded as if a storm had suddenly appeared here, blowing so strongly that people nearby could not open their eyes. Boom! Dozens of wind blades fell simultaneously, and the entire vehicle was instantly full of holes. Xiang Shuahai floated down in the air, her eyes locked on this vehicle. She was inside the armored regiment, so she only had one chance to launch her sneak attack. For this sneak attack, Xiang Shuahai had prepared for a long time. If she didn't strike, then nothing, but once she struck, it was with full force. Luckily, Song Lingchen had been sitting in an armored vehicle. If it had been a tank, even using all her strength she could not cut the tank apart. Although Song Lingchen did not guard heavily against her, he remained inside the vehicle. He should be dead, right? Xiang Shuahai thought. With her strength, she could not fight an armored regiment. But if she could kill Song Lingchen, the armored vehicles would naturally fall into chaos. The armored vehicle was cut to pieces by the wind blades, blood continuously gushing from the fragments. Even the surrounding storm-armored regiment members were stunned. At this moment, however, a hand suddenly reached out from inside the armored vehicle and grabbed the broken roof. This hand's skin was bluish. The moment it touched the car roof, the hard steel began to melt. Boom! The roof was blown off, and Song Lingchen's figure appeared inside. By now he had completely changed. His skin was bluish, his clothes were tattered by his own corrosion, his body hunched, and his limbs became unusually long, looking more like an eerie mutated beast than a human. On his body were several wounds cut open by the wind blades, deep enough to see bone. But the cut flesh seemed wrapped in a layer of viscous fluid, wriggling as it merged back together. Song Lingchen coldly looked at Xiang Shuahai, his eyes flashing violent killing intent. Xiang Shuahai, good, very good. Xiang Shuahai had originally hoped with him. All the survivors in northern Jiangsu were still waiting for Qionghai City's rescue. Now that Xiang Shuahai actually attacked him with a sneak strike, Song Lingchen was not a fool. Of course he knew why a woman would do such a thing. Jiang Lushi, he is the one you said saved the people of northern Jiangsu. Song Lingchen said coldly. Xiang Shuahai's face turned slightly pale, her heart pounding. Just now was her full power strike, yet Song Lingchen was still alive. But even at this point, Xiang Shuahai no longer had any fear. She smiled as she answered, yes. Xiang Shuahai looked at that base vehicle, a hint of happiness on her face. Seeing Xiang Shuahai's expression, Song Lingchen became even more furious. His voice was even more cold, not bad. This time he will become the one who kills you, and kills all the people of northern Jiangsu. You are going to drag the innocent survivors of northern Jiangsu into this? Xiang Shuahai's expression changed. Heh. Don't worry, I will not go out of my way to kill them. But under Qionghai City's orders and the bounty, not allowing anyone to trade with northern Jiangsu, not providing any medicine, that I can do. Song Lingchen said. You don't need to look at me like that. This is the choice you made. If those survivors hate someone, they can only hate you and Jiang Lushi. Originally you could have made a better choice, to be with me. I would naturally help you ask Commander Luo for help. Song Lingchen spoke, his eyes not changing at all. From the moment Xiang Shuahai made her move, in his eyes she was no longer a delicate beauty, but someone who must die by his hand. You may not know my ability. But this poison that I have, killing people with it gives many different experiences. The pain level can be divided into many levels. After releasing his ability, Song Lingchen's personality seemed to have changed somewhat. He became very gloomy. But perhaps this was his true nature. Xiang Shuahai coldly smiled, her fingers moving slightly. Violent wind howled around her. She looked like a storm goddess. If you want to kill me, you must pay a price. She already saw that many gun barrels were aimed at her. But at this time, the members from the northern Jiangsu camp she brought had already quietly reached around those tanks and armored vehicles. Ah! A member grabbed the rifle of a storm-armored regiment member and violently pulled him out of the vehicle. This scene was happening all around. But Xiang Shuahai had no time to pay attention to these, and Song Lingchen didn't care about these at all. He looked at Xiang Shuahai, and then at the base vehicle that was rampaging, and suddenly smiled. We really are a perfect match. Too bad you were born to submit to me. Your ability not only matches mine, but is restrained by me. No sooner had he spoken than Song Lingchen leapt out from the wreckage of the armored vehicle, then suddenly opened his mouth and screamed toward Xiang Shuahai. His mouth opened unbelievably wide, reaching the limits of what a human mouth could do. From this large mouth, a dense blue smoke was sprayed out. This blue looked very strange, and gave a feeling of dread. Even without touching it, one could feel its danger. It seemed to represent a warning sign of danger. This dense smoke, like an arrow, came directly in front of Xiang Shuahai, then exploded with a bang. Xiang Shuahai's expression changed. She immediately covered her mouth and nose. However, the space around her had already been instantly dyed deep blue. Sister Xiang. The members of the northern Jiangsu camp were all shocked by the deep blue color in the air. This blue substance also caught the attention of Jiang Lusher and the others inside the base vehicle. Are they fighting among themselves? Ling frowned and looked over. Jiang Lusher also showed a hint of confusion. Why did the storm-armored regiment suddenly have trouble in their rear? Even the storm-armored regiment members themselves did not react at first, falling into shock. Chance. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan both showed excited expressions. Boom boom boom. The remaining tanks were instantly knocked aside by the base vehicle, and the base vehicle fully charged out of them all. In front of the huge base vehicle with strong impact force and defense, Land King tanks also lost their terror. However, that soldier just now, why was he distracted on the battlefield? That vehicle seems like their command vehicle? Wei Feifei looked out from the combat room, saying in disbelief. In the storm-armored regiment there were many good shooters specifically shooting at the base vehicle's tires, and Wei Feifei's target was one of them. But that soldier, who even Wei Feifei found somewhat troublesome, was stunned at that moment, and Wei Feifei seized this flaw. But if the one in trouble was the command vehicle, then the reactions of those storm-armored regiment members made sense. And in that blue smoke, there seemed to be a human figure? At this moment, the people inside the vehicle suddenly realized that Jiang Liusher's eyes changed as he looked at the blue smoke. How could she be here? Jiang Lusher said without thinking. Who? Jiang Zhuiying asked. Xiang Shuahai. Jiang Lusher said. Ran Shiyu looked over in surprise. It was Xiang Shuahai? That earlier internal conflict. Obviously, Xiang Shuahai had fought with the storm-armored regiment. That command vehicle cut into pieces was the work of wind blades. But now, Xiang Shuahai was clearly in a bad situation. And her position was at the core of the storm-armored regiment. At this time, the fierce wind beside Xiang Shuahai suddenly spread outward, dispersing the blue smoke and revealing her figure. Without wind support, Xiang Shuahai fell from the air and landed on the ground with a painful grunt. She raised her head and looked at Song Lingchen with a somewhat pale face. See? Your wind only spreads my poison gas over a larger area. Song Lingchen said. When he opened his mouth, the blue smoke that had spread outward seemed to flow back like a whale sucking water, returning into Song Lingchen's mouth. How is it? The feeling of being corroded by my poison gas? Now do you still think Jiang Lusher is the hero in your heart? Nonsense. He's just a coward. Song Lingchen said coldly. The blue on his body was deeper, even his eyeballs had turned blue-black. The ground where he stood emitted bursts of green smoke, even the cement was corroded. At this time, Xiang Shuahai not only looked pale, her physical strength had also dropped a lot, even her hair was faintly dyed with a layer of blue. Although she had held her breath earlier, when the poison gas touched her skin, it entered through her pores and immediately caused injury to her body. This blue smoke's toxicity was truly too strong. Xiang Shuahai stood up, her originally slender body appearing even more fragile after being poisoned. She looked at Song Lingchen coldly, her expression still proud. Your ability is far inferior to Jiang Liusher's. She had seen the base vehicle kill the water monster and had once been saved by Jiang Liusher's life. How could Song Lingchen before her compare to the Jiang Lushi in her heart? Song Lingchen gave a cold laugh. As he was about to give a command, Xiang Shuahai's eyes turned cold. Lines of wind blades appeared, slashing toward Song Lingchen. Song Lingchen deftly dodged and looked at Xiang Shuahai. You don't need to rush. You are all going to die. You talk too much. Xiang Shuahai interrupted him, her figure flashing in the wind. In the howling wind, many wind blades surrounded Song Lingchen. But during this violent attack, Xiang Shuahai's figure swayed slightly. Although only a small amount of poison gas was in her body, it was like worms eating at the bone, causing her stamina to waste faster. And every time she used her ability, her stamina was consumed even more. Xiang Shuahai, you're committing suicide. Song Lingchen's angry roar came through the sound of the wind. Xiang Shuahai looked at the base vehicle. Jiang Lushi, I can only win you a little bit of time. Hurry and break out. Then she turned her head coldly and said, you should worry about yourself first. Song Lingchen, you treat me like a vase, thinking you are so great in front of me? I'm telling you, you have underestimated me. As the leader of the northern Jiangsu camp, Xiang Shuahai had never thought of herself as a weak woman. That was also why she would never look at Song Lingchen seriously. He was someone who threatened her and coveted her. How could she regard him highly? I told you, if you want to kill me, you must see if you have the ability. Xiang Shuahai suddenly let out a sharp scream. Her voice was immediately lifted by a violent wind and spread around. Ah! The soldiers in the surrounding tanks and armored vehicles instinctively covered their ears. The sharp wind sound was like it would tear their eardrums apart. At the same time, more wind blades flew out in all directions, forcing the storm armored regiment members who wanted to come out to fight to hide inside the tanks. The relatively vulnerable armored vehicles showed marks on their shells. More wind blades, like blender blades, wrapped around Song Lingchen, cutting inward layer by layer. Under such an attack, even a thick-skinned mutant beast would be skinned and cut into pieces. At this moment, a violent burst of blue smoke exploded from the wind blades, and then a blue human figure shot out at terrifying speed from within the wind blades. Song Lingchen had many new wounds on his body, but none of these wounds touched his core, and they were healing rapidly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he reached out toward Xiang Shuahai. I want you dead. Song Lingchen was completely angered by Xiang Shuahai. At the same time, as he opened his mouth, a dense smoke sprayed out like an arrow, shot in the direction of the base vehicle. What do you want to do? Xiang Shuahai, wrapped in poison smoke in the storm, saw this and her expression changed. She waved her hand, sending a gust of wind rolling over. Take care of yourself. Song Lingchen roared, and a large amount of toxic smoke surrounded him. At the same time, his speed skyrocketed. He grabbed one of Xiang Shuahai's feet and threw her out violently. Xiang Shuahai groaned and fell heavily onto a vehicle. The wind she controlled dissipated on its own. And by this time, that arrow-like object had already reached the base vehicle. Song Lingchen's eyes showed cruelty. He could become a capable general under the Luo family wind. How could his strength be weak? His poison was his most terrifying aspect. When that arrow exploded, within dozens of meters around, everything would be wrapped in poison gas. Within the poison gas circle, both people and animals would be destroyed. This poison gas circle, under Song Lingchen's full ability use, could expand to hundreds of meters. In past human wars, poison gas bombs were feared. They were an extreme warfare method that lost humanity. But even those old poison gas bombs were not as terrifying as Song Lingchen's poison. The smaller the poison gas circle, the higher the poison concentration, to the point it could corrode metal, let alone flesh. When he withdrew the poison gas, there would be no living thing left within the poison gas circle. Jiang Lushi and the others would be completely wiped out from this world. At the same time, he also intended to make Xiang Shuahai reflect on herself within such a poison gas circle. Seeing that she had failed to stop that poison gas arrow, Xiang Shuahai's body went limp. She struggled to stand up. On her fair face, a trace of fresh blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Seeing Song Lingchen step toward her, Xiang Shuahai suddenly turned around, and wind sounded around her. Song Lingchen sneered and sprayed a mouthful of toxic smoke forward. The wind around Xiang Shuahai was immediately corroded by the toxic smoke. She could only disperse these winds and run forward on her feet. She could feel a very strong life-and-death crisis. At this moment, many guns were aimed at her. She could only rely on her instincts to dodge. Every time she dodged, she had to use her ability. When she used her ability, Song Lingchen's poison penetrated everywhere. After running only a few steps, Xiang Shuahai's perfect delicate face had already turned even paler. Her skin almost became transparent, showing the blood vessels beneath. Her steps became heavier and heavier, almost unable to feel her own existence. By contrast, the sound of Song Lingchen's footsteps from behind became clearer and clearer, like thunder beating against her eardrums. Will I die here? Xiang Shuahai thought. She still did not know what had happened to northern Jiangsu or what had happened to Jiang Lushi and the others. And she still wanted to live, wanted to see whether this apocalypse had an end. But it seemed she could not wait for any of it. Air cannon is too late. Close all doors and windows. Flamethrower, fire. Inside the base vehicle, Jiang Lushi issued orders one after another. Boom! A scorching flame instantly sprayed out, directly swallowing that blue poison gas arrow. The terrifying high temperature caused the space itself to warp. This vehicle can still spray fire. The members of the Storm Armored Regiment were dumbfounded. A mere survivor vehicle was fully equipped with weapons and had explosive combat power. It simply seemed impossible. Even Song Lingchen had not expected that this vehicle would be equipped with a flamethrower. His highly condensed poison gas arrow was completely burned away. And this was not the end. The base vehicle continued to spew flame like a tyrannosaurus, charging toward the core of the Storm Armored Regiment, toward Song Lingchen. Everyone prepare. Song Lingchen had just shouted when Jiang Lushi already said coldly inside the vehicle, sprint. The base vehicle, using all black light energy, already had terrifying speed. When using sprint, what kind of speed would it reach? Song Lingchen's voice was instantly swallowed by a deafening loud sound. Then, as if the space in front was torn apart, Song Lingchen watched in disbelief as the vehicle suddenly appeared right in front. Those tanks and armored vehicles had not reacted yet when they were already swept by high heat. And besides flame, a terrifying electric net suddenly covered the base vehicle. Lightning flashed in the fire, and the base vehicle crashed directly into those tanks and armored vehicles. Boom! An earth-shaking roar, fire exploding. At this time, a figure had already appeared inside the base vehicle's combat room. Jiang Lushi held a sniper rifle, his gaze locking onto that blue figure. Originally, accurately finding Song Lingchen in such a formation was really not that simple, but who told you to be so conspicuous like a smef? Jiang Lushi said coldly. He treated the Storm Armored Regiment as a strong enemy, but that did not mean he thought the Storm Armored Regiment could defeat him. The means of the scurrying squad, Song Lingchen had not yet fully witnessed. Shiyu. Jiang Lushi said. An invisible mental attack instantly pierced through space and struck into Song Lingchen's mental light cluster. Song Lingchen, originally sensing life and death danger and about to dodge, suddenly froze at this moment. This is bad. This thought flashed through Song Lingchen's mind in pain. As a level 2 ability user, his mental willpower was strong. Even Ran Shiyu's mental attack would only make him pause for less than a second. But that less than a second was already enough for Jiang Lushi to fire. Ah! Bumps appeared under Song Lingchen's skin, and blood vessels stirred strangely. At the same moment that Song Lingchen's head exploded, a large amount of poison gas also erupted from his body. Before dying, Song Lingchen had already decided to ignore the lives of the other Storm Armored Regiment members, turning this area of hundreds of meters completely into a poison gas circle. He wanted to perish together with Jiang Lushi and his group. The terrifying poison gas immediately swept wildly around. This time the poison gas was released much faster than before. Ah! Ah! Soldiers in the nearby armored vehicles and tanks covered their mouths and noses and screamed. But parts of their skin were still exposed. Even if only a small amount of poison gas touched them, their skin immediately began to rot and fall off. These people writhed in pain, some even had their guns accidentally fire, and some could not help but shoot themselves to death. Boom! The flamethrower continued to spray flame, but still could not completely burn the poison gas clean. At this time, a strong wind blew furiously, pushing the flamethrower's flame farther. At the same time, these strong winds also blew the remaining poison gas away from the side of the Storm Armored Regiment. Minutes later, on the ground only Song Lingchen's corpse remained, still leaking toxic fluid and emitting clouds of toxic smoke. At this moment, those tanks blocking the road had long since moved aside on their own, clearing the road for the flame-spraying base vehicle. The base vehicle drove up to Song Lingchen's corpse. The flamethrower whoosh sprayed high-temperature flame instantly wrapping Song Lingchen's body, making crackling burning sounds. Everything suddenly went silent, only the sound of burning and many pairs of eyes quietly watching the scene. Around, besides the tanks and armored vehicles knocked askew by the base vehicle, some other vehicles had also stopped moving. It started too fast and ended too fast. At this moment, the base vehicle's door quietly opened, and Jiang Lushi stepped out. The Storm Armored Regiment members quietly watched Jiang Lushi. Although many still had uncertain, wary looks, as Jiang Lushi walked step by step toward them, not a single person dared to fire a shot. They just watched as Jiang Lushi walked to a figure. Xiang Shuihai's skin was pale and transparent, like a phantom that would disappear with a gust of wind, quietly standing there. Her pair of eyes stared blankly at Jiang Lushi walking toward her. This scene, she had once seen in a dream. Xiang Shuihai lightly hummed, her body went limp, and she immediately fell down. Seeing Jiang Lushi, she finally felt at ease. She was too tired, she couldn't even move a single finger anymore. Xiang Shuihai? Jiang Lushi took a step forward like an arrow and lifted Xiang Shuihai into his arms. The big star in his arms had her eyes closed, her thick eyelashes trembling slightly. She looked too weak, under her transparent skin the blood vessels seemed all blue. Even her breathing was almost inaudible. She's poisoned. Jiang Lushi frowned. Her earlier attack had exhausted Xiang Shuihai's last bit of strength, causing the poison in her body to fully erupt. Looking at her condition, she seemed about to die. You definitely will not die. Jiang Lushi carried Xiang Shuihai by the waist and quickly brought her into the base vehicle. Yusin. Just as Jiang Lushi placed Xiang Shuihai on the sofa, Li Yusin had already rushed over. She looked at Xiang Shuihai, a sympathetic expression appearing in her eyes. Leave her to me. Li Yusin quickly said. Will she be okay? Jiang Lushi asked. Li Yusin nodded, I will do my best. She then reached out with her plain hands, gently holding Xiang Shuihai's hand, then closed her eyes. In that instant, Li Yusin seemed to enter an operating room, and Xiang Shuihai lay quietly on the operating table. She was connected to many devices, which clearly reflected her life signs. Li Yusin stood beside holding a surgical scalpel. At this moment, Xiang Shuihai's life flame was already very unstable. This was actually just a projection of Li Yusin's spiritual world. In reality, she was just holding Xiang Shuihai's hand. Her spiritual power became an invisible scalpel, directly treating inside Xiang Shuihai's body. Jiang Lushi silently watched from the side. Although he did not know how Xiang Shuihai came here from northern Jiangsu, Xiang Shuihai had helped him. Without Xiang Shuihai, Song Lingchen would not have died so quickly. With Li Yusin's treatment, Xiang Shuihai's breathing gradually became steadier. Sensing this change, Jiang Liushi's heart finally relaxed a little. At this time, a voice came from outside the vehicle, Brother Jiang, the people of this armored regiment want to see you. Jiang Lushi looked at Xiang Shuihai again, then turned and came to the base vehicle door. Several officers were standing not far away, looking at Jiang Lushi with complicated expressions. Seeing Jiang Lushi appear, one of the middle-aged men nervously began to speak, Captain Jiang, now that Song Lingchen is dead, we don't know what you plan to do with us? As he said this, a strong sense of alertness showed in his eyes. If Jiang Lushi wanted to wipe them out completely, they would not just sit and wait to die. If they truly fought, the base vehicle would also pay a price. Song Lingchen is dead, but whether the battle is over depends on you. Jiang Lushi said coldly. The officer was silent for a moment and said, we are not interested in fighting this kind of battle. The Qionghai City army no longer counted as real soldiers, just warlord forces. But after all, this was a decision from the top. For low-level officers like them and ordinary soldiers, it had nothing to do with them. Many soldiers became soldiers because they wanted to defend their country, wanted to wear the uniform. In Qionghai City, although they became soldiers under a warlord, they were still building Qionghai City. But they did not know the reason for surrounding and destroying a survivor team. What meaning did this kind of battle and sacrifice have? Especially with Song Lingchen's madness before death, he had never considered whether they lived or died. All right then, you lead the way for me. I am going to Qionghai City. I will kill Luo Jiafeng. Jiang Lushi said, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. The base vehicle behind him showed many wounds on the exterior, and Xiang Shuihai was now unconscious. All of this was thanks to that organization, thanks to Qionghai City Commander Luo Jiafeng. Killing just one Han Yuan was not enough, he would kill another, Luo Jiafeng. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. This time, Jiang Lushi wanted to dig out the root of that organization and make this spider web reveal its true form from the shadows. The officer looked at Jiang Lushi in astonishment. Even if the base vehicle was strong, the base city that could not be taken down by numerous mutated beasts and zombie hordes, did Jiang Lushi think that with just one team and one vehicle he could do it? The Storm Armored Regiment was destroyed outside, and many ability user teams had escaped. The news would surely reach Qionghai City today. In his view, even if Jiang Lushi turned and ran now, he might not escape. Yet he was willing to walk into danger? But this was Jiang Liushi's own decision, and it happened that they could also return to Qionghai City. So the officer and the others looked at each other and nodded. All right. This street, after the great battle, was already in ruins. The soldiers of the Storm Armored Regiment dragged their comrades' bodies from tanks and armored vehicles and gathered them together to cremate, to prevent them from being eaten by zombies and mutated beasts. The people from the northern Jiangsu camp were doing the same. In the recent battle, they had also suffered heavy casualties, with only 3 people left. Captain Jiang. These 3 people came to the base vehicle, their faces very heavy, but their eyes full of surprise as they looked at the base vehicle. Captain Jiang, when you were fighting the water monster in Wushui County, I saw you. One of the girls wiped her tears and said, I am now with Sister Xiang. My name is Suyeye. Captain Jiang, I have not yet thanked you in person. If it weren't for you, neither my good brother nor I would be alive now. Another big man said. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned red, as if to hold back tears, the veins on his forehead bulged. Jiang Lusher saw earlier that he had sat silently beside a corpse for a long time. That should be the good brother he mentioned? By the way, how is Sister Xiang now? Suyeye asked worriedly. Yes, how is Sister Xiang? The other man also asked. Jiang Lusher looked at Suyeye and said, if you are really worried, you can stay with her. May I? Thank you, Captain Jiang. Jiang Lusher nodded, watching Suyeye hurry up into the base vehicle. He now already knew that the people from the northern Jiangsu camp and Xiang Shuihai had come here because they knew the Shuriing squad would be surrounded. The northern Jiangsu camp paid such a sacrifice, how could Jiang Lusher refuse Suyeye to go on the vehicle to stay with Xiang Shuihai? Why did you come to northern Jiangsu, and how did you end up in Song Lingchen's army? Jiang Lusher asked. It's a long story. A plague suddenly broke out in northern Jiangsu. Anyone infected would die a very miserable death. We searched all nearby camps and could not find a doctor who could treat this plague. We had no choice but to look toward large base cities. The other man said. Then why not go to the Star City base, or the Xiayuan safe zone? Jiang Lusher asked. We don't know either, but Sister Xiang should have heard suggestions that Qionghai City had related research and a strong medical team. The man said. He was just one of Xiang Shuihai's subordinates and was not particularly clear about the specifics. Jiang Lusher showed a thoughtful expression. Northern Jiangsu was not close to Qionghai City, and Jiang Lusher himself only learned Qionghai City's location from the local Chinting. That Xiang Shuihai, far away in northern Jiangsu, could come here made him feel a bit strange. Now that Xiang Shuihai was unconscious, even though Jiang Lusher was somewhat puzzled, he could only temporarily set it aside. At this time, a rumbling sound came. Jiang Lusher turned his head to look. A tank was driving toward them. The tank did not stop until it was in front of them. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3 from the northern Jiangsu camp, Zhang Hai suddenly climbed out of the tank and excitedly said, Brother Jiang. How do you like this new ride of old Zhang? He and Sun Kuan had not only brought a tank back but also scavenged a lot of ammunition. Although the Storm Armored Regiment members saw the scene, they could only hold their noses and acknowledge it. Jiang Lusher looked around the tank and smiled, not bad. Compared to the earlier off-road vehicles, this tank naturally looked much cooler. Just a bit slow, Jiang Lusher said. At first, the Storm Armored Regiment members nearby felt somewhat unconvinced. The main battle tank's road speed could reach 75 km per hour. But then they thought again, the base vehicle's speed was indeed very fast. The main battle tank's weight of over 50 tons reaching 75 km per hour was already impressive. But the base vehicle's weight was far more than 50 tons. Just from that one collision they already felt this was a true giant, and its speed was far beyond 75 km per hour. It was not even the same magnitude. When Jiang Lusher said the tank was slow, it really was hard to argue. But this main battle tank's firepower and protection are also extremely good. If our original order had been to fully attack instead of not destroying that vehicle, it would have been smashed and destroyed already. One soldier still couldn't help saying. Later, didn't you get to fire? Were you able to hit them? I remember the tank you were in was overturned by them, right? Another soldier rolled his eyes. He couldn't stand this sort of after-the-fact boasting. That soldier immediately showed a constipated expression. Damn, my tank is now being driven by those 2 clowns. A perfectly good tank was gone, and he got criticized. It was no wonder he swore in his heart. All right, you 2 stop showing off. Jiang Lusher looked speechless at the overly excited Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Hearing the word old, Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai suddenly remembered something. This scene did seem to have happened before. And thinking again, every time they got a new vehicle, they were excited. Then that vehicle would soon break. But when Jiang Lusher got a new vehicle, it was different. Whenever his vehicle changed, its combat ability immediately increased significantly. Thinking in this way, their expressions instantly calmed down. Yes, compared to Brother Jiang, what was there to be proud of with a tank? Departure. Jiang Lushi returned inside the base vehicle and looked into the distance. Qionghai City, Luo Jiafeng. Qionghai City, the range of this base city is actually not very large. If seen from the air, it is just a small city. The base city surrounded by tall walls is like a small oasis in the post-apocalyptic wilderness, surrounded by deadly lands full of zombies and mutated beasts. The surviving humans gather in this oasis, hiding behind the walls to survive. When there is no large group of zombies attacking, life here for ordinary survivors is the same every day, full of violence and hardship, struggling at the lowest level. They do not know what is happening outside, they do not even know what happens every day in the building in the center of Qionghai City. As the most ordinary survivors of Qionghai City, they do not even have the qualification to approach there. And there is the power center of Qionghai City, and on the top floor of the building sits the supreme ruler of Qionghai City, Commander Luo Jiafeng. Sitting there, he can look down on the whole Qionghai City. For the people of Qionghai City, this is a big figure they cannot reach. At this moment, 2 reports are placed in front of Luo Jiafeng. He has already read both of these reports. One of them, Song Lingchen led the Storm Armored Corps to annihilate the Shadow Stone Squad, and more than a dozen survivor teams participated, all were defeated by the Shadow Stone Squad. This news has already spread throughout the upper levels of Qionghai City, astonishing everyone. Luo Jiafeng was also somewhat surprised. He felt that he seemed to have underestimated the Shadow Stone Squad a little. But what really concerned him was the second report. On Luo Jiafeng's desk, besides a radio and a telephone, there was nothing else. And this radio only locks onto one special frequency. This channel broadcasts some numbers and words that sound completely illogical at a specific time. But only some people know the meanings of these numbers and words, and can use these numbers to know the time of the next broadcast. This report is the news transmitted by this radio broadcast. Luo Jiafeng looked at the information decoded from the code on the report. Weapon has been found. Such a simple sentence made Luo Jiafeng's breathing somewhat heavy. Before the apocalypse, he was only a mid-level officer, and he knew almost nothing about those secrets that high-level people of various countries knew before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, as he climbed up step by step, the world he sees now is already completely different from ordinary people. This is the real world. For example, weapon. If he had not entered that level and become one of those people, he would not have known. Luo Jiafeng thought for a while, and dialed a phone. Then he put away the radio, and gathered all the files in his office together and threw them into the stainless steel trash can. Luo Jiafeng rubbed his fingers, a flame shot out from his fingertips with a swoosh, then like it had intelligence became a firelight and threw into the trash can. With a whoosh, the trash can burst into roaring flames. When these flames were completely extinguished and those documents were burned to ashes, a woman wearing a professional suit, with short hair and delicate features, happened to push open the door. The secretary said, "Commander Luo, it has been prepared for you, we can depart soon." Luo Jiafeng nodded, a trace of excited expectation flashing in his eyes. Then, what about the Shadow Stone Squad? The secretary hesitated a moment and asked. If it were not for the appearance of this report, Luo Jiafeng would personally stay and resolve the Shadow Stone Squad and take back the Black Hole Core. But now, the importance of the Shadow Stone Squad in his eyes is far less than this weapon. So Luo Jiafeng only said lightly, if they escaped, increase the bounty price. If they are hiding, send people to search. Okay. The secretary nodded. What do you know about that Commander Luo of yours? On the way to Qionghai City, Jiang Lushi asked the officer of the Storm Armored Corps. He already knew this officer's surname was Wu, named Wu Guang. Wu Guang was still cautious toward Jiang Lushi, but also temporarily found that Jiang Lushi was not a person of unpredictable anger and bloodlust, so he did not refuse to answer Jiang Lushi's question. Not much knowledge, but I know he wasn't commander before. He suddenly became the leader of the team later, and then established Qionghai City. Qionghai City, rather than a base city, is more like a large trading point. Wu Guang said. He had always been in the team, witnessing the establishment of Qionghai City and all the development afterward. Wu Guang knew that things were always transported to Qionghai City, weapons, evolution crystals, and these things were traded in Qionghai City for other things, including many capable ability users, and these people were sent away. Originally Wu Guang did not mind these, or rather deliberately ignored them, because he knew he would remain in Qionghai City, and under the changed nature of the army, caring less about things he should not care about helped him to survive. But after witnessing Song Lingchen's death, in front of a person with a bounty, after hearing his question, Wu Guang suddenly began to recall these matters. Qionghai City is a warlord's territory. A warlord wants to develop, but always sends ability users away. This seems somewhat unreasonable. Climbing to a high position suddenly sounds familiar. Jiang Lushur said. Like Han Yuan. So it seems Qionghai City is a trading point of that organization, and Luo Jiafeng is the person chosen by them as the responsible one. Although Han Yuan is a major general in the Huaxia region, in that organization, Luo Jiafeng's importance definitely far exceeds Han Yuan. Of course, if it weren't for Jiang Lushur, Han Yuan continuing to develop in the Jiangning safe zone might also have finally brought the Jiangning safe zone under control, becoming another territory of that organization. Luo Jiafeng is not a simple figure, his strength is very strong, and he is very decisive, with clear goals and a tough style. Wu Guang said. He looked at Jiang Lushur. If you think of him as Song Lingchen, then you are very wrong. After all, Luo Jiafeng is the real ruler of Qionghai City. If I think of him as Song Lingchen, then my interest in him wouldn't be so high. Jiang Lushur said. All right. Wu Guang said indifferently. He was also lazy to study what Jiang Lushur really meant. He looked ahead and said, ahead is Qionghai City. When they set out they thought it was a simple task, but unexpectedly, now in the posture of losers, they were forced to return with their target, a survivor squad. As their distance to Qionghai City grew closer, the outline of Qionghai City had appeared in their sight. Wu Guang looked at Jiang Lushur, a trace of inquiry passing through his eyes. Facing the whole Qionghai City, does Jiang Lushur really have confidence? At this moment, Jiang Lushur's expression changed slightly, then he left the car window. Jiang Lushur directly went to one of the two bedrooms in the base vehicle. This was the girls' room. After being processed and decorated by the girls, the atmosphere inside became fresh and elegant, with many delicate details. After the base vehicle was upgraded, Jiang Lushur had not yet entered this room. At this moment entering, he smelled a faint fragrance, a little familiar. Not like perfume, nor like any air freshener, just a very faint scent, but one that made people want to smell it carefully. Jiang Lushur was stunned for a moment, then thought this might be the legendary scent of girls. Previously when he slept in a room with these girls, he also often smelled the scent. Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuiying were both in the room, and Xiang Shuahai was lying on the bed. Next to her sat the somewhat tired Li Yusin. Yusin, you've worked hard. Jiang Lushur said. Li Yusin shook her head with a smile. At this moment Jiang Lushur walked to the bedside and looked at Xiang Shuahai. You're awake. Jiang Lushur had heard Ran Shiyu's telepathic voice, knowing Xiang Shuahai was awake, so he hurried over. Xiang Shuahai looked very weak. She looked at Jiang Lushur without speaking. After a long while, a faint smile appeared on her face. Long time no see. Xiang Shuahai's voice was very light. It is a long time no see. Jiang Lushur suddenly reached out and held Xiang Shuahai's hand. Don't worry, I will do my best to help with the situation in northern Su. A bright light appeared in Xiang Shuahai's eyes. For some reason, Jiang Lushur always gave her a very reassuring feeling, and Jiang Lushur's words had a special comforting power to her. Even more than a base city like Qionghai City, Xiang Shuahai believed Jiang Lushur more. If he promised, then he would definitely do it. You rest first. When you're rested, tell me about the northern Su situation. Jiang Lushur said. But at this time Xiang Shuahai did not let go of his hand. She shook her head. I am not that fragile. Dr. Yusin has already helped me clear the toxins. I can speak now. You should already know, a plague is now spreading in northern Su. Xiang Shuahai said softly. This plague will make people become like zombies. Ah? Like zombies, then isn't that just zombie virus infection? Jiang Zhuiying blinked, asking somewhat puzzled. This sounds completely no different. Some people also think so, but compared with the zombie virus, there is actually a big difference. Xiang Shuahai continued. Infected people by this plague at first do not lose consciousness. Although their bodies become like zombies, and their habits begin to change, their brains are still clear, knowing they are human. But gradually, their bodies begin to rot, and finally they watch themselves slowly become a rotten corpse while conscious. Compared with this, becoming a zombie is much better. Li Yusin could hardly bear hearing this. Just imagining that scene from Xiang Shuahai's description made her feel unbearable. Jiang Zhuiying also felt a bit of scalp tingling, and wrinkled her brow. Has this situation continued for long? Jiang Lushur felt uncomfortable hearing this. Watching your body gradually rot, this is both physical and psychological torture. People would likely break mentally before the body fully rots, and many probably killed themselves in despair before death. Not long, but too many people have died. As Xiang Shuahai spoke, she seemed to recall those terrifying memories, her face growing paler, her lips trembling lightly. Anyone who witnessed such deaths, and many dying in front of her, would find it hard to endure. Because of this, Xiang Shuahai risked coming so far to Cheonghai City seeking help. Miss Xiang, you rest first. Yusin, take care of her. Jiang Lushur said, standing up. At this moment the base vehicle had already driven to the gates of Cheonghai City, the tall city walls casting long shadows in the setting sun, covering the base vehicle. The base vehicle had now transformed into a bus form. I'm fine, I have recovered a lot. Where are we? Xiang Shuahai felt the light darkening. She turned her head to look out the window and saw a section of the city wall. In this apocalypse, where there are walls, there is naturally a large city. Cheonghai City. Jiang Lushur said calmly. Xiang Shuahai felt a sudden stop in her heart. Cheonghai City? She was stunned for a while. Originally Cheonghai City had issued a kill order, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Lushur came to Cheonghai City. For Jiang Lushur this was literally a tiger's den. Although Xiang Shuahai knew Jiang Lushur was strong, but he had no need to enter Cheonghai City directly. This is the army's main base. Was Jiang Lushur going to start a war with the army? Why are you here? You know here is. To kill people. Jiang Lushur said naturally. This trip to Cheonghai City was for revenge, so he had already let the people of the Storm Armored Corps leave. The Storm Armored Corps did not refuse. They originally thought to return to Cheonghai City, but actually when they were close, they had already thought clearly. After their defeat and bringing back the enemy, they had already violated Cheonghai City's rules. More importantly, they did not agree with the warlord rule of Cheonghai City. This battle made them understand that. If so, why insist on returning to Cheonghai City? Maybe they would go to some small town, build a new camp, and shelter some struggling ordinary people. Of course their departure is a big loss to Cheonghai City. Actually many military zones do not have many tanks, Cheonghai City is an exception. Besides the few tanks they had before the apocalypse, most others were obtained after the apocalypse. But these things they would no longer consider. Kill people? Xiang Shuahai was stunned hearing this. Such a bloody word spoken by Jiang Lushur seemed so calm and normal. Before she could say anything, Jiang Lushur had already walked out of the room. Stop! Stop! Seeing the base vehicle approaching, the soldiers at the Cheonghai City gate walked over with guns. Cheonghai City is a trading center, many profitable teams come to Cheonghai City, guarding the gate also has a lot of profit, not without some trouble, they can collect some passage fees. Stop for inspection. The platoon leader of the city guard soldiers, with a mustache, touched his chin and examined this bus. This look was not like a soldier doing a routine search, but like looking for something valuable. After the apocalypse, too many people mixed into the army system here, many soldiers were no longer what they used to be. This mustache platoon leader had thus trained a keen eye. At a glance he saw Jiang Lushur's bus was an ability user squad, and not weak in strength, otherwise how could they drive such a large vehicle, just fuel consumption is too exaggerated. And this vehicle was so damn beautiful. From the outside it did not look like much, but through the windshield, the mustache platoon leader found the interior was very luxurious, it was a camper. And the driver was a pretty girl. In the apocalypse, such a beautiful clean girl was rare. The mustache platoon leader became a bit itchy. Get down. Everyone get down for inspection. The mustache platoon leader would not offend these strong ability users too much, but just let that beauty get off, and have a close look, would be enjoyable. Open the door. The mustache platoon leader raised his gun. Such a luxurious camper, how could he not inspect? Pretty car and beauty, living so free in the apocalypse made him very jealous of the guys in the car. But no matter what he said, Jiang Lushur did not open the door. Just the other sleazy stare made him displeased. Captain, what's up? At this moment, Zhang Hai's voice came from behind. Zhang Hai usually calls him Brother Jiang. Now arriving at Cheonghai City, he changed the address. Now Jiang Lushur's trademark bus had completely changed appearance, few would connect this bus to Jiang Lushur. As for the words, Shadow Stone, on the bus, Jiang Lushur had temporarily covered them. Of course even so, Jiang Lushur directly came to the Cheonghai City gate, his courage was very great. And Luo Jiafeng definitely would not have expected that Jiang Lushur would be so daring. Moreover, now after all it is the apocalypse, the warlord's response speed is not that fast. At this moment what the vehicle looked like, what he looked like, probably the warlord of Cheonghai City also did not know. So Jiang Lushur swaggered directly toward the city gate. Oh? Quite a few people, you all get down. The mustached leader tilted his head and said to the back vehicle, but he had not finished his words when his voice was stuck in his throat. He watched with wide eyes as a heavily armored tank, accompanied by a rumbling sound, approached. Tank? Type 99 main battle tank? The mustache platoon leader was dumbfounded. What was this situation? An ability user squad actually brought a tank. And it was an active service top model. This was too absurd. He had heard of powerful ability user squads, but never that they drove a tank. A tank is something ability user squads really cannot handle. Not to mention fuel consumption, just shell supply is something ability user squads cannot complete. A tank's main gun has limited ammo, once fired it's gone. Without army support, how could there be ammo supply? So even though Cheonghai City had an armored core, seeing an ability user squad actually have a tank still shocked the mustached platoon leader. This squad was too fierce. And the one driving the main battle tank even called the person ahead captain? He was just a subordinate? For a moment, the mustached platoon leader was stunned. What's going on? Are we allowed to pass? Seeing the inspection dragging so long, Zhang Hai behind shouted, "Hey! You there!" Zhang Hai held an 81 rifle, knocking on the 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun on the main battle tank. The mustached platoon leader swallowed. How can you drive a main battle tank? These are army property. Did you seize it or find it? You must return it to the army. The mustached platoon leader finally reacted. Driving a tank? How could it be returned? A tank is worth so much. You are not allowed to leave, go with me to the military district. The mustached platoon leader patted the gun in his hand, and the radio called for support. Facing this whole unknown ability user squad, he felt a bit shaky. What did you say? I seized this tank by my own ability, why should I give it back to you, Captain? Zhang Hai was speaking when Jiang Lushi waved his hand. Going to the military district suited Jiang Liushi's plan. He originally wanted to go to the military district, now he even saved someone to guide. You, put down your weapon, get off the tank. The mustached platoon leader, relying on representing Cheonghai City military, said to Zhang Hai. Clang! In response was the heavy sound of the tank hatch closing. Seeing the tank's barrel slowly turning, the mustached platoon leader swallowed and did not dare to call Zhang Hai down from the tank. Joking, if a tank fired inside Cheonghai City, the consequences were not something his shoulder rank could endure. Don't turn. The mustached platoon leader hurriedly avoided the barrel. Compared to that luxurious camper, the tank in front was a naked threat. Facing a 125mm smoothbore gun, the fear was no less than facing a zombie horde. At this time, the support squad arrived. Although this support squad was also a group of mediocre soldiers, they were backed by the army, so their confidence was still strong. Everyone come with us. I warn you, if you dare cause trouble in the city, I guarantee you will regret coming into this world. The leader of this support squad was a captain with a crew cut. He hurried over and was also shocked seeing this tank. What the hell, there really was a tank. But Cheonghai City does have an armored core. Although the standard is not comparable to a real armored core, it is still a big backing. So this captain immediately put on airs, first giving this ability user squad a heavy warning. At the same time he also somewhat admiringly looked at the mustached platoon leader, seizing a tank would bring them some reward. Don't stand there, come with us. The captain shouted. Jiang Lushi looked at him with a half-smile, let's go. Inside the vehicle, Xiang Shuahai looked at this captain with some sympathy. This captain still thought Jiang Lushi was cowardly, acting arrogant. He had no idea what kind of person he brought to the military district. If something happens later, it would be his responsibility. Zhang Hai disdainfully glanced at the mustached platoon leader and that crew-cut captain, and drove the tank rumbling behind the base vehicle. With the captain leading, they entered Cheonghai City and headed to the military district. At that moment, Jiang Liushi's expression changed slightly, and then he left the window. Jiang Lushi went straight into one of the two bedrooms of the base vehicle. This room was the girls' room. After being worked on and decorated by the girls, the atmosphere inside became fresh and elegant, adding many delicate details. After the base vehicle was upgraded, Jiang Lushi had not yet entered this room. At this moment, as soon as he entered, he smelled a faint pleasant fragrance, and it was a bit familiar. It was neither like perfume nor like any kind of air freshener, just a very light smell, but it made people want to smell it carefully. Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment, and then he thought that this might be the legendary scent of girls. Previously when he slept in the same room with these girls, he also often smelled the scent. Ran Xiyu and Jiang Zhuiying were both in the room, while Xiang Shuahai was lying on the bed, and beside her sat Li Yusin, somewhat tired. Yusin, you've worked hard, Jiang Lushi said. Li Yusin shook her head with a smile. At this time Jiang Lushi walked to the bedside and looked at Xiang Shuahai. You're awake. Jiang Lushi had heard Ran Xiyu's telepathic voice, and knew Xiang Shuahai was awake, so he hurried over. Xiang Shuahai looked very weak. She looked at Jiang Lushi without saying a word. After a long while, a faint smile appeared on her face. Long time no see. Xiang Shuahai's voice was very light. It really has been a long time. Jiang Lushur suddenly reached out his hand and grasped Xiang Shuahai's hand. Don't worry about the situation in northern Su, I will do my best to help you. A glimmer of light appeared in Xiang Shuahai's eyes. For some reason, Jiang Lushur always gave her a very reassuring feeling, and Jiang Liushur's words, for her, also had a special comforting power. Even more than a base city like Qionghai City, Xiang Shuahai trusted Jiang Lushur more. If he made a promise, then he would definitely accomplish it. You rest first. When you have rested well, then tell me about the situation in northern Su, Jiang Lushur said. But at this time Xiang Shuahai did not let go of his hand. She shook her head, I am not that fragile. Dr. Yusin has already helped me remove all the toxins. I can speak now. You should already know, in northern Su now a certain plague is prevalent, Xiang Shuahai said softly. This kind of plague will make people become like zombies. Ah? Like zombies, then isn't that just infection by the zombie virus? Jiang Zhuiying blinked, somewhat confusedly asking. This sounded completely no different. Some people also think so, but compared with the zombie virus, there is actually a big difference, Xiang Shuahai continued. In the beginning, infected people of this plague do not lose consciousness. Although their bodies become like zombies, and their habits begin to change, their brains are still clear, knowing that they are human beings. But gradually, their bodies begin to rot, and in the end they watch themselves slowly become a rotten corpse while conscious. Compared to this, becoming a zombie is much better. Li Yusin could hardly endure hearing this. Just hearing Xiang Shuahai's description and imagining that scene made her feel unbearable. Jiang Zhuiying also felt a bit of scalp tingling, and wrinkled her brow. How long has this situation lasted? Jiang Lushur listened and also felt uncomfortable. Seeing one's body gradually rot, this was basically a dual torture of body and mind. It was feared that before the body finished rotting, the person's spirit would collapse first, and probably many people could not wait for death and killed themselves in despair. Not for long, but already too many people have died. While Xiang Shuahai spoke, she seemed to recall those terrifying memories again, her face growing paler, and her lips trembling slightly. Anyone who had witnessed such deaths, and with many dying like that in front of her, would find it hard to endure. And precisely because of this, Xiang Shuahai risked coming so far to Qionghai City seeking help. Miss Xiang, you rest first. Yusin, take care of her. Jiang Lushur said, standing up. At this moment, the base vehicle had already driven to the entrance of Qionghai City. The tall city wall under the setting sun cast a long shadow, covering the base vehicle. At this time, the base vehicle had already transformed into the form of a bus. I'm fine, I have recovered a lot. Where are we? Xiang Shuahai felt the light getting darker. She turned her head and looked out the window, and she saw a section of the city wall. In this apocalypse, where there is a city wall, there is naturally a large city. Qionghai City, Jiang Lushur said calmly. Xiang Shuahai heard this and her heart stalled. Qionghai City? She was stunned for a while. Originally the kill order issued by Qionghai City, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Lushur came to Qionghai City. For Jiang Lushur this was simply a perilous place. Although Xiang Shuahai knew that Jiang Lushur was very strong, he still had no need to go straight into Qionghai City. This was the army's main base. Was Jiang Lushur going to start a war with the military? Why did you come here? You know this place is? To kill people. Jiang Lushur said without hesitation. This trip to Qionghai City was for revenge, so Jiang Lushur had just let the people of the Storm Armored Corps leave. The people of the Storm Armored Corps also did not refuse. They naturally had thought about returning to Qionghai City before, but when they were truly near Qionghai City, they had already thought clearly. After they were defeated and brought the enemy back, they had already violated Qionghai City's rules. More importantly, the current warlord rule of Qionghai City was fundamentally not something they approved of. This battle had already made them understand this point. If so, then why insist on returning to Qionghai City? Perhaps they would go to some small town, establish a new camp, and shelter some ordinary people struggling desperately. Of course their departure was a very large loss to Qionghai City. Actually many military zones do not have many tanks, Qionghai City was an exception. Besides a small number of tanks they had before the apocalypse, most others were obtained after the apocalypse. But these matters, they would no longer consider. Kill people? Xiang Shuahai heard this and was stunned. Such a bloody word, coming from Jiang Liushur's mouth, yet it sounded so calm and normal. Before she had time to say anything, Jiang Lushur had already walked out of the room. Stop! Stop! Seeing the base vehicle driving over, the soldiers at the gate of Qionghai City walked over holding guns. Qionghai City is a trading center. Many teams with profits would come to Qionghai City. Guarding the gate also had a lot of benefits. There was no lack of some difficulties, and some passage fees could be collected. Stop for inspection. The squad leader of the city guard soldiers, with a two-striped mustache, touched his chin and examined this bus. This look was not like a soldier doing a routine search, but like looking for some valuable item. After the apocalypse, too many people had mixed into the military system here, and many soldiers were no longer what they were before. This mustached squad leader, after such a long time, had also trained a keen eye. At a glance he saw that Jiang Liushir's bus was an ability user squad, and the strength was not weak. Otherwise how could they drive such a large vehicle? Just the fuel consumption was too exaggerated. And this vehicle was too damn beautiful. From the outside it did not seem like anything, but from the windshield the mustached squad leader discovered this vehicle was extremely luxuriously decorated, and it was actually a motorhome, and the driver sitting in the driving position was a pretty girl. In this apocalypse, such a pretty and clean beauty was not common. The mustached squad leader for a moment felt a bit itchy. Get out of the car. Everyone get out for inspection. The mustached squad leader would not offend this powerful ability user squad too much, but just let that beauty get out, and observe up close carefully, would also be very enjoyable. Open the car door. The mustached squad leader raised the gun in his hand. Such a luxurious motorhome, how could he not inspect it? Pretty vehicle and beauty, living so carefree in the apocalypse, made him very jealous of the guys in the car. But no matter what he said, Jiang Liushir did not open the car door. Just the other sleazy eyes made him uncomfortable. Captain, what's up? At this moment, Zhang Hai's voice came from behind. Zhang Hai usually called Jiang Ge. Now that they had arrived at Qionghai City, he still changed the way of address. Now Jiang Liushir's signature bus had completely changed its appearance. Very few people would associate this big bus with Jiang Liushir. As for the word Shadow Stone on the bus, it was also temporarily covered by Jiang Liushir. Of course, even so, Jiang Liushir directly came to the city gate of Qionghai City. This courage was also very great. And Luo Jiafeng definitely would not expect that Jiang Liushir would be so daring. Furthermore, after all this is the apocalypse, the reaction speed of the warlord here would not be so fast. At this moment what Jiang Liushir's vehicle looked like, what he looked like, probably the warlord of Qionghai City also did not know. So Jiang Liushir swaggered directly toward the city gate. Oh? Quite a few people here. You all, get out of the car. The mustached squad leader tilted his head and said to the vehicle behind. But his words had not yet finished when his voice got stuck in his throat. He watched with wide eyes as an armored tank, accompanied by a rumbling sound, drove over. Tank? Type 99 main battle tank? The mustached squad leader was dumbfounded. What was this situation? An ability user squad actually brought a tank to drive. And it was a frontline model in active service. This was too absurd. The mustached squad leader had heard of many powerful ability user squads, but never that they drove a tank. A tank, an ability user squad really couldn't use one. Not to mention fuel consumption, just the ammo supply was a task an ability user squad could not complete. A tank's main gun's loaded ammo is not much. After firing it's gone. Without the support of the military, how could there be ammo supply? So even though Qionghai City had an armored core, seeing an ability user squad actually have a tank still shocked the mustached squad leader. This squad was too ruthless. And the guy driving the main battle tank even called the person ahead captain? He was just a subordinate? For a moment, the mustached squad leader was dazed. What's going on? Are we being allowed to pass? Seeing the inspection dragging on for so long, Zhang Hai in the back shouted, "Hey! I'm talking to you." Zhang Hai held an Type 81 rifle, knocking on the 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun on the main battle tank. The mustached squad leader swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How can you drive a main battle tank? This is all army property. Did you seize it, or find it? You must return it to the army. The mustached squad leader finally reacted. Driving a tank? How could it be returned? A tank costs so much money. You are not allowed to leave, go with me to the military district. The mustached squad leader patted the gun in his hand, and the radio called for reinforcements. Facing this entire ability user squad without known background, he felt somewhat weak. What did you say? I seized this tank by my own ability, so why should I give it back to you, Captain? While Zhang Hai was speaking, he saw Jiang Liushir wave his hand. Going to the military district suited Jiang Liushir's intention. Originally he wanted to go to the military district, and now he even saved someone to guide. You, put down your weapon, get down from the tank. The mustached squad leader, relying on representing the military of Qionghai City, said to Zhang Hai. Bang! In response to him was the heavy sound of the tank hatch closing. Seeing the tank's barrel slowly turn, the mustached squad leader swallowed his saliva, and did not dare to call Zhang Hai to get off the tank anymore. Joking, if this tank fired inside Cheonghai City, the consequences were not something his shoulder rank could withstand. Don't turn it. The mustached squad leader hurriedly avoided the barrel. Compared to that luxurious motorhome, the threat from this tank was naked. Facing a 125mm smoothbore gun, the fear was no less than facing a horde of zombies. And fortunately at this time, the reinforcement squad arrived. Although this reinforcement squad was also a group of mediocre soldiers, they were backed by the military, so their confidence was still strong. Everyone, come with us. I warn you, if you dare cause trouble in the city, I guarantee you will regret coming into this world. The leader of this reinforcement squad was a captain with a crew cut. He hurried over and, seeing the tank, was shocked for a moment. What the hell, there really was a tank. But Cheonghai City did have an armored corps. Although its standard was far from a true armored corps, it was still a big backing. So this captain, upon arriving, immediately struck a posture, first giving this ability user squad a serious warning. At the same time he also somewhat appreciatively looked at the mustached squad leader. Seizing a tank, they could also get some rewards. Don't stand there, come with us. The captain shouted. Jiang Lushur looked at him with a half-smile, let's go. Inside the vehicle, Xiang Shuahai looked at this captain with some sympathy. This captain still thought Jiang Lushur was cowardly, looking arrogant. He had no idea what kind of person he was bringing to the military district. If something happens later, then that would all be because he personally led them in. Zhang Hai disdainfully glanced at that mustached squad leader and this crew-cut captain, and drove the tank rumbling behind the base vehicle. With the crew-cut captain, they entered Cheonghai City and headed toward the military district. What? Someone snatched a tank from the army and brought it into Cheonghai City. While Jiang Lushur was being escorted to the military district, this news spread on a small scale. What Zhang Hai said before, I took the tank by my own ability, so why return it? Sounded extremely arrogant. The army is what kind of organization? Someone actually seized from the army itself. Do they not know how to write the word death? Jiang Lushur naturally couldn't be bothered with these things. At this moment, he had reclined the co-pilot seat and was lying comfortably in the seat, feeling the breeze blowing from outside the window, very relaxed. Anyone who saw Jiang Lushur like this would not think that he was quietly waiting for a bloody slaughter. At ease, my friend. At this moment, a voice came from outside the car window. Jiang Lushur lazily looked outside. He saw an SUV driving over, running parallel to the bus. Because of the height difference between the vehicles, Jiang Lushur could only look down. He saw a driver driving, and the person speaking was a man sitting in the back seat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed neatly. This man with glasses had a smiling face. Jiang Lushur was not interested at all in this suddenly appearing stranger and was too lazy to reply. Just as he was going to lie back comfortably, the man with glasses spoke again. Friend, it's better if you listen to a few words from me. You won't lose out. I know you are the leader of an ability user squad, and your strength is not weak. But you said before that you took the military's tank. You have probably offended the military. You might even end up in a military court. What do you want to say? Jiang Lushur frowned. I am Qin Hongfang, and I want to talk business with you. Qin Hongfang spoke and glanced at the minibus where Jiang Lushur was, his face always holding a warm smile. In Cheonghai City, Qin Hongfang was considered a figure. Relying on solid connections with some big figures in the army, he monopolized the liquor supply in Cheonghai City. When he heard that someone had daringly driven a seized tank into the city, he became interested. Of course, he did not want that tank. That tank could not be given to him no matter what, and it was useless to him. But he heard that this team actually had a luxurious motorhome. Qin Hongfang not only had strong background, but he was also smooth with people. He could walk both the snake path and the rat path. This news was told to him by the mustached squad leader. A luxuriously decorated, well-maintained, clean motorhome, Qin Hongfang was very interested. He thought he could use this luxury motorhome as part of his bar, turning it into a mobile bar, or use the motorhome to carry a car full of beautiful women for a wild good time. Qin Xiao is talking to you. Did you hear that? At this moment a soft female voice came. From the panoramic sunroof of this SUV, a pretty woman with slightly seductive clothing stood up. This woman was named Li Qianqian. She was one of Qin Hongfang's many lovers. I'll say it plainly, Qin Xiao has taken a liking to your vehicle. Although this vehicle is flashy without real combat power, Qin Xiao likes it. You probably don't know that in Cheonghai City, many people are competing to do business with Qin Xiao. It's rare that you come into the city and have this kind of luck. So how about it, give us this vehicle. Li Qianqian spoke in a light tone, giving a feeling of laziness and being indulgent, as if nothing mattered. Jiang Lushur snorted. He didn't even bother to respond to this self-important woman. At this moment, Qin Hongfang had already seen from Jiang Liushur's expression what he was thinking. Friend, don't be so arrogant. To be honest, if I went outside to search, finding a motorhome like that wouldn't be difficult. Although it might be a bit dirty, after maintenance and renovation, it can still be used. But I'm someone who hates trouble, so I want your motorhome. If you sold this vehicle on the market, it might not be worth much, because it's not practical. Ability user squads wouldn't like it. Only in the hands of a businessman like me will it have value. Hearing Qin Hongfang's words, Jiang Lushur laughed. He had seen people try to take vehicles before, that wasn't surprising, but it was the first time he heard someone actually wanting to buy a vehicle. It was like dealing in second-hand goods. Then tell me, how much can this vehicle be worth? Jiang Lushur said with a smile. Qin Hongfang didn't answer directly. Instead he said softly, do you think you will come out of the military district so easily this time? After Qin Hongfang said this, Jiang Lushur understood, this was a threat. Originally Jiang Lushur thought this guy, although arrogant, was just talking business, willing on both sides. Now it seemed he had no intention of negotiating properly, but wanted to buy it by force. He didn't even intend to spend money on this motorhome. I know some high-level people in the military, General Liu, Commissioner Sun, and even Marshal Luo. I can speak to them. Oh? Jiang Lushur was stunned. He naturally knew that the Marshal Luo Qin Hongfang mentioned was Luo Jiafeng. Although Jiang Lushur could now enter the military district openly with the army, he still could not meet Luo Jiafeng. Even with Ran Shiyu's spiritual vision, Jiang Lushur didn't know what Luo Jiafeng looked like. Besides, Ran Shiyu's spiritual vision could not see appearance, only detect spiritual power. Originally, Jiang Lushur was thinking about how to find Luo Jiafeng. He was afraid that if he made too much of a commotion, that old fox would escape. Now if Qin Hongfang could guide the way, that would be even better. You know Marshal Luo? Jiang Lushur asked, feigning surprise, and his words carried a hint of admiration. Hee, Qin Hongfang laughed without speaking. The feeling was like an emperor hearing a farmer say he used a golden hoe and ate meat every day. Li Qianqian looked at Jiang Lushur disdainfully, truly a frog in a well. Qin Xiao and Marshal Luo, not only acquainted. As for the specific relationship between Qin Xiao and Marshal Luo, you don't need to know that. I'll tell you one thing so you understand, in all Qionghai City, all the bars belong to Qin Xiao. In the apocalypse, with the lack of rules, people tended to indulge their desires. For ability users who did not know if they could live to see tomorrow's sun, bars and casinos were places to vent desires. Especially here, there would inevitably be some glamorous services and trades. The profits involved in these gray areas were imaginable. Jiang Lushur suddenly became a bit interested in this Qin Hongfang. He stroked his chin and examined Qin Hongfang, feeling like he saw a fat sheep. Of course Jiang Lushur also knew that Qin Hongfang, as a public manager, had to hand over most of his earnings, and what he kept wouldn't be much. But Jiang Lushur now needed money to upgrade and build an electromagnetic pulse bomb. Even mosquito leg meat is still meat. Moreover, this guy stood at the door as a guide. He said he knew Luo Jiafeng. Then finding Luo Jiafeng would not be difficult at all. Qin Xiao, so you have a close relationship with Marshal Luo. You should have said so earlier. I really didn't recognize a great man when I saw one. Jiang Lushur sat up straight and showed a smile, looking very enthusiastic. I do want to meet Marshal Luo. If Qin Xiao is convenient, please introduce me. I have long heard of Marshal Luo's great name. For Qin Hongfang, Jiang Liushur's attitude change from proud to respectful was nothing strange. Many ability user squads initially contacted him with arrogance, but after learning through various channels that Qin Hongfang had some kinship with Luo Jiafeng, they immediately became like cowardly grandchildren. Even though the kinship was distant, it was still a relationship. That alone was much stronger than them. Although Qin Hongfang enjoyed this feeling of showing off his identity and hitting people's faces with it, it didn't stop him from despising these ability squads for their sycophantic attitudes. For example, this guy driving a motorhome, originally arrogant, but once talking about Luo Jiafeng, he immediately became a coward. Since he was cowardly in his bones, what was the point of acting like a big threat? Just looking at him was disgusting. He said lazily, I can take you to him. I happen to have some business to visit Marshal Luo. You wait outside. I'll inform him for you. Whether Marshal Luo meets you, that depends on Marshal Luo's mood. Okay. Jiang Lushur readily agreed. By the way, your main battle tank, Qin Hongfang looked lightly at the Type 99 tank behind Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur smiled embarrassedly and said, to be honest, this tank was picked up. Saying we took it by our own ability, that was my brother bragging. Even if we had 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to take a tank from the army. We originally planned to hand it over to the military. I see. Qin Hongfang lightly laughed. Under his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes flashed with even more disdain. He thought they were some powerful characters, but it turned out they were all just talk. If he had known earlier, he didn't have to come in person. Just let Li Qianqian show up and use her label, that would have scared him out of his pants. Then about your motorhome. Qin Hongfang looked at Jiang Liusher's vehicle. Human psychology is strange. Originally Qin Hongfang thought Jiang Liusher was strong and wanted the vehicle especially. Now that he knew Jiang Liusher was a coward, his interest in the vehicle lessened a little. He even looked down on it. As a mobile bar it seemed a bit small, but to carry 7 or 8 girls in rotation, it was still pretty good. Qin Xiao, you are too polite. After Qin Xiao introduces me to Marshal Luo, not only this motorhome, I'll put a few mutant crystal cores on it, as Qin Xiao's meeting gift. Jiang Liusher said, with a faint half-smile in his eyes. Good. Qin Hongfang nodded with satisfaction. This person was quite understanding. Although a soft shell, as long as he could bring wealth. Since you're so straightforward, I will definitely let Marshal Luo meet you. Qin Hongfang did not doubt Jiang Liusher's flattering attitude at all. For a strange ability user squad arriving at a base city for the first time, paying some protection fee to the real power figure was a sensible move. While Qin Hongfang and Jiang Liusher were talking, by this time the military district had arrived. At the entrance to the military district, the tank had to be disarmed. After all, ahead was the military district. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had to get off the tank, and Xie Shasha also got off. She wore a thick coat, wrapping her perfect figure and the chubby Luoluo inside. After being dropped off by Chinting, Xie Shasha and Luoluo had hidden to one side. After the battle ended, Luoluo brought Xie Shasha to find Jiang Liusher and the others. But Xie Shasha didn't dare to go up to the base vehicle, so she sat in the tank. Seeing Xie Shasha, Qin Hongfang's eyes lit up, another beauty. This guy, how come there were so many beauties around him? Before he could look closely, Xie Shasha had already gone onto the bus with Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. As soon as the bus door closed, Xie Shasha entered the bedroom. This was Ran Shiyu's arrangement. Qin Hongfang stroked his chin. He was pondering whether it was possible to get one of the beauties to play with. At this moment, Jiang Liusher said, Qin Xiao, the tank has already been handed over. Can I see Marshal Luo now? Okay then, come with me. Since this tank was not taken by you, but found and returned, that itself is a great merit. You are qualified to meet Marshal Luo. Even for Qionghai City, which had the Storm Armored Corps, a Type 99 tank was still a considerable wealth. Qin Xiao is too polite. Then please, Qin Xiao, be a bit more accommodating. Jiang Liusher smiled apologetically. Seeing Jiang Liusher so weak and easily bullied, Qin Hongfang was already calculating how to fleece this fat sheep later. It's not easy to find such a sucker. In the future he could develop him into a stable source of income. Thinking this, Qin Hongfang greeted the soldiers present, wanting to take Jiang Liusher to meet Luo Jiafeng. When he said this, the mustached squad leader felt a bit troubled. After all, it was he who detained Jiang Liusher at the city gate. Although Jiang Liusher now said that this Type 99 tank was picked up and planned to be returned to the army, judging by how arrogant Jiang Liusher's squad was at the gate, disobeying orders, rotating the cannon, not to mention handing over the tank, not firing a shot in the city was already good. And he even planned to hand it involuntarily, yeah right. In the mustached squad leader's mind, since this Type 99 tank was recovered, he should get the credit. If he hadn't been sharp and decisively detained Jiang Liusher's squad, maybe a less decisive gate squad leader would have let Jiang Liusher escape. Now seeing Qin Hongfang about to recommend Jiang Liusher to meet Luo Jiafeng, wouldn't his own achievement be gone? That couldn't do. Well, Qin Xiao, this squad were all brought here by my brothers under escort. We've reported to the military, we can't just lose half of them. How about this, Qin Xiao first takes this brother to meet Marshal Luo, and after the meeting, we continue to escort them to the military headquarters to assist in the investigation. The mustached squad leader laughed, planning to embellish Jiang Liusher's arrogance and threats to the military in his report, only that could highlight his own merit. The crew cut captain also stepped forward and said, Qin Xiao, this squad's origin is unknown. This is a key military area. We must follow the escort to prevent accidents. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward Jiang Liusher with a hint of warning. Qin Hongfang was a clever and subtle person, and he immediately understood that these two were saying so much mainly to show off their achievements. They were both low-ranking officers. How often would they have the chance to contact high-ranking military figures? This time they finally brought back a Type 99 tank for the army. If they didn't show their faces to high-ranking people, their credit might be taken by Qin Hongfang. Qin Hongfang laughed. Okay, then let's go together. He didn't care about this at all, giving these underlings some benefits was only proper. For a moment, the whole group headed straight to the headquarters. The headquarters was located in the central area of the military district. This was a patch of villa zones, and Luo Jiafeng's villa was at the far end of the zone. This villa was decorated very luxuriously. In front of this villa was a large helipad. When Jiang Lushur and the others arrived, as luck would have it, an armed helicopter was slowly landing on the helipad. The high-speed rotation of the helicopter's rotor blades produced strong wind that made many soldiers unable to open their eyes. Seeing this armed helicopter, Qin Hongfang froze. A rotor more than 10 meters long and a dark, heavy fuselage, isn't this a WZ-10? Before the apocalypse, this was one of the country's best helicopters and was not widely equipped. After the apocalypse, there were even fewer of them. Because of special reasons, Qionghai City became the base for the Storm Armored Corps. They had quite a few tanks, but armed helicopters, especially advanced WZ-10 helicopters, not a single one. Qin Hongfang didn't expect that in front of Luo Jiafeng's door there would now be one of these. Who the hell came? As Qin Hongfang was wondering, the hatch of the armed helicopter opened. A bald man in a gray leather jacket stepped out from the helicopter. This bald man was about 1.9 meters tall, with muscles seemingly about to burst his clothes. He wore sunglasses, and behind his ear was a deep scar. Even without knowing whether he was an ability user, just his powerful physique made it clear he was no ordinary person. But this bald man was not the main person. After stepping out of the helicopter, he stood aside with his hands behind his back. At this moment, a man who looked to be in his 30s walked out of the armed helicopter. This man had bronze-colored skin. He was not tall, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Most noticeable, he seemed to have no left hand. His left hand below the elbow was replaced by a metal prosthetic, and at the end of this metal limb was a very heavy-looking axe. The one-armed man noticed Qin Hongfang and the others, but only glanced over lightly without paying much attention. At this moment, the villa gate opened. A middle-aged man strode out like a dragon walking like a tiger. He wore a crisp military uniform and had an extraordinary presence. It was Luo Jiafeng. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Brother Li Yinqiang to come personally to pick up Luo here. Truly an honor. The middle-aged man clasped his fists toward the one-armed man. Although they wore military uniforms, their current identities mostly had nothing to do with being actual soldiers. Their interactions were accustomed to traditional courtesy, not military salute. Brother Luo is too polite. The one-armed man said lightly without more. This opening immediately made Qin Hongfang's eyes brighten. Originally he had wondered who could stand on equal footing with Luo Jiafeng. Now hearing Luo Jiafeng's greeting, he immediately remembered the identity of the one-armed man. He was actually the person in charge of the Xiaoyuan safe zone, the one called the War God, Li Yinqiang. This person's fame was tremendous. Before the apocalypse he was a major general. After the apocalypse he awakened his ability and early became a level 2 ability user, someone with both status and strength. Naturally, Qin Hongfang wanted to make connections with such a figure, and today they happened to arrive. At such a moment, one had to say hello. He immediately stepped forward and said, "So it's Commander Li. I am Qin Hongfang. I have long heard your name. Today I finally see Commander Li in person. It's truly my great fortune." Li Yinqiang glanced at Qin Hongfang but only nodded slightly. He had come to see Luo Jiafeng because of the weapon, and naturally he had no interest in Qin Hongfang. Unintentionally, Li Yinqiang noticed in the group behind Qin Hongfang a bus mixed into the army convoy. A bus among army vehicles was indeed a bit out of place. At first Li Yinqiang didn't care, but strangely, for some reason, that bus gave him a very familiar feeling. At this moment, inside the base vehicle, Jiang Lushur was looking at Li Yinqiang. But because of the reflection on the windshield, Li Yinqiang saw Jiang Lushur's face shrouded in light and shadow. Really enemies meeting on a narrow road. Jiang Lushur touched his chin. Back in the Xiaoyuan safe zone, when Li Yinqiang tried to recruit Jiang Lushur and failed and then planned to send him to be cannon fodder, Jiang Lushur realized this and screwed over Li Yinqiang. Li Yinqiang lost that arm because of Jiang Lushur. For an ability user, how important an arm was, that went without saying. Unexpectedly Li Yinqiang had now teamed up with Luo Jiafeng. But that wasn't strange. Li Yinqiang had extraordinary strength and naturally could gain standing among warlords. "Who is this squad behind you?" Li Yinqiang asked Qin Hongfang. As a level 2 ability user, his perception was sharp. Although this feeling of familiarity was vague, Li Yinqiang would not easily ignore it. "Oh, this is an ability user squad. They picked up a Type 99 tank outside, and my brothers detained them. I'm about to report to Commander Luo, Qin Hongfang said calmly, though he was actually very happy. He thought the day was chosen perfectly, bringing back a Type 99 tank. Such credit was enough to gain recognition from someone like Li Yinqiang. Detained them? Is it the squad on that bus? Yes. Just an ordinary squad. They were probably just lucky to find a tank, Qin Hongfang said his assessment. There was nothing suspicious. If a stronger squad, would they be so cowardly? But he didn't expect Li Yinqiang to hesitate, then unexpectedly walk toward that bus. Qin Hongfang was startled. He didn't expect Li Yinqiang to be so interested in this squad. After only a few steps, Li Yinqiang had already reached the front right of the bus, facing the co-pilot seat. He watched as the man sitting in the co-pilot seat slowly rolled down the car window in a leisurely manner. The man leaned against the car window comfortably and waved at Li Yinqiang. Long time no see, brother Yinqiang. Nice new look. Are you a man determined to become the Pirate King? What Jiang Lushur said was, of course, referring to Li Yinqiang's prosthetic limb. This was always a deep pain in Li Yinqiang's heart. Normally, in front of Li Yinqiang, people didn't dare mention his metal limb, and even to look at it a few times was enough to make Li Yinqiang want to execute them, let alone be teased like this. You, the normally calm Li Yinqiang suddenly had eyes turning blood red. How could he forget that face? Jiang Lushur. It's you. What? Jiang Lushur? Luo Jiafeng, who had been standing at the villa gate, suddenly stiffened when he heard this name. The man sitting on that bus was Jiang Lushur? The one who killed Han Yuan and Song Lingchen, took the Black Hole Core, has an S-level organizational death warrant. This Jiang Lushur actually infiltrated the military district alone? Was he planning to come to the Army's Department of War to kill him? It would be normal for Jiang Lushur to hide or flee, but to appear in front of him so soon and so stealthily was extremely abnormal. Precisely because of this unexpected abnormal behavior, and because Jiang Lushur moved so fast, before Qionghai City could react, Jiang Lushur had already infiltrated. Luo Jiafeng felt a deep chill. He pressed on his weapon at his waist, eyes glittering. Why are you here? Jiang Lushur shrugged and said, you didn't understand earlier? I picked up a Type 99 tank. I planned to drive it for a couple of days, but who knew when I entered the city the gate guard detained me, and then this group of people brought me to Commander Luo's door. So I ended up here. Jiang Lushur's words made Luo Jiafeng suddenly look at Qin Hongfang. At this moment Qin Hongfang looked completely petrified. Jiang Lushur, he was that Jiang Lushur, the one who single-handedly destroyed Black Hole, caused the military district to issue the highest ever wanted order, and couldn't be subdued. He had a minibus that the military considered a nightmare, and now? Qin Hongfang's neck turned like a rusted 100-year-old bearing, slowly turning toward the bus behind him. One minibus was already terrifying, now it had become a bus? Thinking that he had even talked about using this bus as a mobile bar and a tool to pick up girls, Qin Hongfang's face turned dark like pig liver. He inadvertently looked at Jiang Lushur's face, the smile hanging there was like a demon. He actually thought about shearing this demon for profit? Not only Qin Hongfang, but even the mustached squad leader and the crew-cut captain were completely stunned. They had detained Jiang Lushur and brought him to the headquarters. They had actually brought a killing god. Qin Hongfang felt cold all over. No matter what, he was doomed this time. At this moment, the crew-cut captain finally reacted. He hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie. But just then, a burst of electric current flashed, and the walkie-talkie in his hand was instantly blown up. He couldn't help screaming as his burned hand trembled constantly. Jiang Lushur's cold gaze swept over these people. Since he had come here, he certainly would not give them a chance to call for help. Of course, this commotion would attract attention. But Jiang Lushur had already expected this. Jiang Lushur, do you want to kill me in my headquarters? I think you've lost your mind. Luo Jiafeng glared fiercely at Qin Hongfang, then said coldly to Jiang Lushur. Don't think that because you sneaked in, I'll be afraid of you. You are walking into a trap. In Luo Jiafeng's mind, he had already mentally counted his forces. Besides his personal guards, there were the mustached squad leader and the crew-cut captain's troops, plus himself and Li Yinqiang. Besides, this was his headquarters. He was not afraid of Jiang Lushur at all. Brother Yinqiang, you know this Jiang Lushur? Luo Jiafeng asked. Li Yinqiang's blood-red eyes stared at Jiang Lushur, almost spitting fire, more than just knowing him. It seems you have a grudge? Then it's perfect. Today Jiang Lushur came by himself, we'll settle old and new scores together. Luo Jiafeng said. Old and new scores? These debts should be properly settled. Before I only collected some interest, today I should collect some principal back, Jiang Lushur sneered. You two are whispering over there. Have you decided who will die first? The one dying is you. You dare act wildly in my headquarters without considering your own strength. Luo Jiafeng roared. At this moment, Luo Jiafeng suddenly felt an intense life-and-death crisis. Without thinking, he leapt to the side. Boom! With a loud explosion, a terrifying airflow blasted out from the front of the bus, barely passing by Luo Jiafeng's side, and directly blasted open the villa door behind where he had just stood. Crackle! Countless explosions sounded. All the glass windows in the villa instantly shattered, glass fragments flying outward. All the glass ornaments, lights, and furniture inside the house were torn apart by the airflow. In the blink of an eye, the entire villa was blasted clean from inside out. A villa that had been luxurious and high-end just moments ago was, in an instant, reduced to a broken shell, a complete mess. Luo Jiafeng's lungs were about to explode in anger. Since Qionghai City was established, this had been his private residence, symbolizing his status. No one dared act recklessly here, yet Jiang Lushi had just blasted it into such a ruin. At this moment, Li Yinqiang let out a furious roar and dashed out. Compared to Luo Jiafeng, Li Yinqiang wanted Jiang Lushi dead even more. For someone like him, losing an arm was agonizing. Although that arm was not cut off by Jiang Lushi personally, Li Yinqiang had already put this debt on Jiang Liushi's head. When Li Yinqiang moved, it was like a tiger descending a mountain. In a flash, he appeared in front of the bus, rushing toward the window behind which Jiang Lushi sat. He threw a punch. Before the fist arrived, a loud bang was heard. But at this moment, the bus suddenly swerved to the side. Li Yinqiang's punch did not hit Jiang Lushi, it hit the bus body instead. A huge impact sounded. On the very hard bus body, there was a single fist mark. Even Jiang Lushi raised an eyebrow. Even with one arm missing, Li Yinqiang's strength was still incredibly powerful. Li Yinqiang's face changed. With this punch, even if he couldn't break through the bus shell, there should have been a large dent. He didn't expect only a fist mark to remain. At this time, the bald man also shouted and rushed forward. Shoot! Shoot! Qin Hongfang yelled. Before he could finish, the mustached squad leader and the crew-cut captain had already drawn their guns, and their soldiers all pointed them at the bus and opened fire. What shocked them was that when bullets hit the bus, the body only showed tiny white marks. This bus wasn't a tank, but its frontal protection was 700 millimeters thick. Although the exterior looked thin, its bulletproof ability was extraordinarily strong. And at this time, the bus began to fight back. Electric currents flashed wildly as it rammed around, like a deadly hazard. Touching it meant injury, colliding with it meant death. Inside the operations room, Jiang Zhuiying stood and almost casually released the electric current, enveloping the entire bus in her electric web. On her cute face was a sweet smile, as if she was doing something that made her very happy. But matched with the screams of the people being burned by the electric currents, her smile didn't look like an angel's, it looked like a little devil disguised as an angel. Even powerful people like Li Yinqiang and Luo Jiafeng, and the bald man, could only restrain the bus a bit. If they weren't there, the mustached squad leaders group would have been beaten to crying and calling for their mothers long ago. This puts us at a serious disadvantage, a group of us fighting a piece of iron, Qin Hongfang said anxiously, seeing that Li Yinqiang and the others couldn't deal with the bus. Inside the car, Li Qianqian's face was pale, she had never seen a scene like this. Just then, Jiang Lushi suddenly felt something and looked up to the outside. Li Yinqiang also suddenly stepped back and coldly looked toward Jiang Lushi in the bus. Jiang Lushi saw at a glance that the helicopter was rising and about to take off. It was clear that Li Yinqiang and the others were trying to buy time for this helicopter to get airborne. Jiang Lushi, no matter how strong your vehicle is, you're still running on the ground. In front of an armed helicopter, you're just a target, Li Yinqiang said coldly. The 23mm automatic cannon in the nose of the WZ-10 was already aimed at the bus. The traverse angle of this automatic cannon reached 130 degrees, the bus could not possibly escape from under the barrel. In addition, the WZ-10 also carried 6 anti-tank missiles and 36 rockets. Even if the bus shell was very hard, that turtle shell would definitely be blown to pieces. Just the thought that the bus would soon be destroyed made a gleam of pleasure flash in Li Yinqiang's eyes. Luo Jiafeng also looked confident, as if holding an ace. Jiang Lushi was indeed ruthless and decisive with strength, but he was too arrogant and did not understand the terror of the military. One helicopter alone could bury him without a trace. Great! I nearly forgot, we have an armed helicopter here. Why fear him? Qin Hongfang felt very confident. Is the helicopter that terrifying? Li Qianqian asked. Of course. When ground troops face air units without air control, they will be utterly crushed, Qin Hongfang said confidently. As for what air control an ordinary survivor squad could have, that was a joke. Qin Hongfang couldn't think of anything else the bus could do. Besides driving away, there was no other way. But could it escape? At this moment, inside the operations room, a gun barrel emerged again. This barrel was made of silver metal, thin and unremarkable. Originally Qin Hongfang thought Jiang Lushi planned to fire at the helicopter. But seeing the short barrel that couldn't even move, he was just aiming forward. The helicopter was above the bus. Was he planning to fire into the air? At this time, the pilot inside the helicopter was ready to fire. Prepare. Just then, a sharp shriek sounded in everyone's ears, pulling at their hearts. At the same time, the silver metal barrel flashed fiercely. It was like a flash of a camera suddenly lighting up. What the hell? What is that? Qin Hongfang and the others were on full alert, thinking another fierce shot was coming. But unexpectedly, the barrel only flashed once and then nothing happened. No blast, no sound, nothing. Was that a dud? Jiang Lushi, you're about to die, and you're still joking? Li Yinqiang laughed. Just then, Li Yinqiang suddenly heard the roar of the helicopter overhead growing closer. He looked up sharply, and his face completely changed. The WZ-10 was wobbling and then suddenly lost balance, getting closer and closer to the ground. Boom! The armed helicopter had just taken off, and it already crashed to the ground. The rotating blades uprooted all the grass on the lawn, then broke off, and the helicopter burst into flames and black smoke. Many people could not dodge in time, such as the mustached squad leader, who was killed on the spot. Even Li Yinqiang and Luo Jiafeng couldn't fully avoid it. Li Yinqiang tumbled dirted on the ground, covered with earth and grass fragments, in a very embarrassed state. But he couldn't care about that now. Looking at the helicopter fallen before him, his eyes were full of disbelief. His armed helicopter, how could it crash? It hadn't fired a single shot, yet it was already destroyed. Naturally, the helicopter could not have coincidentally malfunctioned. Li Yinqiang immediately thought of the strange shot from the bus just now. Obviously, that shot had knocked this helicopter down. This electromagnetic pulse bomb, the effect is indeed good. Inside the base vehicle, Jiang Lushi looked satisfied. A single electromagnetic pulse bomb, detonated at such a close distance, had immediately disabled all the helicopter's instruments. No wonder it crashed. It was laughable that Li Yinqiang and Luo Jiafeng thought a helicopter alone could crush them. They didn't know that without preparation, Jiang Lushi wouldn't have ventured deep into the military district. At this moment, two spiritual penetration attacks suddenly struck, hitting Li Yinqiang and Luo Jiafeng before they could recover from their shock. Immediately after, several figures rushed out from the bus and charged toward them. At this moment, everyone hadn't even reacted yet when they were suddenly ambushed by the Stone Shadow Squad. Ah! Li Yinqiang felt a sharp pain in his head, and a loud alarm went off in his mind. He bit through the tip of his tongue to force himself to stay conscious. Then he did a donkey roll to the side, which usually helped him dodge most attacks. But just then, a sudden burst of light flashed before Li Yinqiang's eyes. The intense brightness nearly blinded him. He forced his eyes open, but they stung so much that tears streamed out uncontrollably. Boom! 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 Over a dozen bolts of lightning fell from the sky, completely covering the area where Li Yinqiang was. His roll had dodged nothing at all. The lightning struck him directly, and he let out a miserable scream. Ah! Li Yinqiang was in unbearable pain. He desperately lunged forward, swinging his axe-shaped prosthetic limb. Zzzt. Jiang Zhuiying shot out a bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning struck Li Yinqiang's prosthetic limb, paralyzing his entire body again. He trembled uncontrollably, his teeth clenched, and his face twisted in pain. Hee, I've beaten up a lot of people, but it's the first time I've met someone so cooperative. You even come with your own conductor, Jiang Zhuiying giggled behind her hand. Hearing Jiang Zhuiying's sweet voice, Li Yinqiang almost coughed up blood. His prosthetic was made of metal and conducted electricity. Against Jiang Zhuiying, it was a huge disadvantage, and she was mocking him with it. Luoshuai! Li Yinqiang shouted. He's barely hanging on. You better worry about yourself, Jiang Zhuiying said, flicking her fingers like dancing, as lightning bolts continued to rain down on Li Yinqiang. She was right. At that moment, Luo Jiafeng was also in a sorry state. He had just been hit by a sudden mental attack, and then a girl appeared behind him out of nowhere and almost killed him with one stab. Although he barely dodged the fatal blow, he was still seriously injured, with a deep wound on his face bleeding heavily. The cat girl was elusive and strange. He held his breath and stayed alert, but still had no idea from which direction she might attack next or when the next mental attack would come. Mental attacks were even harder to guard against, and she coordinated with her partner flawlessly. Both Luo Jiafeng and Li Yinqiang realized that the Stone Shadow Squad was far more terrifying than expected. not just the bus, but the strength of these people was incredible. The more they fought, the worse their situation became, and the bus still sat there like a predator watching its prey. Suddenly, Luo Jiafeng let out a miserable scream. He clutched his thigh and collapsed to the ground, blood spurting, writhing in pain. Zero appeared beside Luo Jiafeng, the military dagger in her hand shining coldly. "Don't move." Zero stared coldly at Luo Jiafeng. Even though Luo Jiafeng was still screaming, seeing the dagger in her hand, he really didn't dare to move. He felt completely locked in. If he moved even a little, he'd be dead the next second. Captain Flathead and the others had already been shocked senseless. Their helicopter had been shot down, and now they were fleeing in panic. At this moment, Zhang Hai, Sun Quan, Wei Feifei, and Taozi arrived with guns, surrounding them. Seeing that even Luo Jiafeng had been captured, Captain Flathead and his men looked bitter but had no choice but to surrender. "Come here." Zhang Hai pointed his gun at Qin Hongfang and Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian's face turned pale with fear. She shivered and hid behind Qin Hongfang. "Young Master Qin, save me. Didn't you say they couldn't beat a helicopter? What do we do now?" Qin Hongfang couldn't care about her anymore. "Brother," Qin Hongfang said with a forced smile to Zhang Hai. "Let's talk this out. We've got no beef. I've got businesses in Qionghai City. If you let me go..." "Shut up. Who's your brother? You trying to buy your life with money?" Zhang Hai sneered. "If I shoot you now, won't all your stuff be mine?" Qin Hongfang's eyelid twitched wildly. His face turned ugly. Zhang Hai's blunt words scared him speechless. "Get over there and squat. You too." Zhang Hai pointed to a corner and then glared at Li Qianqian. "Ah?" Li Qianqian screamed in fear and quickly ran over to squat. Li Yinqiang shouted twice. Looking around, he saw people dead or surrendered. Only he was still struggling. Seeing the bus almost untouched and Jiang Lushi and others stepping down from it, a hint of despair flashed in Li Yinqiang's eyes. At that moment, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm crashed down, slamming Li Yinqiang hard into the ground. His whole body turned black, his hair and eyebrows burned off, muscles twitching, and his prosthetic sparking. Li Yinqiang's eyes turned lifeless. No matter how unwilling he felt, he couldn't fight back anymore. "Jiang Lushi, I didn't expect to fall by your hands. If I had more time and met you again, I'd definitely kill you," Li Yinqiang said. He saw a pair of shoes appear in front of him. Looking up, it was Jiang Lushi. He was usually the one standing tall. Now, he lay at Jiang Liushi's feet, being looked down upon. "Jiang Lushi, if you kill us, you'll pay a heavy price," Luo Jiafeng shouted. "You mean your organization will avenge you?" Jiang Lushi smiled faintly. "I'm already wanted by your people. Killing you won't change much." Trying to threaten him like this, Luo Jiafeng's brain must have been messed up by that psychic attack. "Yes, you're wanted now. No matter where you go, it'll be dangerous. But if you let me go, I can help you get rid of this problem," Luo Jiafeng coaxed. "Shut him up," Jiang Lushi said. Zero slapped Luo Jiafeng hard. Even with his tough skin, the slap made his vision go black and his mouth fill with blood. "You?" Luo Jiafeng was furious. As a commander, being slapped by a girl in public was utter humiliation. "When Brother Jiang didn't tell you to speak, shut your mouth. Say another word, and I'll slap you again," Zero said coldly. "Just kill me," Luo Jiafeng said stiffly. "Humph." Zero sneered and ignored him. With her watching, Luo Jiafeng couldn't even kill himself. At that moment, Jiang Lushi looked at Li Yinqiang. "Weren't you the war god of Shaiyuan Safe Zone? How did you become part of that organization?" Li Yinqiang gave Jiang Lushi a hateful look. "You better not make me waste more effort. I've got a doctor on the bus, and someone good at torture." "Let's talk nicely," Jiang Lushi said with a smile. Li Yinqiang said coldly, "What do you want to know?" "If you want to know how I joined them, I can tell you. I lost an arm. Shaiyuan had an infection outbreak and insect nests exploded. At that time, the organization appeared, gave me a prosthetic, and stabilized the safe zone. So, they helped you keep your power and strength," Jiang Lushi nodded. "Heh, I'm not that short-sighted. That organization is stronger than you can imagine. After I lost my hand, I not only recovered but became stronger. With time, I could have become much more powerful. Then killing you would be as easy as killing a dog," Li Yinqiang said, with regret in his eyes. "Too bad I won't get that chance. But you won't live much longer either. The organization will kill you. If you keep running, they'll treat you like a stray dog. But doing what you're doing now, you're digging your own grave," Li Yinqiang said with a twisted smile. Jiang Lushi chuckled, "We'll see." "Oh, right, you won't get to see it. Kill me. Kill me," Li Yinqiang shouted while laughing madly. Looking at the rabid, struggling Li Yinqiang, Jiang Lushi pulled out his gun but then lowered it. "Zhuying, you do it," Jiang Lushi said. "Ah." Jiang Lushi. Shoot me. Li Yinqiang yelled behind him. You want an honorable death? You think you deserve it? Jiang Lushi shook his head. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying walked over with a cheerful smile, electricity crackling in her hands. Li Yinqiang was full of hate. He'd once roamed freely in the apocalypse, and now he was dying at the hands of a little girl, burned to death, painfully and hideously. Ah! Ah! As Li Yinqiang screamed in agony, Jiang Lushi walked up to Luo Jiafeng. Just moments ago still acting tough, Luo Jiafeng now looked pale. He was different from Li Yinqiang, he hadn't fought much. Without the organization's support, he would never have become a commander. In the apocalypse, he had tasted absolute power, and he hadn't had enough. Now, it was all about to vanish. To him, his life was valuable and should not be ended by someone like Jiang Lushi. No matter how strong Jiang Lushi was, he was just a commoner. Dying by his hand was not worth it. Jiang Lushi, let's talk. Luo Jiafeng finally couldn't hold back. Jiang Lushi paused, he hadn't even spoken yet and this guy already gave in? So proactive? What do you want? Mutant beast meat? Crystals? Weapons? Luo Jiafeng thought Jiang Lushi was a desperado, but surely he wouldn't say no to wealth. Sure enough, he saw interest flash in Jiang Lushi's eyes. Jiang Lushi rubbed his chin and looked at Luo Jiafeng like he was a fat pig on a spit. Yeah, commander of Qionghai City, must be rich, huh? I still have some savings. Seeing Jiang Lushi looking at him like a fish on a chopping block, Luo Jiafeng's heart tightened. Admitting he had money while knowing the other person wanted to rob him was extremely stupid, but he had no choice. His head on his neck was more important. If he slipped up now, he could end up like Li Yinqiang, dead. Luo Jiafeng was almost kneeling, with Jiang Lushi's gun pointed at his head. He felt deeply humiliated and wished he could tear Jiang Lushi into pieces. But he could only endure it. He had to survive. To live, even losing all his wealth was worth it. He had just learned about the weapon. If he could get it, his power would grow rapidly. At that time, he swore he would turn Jiang Lushi into a human swine, torturing him for 10 days and nights before letting him die in agony. But now, he could only rely on Qionghai City, his main base with more than 10,000 troops and heavy weapons, to protect his life. He believed that even if Jiang Lushi was strong, killing him and escaping from 10,000 troops was almost impossible. In fact, with all the chaos in the villa area, the entire military district was already alarmed. Soon, the sound of engines roaring came from the road. Jiang Lushi looked and saw over 10 fully armed military SUVs rushing over aggressively. Even the tank he had previously turned in had arrived. In such a short time, it had been recalibrated by the military and now came into use. Rumble. The tracks of the Type 99 tank crushed the beautiful asphalt roads of the villa district, destroying the surface. A group of armed soldiers followed the SUVs, closing in quickly. However, when they saw the state of the battlefield, all of them were stunned. The once fierce soldiers broke out in a cold sweat. The scene was too brutal. The luxury villa that Luo Jiafeng had spent heavily to build, a symbol of the highest authority in Qionghai City, was now in ruins, like it had been swept by a nuclear blast. Even more shocking, a crashed WZ-10 attack helicopter was lying on the ground, its rotor completely destroyed. You all, put down your weapons. Before Jiang Lushi could speak, Luo Jiafeng gave the order. He had sensed killing intent in Jiang Lushi's eyes as the army approached. Luo Jiafeng knew very well that with Jiang Lushi's strength, he could easily kill him in an instant and then get on his bus. There would be no room to resist. Upon hearing Luo Jiafeng's order, most soldiers put down their guns. But a small squad of more than 10 men still kept theirs raised. Leading them was a middle-aged man with narrow eyes. Behind him was a team of ability users who only listened to his orders. The middle-aged man was silently calculating whether it was possible to keep Jiang Lushi there. Zhang Mingzi, I told your men to lower their weapons. Didn't you hear me? What, are you planning to kill me too? Luo Jiafeng shouted angrily. Although he held the highest position in Qionghai City, it wasn't a place where only his voice mattered. Some people had different thoughts, even trying to replace him. Zhang Mingzi was one of them. Zhang Mingzi wasn't a soldier. He was the leader of an ability user squad. His squad was very strong, and he was one of the city's earliest founders, which gave him status in the military zone. He came from a wild background, bloodthirsty by nature. Seeing this chance was like a wolf spotting meat. He wanted to use this opportunity to replace Luo Jiafeng, become Qionghai's new overlord, and rightfully join the mysterious organization as their new representative. Commander Luo, what are you saying? I didn't tell my men to lower their weapons because I want to protect you. If everyone stops resisting, your safety would be at the mercy of that criminal, Zhang Mingzi said with a smile. To join the organization, he had to prove his strength. The best way was to kill Jiang Lushi. Then the organization wouldn't care about Luo Jiafeng's death. But Jiang Lushi was too hard to deal with. Zhang Mingzi knew he couldn't do it alone. However, with 12,000 troops outside, plus rocket launchers, heavy cannons, and tanks, if they used heavy weapons without caring about consequences and flattened half of Qionghai City, he didn't believe Jiang Lushi could survive. Brothers, now's the time to fight for wealth and power. Zhang Mingzi was a soundwave ability user. He could transmit sound directly into others' ears without a third party hearing it. I'll count to 3, then attack with a soundwave. That's the signal. All of you strike together, and shoot Luo Jiafeng too. Once he's dead, the army will fall into chaos. My people will lead a full assault. Jiang Liushi's people will be turned to dust. Zhang Mingzi could use ultrasonic attacks. Within 100 meters, they could instantly destroy a person's will, and since they couldn't be heard, they killed silently. He had already positioned snipers. By now, several should be in place. Understood. Zhang Mingzi's men didn't transmit sound, but they lightly tapped their gunstocks with their thumbs. Even such a faint sound was a signal that Zhang Mingzi could hear, part of their secret code. Many of Zhang Mingzi's men had followed him for a long time. Most were desperados with huge ambitions. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Before he finished saying 1, Zhang Mingzi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, like being stabbed by a needle. Then a blinding blue current filled his vision. The same thing happened to the dozen or so ability users behind him. Their whole bodies went numb, and the guns nearly dropped from their hands. In that instant, they were first hit by Ran Shiyu's psychic stab, followed by Jiang Zhuing's lightning attack. Even for Ran Shiyu, launching a psychic stab at over 10 ability users was extremely taxing. She could only stun them for less than a blink of an eye, but that was all Jiang Zhuing needed. With Ran Shiyu's mental link, their coordination was perfect. Crack! Terrifying currents formed a net of electricity, enveloping all the ability users. They were struck by lightning and immediately lost the ability to move. At that moment, 2 figures, one in black and one in white, leapt out from Jiang Liushi's side. It was Ying and Zero. Their speed was extreme, like spirit cats, appearing among the group of ability users in a flash. The flickering of daggers, claw marks, and crackling electricity intertwined into a blood-drenched symphony. Screams rang out. Zhang Mingzi's squad hadn't even made their move yet, and half of them were already wiped out. In group battles, acting first is crucial. Losing the initiative is like losing half the fight. This was especially true for the Stone Shadow squad. With Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuing as powerful crowd controllers, paired with Ying and Zero as powerful attackers, once they got the upper hand, their group battles were unstoppable. Not to mention, there was already a huge strength gap between the two teams. Wait. Someone from the ability user team begged for mercy. But Ying and Zero ignored his plea. He let out a scream, with sparks still flickering on his hands, but his body had already lost all signs of life. At that moment, Zhang Mingzi also came out of the mental stab and electric shock, but just as he recovered, he was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. His squad was nearly all dead, only he was left. Around his feet lay the corpses of his men, scattered in disarray. A few who weren't dead had also completely lost the ability to fight. Just then, Jiang Lushi suddenly raised his gun. The long AMR-2 in his hands casually pointed at an angle. Jiang Lushi merely glanced around and pulled the trigger. Bang! After the first shot, he slightly adjusted the barrel and fired again. Bang! The second shot. Everyone was confused. They didn't understand why Jiang Lushi suddenly fired his gun. They looked in the direction he had fired and were shocked to see that, nearly 100 meters away, blood had splattered on the rooftops of 2 nearby villas. On one rooftop, a man holding a gun had his chest blown open. He didn't even make a sound and fell straight down like a sack, hitting the ground hard. As for the other villa, no one fell from the roof, but the bloodstain showed that someone had also been killed. The body just hadn't dropped. They were 2 snipers. Realizing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They had thought Jiang Lushi was just randomly firing, but in reality, he had killed 2 snipers. And those snipers were over 100 meters away, hidden on rooftops. They should have been nearly impossible to spot, yet Jiang Lushi shot them dead, almost without aiming. What kind of perception was that? What kind of marksmanship? This man was terrifying. Just thinking about assassinating him made people feel hopeless. Zhang Mingzi's face was now completely pale. Those 2 snipers were arranged by him. He knew Jiang Lushi was strong, but his biggest reliance was the army of over 10,000 behind him. A force that size wasn't something a squad of ability users could rival. But before he even got the chance to set things up or mobilize the army, his people were already dead. At that moment, Zhang Mingze saw Jiang Liusher's sniper barrel pointing at him. What did it feel like to have a gun aimed at your life? Zhang Mingze had pointed guns at many others and taken many lives. But now, he was the one tasting the fear of death. For a moment, Zhang Mingze could barely breathe. Cold sweat ran down his cheeks. What was happening in front of him was unbelievable. A squad was surrounded by over 10,000 troops. Normally, the squad should be panicking, using a hostage to negotiate a way out. If it were someone ruthless like Zhang Mingze, he'd just ignore the hostage and order the squad to be shot to death. But Jiang Liusher didn't even care about the hostage, Luo Jiafeng. Instead, he pointed his gun at the commander of the 10,000-strong army. To others, this would be suicide. But this absurd event was happening for Real. Jiang Liusher completely ignored the army. What are you doing? I'm the deputy commander of the Qionghai military district. Right now, I'm the highest-ranking officer. If you kill me, war will break out immediately. Do you really think you can fight off 10,000 soldiers? Zhang Mingze's momentum was completely crushed by Jiang Liusher. He could only use the 10,000-man army as his last card. Deputy commander? Jiang Liusher sneered. You're just a local warlord, bandits, really. And you dare call yourselves a military district? Then Jiang Liusher looked at the soldiers present. His voice was loud and powerful, echoing through the villa area. All of you here, most of you were soldiers before the apocalypse, right? What is a soldier? In troubled times, if you pick up a gun, you should be protecting your home and country. If the government fails you, and you lose your home, then even if you're forced to become bandits, you should be eating meat and sharing gold freely. But what about you? Are you protecting your home and country? As far as I know, you're just working for some mysterious organization. Do you even know who they are? If you're going to be bandits, have you gotten wealth and power? Big feasts and wine? As far as I know, the entire liquor supply in Qionghai City is monopolized by this young Master Qin here, just because he has ties with your commander. You all know that, right? As Jiang Liusher spoke, he kicked Qin Hongfang to the ground. Ah! Qin Hongfang cried out miserably, falling flat on his face. Jiang Liusher's kick was so strong that his lips split open, his mouth filled with mud and blood, and his face was scraped all over. That liquor monopoly, he had just boasted about it on the way, hoping to show off to Jiang Liusher and get in his good graces. He never thought it would be used against him like this. Jiang Liusher's words were extremely provocative. Soldiers have a sense of honor. If they lose that, then they naturally crave a life of pleasure. The current soldiers had already lost their honor and were still living bitterly. Of course they resonated with Jiang Liusher's words. Don't slander us. Talking about warlords and bandits, we have a formal structure, and the strongest storm armor regiment in the Jiangnan region. You say our organization is a warlord gang? Then tell me, who is the government now? Where is it? You say we're bandits? That's laughable. I'll tell you, our organization is the future government. Zhang Mingze found a flaw in Jiang Liusher's words and attacked him. Jiang Liusher looked at Zhang Mingze like he was an idiot, then slowly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Storm Armor Regiment, huh? Forgot to mention, Regiment Commander Wu asked me to deliver his resignation letter to the military district. To put it simply, they don't want to be bandits with you anymore. They want to be real soldiers again. As Jiang Liusher spoke, he unfolded the letter. It was supposed to be a discharge report, but Commander Wu doesn't think he's quitting. He's still a soldier, just not working for you anymore. He sees it as a resignation. He says you were just his employer. The resignation letter was real and in Jiang Liusher's hands. It didn't look fake. And Storm Armor really hadn't returned since leaving Qionghai. Commander Wu is gone? Storm Armor Regiment isn't part of Qionghai anymore? The soldiers were stunned. In fact, before the apocalypse, Zhang Mingze wasn't even a soldier. He had little authority among the troops. Commander Wu, on the other hand, had been an instructor at the Army Armor Academy and a level 5 sergeant. Naturally, he had their respect. Storm Armor was once the core force of Qionghai City, the city's pride. Now, hearing that Commander Wu had left, how could they not feel regret? Jiang Liusher continued, I'm not saying all this because I'm scared of your siege. 10,000 troops is strong, but I have my vehicle. I escaped a siege by Storm Armor before. Commander Wu and I even became friends through combat. Facing you all, I might not be able to destroy you, but I can break out. I just don't want your blood to be shed for nothing. His words made the soldiers fall silent. And Zhang Mingze felt the atmosphere shifting, he began to tremble inside. Just as he was about to speak, someone in the army shouted. He's right. We're soldiers, not tools in someone's hand. If we're going to bleed, it shouldn't be for this. If Commander Wu has left, then what are we still doing here? Zhang Mingze looked toward the voice. It was a regular officer speaking. And then, more and more officers stepped forward. Seeing this situation, Zhang Mingze was grinding his teeth to the point of almost breaking them. He didn't expect that Jiang Lushi had come fully prepared. At this rate, wouldn't he be finished? Nonsense! Zhang Mingze suddenly jumped up and shouted. He pointed at Jiang Lushi and said, "All of you, eating Qionghai City's military rations, I've never treated you badly. Have you forgotten that the people of Qionghai are still waiting for your protection? Today, just because a squad leader from a team of ability users, a wanted criminal, comes and spouts nonsense, you want to rebel. This wanted criminal just wants to step into power and seize Qionghai City. Are you still worthy of the national emblem on your hats?" Bang! Before Zhang Mingze could finish his words, a loud gunshot rang out. Zhang Mingze's eyes widened, mouth open, staring at the smoking barrel in Jiang Liushi's hand, unable to believe he had actually fired. Thud! Zhang Mingze's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Zhang Mingze's dead body, Luo Jiafeng didn't feel the slightest satisfaction. Instead, he felt a chill down his spine. This Jiang Lushi wasn't just ruthless, he seemed crazy, but was actually meticulous. He dared to kill someone at military headquarters, yet was confident he could walk away unscathed. This person was truly terrifying. At this point, Luo Jiafeng had basically lost the will to resist. All he could think about was how to keep himself alive. But being able to reach his position, Luo Jiafeng wasn't stupid. Jiang Lushi killed without hesitation, yet kept him alive. There must still be something Jiang Lushi needed him for. Jiang Lushi glanced at Zhang Mingze's corpse, then looked at the 10,000-strong army and said loudly, "I'm not interested in Qionghai City." For a small base city like this, Jiang Lushi had no real interest. Even if he wanted to be a local king, it wouldn't be here. Not to mention, the situation here was complicated, with the military and various ability user teams entangled. Jiang Lushi was even less interested. Whether you want to stay in Qionghai City and take charge, or look for another path, it's all up to you. Some soldiers and officers looked hesitant. While they didn't want to be used as tools, they also didn't want to leave Qionghai City. After all, they had maintained and built here for a long time. In fact, if Jiang Lushi really wanted to stay, they wouldn't object. But he had made it clear he had no interest in Qionghai City. However, more soldiers were thinking about leaving, heading to a real military district. They used to think of Qionghai City as a military district. But now, even a survivor could see through it, and with the Storm Armor Regiment gone, they couldn't lie to themselves anymore. "We want to leave Qionghai City, but don't know which military district is suitable," an officer asked. "Jiangning Safe Zone and Xingqing Base City should be okay. When I went to Xiaoyuan Safe Zone, it was alright too. But now that Li Yinxiang has been recruited by that mysterious organization, I don't know if others there have been infiltrated too. Where you go is up to you," Jiang Lushi said. Those soldiers would naturally study it carefully before leaving. Jiang Lushi just casually mentioned what he knew. "Didn't you say you still had some savings? Let's go see your savings." Jiang Lushi walked up to Luo Jiafeng and said. In Luo Jiafeng's eyes, Jiang Liushi's smiling face looked like that of a devil. Sun Quan lifted Luo Jiafeng with one hand. The mighty Commander Luo was now like a dead dog in the hands of an ordinary survivor. "By the way, I need that tank back." Zhang Hai rushed up to the tank, stroking it like a lover. After some discussion, a few officers handed the tank over to Zhang Hai. They didn't want any conflict with Jiang Lushi now. A tank was valuable, but not worth it. The bus led the way, the tank rumbled behind, heading toward Luo Jiafeng's warehouse. The warehouse was in the basement parking lot of the military headquarters building. But it had long been renovated into Luo Jiafeng's private warehouse. Once inside, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but click his tongue. Bags of grain and stored mutant jerky were piled like mountains. There were also plenty of weapons and ammunition. "Take whatever you like," Jiang Lushi said with a wave. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were rubbing their hands excitedly, their eyes shining at the loot. "All right." The two big guys grabbed as much as they could, like they were on a raid. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying found a safe in the corner. She opened it and found it full of evolution crystals and mutant cores. "Oh, Luo, you've got quite a stash," Jiang Zhuiying said, eyes wide as she grabbed a full handful. There were at least 20 evolution crystals and 20 mutant cores inside. "Where did you get so many evolution crystals?" Jiang Lushi asked. Even the formal military didn't have many evolution crystals. And usually, people would consume them right away. Only when there were too many to use would someone store them. They were all given by the organization, not just rewards for me, but also for recruiting subordinates, Luo Jiafeng said. Jiang Lushi already knew about the mysterious organization behind him. Oh, no wonder, Jiang Lushi nodded. That mysterious organization had promised these people power and benefits, so they willingly joined. Not bad. I'll take them all. Jiang Lushur smiled. This trip had been quite profitable. Among the mutant cores, Jiang Lushur even saw 3 second-level ones. First-level cores were no longer very useful to him, but second-level ones were exactly what he needed. After upgrading the base vehicle, all further upgrades required second-level mutant cores. Seeing Jiang Lushur's pleased expression, Luo Jiafeng felt like vomiting blood. Everything he had worked hard to accumulate was now going to Jiang Lushur. Captain Jiang, you've seen my sincerity. I have no intention to keep fighting you, Luo Jiafeng began. If you want me to spare you, I can, Jiang Lushur interrupted. If you're still useful to me, I won't kill you. Luo Jiafeng held back his anger. Captain Jiang, I've given you everything. The military district is disbanded, Qionghai City will change hands. What more do you want from me? That organization, Jiang Lushur said. Luo Jiafeng's face instantly changed. He hadn't expected Jiang Lushur to be not just bold, but utterly insane. He dared not only to kill him in Qionghai City but also to set his sights on the mysterious organization. To Jiang Lushur, Luo Jiafeng was just an appetizer. It was the mysterious organization behind him that was Jiang Lushur's true target. That must be why Jiang Lushur had kept him alive. You want to go against the whole organization? Luo Jiafeng asked. So what if I do? Jiang Lushur shot back. Luo Jiafeng lowered his head, a strange look flashing in his eyes. This Jiang Lushur didn't know his limits. He had no idea how powerful the organization was, nor how terrifying it truly was. Even as Qionghai City's commander, Luo Jiafeng couldn't touch the organization's core. They had raised and promoted him, rapidly boosting his strength and giving him great power. Their methods were far beyond anything an ordinary survivor could imagine. For Jiang Lushur to oppose them, it was a death wish. The organization has always contacted me through a one-way line, via radio. Now that both Li Yinqiang and I are in trouble, the message will likely reach them soon. They'll adjust accordingly. If you want to learn about them through me, I'm afraid it won't be easy, Luo Jiafeng said. But, the organization did just inform me of an important intel. Li Yinqiang came to me because we were going to that area together. An important figure from the organization will be there. If you move fast, you might get there before the organization learns what happened to us. Brother Jiang, he's trying to lure us in, Zero said coldly from the side. Since a key figure from the organization would be there, it would surely be extremely dangerous, like walking into a trap. Besides Luo Jiafeng and Li Yinqiang, there would probably be other members of the organization heading there too. Hee. I'm just offering a reasonable suggestion, Luo Jiafeng said, spreading his hands. Otherwise, do you think the organization won't react at all to me and Li Yinqiang getting taken down? The next time you meet them, it may already be a disaster for you. Whether we're doomed or not, I don't know. But if you keep talking like this, you'll definitely be doomed, Jiang Lushur said, narrowing his eyes. Luo Jiafeng flinched and shut his mouth. Weapon, Ran Shiyu suddenly spoke. As soon as she did, Luo Jiafeng's expression changed. He looked at Ran Shiyu in shock. Ran Shiyu's gray eyes looked calmly at him. This thing is very important to you. It keeps echoing in your mind. I heard it. Weapon? What is it? Jiang Lushur asked. Luo Jiafeng felt a chill down his spine. Not only was his personal safety threatened, but even his thoughts were no longer private. And Jiang Lushur's question made him feel even more uneasy, especially since the longer he stayed silent, the more murderous intent Jiang Lushur showed. Fine, at this point, there's nothing left to hide. Luo Jiafeng spoke with difficulty. To be honest, I don't exactly know what this weapon is either. The organization said that if we obtain it, our strength will increase dramatically. Even the strongest zombies and mutant beasts could be matched. It's called a weapon because once you have it, one person can rival modern heavy firepower. Obtaining the weapon can bring an earth-shattering change to your strength. Does that mean there's more than one weapon? Jiang Lushur noticed the implication in Luo Jiafeng's words. I'm not sure about that either, Luo Jiafeng shook his head. Jiang Lushur pondered slightly. Based on the current situation, Luo Jiafeng's status in that organization might not be very high. If the weapon was just one or a few, such benefits probably wouldn't fall to someone like Luo Jiafeng. Most likely, there were multiple such weapons, so they could be distributed, allowing local representatives like Luo Jiafeng to have access to that kind of power. This weapon reminded Jiang Lushur of the Star Seed. Jiang Lushur had undergone a massive change after obtaining the Star Seed. Of course, judging from Luo Jiafeng's description, this weapon wasn't on the same level as a Star Seed. Even so, Jiang Lushur was still a bit interested in the weapon. That mysterious organization was trying to target him. How could he let them possess even more powerful weapons to use against him? Even if he couldn't get the weapon himself, he had to sabotage it. Where is that place? Jiang Lushur asked. I can tell you the location, but you have to promise to let me go, Luo Jiafeng said. Jiang Lushur thought for a moment and nodded. I can let you go. But you have to lead us there first. Otherwise, how can I be sure that after I let you go, you won't run off to inform them and set a trap for me? Luo Jiafeng's face looked a bit ugly. Of course, he wanted to get away from Jiang Liushur's group as soon as possible. How would he be willing to guide them? But Jiang Liushur's expression made it clear, he had no room to bargain. Fine, it's a deal. That place is near the former Shanghai safe zone. I can't explain clearly now. I'll lead you once we're there, Luo Jiafeng said. It's not that far, Jiang Lushur rubbed his chin. However, the Shanghai safe zone had already become a total ruin. Besides the mysterious organization's people, there were also many hidden dangers. At this moment, Jiang Zhuiying was like a diligent squirrel, carrying all the mutant cores and evolution crystals into the bus. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan had nearly emptied the whole warehouse. Except for a few things that couldn't be moved or weren't useful, everything had been looted clean. Brother Jiang, this Luo guy really had money. These supplies are enough to feed us for a month. Sun Kuan walked over with a grin, completely ignoring Luo Jiafeng standing in front of him. That's good. We're about to head to a dangerous place, Jiang Lushur said. Brother Jiang, do you trust this guy? Ran Shiyu asked Jiang Lushur through their psychic link. Jiang Lushur said, Shiyu, can't you tell if someone is lying? He's not lying. But I still feel something isn't right, Ran Shiyu said. Her sixth sense was strong, she had an unexplainable instinct about things. Jiang Lushur smiled slightly and said, you can tell if someone's lying, but not what the real intention is behind the truth. And besides, what he knows might not even be the full truth. You're saying Luo Jiafeng might have received false information? Jiang Lushur said, if this weapon is really that amazing, it probably wouldn't be easy to obtain. It should be highly classified. If both Li Yinqiang and Luo Jiafeng know about it, maybe the military does too. That would be unsafe for the organization. So you mean? I think the Shanghai safe zone that Luo Jiafeng and Li Yinqiang were going to might just be a rendezvous point. Only after arriving there would they be told the actual location of the weapon. If that's the case. At that moment, he suddenly sensed someone secretly watching him. Jiang Lushur turned his head and met Xie Shasha's gaze. Xie Shasha's face turned a little red. She walked over, lowered her head, and stuffed a fluffy object into Jiang Liushur's hands. Luo, I'm returning her to you. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? If you want to thank someone, thank Luo, Jiang Lushur said. Xie Shasha didn't reply. If it hadn't been for Jiang Liushur's order, Luo wouldn't have saved her. Are you not going to let me stay in your team? Xie Shasha finally gathered her courage and asked. All the girls on Jiang Liushur's bus were highly skilled, and Xie Shasha knew she was just an ordinary person. She even thought with a bit of regret, if Jiang Lushur really treated the bus like a harem van, then maybe she'd still have a chance to be part of it. Following us would be too dangerous, Jiang Lushur said after a pause. Xie Shasha also knew she was asking for too much. Jiang Lushur had already saved her several times. You can stay in Qianghai City with Wei Feifei and the others, Jiang Lushur said. He had promised Wei Feifei and Taozi to take them somewhere safe. Now that Qianghai City was no longer under warlord or organizational control, it could be considered safe. Wei Feifei and Taozi also heard Jiang Liushur's words. Their expressions dimmed slightly but then became firm. Maybe, when we get stronger, we'll meet them again. By then, we'll be qualified to travel with him, Wei Feifei said softly. Even if Jiang Lushur was willing to take them now, Wei Feifei felt they would only be a burden and couldn't help him at all. Staying in Qianghai City, building their own team, and continuously growing stronger. Wei Feifei believed that one day, they would meet again. Someone like Jiang Lushur wouldn't stay unknown. His trail would always leave clues. Brother, Sister Xiang says she wants to see you. Jiang Zhuiying's little head poked out of the bus window and said to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur entered the base vehicle's bedroom. Xiang Shuihai's condition had improved a lot. She was sitting up on the bed, holding a book in her hands. Her long hair casually draped over one shoulder, revealing her slender, fair neck. Her delicate fingers gently turned the pages, and her beautiful eyes were cast down, looking very relaxed. Hearing the footsteps, Xiang Shuihai looked up and smiled faintly. You're here. Can you come sit over here? As she spoke, she gently patted the side of her bed. Jiang Lushur paused for a moment, then sat down. A light fragrance immediately drifted into his nose. From this angle, the two of them were very close, and their eyes met. For a moment, the atmosphere became quite ambiguous. Captain Jiang, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead already. Actually, I've already troubled you a lot, I feel really embarrassed. As Xiang Shuahai spoke, she seemed to move closer to Jiang Lushi, either intentionally or unintentionally. One of her hands naturally supported herself on the bed, but her fair fingertip lightly brushed against the inside of Jiang Liushi's arm, pressing against his thigh. Ahem. Jiang Lushi couldn't help but cough dryly a few times. Suddenly being so close to Xiang Shuahai made him a bit awkward. He couldn't help but shift slightly, leaning to the other side. But even so, Xiang Shuahai didn't retreat at all. She let out a charming giggle and leaned even closer to Jiang Lushi. The bed in the base vehicle was already quite narrow. Jiang Lushi was sitting near the edge, and now, he was almost squeezed into the corner by Xiang Shuahai. Jiang Lushi could even feel a soft sensation lightly pressing against the crook of his arm. Jiang Lushi couldn't help but get distracted. Although there were several beautiful women on his base vehicle and he spent his days with them, there really hadn't been any steamy contact. Jiang Lushi wasn't a block of wood. He vaguely felt that Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin both had special feelings toward him. But both of them were reserved. Let alone throwing themselves at him, they rarely even appeared in pajamas in front of him. And Jiang Lushi himself had a reserved personality. He wouldn't actively try to get close to Ran Shiyu or Li Yusin either. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Jiang Lushi had been a hot-blooded young man. It was impossible for him not to have impulses toward beautiful girls. But all this time, Jiang Lushi had never taken advantage of any of the women. In the end, Jiang Lushi didn't even know who he liked more. Every girl who had been with him along the way was an important companion, teammate, and confidant. In such an equal situation, for Jiang Lushi to develop a romantic relationship with a girl just out of impulse seemed too rash. Jiang Lushi was a rookie in love, but he vaguely realized that if he got involved romantically with one of them, it might cause subtle changes in his relationships with the others. As a rookie, he'd find it hard to deal with such tangled emotions. So, Jiang Lushi had always maintained boundaries and got along peacefully with the girls. But he couldn't resist Xiang Shuahai's fiery enthusiasm and her active approach. Jiang Lushi had never experienced such a scene. He felt the soft sensation on the inside of his arm getting stronger. Jiang Lushi had never touched a girl's chest, but he had seen bras. He knew that most bras had underwires inside, and when touched, they weren't soft at all, more like hard sponges. But now, the softness at his arm clearly wasn't from a bra. That meant Xiang Shuahai wasn't wearing one. It's not that she was completely bare under her clothes, but she was probably wearing cotton underwear, which has no shaping function. Even so, her proud figure still stood out, making Jiang Lushi feel a bit parched. Brother Jiang, ever since I woke up in your car and saw you, I couldn't stop thinking about your face, and what you said back then. I feel like I'm possessed or something, I don't know what's going on. Xiang Shuahai's face was red. Though she had always been someone who boldly pursued love and hate from a young age, much more daring and passionate than other girls, when it came to confessing to the one she liked, she was still nervous. After all, it was her first time. Miss Xiang, earlier you asked Zhuing to call me over. Was there something you wanted to discuss with me? Jiang Lushi quickly changed the subject. He was afraid that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to hold out. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. His younger sister was still outside, after all. If he really did anything inappropriate with Xiang Shuahai here, where would his dignity as an older brother go? Besides, if he were to compare, his feelings for Xiang Shuahai definitely weren't as deep as those for Ran Shiyu and the others. How could he let a moment of Xiang Shuahai's initiative lead to something inappropriate? In fact, Jiang Lushi didn't know that at this moment, Ran Shiyu outside the room could clearly see what was happening inside. Ran Shiyu could see spiritual threads. She wasn't sure why, but she accidentally peeked into Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuahai's meeting. From the beginning, Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuahai's spiritual threads were very close, proof that they were sitting on the same bed. Then Xiang Shuahai moved closer, Jiang Lushi backed off, Xiang Shuahai moved closer again, eventually squeezing Jiang Lushi to the edge of the bed. Seeing this, Ran Shiyu's expression became slightly unpleasant. They had always been courteous and considerate toward Jiang Lushi. As a psychic-type ability user, how could Ran Shiyu not know Li Yusin's feelings toward Jiang Lushi? She knew Li Yusin was Jiang Liushi's classmate. In contrast, she herself came later. They all carefully cherished their feelings, never expressing them to avoid hurting each other. But who would have thought that Xiang Shuahai, who came into the picture last, would completely disregard all that and cut in line? Even though Jiang Lushi hadn't accepted her, she kept pushing forward. That was too much. The feelings they sisters had carefully balanced might be snatched away by an outsider. Shiyu, what's wrong? Li Yusin had already noticed the change in Ran Shiyu's expression. Nothing, it's nothing. Ran Shiyu smoothed her hair and said hurriedly. She had been well educated since childhood and knew that peeking was immoral. Even if Li Yusin found out, she felt like a thief caught in the act. Liar. You've been staring at Jiang Ji's door so hard it's about to get burned through. No, I haven't. Ran Shiyu was a bit flustered. Li Yusin gently pinched Ran Shiyu's waist. You're a psychic type user, and you're still so bad at lying. Are you peeking? Exposed in one sentence, Ran Shiyu's face turned completely red. Peeking into Jiang Lushur and another girl's private matters, this was truly shameful. I couldn't help it. I was curious. Ran Shiyu mumbled, the blush on her face spreading all the way to her neck. Li Yusin bit her lip. She couldn't help but ask, so, what exactly are they doing in the room? Li Yusin was curious too. Well, Xiang Shuahai is probably confessing to Jiang Ji. Maybe there's also some, slight physical contact. Ran Shiyu said this in a low voice. Confession? Physical contact? Li Yusin was stunned when she heard that. Although she had already guessed some of Xiang Shuahai's intentions, she didn't expect this woman to be so direct. She had only known Jiang Lushur for a few days, and now she was already having physical contact? This gave Li Yusin a deep sense of crisis. She had been classmates with Jiang Lushur since high school, even desk mates. It had been 5 or 6 years by now. Suddenly, she felt like she had failed. After all this time, she was still just friends with Jiang Lushur. Actually, if it had been Ran Shiyu in that room, Li Yusin wouldn't have minded. Ran Shiyu was like a sister to her. But now it was that female celebrity, and no matter how she thought about it, Li Yusin just couldn't feel at ease. They say when a woman chases a man, it's like a veil separating them. Honestly, Li Yusin had to admit that Xiang Shuahai was very beautiful. She was a celebrity before the apocalypse and had a special aura about her. On top of that, she was strong. A girl like that throwing herself at a guy, most men wouldn't reject her. Shiyu, are you just going to watch like this? Li Yusin didn't know what else to say. What else can I do if I don't watch? We're not Jiang Ji's girlfriends. Can we control his private life? Even if Jiang Ji and that girl are in there, doing that, it's none of our business, okay? Ran Shiyu trailed off at this point. She started to regret being too reserved earlier. Even if she had just maintained a bit of an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Lushur, she'd have more of a chance. But now? They were just friends and teammates. Just as Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin didn't know what to do, a voice suddenly rang out. You two are so useless. The enemy's already at the command center, and you're still here having a meeting about what method to use to surrender? Have some ambition. Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin turned around and saw Jiang Zhuiying, who had somehow appeared behind them. She was eating a skewer from who knows where, while leisurely watching anime on her iPad. No one knew how long she'd been there. Even though Ran Shiyu was a psychic ability user, her mind was so distracted that she hadn't noticed anything. You two are in such good shape, Jiang Zhuiying said as she plopped down on the couch, squeezing in between the two girls. Look at me, I have a brother that everyone envies, and even I envy you too. If I were either of you, I'd have taken my brother down already. It's the apocalypse. In the old days, if a man and woman wanted to sleep together, they had to date, go on dinner dates, even a one-night stand needed dinner first. But now? It's all rape and forced sex out there. Everyone's doing forced stuff, and you two are here shy like Pikachu? Just go for it, grab him and get it over with. If that's not enough, the two of you can go together, snatch my brother up in minutes. Don't let that outsider steal the peach. Jiang Zhuiying's words left Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin completely dumbfounded. She spoke so bluntly that they couldn't even react. Grab him by force? Two go together? What the hell was she talking about? This. Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin looked at each other, both unsure of what to do. Jiang Zhuiying gave a helpless look. You two are hopeless. I'll help you one more time. After this, you better seize the chance. I say forget about dating, just go straight to a home run. While talking, Jiang Zhuiying walked to the door with a skewer in her mouth. Hey, Zhuiying, what are you doing? Ran Shiyu was startled, worried their peeking had been exposed. But at that moment, Jiang Zhuiying was already knocking hard on the door. Bang! 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 Jiang Lushur, your sister's calling you out for barbecue. Jiang Zhuiying's voice was clear and loud. Even though the sound insulation in the base vehicle was excellent, shouting from the door could still be heard inside. Xiang Shuahai had nearly nestled into Jiang Liushur's arms, but suddenly heard this voice. Barbecue? Open the door, Zhang Hai just grilled it, and it smells pretty good. Jiang Zhuiying shouted again. Ah? Although Xiang Shuahai had been so passionate, it had taken all her courage. For a girl to boldly pursue the one she likes, this wasn't something just anyone could do. Now suddenly interrupted by Jiang Zhuiying, most of her courage immediately vanished. For a moment, Xiang Shuahai felt a bit shy. Her face blushing, she sat up from Jiang Liushir's arms, tidied her messy hair, and looked embarrassed. At this moment, Xiang Shuahai's cheeks were flushed, and her forehead had a light sheen of sweat from nervousness. Her body heat naturally released a seductive feminine charm. Her body was soft and curvy, her waist slender, legs long, and even a bit of her fair chest was accidentally exposed. She was full of allure, enchanting and graceful, like rippling spring water, stirring up endless temptation. Seeing her like this, how could Jiang Liushir not feel tempted? Only because his sister was outside did he manage to suppress his thoughts. He didn't know what would happen if things went too far today. Jiang Liushir was a responsible man. If he slept with her, he would take responsibility. But he had only just met Xiang Shuahai not long ago. There wasn't much emotional connection, only desire. Doing something like this just out of lust, Jiang Liushir feared he would regret it. Xiang Shuahai, suddenly having her carefully built courage shattered by Jiang Zhuiying, now spoke in a tiny voice, like a mosquito. Brother Jiang, do you think I'm a woman who doesn't respect herself? Huh? No. Jiang Liushir quickly shook his head. Xiang Shuahai bit her lip and said, I'm not like what you think. I know people think the entertainment industry is messy, but actually, because of my family background, I had a smooth path in it. No one dared to mess with me. And because I came from a good family, I could always get what I wanted by asking. So, I'm not as casual as you think. If you don't believe me, you can try. As Xiang Shuahai spoke, her voice became almost inaudible. She suddenly stood up and left Jiang Liushir like she was fleeing. Jiang Liushir was left in a daze. Try? Just a single word, yet for some reason, it sounded extremely tempting to Jiang Liushir. By now, Xiang Shuahai had already adjusted her clothes slightly, then directly opened the door and walked out. As the door opened, she saw Jiang Zhuiying leaning on the door frame, eating a skewer and looking at her. Xiang Shuahai had been an actress and singer. Although she had been flustered and shy just now, and felt like she was caught by Jiang Liushir's sister, she was still able to suppress her shyness and hold her composure. She said, Zhuiying, I'm hungry too. Can I join in? As she spoke, Xiang Shuahai looked at Ran Xiyu and Li Yusin and greeted them. Miss Ran, Miss Li, are you joining us too? Seeing Xiang Shuahai's calm demeanor, Ran Xiyu and Li Yusin were both secretly shocked. If Ran Xiyu didn't have psychic abilities, she'd never have guessed Xiang Shuahai had just had such an ambiguous interaction with Jiang Liushir, and even got interrupted. If it had been them, they'd be blushing like sunset. How could they still come out for barbecue? Xiang Shuahai was really bold. Of course. Jiang Zhuiying nodded. Although she leaned more toward Ran Xiyu and Li Yusin, she didn't dislike Xiang Shuahai. She said, let's all eat together. After getting out of the car, Jiang Liushir and the others came into the villa's yard together. The original owner of the villa was Zhang Mingze, but now Jiang Liushir and his group were using it as a temporary residence, and had even set up an outdoor barbecue in the yard. There was a grill set up next to the pool, and beside it were plates of prepared ingredients. In addition to high-quality mutant beast meat, there were also many vegetables and mushrooms. It all looked very abundant at a glance. Aside from Zhanghai, Ling and Ning were also standing in front of the grill. Both of them had blank expressions, but their eyes were wide open, staring at the skewers in their hands without blinking, extremely focused. Bro, these skewers taste really good, Jiang Zhuiying said while eating a skewer. Jiang Liushir gave her a glare. Don't just eat the ones others cooked, try doing it yourself. You reap what you sow. Bleh. Jiang Zhuiying wasn't afraid of her brother at all. She made a face and ran off to the side. Before she left, she winked meaningfully at Jiang Liushir. Bro, you'd better sort out your love debts first. Love debts? Jiang Liushir was immediately a bit embarrassed. Did this little girl overhear his conversation with Xiang Shuahai? Luckily, he held himself back at the time, otherwise, if any inappropriate sounds had come out and Jiang Zhuiying heard it, could he still be considered a proper older brother? Just then, Xiang Shuahai came down properly dressed, together with Ran Xiyu and Li Yusin. When Jiang Liushir turned his head, he saw them. Seeing Xiang Shuahai still made him feel a bit awkward. You're all down. Come have some barbecue, Jiang Liushir said to them with a smile. Xiang Shuahai slightly nodded, gracefully took a skewer, and sat down to take small bites. At that moment, Li Yusin gently pulled Ran Xiyu and said, Xiyu, let's barbecue together. Oh, okay. Ran Xiyu followed Li Yusin to the grill. The grill used charcoal fire and was made of iron. Although Li Yusin was good at cooking, she had never used such a primitive tool. As for Ran Xiyu, even more so, she came from a privileged background and had never done anything in the kitchen. She was unfamiliar with this kind of grill. But both girls were serious. Ran Shiyu held a skewer of mushrooms, and suddenly her eyes began to shine. She entered a highly focused state. In this state, every change in the mushrooms on the grill was seen clearly by Ran Shiyu. She calmly brushed oil on them, sprinkled various seasonings, her movements smooth and elegant. To grill properly, Ran Shiyu directly used her psychic ability. Such an unfamiliar grill and difficult heat control couldn't bother her anymore. Seeing this, Li Yusin also used her medical ability. She was grilling a piece of mutant steak. With her medical ability activated, she held a dining knife like a scalpel, precisely slicing and flipping the steak. Soon, both sides were sizzling with oil and had an incredibly delicious aroma. Even though it was just a barbecue, the two girls handled it like they were creating art. Jiang Lushi was dumbfounded. It's just grilling meat, why so serious? Even abilities were being used to grill meat. Once the first batch of skewers was ready, Li Yusin said, "Brother Jiang, this barbecue was made by me and Shiyu for you. Try it. I made the steak and meat, and Shiyu did the vegetables carefully, right, Shiyu?" Ran Shiyu pursed her lips but didn't say anything. Li Yusin secretly pinched her waist, and Ran Shiyu finally nodded. Brother Jiang, give it a try." They brought the plate of food to Jiang Lushi, both of their cheeks slightly flushed. "I'm really lucky," Jiang Lushi's eyes lit up. The skewers looked, smelled, and tasted amazing, very appetizing. He took a bite and then started eating heartily, praising as he chewed, "Delicious. Shiyu and Yusin's skills are something else." Hearing his praise and seeing how happily he ate, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin both smiled. Then Xiang Shuahai put down her skewer, stood up with a smile and said, "I'm so greedy. I just started eating as soon as I got one. I'll come help too." Xiang Shuahai could tell at a glance that the two girls were expressing their feelings for Jiang Lushi. She had already suspected that they had feelings for him, and now it was clear, they liked him just like she did. But relationships between men and women were normal. They spent time together every day, lived through life and death together. If no feelings developed, that would be strange. But Xiang Shuahai wouldn't back down because of that. Jiang Lushi wasn't with anyone yet, so she could compete fairly. However, when Xiang Shuahai came to the grill, she felt a bit lost. Before the apocalypse, she had been a celebrity, and even before that, came from a privileged family. Like Ran Shiyu, she had no cooking experience at all. Ran Shiyu had at least been taught by Li Yusin for a while. Xiang Shuahai, while in northern Jiangsu, had never cooked a meal. But grilling was easier than stir-frying, and since it was for the man she liked, of course Xiang Shuahai wouldn't refuse to try. Yet when she put the skewers on, they either got burned or too charred. The heat was just too hard to control. Seeing Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin use their powers to help, she was eager to try too. Thinking of her own ability? Xiang Shuahai gently waved her hand, and a gust of wind hit the charcoal, but the charcoal flipped over, black ash rose up, and the skewers turned black. Xiang Shuahai was suddenly very embarrassed. She had wanted to use her wind ability to stoke the fire, but how did it turn out like this? Just then, a cool but pleasant voice came from the side, "You should do it like this." Ran Shiyu seriously taught Xiang Shuahai how to grill. Although they were rivals, both Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin were well-mannered girls and wouldn't leave her out because of that. Doing so would only make Jiang Lushi uncomfortable, so they wouldn't. In the end, Xiang Shuahai also served her own masterpiece to Jiang Lushi. The three girls chatted and laughed while grilling, and Jiang Lushi sat on the side eating. It was a rare and pleasant moment. Jiang Lushi temporarily put everything aside and enjoyed it peacefully. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan grilled while looking jealous. "Compared to Brother Jiang, we really have it rough." "Yeah, Brother Jiang is so lucky." "Stop. It's all tears." After eating and drinking, night fell. Although there were rooms in the villa, thinking about how this place belonged to Zhang Mingzi, and who knew what disgusting things had happened on those big beds, no one in the Stone Shadow squad wanted to sleep there. So in the end, except for Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and Luo Jiafeng, everyone else still stayed in the base vehicle. The base vehicle had only 2 bedrooms. Because of the addition of Xiang Shuahai, Jiang Lushi voluntarily gave up his room and slept in the living room. But the living room was quite large and luxuriously decorated, with a soft sofa, so Jiang Lushi slept comfortably. However, because of what happened during the day, Jiang Lushi kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Sometimes he thought of Xiang Shuahai, then suddenly of Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin. Especially that sentence from Xiang Shuahai, "If you don't believe me, you can try," made Jiang Lushi feel itchy inside. At that moment, in one of the bedrooms, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusin, and Jiang Zhuiying were all sleeping in the same room. Jiang Zhuiying called herself a cultivation girl and usually didn't sleep peacefully at night. She often watched anime or movies. But today she oddly didn't hold her iPad. Instead, she poked her head out from the bed and watched Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin. The two girls lay quietly in bed, their sleeping faces looked soft and delicate. Suddenly, Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but say, "Stop pretending to sleep. We're all ability users, do you think you can hide it? If you ask me, you two should go push my brother down right now, turn the rice into cooked rice. One of you hold him down, the other go up." Exposed directly by Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin couldn't pretend to sleep anymore, but hearing her words made them shrink back under the covers in embarrassment. "Zhuiying, what are you even saying? You're always watching those animes, harem shows, and those doujin things or whatever. We don't get it, but they're not healthy stuff, you've gone bad," Li Yusin said in annoyance. "You know so much, yet say you don't get it? Ugh. You two are driving me crazy. You saw it today, my bro is like a stuffy gourd. If you don't act fast, Xiang Shuahai might snatch him. By then, it'll be too late to cry. Tonight is your chance." He drank alcohol too. "You know how alcohol makes people more, you know what I mean." Jiang Zhuiying stretched the word out playfully, grinning slyly. "As long as my brother gets taken by you, he'll take responsibility. Wouldn't that be great? I'd get a sister-in-law too." For a while, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin looked at each other in bed, cheeks flushed. Jiang Zhuiying was way too direct. Even though both girls had no experience with love, which girl didn't have romantic feelings? Their minds wandered. And once they did, "Not talking to you anymore." Ran Shiyu pulled the blanket over her head. But Li Yusin didn't. She sat up after thinking for a moment. Jiang Zhuiying's eyes lit up. "Sister Yusin, are you finally making a move? Make your head." Li Yusin rolled her eyes and walked straight out the door. After she left, Jiang Zhuiying peeked her head out the door to watch her. Ran Shiyu also watched nervously. Was Li Yusin really going to Jiang Liusher's room? Thinking of this, Ran Shiyu felt a bit regretful. Was she being too shy? She did want Li Yusin to be with Jiang Liusher, but if that really happened, she couldn't help feeling a little down. But to her surprise, Li Yusin didn't go to Jiang Liusher's room. Instead, she went into Xiang Shuahai's room. Soon after, the sleepy Ling was pushed out by Li Yusin. Ling was wearing Jiang Zhuiying's cartoon pajamas, standing dazed at the door, completely confused. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuiying was stunned. "What's going on?" Ling shook her head blankly. "I don't know." Yusin said she wasn't used to her bed and wanted to switch. But Ling didn't think much of it. She walked to Li Yusin's bed, lifted the blanket, crawled in, and was asleep within seconds. "There's even this kind of move?" Jiang Zhuiying was stunned. Li Yusin had slept in that bed for a while, how could she suddenly not be used to it? But she immediately understood, Li Yusin didn't want the bed. She wanted to share a room with Xiang Shuahai, to keep an eye on her. She didn't want to go to Jiang Liusher herself, and also didn't want Xiang Shuahai to sneak in at night. Maybe Xiang Shuahai had been planning just that. This was just too cruel. Jiang Zhuiying was speechless. How could Li Yusin do this, not only not sleeping with her brother herself, but also stopping other girls from doing it? Thinking of her brother, Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but feel sorry for him. In her mind, she imagined all those harem anime male leads surrounded by girls but ending up alone. Ran Shiyu couldn't help but giggle quietly under the blanket. She hadn't expected the gentle-looking Li Yusin to be full of clever tricks. And this one was pretty effective. Although she really liked Jiang Liusher, to take the initiative like that, she still couldn't cross that line. At that moment, in another room, Xiang Shuahai and Li Yusin were staring at each other. "You're still awake?" Li Yusin smiled slightly and spoke first. Aren't you also still awake?" Xiang Shuahai blinked and replied. The two girls both knew what the other was thinking. They looked at each other in silence for a while, then silently crawled into their own blankets and closed their eyes. "Good night." Good night." The next morning, Jiang Liusher woke up from bed, confused, with some lingering steamy dreams still dancing in his mind, when he saw a group of military officers arriving outside the villa. There were more than a dozen of them, all dressed in neat military uniforms. The lowest rank among them was Senior Colonel. They stood in a straight line, and when Jiang Liusher came down from the base vehicle with a toothbrush in his mouth, they all saluted in unison. This made Jiang Liusher feel a bit dazed. What was going on? After a while, Jiang Liusher finally understood their purpose. They were there to make a formal request, hoping that he would stay and take charge of Cheonghai City. After all, during the short time Jiang Liusher had spent in Cheonghai City the day before, the city's military command had experienced a major upheaval. Two top military leaders had fallen one after another, leaving the military in a leaderless state. Although most soldiers in Cheonghai City had a sense of honor and duty, in this chaotic world, there were always those who wanted to seize power and become warlords. In that case, eliminating Luo Jiafeng would have been meaningless, it would have just replaced one military tyrant with another. Jiang Lushi, on the other hand, seemed more trustworthy. Most importantly, he not only had exceptional strength, but also enough prestige. He had once, all by himself, in a single vehicle, eliminated the Black Hole group that had threatened several survivor bases. Just this feat alone was enough to make him a hero. They had already investigated and confirmed this. In chaotic times, people always longed for heroes. In fact, a hero's prestige was often far greater and more tangible than that of an abstract government. However, Jiang Lushi wasn't interested in their request to stay. He still refused. Thinking carefully, Jiang Lushi felt he wasn't born to be a leader. He naturally disliked the internal power struggles of leadership. He was more suited to driving his vehicle, leading his squad, and wandering through the apocalypse. Luxury vehicles, beautiful women, freedom, adventure, living boldly and freely. Let Commander Wu return. You can notify him by radio. I think the current Qionghai city, now changed, won't disappoint him. As the commander of the Storm Armored Regiment, Wu was definitely a man of real power in Qionghai city. Whether in strength, reputation, or character, he was well qualified to lead the city. Taozi, Xieshasha, Wei Feifei, you three stay here. Jiang Lushi spoke to Xieshasha and the other two. With Commander Wu present, Jiang Lushi felt Qionghai city would be safe. He believed Wu would take care of them, and he wouldn't have to worry. Although Xieshasha was very reluctant to part ways, she had to give up. She knew that in this apocalyptic world, Jiang Lushi stood too high, beyond her reach. That evening, when the Storm Armored Regiment's main force appeared on the distant horizon, Wei Feifei stood on the city wall and saw Jiang Liushi's bus, along with a Type 99 tank, setting off. The convoy joined the armored regiment outside the city. Jiang Lushi jumped onto the tank's turret and patted Commander Wu's shoulder as they exchanged farewells. One carried the fate of a city on his shoulders, while the other, like a lone hero, explored the vast apocalypse. Between them, there was a strong sense of mutual respect and understanding. Wei Feifei silently watched the scene. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two men. The blood-red sunset clouds and the metallic sheen of the tank turret made the moment feel eternal. 3 days later, in northern Jiangsu, Jiang Liushi's destination was the Shanghai safety zone, but the route from Qionghai to Shanghai passed through northern Jiangsu. With Xiang Shuahai on board, Jiang Lushi decided to drop them off on the way. Luo Jiafeng was tied up on the tank driven by Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Besides the base vehicle and the tank, the people from the northern Jiangsu camp also followed in a separate off-road vehicle. The convoy drove along a desolate, abandoned road. Aside from mutant beasts and zombies, there were no other living beings in sight. Roughly calculating, it had been nearly a year since the apocalypse began. In peaceful times, people often lamented how fast a year passed, saying they were a year older in the blink of an eye. But in this apocalyptic world, this year felt like ages. Thinking back to the pre-apocalypse days, that peaceful world with abundant food, it now felt like some heavenly place only found in stories. Up ahead is Shuzhong City. This area is already within the infected zone. Xiang Shuahai spoke. Although she had once had that steamy encounter with Jiang Lushi, afterward, she showed no shyness around him. Instead, she often smiled sweetly and always appeared well-dressed and radiant in front of him, truly embodying the idea that women dress up for the ones they like. Now that serious matters were at hand, Xiang Shuahai quickly focused and showed her quality as a squad leader and ability user. Jiangbei was Xiang Shuahai's home. Even though it had become dilapidated beyond recognition, she still had deep feelings for it. She didn't want the last survivors in her hometown to be wiped out by the plague. As expected, not long after Xiang Shuahai spoke, Jiang Lushi saw a broken road sign that read, Shuzhong, 20 kilometers. The sign was rusty and had been knocked over by a vehicle. It hung limply, stained with dried blood, which now looked like a blotch of mud after all this time. Why do I feel like there are way fewer zombies around here? Ran Shiyu frowned. She had been using her psychic vision to scan the surroundings to avoid sudden danger. But as they approached Shuzhong City, the number of zombies dropped to a quarter of what it had been. Going further, there might be even fewer. Really? Jiang Lushi raised an eyebrow. Shuzhong was a major city in northern Jiangsu. Although its economy was average by regional standards, its population had been 8 to 9 million. In such a big city, how could there be so few zombies? As Jiang Lushi was thinking, he saw Ran Shiyu's eyebrows twitch. Brother Jiang, look ahead. Jiang Lushi turned his head and saw a group of ragged figures running toward them. Their eyes were dull, and their faces were bloody and torn. Jiang Lushi frowned. A zombie horde. This horde of about 20 zombies was no threat to Jiang Liushi's team. Without needing his command, Jiang Zhuiying had already leapt lightly into the combat room. "Leave them to me, bro. I'll turn these little guys into charcoal in no time." There wasn't even a single mutant zombie in this small group, so Jiang Zhuiying didn't take them seriously. With her strength, dealing with normal zombies was just a slaughter. But Jiang Lushi raised his hand. "Wait. They don't seem to be coming for us. They're moving faster than usual, and look at the direction, they're about to run past us. HM? Something's chasing them." Not only Jiang Lushi, Ran Shiyu had discovered it even earlier. They saw a man and a woman, both zombies, chasing after the zombie horde. These two were in tattered clothing, but they were different from regular zombies. The most obvious difference, their eyes weren't blood red, but black, yet within those black irises, there was a ferocious gleam. Also, their skin didn't look like that of zombies. Zombie skin is pale, with bulging veins where even the capillaries are visible. But these two had skin that looked almost human, with one exception: on their skin were scattered blue spots, like stars in the night sky. Aside from these star spots, they looked just like normal humans. But their state was crazed, like they had gone mad, frantically chasing the zombie horde. And in front of them, the zombies really did look like prey. Zombies are very fast, yet these two ran even faster. They had already caught up with the ones at the rear and casually struck them, sending the zombies flying like straw. Bang! One zombie was smashed into a streetlight pole. The steel pole trembled violently from the impact, and the zombie snapped in half at the waist. What strength! Jiang Lushi took a breath. By this time, the two had already rushed into the zombie horde like tigers into a flock of sheep. Their targets were clearly the two zombies running at the very front. Roar! The two let out beast-like growls from their throats and tackled the zombies to the ground, choking them by the throat. The other zombies scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. Crack! With a crisp sound, one of the zombies had its neck twisted off by the woman. Then she raised her hand and grabbed at the zombie's chest. Her hand was like a blade, cutting directly into the zombie's chest and grabbing its heart. Splurt! Zombie blood splashed everywhere as the woman pulled out a glass bead-like object from the zombie's chest and stuffed it directly into her mouth. A mutated crystal nucleus? Jiang Lushi had excellent eyesight; even from this far away, he could see clearly. But then he shook his head. This wasn't a true mutated crystal nucleus. The bead-like thing was much smaller than a normal crystal; it must be a semi-finished product. And the zombies they killed weren't even mutant zombies, just regular ones. Could it be that now, even elite ordinary zombies could form crystal nuclei in their hearts? Jiang Lushi realized this, but he wasn't surprised. Humans were constantly evolving; naturally, zombies were evolving too. But those two people eating zombie nuclei, they didn't seem like ability users. Who were they really? Captain Jiang. At this moment, Xiang Shuahai suddenly spoke. Watching the two eat the nuclei, her expression turned serious. "If I'm not wrong, those two are plague-infected." "Oh? They're infected?" Jiang Lushi was shocked. So plague-infected people looked like that? They could hunt zombies? They should be. The star spots on their bodies are the mark of the infected. But these two have more and larger star spots than any infected I've seen before, and their attack power is much stronger. So what Xiang Shuahai had seen before were only early-stage infected; now, these ones had evolved. Jiang Lushi let out a light breath. This was bad news. It meant these infected were becoming scarier than zombies? They even knew how to cooperate to hunt prey and could consume crystal nuclei to grow stronger. Thinking carefully, humans could evolve using zombie nuclei. These infected seemed to be humans too. In many ways, they were similar to human ability users, except they had lost their sanity. While Jiang Lushi was thinking, he saw the two infected, after swallowing the half-formed crystal nuclei, appear to enjoy it immensely. They were lost in the pleasure of the power surge, letting out excited low growls. Soon, their bodies grew hot, skin flushed red, and their eyes became bloodshot. Then something happened that Jiang Lushi did not expect. The two of them suddenly embraced, and the man pulled his pants slightly before thrusting himself onto the woman, starting to move his body. He had actually started doing it right there. A man and a woman, two plague-infected, mindless creatures, like beasts, were now having sex in broad daylight. Everyone in the vehicle was dumbfounded. Several girls blushed and quickly turned their heads. What even was this? I feel like when they swallowed those crystal nuclei, their expression was like a drug addict. Maybe the feeling was the same. And the sex afterward was like an ice addict burning off the ice. Jiang Lushi had heard that some people who took meth would enter a state of hyperarousal, venting their desires uncontrollably. That's why people say never to mess with meth girls. They weren't just like buses, they were like trains; people came in waves. Of course, Jiang Lushi only knew this from past news. This kind of thing had ruined many thrill-seekers before the apocalypse. While Jiang Lushi was talking, the two infected had already finished. Well, that was fast. Jiang Lushi joked. Just then, the male infected suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Lushi. It was like he had snapped out of it and only now noticed people on the vehicle. Roar. The man let out a roar, and from over 100 meters away, locked eyes with Jiang Lushi. Only then did Jiang Lushi realize that though his eyes were black, they weren't normal pupils, they were spindle-shaped, like a snake's. Whoosh! The two infected charged toward Jiang Liushi's vehicle one after the other. But when they were about 10 meters away from the base vehicle, a blue electric net suddenly appeared in midair. Bang! Bang! The two infected hit the electric net directly, blue electricity engulfing their bodies, burning them into charcoal. Zzzzz. They struggled wildly, but still pushed forward another 7 or 8 meters before finally collapsing to the ground. Jiang Zhuiying retracted the current. But their bodies were still twitching, they weren't dead yet. Their resistance to electricity was far beyond that of regular zombies. A normal zombie hit by her 100,000-volt shock would have already turned into charcoal. Jiang Lushi grabbed his AMR-2, opened the vehicle door, and jumped down. Both infected were already slowly dying. As their breathing stopped, the star spots on their skin began to change, gradually fading, and returning to the appearance of normal human skin. Captain Jiang, be careful of the plague. Don't get too close, Xiang Shuahai quickly reminded. Jiang Lushi nodded. This plague was truly bizarre. How did it start? Was it only in northern Jiangsu, or had it spread to other places? Thinking back to the black hole group, Jiang Lushi suddenly felt this apocalypse might not be just a zombie outbreak. Its arrival might have much deeper reasons. Jiang Lushi was about to return to the car when Li Yusin suddenly opened the door and jumped out. Brother Jiang, let me take a look at this plague. Miss Li, that's a plague. Hearing Li Yusin's words, Xiang Shuahai was stunned. Normally, girls would avoid this kind of terrifying plague that could make people lose their minds, but Li Yusin actually approached it. Although she knew she was a love rival with Li Yusin, she still didn't want anything to happen to her. Thank you for your concern, Miss Xiang. Dealing with this kind of thing is my profession. I'll be careful. Li Yusin smiled and walked toward the two corpses. This. Xiang Shuahai looked at Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi nodded and said, it's okay. Yusin should be able to handle it. As Jiang Lushi spoke, Li Yusin was already standing just half a meter from the two corpses. She raised one hand, and in her previously smooth, fair palm, a thin blade appeared out of nowhere. The blade was completely transparent, like a light knife. A scalpel? Seeing this, Xiang Shuahai was surprised. The light blade looked exactly like a scalpel. To conjure a scalpel out of thin air, was this Li Yusin's ability? Then something even more shocking happened. Under the two corpses, two light beds slowly rose up, lifting the bodies. Then, a shadowless lamp appeared overhead, and a protective suit materialized on Li Yusin's body. She was also wearing thick protective gloves. What kind of ability is this? It was Xiang Shuahai's first time seeing such a power. Although she had been treated by Li Yusin before, she just thought Li Yusin was a nurse traveling with Jiang Lushi. During past battles, she had never seen Li Yusin take action and thought she didn't have any abilities. She never expected her to have such a skill. In fact, after surviving in the apocalypse for so long, Xiang Shuahai had seen many combat abilities, but she had never heard of one that could produce surgical beds and protective suits. This is Yusin's medical ability. She can send her spiritual consciousness into a patient's body. Now she can even use spiritual power to create simple medical instruments, said Jiang Lushi. Actually, Jiang Lushi was also a bit surprised. He had only heard Li Yusin mention it once but had never seen her use it. He didn't expect that after her power improved, it would have such an effect. It was truly amazing. While everyone else in the car was evolving and progressing, Li Yusin had not been idle. She had been silently working hard. Li Yusin's mother and grandfather were both experts in biology and medicine. Since childhood, she had been influenced by medical knowledge. After the apocalypse, she studied in the Zhonghai safe zone and worked as a military doctor. Now, not only could she create many medical tools from thin air, she could also directly use her spiritual power to measure a patient's heart rate, pulse, and even examine the lesions. In this regard, Li Yusin alone could rival a super hospital. Li Yusin walked up to the infected woman. At that moment, her spiritual power had already entered the woman's internal organs and blood circulation, examining every piece of tissue, every cell. Gradually, she found the abnormality. She pondered for a while, then gently stretched out her hand, and from her palm appeared a syringe. This syringe was completely transparent, as if carved from crystal or glass, glowing with a sparkling light. It looked beautiful, but the needle was 20 centimeters long, shocking to look at. Seeing the long syringe, Xiang Shuahai was startled. This ability was crazy. To conjure such a large syringe with spiritual power, she couldn't help but imagine something bad. Holding the syringe, Li Yusin caused the imagined medical bed to flip the infected woman's body over. Then she directly inserted the syringe into the central line of the woman's back, into her spine. The needle pierced between the second and third lumbar vertebrae. After that, Li Yusin withdrew her spiritual power from the woman's body and slowly pulled the syringe back. As it came out, a blue liquid appeared inside the syringe. It glowed faintly, looking like mercury under a blue fluorescent light. What is this? Xiang Shuahai was shocked. Li Yusin had extracted this tube of blue liquid in less than 10 minutes. Xiang Shuahai could tell it was no ordinary substance. It's the pathogen, said Li Yusin. She gently wiped the sweat from her smooth forehead. Using her ability took a lot out of her. This is the plague? Is it a virus? Doesn't seem like it. Li Yusin shook her head. She herself was like a precision analyzer. Even if it were a virus, she could detect it. Then is it bacteria? Fungus? Jiang Lushur asked. Neither, Li Yusin denied. It's a pure and complex liquid. It's probably this liquid that caused their bodies to mutate. Sounds like some kind of evolution fluid, Jiang Lushur pondered. But that doesn't make sense. Miss Xiang said earlier this is a plague. If it's a plague, it should be contagious. How could something like evolution fluid be contagious? Li Yusin said, in this world, anything is possible. I feel like it's not an ordinary liquid. It might be alive. It's living. Li Yusin's words shocked Jiang Lushur. A living liquid? Liquid life? Sure, there are creatures like jellyfish that are 98% water, but when taken out of the water, they're still solid unless dried up by the sun. But the blue liquid Li Yusin extracted was undeniably liquid. Living liquid, this had never appeared in Earth's evolutionary history. If this is a liquid life form, then it makes sense that it can spread and infect others. And those infected who hunt zombies and eat crystal cores, maybe it's because this blue liquid life form uses the cores as food. Li Yusin made her judgment. Jiang Lushur nodded, very possible. Then Li Yusin took out a glass bottle, put the blue liquid inside, and used the same method to extract the blue liquid life form from the second corpse. But just as she was about to store the second batch, something surprising happened. She saw a furry little creature sneak over quietly. It held the glass bottle in its paws, examined it for a moment, then popped the cork and drank the blue liquid in one gulp. Luo Luo, what are you doing? Li Yusin was instantly frustrated. Luo Luo even ate this? Jiang Lushur was also upset. He was more worried about whether Luo Luo would get infected. Luo Luo, spit it out. As Jiang Lushur spoke, Luo Luo patted its round belly, stuck out its pink tongue to lick its lips, looking quite satisfied. Then its big round eyes stared at the second tube of blue liquid again. Clearly, it wanted more. Brother Jiang, Li Yusin was speechless. The liquid life form she had just discovered and wanted to study got eaten by Luo Luo. Forget it, let it have it. It already drank one, what harm could another do? Jiang Lushur waved his hand, feeling helpless. What else could he say? This little guy was a total glutton. But Jiang Lushur also knew Luo Luo usually only ate things that were beneficial to it. Since it could tell the blue liquid was edible, it probably would be fine. Besides, with Li Yusin around, even if something happened, she could handle it in time. When Luo Luo heard Jiang Lushur say he could have the second portion of blue liquid too, it let out an excited cry and immediately rushed over. It directly held the glass bottle in Li Yusin's hand with its small paws, then floated comfortably in the air in the shape of a balloon, and drank the second portion of blue liquid as well. Gulp! Luo Luo let out a satisfied cry, rubbed against Jiang Lushur's hand, patted its small belly, and comfortably returned to the bus. Xiang Shuahai was stunned watching this. Was this even possible? Jiang Zhuing raised her hand and electrocuted the two infected people, which wasn't surprising. But then Li Yusin spent 10 minutes extracting the blue liquid that caused the illness, and this thing was eaten like cat food by Jiang Lushur's pet. In Subei, under the torment of the plague, everyone lived in fear. As the leader, Xiang Shuahai even traveled far to Qionghai City to seek help. But here, with Jiang Lushur, how did the plague turn into cat food? Let's keep going. Jiang Lushur waved his hand. His destination this time was the ruins of the Shanghai safe zone. According to Luo Jiafeng's intel, that mysterious organization would still be active in the Shanghai ruins for some time, so he had plenty of time. As for the plague in Subei, Jiang Lushur also wanted to investigate it. Not just for Xiang Shuahai, he himself wanted to understand what this blue liquid life form really was. In this hellish apocalypse, no matter how disruptive something was, it was no longer surprising. If this blue liquid could lead to a national or even global disaster, Jiang Lushur needed to find its weakness and come up with countermeasures early. For someone like Jiang Lushur, who had a vehicle and strength, the current apocalypse wasn't too bad yet. But if the apocalypse escalated again, who knew what would happen? He didn't want to see the situation get any worse. And Luo, who knew what this little guy would become after drinking the blue liquid? But with so many people on the bus watching it, it probably wouldn't be a problem. As Jiang Lushur thought this, Ying had already started driving. Their target was Jinling. After passing Jinling, they would go through Subei and reach Shanghai. On this journey, the number of zombies gradually decreased, but the number of infected increased. Compared to zombies, these infected were stronger in both attack and vitality. But Jiang Lushur's team was too strong, there was no real resistance along the way. However, for an average team, running into them would be a nightmare. When they were still a distance away from Jinling, the convoy encountered a medium-sized problem. Zhang Hai's Type 99 tank was running out of fuel. Speaking of the Type 99 tank, its firepower and armor thickness were world-class, but its fuel consumption was also world-class. 4 liters per kilometer, calling it a gas guzzler didn't even do it justice. Although Zhang Hai had refilled both fuel and ammo before leaving Qionghai, the tank could only run 400 to 500 kilometers in such complex terrain. This problem gave Jiang Lushur a headache. Tanks weren't something regular ability user teams could afford. The fuel and ammunition supply were both hard to maintain. Jiang Lushur's base vehicle did have a super fuel tank, but when he was driving a minibus before, he had stored only gasoline, which didn't work with the tank's diesel engine. The later scan bus used diesel, but by then, Jiang Lushur had already started using Heguang energy. Diesel was no longer important, so he hadn't thought about collecting fuel for a long time. Let's go to Jinling first and see if there are any gas stations along the way that haven't been cleaned out. Jiang Lushur said this without much hope. After so long in the apocalypse, fuel had become harder and harder to find. Got it, brother Jiang, Zhang Hai said. Compared to his Type 99 tank, Zhang Hai felt even more deeply how abnormal Jiang Lushur's base vehicle was. In terms of combat strength, the base vehicle outclassed his tank by 18 streets. It didn't even need fuel, could be used as an RV, carried a bunch of girls, had a place to shower, cook, and sleep comfortably. It was insane. And although the Type 99 tank looked cool, it was far less comfortable to sit in than the base vehicle. Bro, didn't expect that after going in circles, we'd return to Jinling. Jinling City was where Jiang Zhuiying used to study. After the apocalypse, when Jiang Lushur came looking for her, he came to Jinling. Before the apocalypse, it was one of the most prosperous cities in the province. Now with zombies and plague outbreaks, who knew what it had become? The main road into Jinling City had long been blocked by abandoned vehicles. But over the past year, some ability users living in Jinling had cleared a small path that led straight into the city. Xiang Shuhai also knew this road. It's here. 10 kilometers ahead, there's a survivor settlement. Before I left Subei, I considered moving the Subei people to Jinling and even had someone scout it out. But I didn't expect Jinling's situation to be this dangerous. Xiang Shuhai sounded a bit worried. She had been away from Subei for a long time. She didn't know how the people there were doing. Were they still struggling miserably, or had they already perished? Let's go have a look. Jiang Lushur said casually. He wanted to understand the plague situation. If they could meet someone Xiang Shuhai knew, it would save a lot of trouble. Okay. Xiang Shuhai nodded and began giving directions. At that moment, 10 kilometers away, there was a residential neighborhood. A dozen apartment buildings and 2 villas made up this ordinary community. The former green spaces had been completely cleared and used to plant vegetables. Outside the community, large amounts of cars and furniture were piled up to form walls. The location was already quite hidden, but to fully conceal human presence, they had to surround the place like a junkyard. Before and after the apocalypse began, many safe zones and base cities were established across the country. Ordinary people gathered under military protection, relying on strong defenses and firepower to stay safe. But many others lived in places like this neighborhood, not a safe zone, nor a base, just a camp. At this moment, a few people were huddled in a dark room. The room was dim and depressing, and the people inside looked equally gloomy. Zombies were already a huge threat, and now there were infected too. To avoid attracting attention, people in the camp stayed indoors, unable to move around freely. Not that there was much to do outside anyway. Gurgle gurgle, suddenly, a little girl holding her belly made a noise. She quickly shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry, I'm not hungry." Everyone looked sad. Not just the little girl, none of them had eaten much these days. The surrounding food had almost all been scavenged. Any food found on a risky trip had to be handed over half to the camp leaders. The rest wasn't nearly enough to eat. Xiaonan. A young girl walked up to the little one and handed her a folded-up, nearly empty pack of instant noodles. The little girl gently shook her head. Sister Lu, I don't need it. You eat it, but as she spoke, her eyes stared at the noodle pack and she couldn't help swallowing. She was really hungry. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 50s stood up. His face was dark, thin, and exhausted. Among this group, he was the only one with abilities. He used to go out with companions to find food. Before the infected outbreak, he had a few teammates. But now, they had either died from infected attacks or turned into infected themselves. He was the only one left. Finding food had become even harder. But seeing the scene in front of him, the middle-aged man knew they couldn't wait any longer. I'll go check Guohui Mall, the man said. When he said that, everyone's expression changed. Guohui Mall was the area with the densest zombies in the city. Now it was probably mixed with infected too, extremely dangerous. That place is too dangerous, the young girl immediately objected. Exactly because it's dangerous, is why we might still find enough food. If we can find some, we can last another month. But if we don't go, the man didn't finish. But everyone knew, they couldn't last another week on the food they had. Adults could still hold on, but children could die of hunger. No, we said we'd survive together, Dad. The young girl's eyes turned red instantly. Yeah, Uncle Hong, let's think of another way. We can't do this, the others spoke up in distress. Aside from the middle-aged man, the rest were women and children. They couldn't do anything in this situation. I'm getting old. I'm not an ability user either. Staying alive isn't of much use. I can go without eating. A middle-aged woman said. The rest couldn't hold back their tears anymore. This world was just too hard for ordinary people like them. He Lu. The middle-aged man gently stroked the young girl's head. He still remembered when she had just been born, crying loudly in his arms. In the blink of an eye, he had grown old, and his little daughter had become a graceful young lady. If not for the apocalypse, his daughter would have graduated from college, found a job she liked, met someone she loved, married, had kids, and lived a safe, peaceful life. He Lu, you have to live well. If I don't come back, live for me and your mother. The man's voice came from above, and He Lu lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. In this apocalypse, death is truly something very near, and being alive doesn't necessarily mean happiness. Just a few days ago, a frail girl committed suicide. She was so weak that she could barely get out of bed. So she lay on her bed, tied a thin rope to 2 bricks, and strangled herself. And that girl was He Lu's best friend. Witnessing her best friend's death, although He Lu was sad, she quickly calmed down. Because she knew, it wouldn't be long before she joined her. In fact, ever since the apocalypse broke out, He Lu had barely left this camp. In the beginning, this camp managed to survive thanks to a few ability users. The rest of the people without abilities, like her, were in charge of laundry, cooking, and planting vegetables. Though they were hungry every day, they could still stay alive. But later, when the ability users went out, they were ambushed by another team of ability users. Most of them died or were severely injured. Only 2 came back, and one of them later died from his injuries. From then on, this camp declined. Then came the outbreak of the plague, which made things even worse. Many people died or fled. He Lu was one of the ones who stayed. The ones who remained originally thought they were just waiting to die. But about a month ago, their living situation saw a slight improvement. An ability user team, so powerful it was beyond their imagination, arrived in Jinling. Someone from the team came to negotiate, asking He Lu's camp to submit to their leadership. This powerful team was called Shanghai. Later, He Lu learned that Shanghai had not only unified their camp, but also more than a dozen nearby survivor camps. Eventually, they expanded to all of Jinling. Almost all of Jinling's survivors had submitted to them. Rumor had it that Shanghai intended to establish a nation. Establishing a nation in the apocalypse, what kind of concept was that? He Lu found it hard to believe. But she clearly understood one thing: even if building a nation was an extremely distant, maybe even impossible goal, there was no doubt that Shanghai was incredibly powerful. Even a random person sent out from Shanghai was many times stronger than her father. And people like that were just errand runners in Shanghai. He Lu couldn't imagine how strong the real big shots in Shanghai must be. When survivors submitted to Shanghai, it wasn't just a verbal agreement. Once they chose to submit, they had to hand over food. Shanghai had cleared out some zombies from parts of Jinling City, making it safer to scavenge for food. But in return, a good portion of the food they found had to be handed over. At first, He Lu didn't understand. People from Shanghai were already so strong. Why were they still collecting low-grade food? Later, she learned that what Shanghai really wanted to collect were zombie crystal cores. They had even classified the crystal cores by grade. As long as a camp could find zombie crystal cores, they would receive large quantities of food as a reward. However, the camp He Lu belonged to was too weak. Not just in combat power, even their scavenging abilities were limited. In Shanghai, their camp was like a chicken rib, useless, unable to collect much food. Aunt Zhang, take care of He Lu. I'll head out first. If I'm lucky and find a low-grade crystal core, we won't have to worry about food for a month. We might even get to eat some meat. The middle-aged man spoke hopefully. He hadn't eaten meat for over half a year. Previously, he had only found a bit of sausage once in a while. The middle-aged woman held back tears and said nothing. Every time this man went out, she felt deep anxiety. But this time, it was even stronger than usual. Don't worry. I won't fight strong zombies head-on. I'll just look for some dead ones, maybe there are crystal cores in them. As the middle-aged man spoke, he had already opened the door and stepped into the ruins, filled with the stench of blood and rot. So much time had passed since the apocalypse began, and many zombies had died. If lucky, he might find a low-grade crystal core. But the chances were very small. However, as soon as he stepped outside the camp wall, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He saw 3 ragged people running toward him. Judging by their speed and their fierce expressions, those were infected. The man knew well that infected were even more dangerous than zombies. One infected could deal with a small horde of 10 to 20 zombies. Let alone 3 of them. What was worse, infected had higher intelligence. Normal zombies, if they couldn't smell or see humans, would wander off aimlessly. But infected were different. Once they spotted a person, even if the person hid, they would continue searching until they found and ate them. Because of this, the man had always been extremely cautious when going out, fearful of running into infected. But this time, he had just stepped out and saw 3 infected rushing over, completely unexpected. In an instant, his hands and feet went cold. He knew he had no chance of winning against infected. But his greatest fear wasn't death, it was the camp behind him. The infected must have seen him coming from the camp. After killing him, they would likely search for the camp. Then his wife and daughter would be eaten by them. The most hopeless thing in the apocalypse was having no hope. The only thing keeping this man going was his family. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Lure them away. That was the only thought in his mind. He knew he couldn't outrun the infected. All he could do was run for his life, trying to draw their attention, hoping they'd forget about the camp behind him. With that thought, a look of determination flashed across his face. He suddenly leaped out from the wall and ran in the opposite direction of the camp. But as he ran, the man was shocked to find that the 3 infected weren't paying attention to him at all. They didn't even glance at him. Their running direction didn't intersect with his. This stunned the man. Infected usually charged at living humans like wolves seeing meat. Why did they ignore him? Just as he was struggling to believe it, he seemed to hear the roar of an engine. Then, from a side street, a bus appeared. It didn't slow down, and with a beautiful drift, it made a 90-degree turn on the narrow one-way road. The man could drive too, but he had never seen such a heavy bus drift like that. Then, he saw something spinning on the roof of the bus. A black gun barrel extended out. Bang! 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 3 gunshots in a row. The 3 running infected were all hit. Due to the immense force, they tumbled, their heads exploding and blood spraying everywhere. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. To shoot at fast-moving targets from a speeding vehicle, and fire 3 shots in 3 seconds, each a headshot. What kind of marksmanship was this? And the man knew that infected had strong defense. Regular handguns couldn't cause fatal damage. The power of this weapon was clearly not ordinary. It was probably one of those legendary sniper rifles. Using a sniper rifle like this, it was like a legend come to life. The middle-aged man was a bit confused. Who exactly were the people on this bus? He originally thought today he was doomed and might even bring disaster to his daughter and the other survivors. But he didn't expect that with just 3 gunshots, everything would turn around. The 3 infected were killed so easily. Screech! With the sound of the brakes, the bus stopped steadily and precisely in front of the 3 dead infected. At this moment, the middle-aged man saw the bus door open, and 2 beautiful girls jumped out from it. When he saw the 2 girls, the middle-aged man was stunned. These 2 girls were about the same age as his daughter. What shocked him was not only their beauty, but also how clean and well-dressed they were. If it weren't for the surrounding ruins and the scent of blood in the air, he would have thought he was back on the streets of Jinling before the apocalypse, watching fashionable girls wearing designer clothes shopping. To live this comfortably in the apocalypse, were they from Shanghai? The first thing that came to the middle-aged man's mind was Shanghai. In Jinling, the Shanghai organization was considered unreachable by ordinary people. Whatever unbelievable things they did, the middle-aged man wouldn't be surprised. As he was lost in thought, he saw the girl in white take out a crystal-clear syringe from who knows where. She then used it to extract 3 tubes of blue liquid from the corpses of the infected. Her needlework was smooth like flowing water. Even though she was handling the bodies of infected, for some reason, the sight carried a certain elegance. The middle-aged man held his breath and said nothing. In front of such a powerful team, he wasn't even worth an ant. He had no naive thoughts of getting help from them. In this apocalypse, people could be just as dangerous as zombies. If strangers didn't rob or kill you, that was already good enough. Who would help anyone? So while Li Yusin was extracting the blue liquid, the middle-aged man stood there like a statue, not speaking or trying to flee. That was the most harmless stance he could take. But even though the middle-aged man didn't speak, Jiang Zhuiying wasn't going to miss the chance to question someone. After all, this was the first living person the Shering team had encountered since entering the Jinling area. Hey! That uncle over there, isn't this a survivor camp? Where is it? Just behind you. Jiang Zhuiying pointed at the camp behind the man, which was surrounded by broken furniture. This made the man's heart tighten. These people clearly didn't seem like Shanghai members. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking him about Jinling. Shanghai should know the area like the back of their hand. And now they were asking about his camp, and his daughter was there. Even though these 2 girls didn't look like bad people, in the apocalypse, the man had trained his vigilance to the highest level. If these people had bad intentions, they'd have no power to resist. There's no survivor camp, just a few old, weak, and sick people who can barely breathe. Maybe infected already, just barely hanging on. I was starving, came out to look for food. And I'm not really an uncle, I'm only 51. As he spoke, the middle-aged man tidied his messy white hair, as if to let the others see his face clearly. He wanted to say, look how the world has ruined me. I'm only 51 and already look like a grandpa. Our camp has nothing worth your attention. Hearing his words, Jiang Lusher also got off the bus. Smiling, he said, Uncle, we just arrived in Jinling. We just want to ask about some things. We don't mean any harm. Also, we're looking for some diesel. Jiang Lusher had originally heard from Xiang Shuahai that there was a survivor camp nearby. But looking at this man, the camp seemed to have fallen or been abandoned, otherwise, it wouldn't be in such bad shape. We don't have diesel. All the oil in Jinling has been collected by Shanghai. If you want some, you can go buy it from them. But they only accept zombie crystal cores. Also, they're very powerful, you'd better be careful. Shanghai? Collecting zombie cores? Jiang Lusher was surprised. So, Shanghai was like the local warlord in Jinling. Miss Xiang, do you know Shanghai? He casually asked Xiang Shuahai. She shook her head. When we investigated Jinling before, we hadn't heard of this group. Jiang Lusher nodded. He looked at the middle-aged man. The man had white hair, a wrinkled face, and was thin as a skeleton, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. But he also gave off a faint energy. He was an ability user. An ability user, starving like this, seemed wrong. Had he given all the food to others? That thought made Jiang Lusher feel a bit of goodwill. In the apocalypse, people like this were rare. He turned and went back to the bus, brought out a vacuum-sealed bag, and tossed it to the man. The man caught it on instinct. When he looked down, he froze. Was this a dream? It was a big, steaming piece of roasted meat, probably about 1 or 2 jin. The meat was glistening with fragrant oil. Looking at its color and smell, the man immediately thought of something, mutant beast meat. He'd at least heard of it before. As an ability user, he had seen mutant beast meat, just never eaten it. He couldn't afford it. So he recognized it. They said this meat didn't just taste good and melt in your mouth, it could even heal sickness. For ability users, it could strengthen them and enhance their power. This is, for me? The man couldn't believe it. Jiang Lusher nodded. Yes, it's for you. I just want to ask you some questions. Jiang Lusher wanted to investigate the cause of the plague. As for Shanghai, the local tyrant in Jinling, of course he wouldn't overlook them. Okay, you can ask me anything. The man was excited. He couldn't wait to bring this meat back to his daughter. His daughter was so weak, what kind of expression would she have when she saw this roasted meat? Just imagining it made him more excited than eating it himself. Jiang Lusher could tell what he was thinking. From the beginning, the man had been very protective of the camp behind him. Clearly, someone very important to him was there. Uncle, you and your people must be starving. Eat something first. I'm not in a hurry. I have a lot to ask. As Jiang Lusher spoke, the man thanked him again and again, his eyes tearing up. Please come in. Ask me anything you like, I'll tell you everything I know. The man led Jiang Lushur and the others into his camp. Someone who would casually give away mutant beast meat, what could he possibly be after? Everything in the camp wasn't even worth that meat. As for his daughter, though she was quite pretty, compared to the glamorous girls with Jiang Lushur, she was nothing. He didn't worry at all that Jiang Lushur had bad intentions. And even if he did, maybe that would be a good thing. In the apocalypse, it was easy to think like that, it was just too hard to survive. All right, Jiang Lushur nodded and called Jiang Zhuing, Li Yusin, Ran Xiu, and Xiang Shuahai off the bus. Ying and Zero stayed behind. As for Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai, because their Type 99 tank was running out of fuel, they didn't follow the bus into the city. They stayed on the outskirts, waiting until fuel was found to drive to a gas station. It's small and run down. Don't mind it, the man said as he opened the door. Inside were 7 or 8 people, all worried and anxious as they looked at him. They had heard the gunshots earlier and didn't know what had happened. With no combat skills, they hadn't dared go outside. When they saw it was the man, safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, you're back, He-Lu said tearfully. In the apocalypse, emotions were fragile. The gunshots earlier had made her imagine the worst, that her father had been attacked by another team. The outcome would have been terrible. Lulu, look what I brought, the man said with joy, showing off the vacuum bag in his hand. Everyone in the room was stunned when they saw it. That's meat. He-Lu's big eyes went wide, not just any meat, but fragrant roasted meat. Not sausages or canned meat, but real roasted meat. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen something like that. It felt like seeing something from a past life. Was this a dream? Everyone held their breath, staring at the meat, swallowing unconsciously. Today we really met a savior. A real savior, the man murmured, quickly inviting Jiang Lushur and the others in. This meat was given by our benefactor. Everyone, quickly thank him. As he spoke, Jiang Zhuing suddenly let out a surprised sound. Tilting her head, she studied the man's daughter. Aren't you Song He-Lu? Right, you're Song He-Lu, aren't you? The girl froze, no one had called her that name in a long time. People in the camp just called her by her nickname. She looked up in confusion at Jiang Zhuing. The girl in front of her was dazzling, making the malnourished, haggard He-Lu feel inferior. You are, Song He-Lu hesitated. The image in her memory slowly matched the girl before her. Jiang Zhuing? It really is you. Jiang Zhuing was thrilled. She had found an old classmate from Jinling University, right here. Song He-Lu was both surprised and delighted, feeling it was unbelievable. In the apocalypse, she had become more used to loss. To meet someone again like this while still alive felt just like a dream. Jiang Zhuing, where did you go after the apocalypse started? I didn't see you at school, I was really heartbroken, I thought you. Song He-Lu excitedly held Jiang Zhuing's hand, her eyes red as she spoke. In the early days of the apocalypse, most people turned into zombies. Song He-Lu had thought Jiang Zhuing had turned into one too. Jiang Zhuing was also filled with emotion. At that time, I kept thinking about how our classmates were doing, but there were too many zombies around the school, and I was too weak back then, I couldn't go back. By the way, what about the others? The people from our club? Are there no others left? Back in Jinling University, Jiang Zhuing and Song He-Lu were in the same club. They often attended club activities together, and the two girls with similar interests soon became close friends. Song He-Lu was Jiang Zhuing's senior. Jiang Zhuing still remembered that she had joined the club because of Song He-Lu's invitation. Later, in the club, whenever Jiang Zhuing didn't understand something, she always asked Song He-Lu. Because her parents had passed away early, the Jiang family was not well off. Song He-Lu knew this. At that time, the school had a scholarship slot, and she recommended Jiang Zhuing. In the end, Jiang Zhuing successfully got that scholarship. Back then, Jiang Lushur had even forced himself to borrow money from relatives for Jiang Zhuing's tuition. When she told him she got the scholarship and mentioned Song He-Lu's help, Jiang Lushur remembered her clearly. The club members, none are left now. Song He-Lu seemed to recall something, and her expression dimmed. It's a pity that Ganwei didn't get the chance to see you again. If she could have seen you, she definitely would have been happy. Hearing the familiar name, Jiang Zhuing could sense the implication behind Song He-Lu's words. She asked sadly, was Ganwei also here before? Yes. You know, Ganwei was always physically weak. She came from such a good background, her family was rich, and she had never suffered a bit in her life. But after the apocalypse, she couldn't sleep well, couldn't eat well, and soon fell ill. Without food, she couldn't hold on and passed away not long after. She was like a porcelain doll, and in the end, she was shattered to pieces. Song He-Lu said, wiping her tears. If Ganwei were still alive and the three of them could reunite, it would have been such a joyful thing. But now, one of them was missing. Hearing of Ganwei's death, Jiang Zhuing's eyes also turned red. Her old friend had actually died from illness and starvation. Looking at Song Helu again, she too was thin and weak, looking malnourished. Her once beautiful skin had lost its glow, and her hair was dry, like a flower that had lost its water. "So you're Zhuing's classmate, I've heard about you," Jiang Lushi said at this point. "I remember that scholarship matter back then. I'm really grateful to you. As Zhuing's brother, I should show some appreciation," Jiang Lushi said. "No need to thank me, no need. I'm her senior, it was my duty to take care of her," Song Helu quickly replied. "Shiyu, telling and the others to bring down 10 jin of meat and a bag of rice," Jiang Lushi said. After raiding Luo Jiafeng's warehouse, this amount of food was nothing to Jiang Lushi. He had always been a person who repaid favors and didn't like to owe anyone. "Okay," Ran Shiyu said. At this moment, Song Helu was already overwhelmed. 10 jin, that's too much, really, you don't need to. Just then, In came down from the bus and entered the house. She casually carried 2 bags and placed them on the floor. "No need to be polite. Open it and take a look," Jiang Lushi said. Jiang Zhuing held Song Helu's arm, smiling. "Helu, just accept it." Song Helu was pushed in front of the bags by Jiang Zhuing. She hesitated for a moment and then cautiously opened one of them. Immediately, the bag was filled with meat, tender and fine in texture. It didn't have any unpleasant smell, on the contrary, it gave off a sweet, fragrant aroma. Just the raw meat smelled so good, it was easy to imagine how delicious it would be when cooked. This meat was mutant beast meat. Seeing so much meat, the survivors were all stunned. That one bag had at least 10 jin of mutant beast meat. This amount of meat, they had never dared to dream of it before. "Ah, this is too precious," Song Helu said. Looking at the meat, she was overwhelmed. In their camp, seeing this much meat, even before today, she would have thought it was impossible. Her father had planned to risk his life today, but even if he had died out there, he might not have been able to bring back something like this. But Jiang Lushi casually gave out so much meat, just to thank a girl for helping his sister in the past. No more refusing. "Take it," Jiang Lushi said. To him, giving out this meat was nothing. "Zhuing, brother Zhuing, I really don't know what to say." "Thank you so much," Song Helu said, choking up with joyful tears. She couldn't refuse these things, they represented the hope for survival for her and her people. "Can I share it with my companions?" Song Helu asked hopefully. "Of course. It's already yours. You can use it however you want," Jiang Lushi said casually. "Great. Thank you," Song Helu said happily. The middle-aged man and the other survivors also quickly expressed their thanks again and again. Jiang Lushi hadn't taken out these things for them, but for Song Helu, and for Jiang Zhuing. So even though everyone else was drooling over the meat, if Jiang Lushi hadn't agreed, none of them would have dared touch it. "All right, let's talk about what I mentioned earlier," Jiang Lushi said seriously, turning to the middle-aged man. As for Jiang Zhuing and Song Helu, they had many things to say. Their experiences after the apocalypse could probably take a whole day and night to tell. "Captain Jiang, ask whatever you want. As long as I know it, I'll tell you everything," the middle-aged man said, patting his chest with confidence and high spirits. A man like him had little to offer Jiang Lushi, so this was the least he could do in return. "I want to ask about Shanghai," Jiang Lushi said. "Shanghai?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. "Yes. Aren't I going to buy diesel from them?" Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. The middle-aged man had never been to the headquarters of Shanghai, but he roughly knew the location. After Jiang Lushi asked him clearly about the place, he decided to set off immediately. This middle-aged man naturally had to follow Jiang Lushi to lead the way. As for Song Helu, Jiang Zhuing had only exchanged a few words with her after reuniting in the post-apocalyptic world, and then they separated. She was reluctant to part, so she simply told Jiang Lushi and came along. Anyway, the base vehicle was spacious, and bringing one more person wouldn't make it crowded. Moreover, it was very safe. "If you don't mind, I can send my people to pick you up and take you to northern Jiangsu. I have a camp there. But my camp is also dangerous now, there's a plague. It's just that there are more people, so everyone can support each other," Xiang Shuahai said at this time. The food here was also enough for these survivors to last for a while, so they could completely wait for Xiang Shuahai's people to arrive. Now there are infected people everywhere, there's no such thing as safe or unsafe. Having more people would definitely be safer than now. "If we can go to northern Jiangsu, thank you very much, miss," the middle-aged man said. Xiang Shuahai smiled slightly. On one hand, she was naturally kind. On the other, she could tell that Jiang Zhuing was very worried, so she took the initiative to help her. "All right," Jiang Lushi nodded. He had always known that Xiang Shuahai had organized a major force in northern Jiangsu, but he didn't know how they were doing with the plague. The bus set off again. After getting on, Song Helu was stunned for a while by the bus's interior. It was hard for them to even leave this simple camp, and yet in this apocalypse, there were still humans driving such beautiful RVs across the land. It was really an incredible scene. Song Helu couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. She couldn't resist glancing at Jiang Lushi, genuinely envying Jiang Zhuiying for having such a brother. According to that uncle, the headquarters of Shanghai should be less than an hour's drive from here. "We'll arrive soon," Jiang Lushi was saying when a weak and intermittent voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie he had placed nearby. It was Zhang Hai, and Jiang Lushi frowned upon hearing it. "What's wrong, brother?" Jiang Zhuiying asked. Jiang Liushi's expression darkened. "Zhang Hai and the others are in trouble." Jiang Lushi hadn't expected that in just half an hour since he left, Zhang Hai would be attacked. Judging from his voice, his condition was quite bad. "Ing! Head there!" Jiang Lushi said coldly, and Ing stepped on the accelerator. The base vehicle roared forward. Zhang Hai's location was only a few kilometers away from Jiang Lushi. Shanghai had opened many clear roads in this area, which happened to make it convenient for the bus. The bus sped all the way. Zombies and infected along the road were either shot dead or directly knocked away by the bus. In front of this beast, zombies and infected were not obstacles at all. Soon, Jiang Lushi saw Zhang Hai's location. A tank was surrounded by a group of people, and these people were not zombies or infected, but actual humans. This group had more than 20 people. The leader was a man in a leather jacket, standing on the seat of an open-top jeep, one foot on the steering wheel, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, shouting at Zhang Hai in the tank, "I'm warning you for the last time, open the tank hatch immediately. My patience is limited. Otherwise, I'll turn you all inside the tank into charcoal." The man in the leather jacket had a cold look that showed disregard for life and death. Seeing no response from the tank, he sneered, threw away the loudspeaker, and jumped down from the jeep. He slowly walked toward the tank, a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like you're stubborn. Even if I kill you, I can still open the hatch, just a bit more troublesome." Jiang Lushi saw this scene from afar and felt tense. He didn't know what was happening. Even if the tank was low on fuel, it shouldn't be completely powerless. At least rotating the turret and firing should be no problem. Why weren't they moving? "Zhang Hai! Sun Kuan! What's going on?" Jiang Lushi shouted into the walkie-talkie. But at this moment, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan clearly were no longer holding the walkie-talkie, they were facing life and death. Click! The tank turret started rotating. It wasn't aiming at anything before, but now it was turning toward the man in the leather jacket. "Humph, asking for death." The man sneered and leapt up, purple sparks flickering in his hand. Zzzt. Purple electricity pierced the air and struck the tank. The whole tank was enveloped in brilliant currents. The rotating turret also stopped instantly. "Looks like you don't want to live. I'll help you with that." The man in the leather jacket was covered in electric light and was about to deliver a fatal blow when suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger. Without thinking, he jumped to the side at lightning speed. Bang! The ground in front of him exploded, rocks shattered completely, and only then did the man hear a gunshot. A high-caliber rifle. He staggered back more than 10 meters. Looking at the crater where the earth had exploded, cold sweat appeared in his palm. That was close, he was nearly killed by that shot. He quickly turned his head, searching for the source of the bullet. He saw a roaring bus coming. An RV? The man in the leather jacket had sharp eyes and immediately recognized it as an RV, but not an ordinary one. On its roof, there was a metallic sphere, with a dark barrel protruding from it. That barrel had almost taken his life. Good. Very good, someone dares to sneak attack me. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He would never let go of someone who almost killed him. The moment he saw the bus, he sentenced everyone on board to death. Clatter. Behind the man, the 20-some team members all raised their guns, aiming at Jiang Liushi's base vehicle. What day is it today? So many people rushing to reincarnate. One group hasn't even been dealt with yet, and another comes. Aren't you going to show yourselves? Or are you planning to die in that car? The man in the leather jacket looked at Jiang Lushi. Purple electricity danced in his hand. His electrical ability could kill through vehicles. Unless insulated, it was hard to resist his attack. At this moment, on the base vehicle, Jiang Lushi looked coldly at this man. The man could foresee danger and dodge a sniper shot. He must be a level 2 ability user. But so what? He dared to hurt members of Shuring's squad and showed killing intent toward Jiang Lushi. For people like that, Jiang Lushi would show no mercy. Just as he was about to take this man down, Xiang Shuahai suddenly took a few steps and came to his side. Xiang Shuahai stared at the man in the leather jacket, scrutinized him, and was momentarily stunned. What is it? Jiang Lushur asked. This man. I know him. He's called Suli. He used to follow me in northern Jiangsu. I left my team there, so Suli should have stayed. I didn't expect him to come to Jinling, and also, behind Jiang Lushur's bus, there was also an off-road vehicle carrying Xiang Shuahai's subordinates. They had also recognized Suli. In the northern Jiangsu camp, Suli had some status. What? He's your subordinate? Jiang Lushur looked at Xiang Shuahai in surprise. Yes, he counts as my subordinate. And I also recognize several of the 20 or so people behind him, they were my subordinates too. I don't know why they're here in Jinling. Also, Suli's ability seems to have improved a lot. Xiang Shuahai was also a level 2 ability user, not necessarily stronger than Suli. But according to her, Suli used to be her subordinate in northern Jiangsu, which didn't make sense anymore. I'll ask him what's going on. Xiang Shuahai was furious. She had always wanted Jiang Lushur to go check on the plague situation in northern Jiangsu. In her mind, her core followers might be struggling amid the plague, waiting for rescue. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. These subordinates were doing quite well, and had immediately clashed with Jiang Lushur's team. She had begged Jiang Lushur for help, and her own subordinates had done this. How could Xiang Shuahai not be angry? All right? Jiang Lushur hesitated a bit, but still nodded. Since they were Xiang Shuahai's people, even if he had to fight, he needed to understand if there was a misunderstanding. The base vehicle's door opened. While it was still moving, Xiang Shuahai leaped down. She seemed to be lifted by a breeze, gently carrying her down. Suli! What are you doing? Xiang Shuahai's voice was clear and crisp. Hearing her, Suli was first stunned by the sight of a beautiful woman suddenly jumping out. He even licked his lips and showed a playful smile. But as soon as he heard the voice, he was startled. Looking closely, it really was Xiang Shuahai. Miss? In northern Jiangsu, Xiang Shuahai was a decisive figure. Even before the apocalypse, she came from a powerful family. Because of this, and her own strength, her subordinates were used to calling her Miss. In northern Jiangsu, anyone who heard the title Miss knew it referred to Xiang Shuahai. She had strict requirements for her subordinates and had set up perfect rules. Under her management, northern Jiangsu had been well organized. If the plague hadn't broken out, it would have become a base city sooner or later. Because of this, the long-standing prestige she had built had become an almost instinctive fear in Su Li's mind. Seeing Xiang Shuahai now gave him the feeling of being caught doing something wrong. All his previous arrogance instantly disappeared, and a trace of nervousness arose in his heart. Fortunately, when he hadn't yet recognized her earlier, he hadn't said anything lewd, otherwise, the consequences would have been even worse. What are you doing, robbing someone? Got your eye on someone else's tank? Xiang Shuahai said angrily. Over 20 people were attacking Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, and Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan barely fought back, just kept being attacked. From any perspective, it was clearly Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan who were in the right. Nothing much, just a misunderstanding. Suli said reluctantly. In fact, Xiang Shuahai's guess was right, Suli had indeed taken a liking to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's tank. At first, he told them to get out so he could check it, but they refused, so things escalated. Once it turned violent, it naturally became a robbery and murder. This kind of behavior had been strictly forbidden by Xiang Shuahai in northern Jiangsu. Those who robbed and killed, or raped women, were to be severely punished, some even executed by shooting. Actually, after the apocalypse, the dark side of human nature would gradually emerge. There were always people who wanted to use their strength to enslave others or rape women. Xiang Shuahai strictly controlled this kind of behavior, which caused some people to be unhappy. But Xiang Shuahai was the strongest, and she single-handedly built the northern Jiangsu camp, giving people a relatively stable life. With her extraordinary power and authority, she maintained order, and no one dared to object. Suli had never been an honest man in northern Jiangsu. He always wanted to steal, do shady things, and violate women. Because of this, he was very afraid of Xiang Shuahai. This fear had lasted until now. Misunderstanding? I don't see any misunderstanding. And I told you to guard northern Jiangsu, why did you come to Jinling? There are still many survivors in northern Jiangsu. What about them? This. Suli was momentarily speechless. After Xiang Shuahai left, the rules she had established gradually stopped being enforced. In the apocalypse, strength was everything. Xiang Shuahai had originally wanted to build an orderly base city, which naturally required ordinary survivors. But those who followed her didn't necessarily think the same. What they wanted was the sense of superiority that came with power. Suli only brought a few pretty women with him and left, along with some ability users from northern Jiangsu. He came to Jinling mainly because in northern Jiangsu, Xiang Shuahai kept him under control, and he had no freedom. He didn't expect to run into Xiang Shuahai again in Jinling. This woman was like a haunting ghost. How many of you came? I came back this time to rebuild the northern Jiangsu camp, but you ignored what I said before I left and came to Jinling on your own. Take me to the others from the northern Jiangsu camp right now. I want you all to come back with me. Xiang Shuahai said sternly. Suli was extremely reluctant upon hearing this. He was indeed afraid of Xiang Shuahai, but thinking about it, he was now a level 2 ability user too. Although Xiang Shuahai was strong, he should still be able to protect himself against her. Besides, many of the old members from northern Jiangsu had complaints about Xiang Shuahai's overly strict rules. They had come to Jinling naturally siding with him. Thinking of all this, Suli no longer feared Xiang Shuahai as much. Miss, I don't want to go back to northern Jiangsu, Suli said directly. Huh? Xiang Shuahai raised her eyebrows. Not just me. The others who left northern Jiangsu probably don't want to go back either. We don't want to build any base city. In times like these, enjoying each day as it comes is good enough. I want to do things that make me happy. This is Jinling, not northern Jiangsu. As Suli spoke, his thoughts became clearer and his resolve stronger. Indeed, he didn't need to live under Xiang Shuahai's shadow anymore. As long as he broke free, the world would be his. With his power, he could enjoy the best food and the most beautiful women. Miss, you helped me become stronger before, and I owe you for that. But I followed your orders for so long, I've repaid that favor. If you want to deal with the tank, fine. I don't want the tank anymore, consider it my final gesture. From now on, Suli has nothing to do with you. As for the others from the northern Jiangsu camp, I advise you not to go looking for them either, no one will want to go back with you. Huh? You don't want the tank anymore? What a big favor. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Jiang Lushur slowly walked down from the bus. He had already seen that Xiang Shuahai's long-standing authority had lost its effect. She could no longer control her subordinates. Who are you? Suli frowned when he saw Jiang Lushur. Seeing the sniper rifle in Jiang Lushur's hand, his expression darkened and killing intent rose. So it was you who ambushed me and almost killed me with a shot? The distance was a bit too far, so you dodged. If it were this close, you'd already be a pile of rotting flesh, Jiang Lushur said flatly, as if he hadn't seen Suli's expression. What? Suli could hardly believe his ears. Who did this guy think he was? This was Jinling, and the area was full of his men, and this guy walked right up to him, threatening him. Suli laughed coldly, his eyes glinting as he looked at Jiang Lushur. Kid, are you looking to die? I'm telling you, this is Shanhai's territory. You dare act arrogant here? Tired of living, huh? You want to kill me? Huh? If the miss weren't here today, I would have dragged you back to Shanhai, cut off your hands and feet, and hung you outside to feed the zombies. As he spoke, Suli turned to Xiang Shuahai and said, Miss, this is the last bit of respect I'm giving you. I'll let that shot slide. You'd better take him away quickly. In Suli's eyes, this pretty boy probably had some special relationship with Xiang Shuahai, so he dared to act cocky with her around. This kind of idiot wouldn't even know how he died one day. If it weren't for Xiang Shuahai, he would have acted already. At this moment, Jiang Lushur also smiled. You're still laughing? Suli frowned at Jiang Lushur. You'd better go ahead and hold that grudge. I'm curious, if you do, what can you do to me? Jiang Lushur said casually. Suli's eyes immediately flashed with rage. This guy really didn't know what death meant. Since that was the case, and he had already given Xiang Shuahai enough face, he decided to teach Jiang Lushur a harsh lesson. Fine. Let's see what I can do to you. Suli sneered coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lushur suddenly felt a slight numbness in his body, but it was just a tingle. In the next moment, Jiang Zhuiying appeared behind Jiang Lushur with a smile, took his arm, and even that slight numbness vanished. Seeing Jiang Lushur unaffected and calmly looking at him, Suli was clearly stunned. Why are you okay? Just now, he had secretly attacked Jiang Lushur with no one noticing. Jiang Lushur should have been electrocuted, hair standing on end, and convulsing on the ground. At that moment, he saw the girl beside Jiang Lushur looking at him mockingly. She said, Your electricity is way too weak. I think even without me, my brother would be fine. Huh? This type of electric attack is new to me, Jiang Lushur thought. Actually, when Jiang Lushur saw Suli attacking Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan inside the tank, he already felt something was off. Normally, a tank with a metal shell is an equipotential body. Even if current flows on the outside, the people inside shouldn't be harmed. It's like a commercial plane getting struck by lightning. some electronics may be damaged, but passengers are safe. But Su Li's electricity defied that principle. He could directly attack Zhang Hai and Sun Quan inside the tank. It was as if he could generate voltage between the human body and the tank out of thin air. Now it was clear. Jiang Lushi hadn't seen Su Li release electricity, nor had he touched him, yet there was still an electric shock. But Jiang Zhuiying was right, Su Li's electricity really wasn't strong. Jiang Lushi had long been used to being in Jiang Zhuiying's electric field, and had built up near immunity to her electricity, let alone Su Li's weak attacks. If the current lasted longer, it might have affected Jiang Lushi, but with Jiang Zhuiying around, Su Li had no chance. Is it my turn now? Jiang Lushi suddenly smirked. Su Li was still shocked that his electric attack failed. Hearing that, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger, but before he could react or give an order, Jiang Lushi had already rushed forward. In terms of physical strength, Jiang Lushi was now not much weaker than a level 2 ability user. Plus, he had a brain domain ability, and Su Li had arrogantly closed the distance relying on his powers. So in Jiang Lushi's eyes, Su Li's speed was as slow as a turtle. He kicked Su Li in the knee, and Su Li screamed, dropping to his knees. Then Jiang Lushi punched him hard in the nose. A cracking sound followed, the pain nearly made Su Li black out, and his face was covered in blood, his nose completely broken. At that moment, a cold metal barrel was pressed against his forehead. Su Li's back went cold, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. No. No. Bro. Big bro, don't shoot. Miss, considering I followed you for so long, please say something for me. Su Li pleaded. Didn't you say just now that you no longer had anything to do with me? Xiang Shuahai said coldly as she looked at Su Li. Even if Captain Jiang didn't act, I would have taught you a lesson myself. If it weren't for Su Li, she wouldn't have been humiliated in front of Jiang Lushi today. Even though this was her former subordinate's personal actions, with Xiang Shuahai's personality, she couldn't help but feel responsible. Now that Su Li had ended up like this, he had only himself to blame. Su Li's heart sank when he heard this. He knew that begging Xiang Shuahai was useless now, so he could only keep pleading with Jiang Lushi. If there's anything you need me for, just say it. As long as I can help, I'll do my best. Su Li shouted. Jiang Lushi originally wanted to shoot Su Li on the spot, but after thinking it over, he smiled. Fine, then I'll spare your dog life for now. Su Li was overjoyed, but right at that moment, a powerful electric current suddenly struck from the air and hit him directly. Aha! Su Li screamed miserably from the shock. His hair all stood on end, his muscles convulsed uncontrollably, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain balance. The pain from all over his body almost made him roll on the ground. Now you know what real electricity feels like, right? Jiang Zhuiying looked at Su Li on the ground with a smile, a thread of current still wrapped around her finger. Su Li's underlings around them felt their scalps tingle. Even Su Li had been beaten like this, whatever thoughts they might have had were now completely gone. Su Li lay on the ground like a dead dog, his limbs still twitching, his hair looking like an explosion. At this moment, Jiang Lushi looked at him and said calmly, "Now I'll ask the questions, and you answer. If you don't want more pain, got it?" Jiang Lushi had no intention of going easy on Su Li. Not killing him was already merciful. Su Li didn't dare say anything now. He nodded desperately and said in a broken voice, "Whatever you want, just ask." He had always been the one electrocuting others. He never thought he'd end up like this himself. And this girl's electricity was terrifying, far beyond his imagination. On the bus, Song Helu was dumbfounded watching all this. She had guessed that Jiang Liushi's group was strong, but she hadn't imagined they were this strong. A tank, and such powerful strength. Even the Shanghai people were so easily crushed in front of them. At this moment, Jiang Lushi had already started asking Su Li, "Who are the people in Shanghai? How long has it been established?" Shanghai is organized in squads. A normal level 2 ability user, like me, leads a squad for operations outside. The stronger ability users. I don't know their movements. But I know Shanghai actually belongs to one person. Basically, everything is up to him. But I've never seen him, Su Li said. Really? Jiang Lushi was rather interested in this person. Ordinary level 2 ability users didn't concern him much, but stronger ones needed to be taken seriously. But this person in Shanghai, even his own ability user subordinates had never seen him, that was too mysterious. With Ran Shiyu watching nearby, Jiang Lushi was sure Su Li wasn't lying. He wouldn't be so dumb as to lie about something like this, especially with Jiang Zhuiying still playing with electric sparks at his side, looking eager to strike again. Shanghai hasn't been around long. From what I saw, Shanghai has been collecting mutant crystal nuclei all along, using various methods. But they don't seem to be expanding their equipment much or trading with others. As for what the top bosses are planning, I don't know. Sully said everything he could. As a survivor like him, he had no real sense of loyalty to any camp. Between his life and the camp's intel, his life clearly mattered more. Does Shanghai have diesel? Jiang Lushur asked again. Yes, yes, yes. After Shanghai was set up, they gathered all kinds of strategic materials from other camps. They searched every part of Jinling they could. They have a dedicated fuel depot and have stored quite a bit of fuel, Sully said. Good. By the way, what do you know about the plague? Jiang Lushur asked suddenly. Sully froze for a moment, then said, well, I heard it might be the zombie virus mutating? Or maybe rabies. I mean, it's the apocalypse, mutated rabies virus is pretty normal, right? Seeing Sully's strained thinking, Jiang Lushur knew asking was pointless. Sully only knew something about a mutated virus, but probably didn't even understand what that meant. But that evolution fluid, Jiang Lushur thought of the blue evolution fluid that had been swallowed by Luoluo. At this moment, seeing Jiang Lushur silent, Sully braced himself and said, I've already told you everything I can. Jiang Lushur glanced at him calmly and said, you want to leave now? No need for that, you can come back with me. In a bit, you'll lead the way to Shanghai headquarters, Jiang Lushur said with a slight smile. He had already made up his mind to go to Shanghai headquarters. How could he possibly let Sully go back and report? Sully forced a smile uglier than crying. Of course, he understood what Jiang Lushur meant, but he had no right to refuse. At this point, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also came out of the tank. They had been in rough shape too, but seeing Sully like this, far worse than themselves, the two couldn't help but gloat. Their gleeful expressions made Sully feel like coughing up blood. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, let Yusin take a look at you both, Jiang Lushur said. No worries, brother Jiang. These injuries are nothing. Zhang Hai said carelessly, even slapping his chest hard. But right after he slapped it, a sour expression appeared on his face. Seeing Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan still had the energy to joke, Jiang Lushur knew they were fine. After Li Yusin treated them a bit, the two would probably be back to being fierce brutes. At this moment, Xiang Shuahai came over and said apologetically, Captain Jiang, I'm really sorry about this. I never imagined it would be people from the old northern Jiangsu camp who caused all this. You don't need to apologize, it's not your fault, Jiang Lushur said. When she was in northern Jiangsu, Xiang Shuahai could control her people. But once she left, and especially with the chaos there, it was normal for discipline to fall apart. It wasn't something she could control. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, with their personalities, wouldn't blame Xiang Shuahai either. As long as you don't mind, Xiang Shuahai smiled softly when she heard this. She had a carefree personality. Since Jiang Lushur said he didn't mind, she wouldn't dwell on it either. Besides, dwelling on it wouldn't change anything. Actually, I'd really like you to give me a chance to make it up to you, Xiang Shuahai said, her beautiful eyes suddenly flashing with a touch of flirtatious charm. Jiang Lushur's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure if Xiang Shuahai said that on purpose, or if he was just overthinking it. With Li Yusin's treatment, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were soon fine. Jiang Lushur had them rest for a while, then they set off. Sully's convoy led the way in front, followed by the bus and the tank. Originally, in Sully's plan, he wanted to bring the tank back. But he never imagined it would happen in this way. As an ability user, Sully had a strong body. He could move now, of course, but his exploded hairstyle wouldn't return to normal anytime soon. Plus, the feeling of obediently leading the way for someone else made Sully feel utterly miserable. The convoy was driving along the road, heading to Shanghai headquarters. The so-called Shanghai headquarters was actually a luxury villa in the mountains of Jinling. The scenery was beautiful, the environment elegant, it had the feel of a hidden paradise in a bustling city. Even before the apocalypse, having money didn't guarantee you could live here. After Shanghai took over the place as its headquarters, they built high walls around it and added many firing points. From the outside, it looked heavily guarded. At this moment, the guards above had already spotted a convoy approaching from across the street. If it were just a convoy, it wouldn't have drawn much attention. Convoys came in and out of Shanghai every day. But that bus in the back was extremely eye-catching. In the apocalypse, someone was actually driving a vehicle like that? And behind the bus? What is that? A tank, a guard said in disbelief. How could there be a tank in Jinling? By now, the convoy was roaring closer. The tank rumbled over the concrete road, making deep sounds and leaving cracks behind it. These people had only ever seen tanks in movies or news reports. This was their first time seeing one in real life. Open the gate. When the convoy reached the gate, Sully stuck his head out the window impatiently and shouted at the guards. So it's Brother Su. The guards, who had been tense and on alert, instantly relaxed upon seeing Su Li. "Brother Su, is this war spoils?" One of the squad leaders smiled and walked over to chat while ordering his men to open the gate. Su Li kept a cold face. He felt like he was being watched. Su Li gave a perfunctory hum from his nose. "Amazing, Brother Su. So impressive. Let me follow you someday." "Standing guard here has no future at all," the squad leader praised repeatedly. At this moment, the gate opened, and Su Li impatiently waved his hand, urging the vehicles to enter quickly. That squad leader's words sounded incredibly grating to his ears. Even after the bus and tank entered the gate, the squad leader and his men were still clicking their tongues in admiration. "All right, stop the car." A cold female voice suddenly sounded in Su Li's ear. Su Li's heart skipped a beat, and he obediently got out of the car. Sure enough, he had been right, someone had been watching him the whole time. Good thing he hadn't done anything. Otherwise, his body might already be cold. "Captain Jiang." Su Li came to the bus and waited for Jiang Lushur to open the door and come down. "I've brought you to Shanghai." "I've done everything I needed to," Su Li said. Jiang Lushur nodded. Although they had arrived at Shanghai, he still needed to find the warehouse, and ideally, someone in charge at Shanghai, like the boss Su Li mentioned. But just then, Su Li's expression suddenly froze. Immediately after, Jiang Lushur felt something move in his pocket. He looked down and saw Luoluo's head poking out, staring wide-eyed at Su Li. Jiang Lushur looked at Luoluo, puzzled. Why was this guy interested in Su Li? Then he looked up at Su Li and saw that Su Li was staring directly at him. If you had killed Su Li earlier, it wouldn't have been this troublesome. You're really lucky you didn't kill him, otherwise, you'd have been dealt with back then. Su Li's mouth suddenly spoke a chilling sentence. He referred to Su Li in the third person, instantly giving Jiang Lushur an eerie feeling. Before the apocalypse, this would have been unimaginable, but after the apocalypse, it was something one could easily suspect. This could only mean the one speaking wasn't Su Li. Psychic-type ability user. Jiang Lushur was shocked, Ran Shiyu hadn't even noticed it. And what Su Li had just said revealed something else. Su Li may have been a decoy from the very beginning. The ambush on the tank was all meant for Jiang Lushur. If Jiang Lushur had killed Su Li back then, there might have been some unexpected and serious consequences. But since he hadn't, the enemy simply used Su Li to bring Jiang Lushur and the others to Shanghai headquarters. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Lushur's mind instantly. Almost without hesitation, he leapt backward, and at that same moment, Su Li let out a furious roar, his expression twisted, blood vessels bulging on his face, and lunged at Jiang Lushur with terrifying speed. Not just Su Li, his team members also started howling and charging forward at the same time. Jiang Lushur was shocked, infected. Su Li and his subordinates had all mutated into infected. And at that moment, Jiang Lushur was the only one outside the vehicle. He was in extreme danger. This was the moment they had been waiting for. But no matter how sinister the psychic type behind this was, he hadn't expected Jiang Lushur to be carrying a mutant beast. Whoosh! Luoluo shot out of Jiang Lushur's pocket like lightning and instantly inflated mid-air into a large ball, placing itself between Jiang Lushur and the infected. Ah! Su Li and the other infected slammed into the sphere before they could react and were bounced back hard. In that instant, Jiang Lushur had already jumped back into the vehicle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luoluo rapidly deflated in midair and transformed into a jet stream arc, launching itself back through the closing vehicle door. Bang, bang. The infected slammed into the door, but the base vehicle's door was incredibly sturdy. There was no way ordinary infected could break through it. At that moment, an electric current suddenly flashed across the vehicle's exterior, and the infected let out shrill cries, being knocked away instantly. Jiang Lushur turned to look through the vehicle's window at the infected outside, his face ice cold. He had almost been tricked. What happened? Everyone in the vehicle was stunned by the sudden change. Ran Shiyu's face even turned a little pale. So many infected. Song Helu's pretty face had turned pale with fear. A perfectly fine living person suddenly going crazy and turning into an infected, with a terrifying look like they wanted to eat people alive. This kind of shock was too overwhelming for an ordinary person like her. Especially seeing so many infected jumping onto the vehicle, she instinctively kept retreating in fear. Even though they hadn't immediately broken through the vehicle's exterior, Song Helu was still extremely frightened. It was only when she saw that Jiang Zhuiying and the others were all calm, and Li Yusin even dared to walk up to the vehicle door, that she forced herself to calm down a little and believed that this vehicle likely couldn't be broken into. That psychic-type ability user had already taken control of Su Li long ago. He might have even discovered us earlier, maybe from when we first entered Jinling, Ran Shiyu said, her voice trembling slightly. But until Suli suddenly spoke just now, Ran Shiyu hadn't noticed the presence of another psychic force nearby. Only when Suli appeared did Ran Shiyu suddenly sense this psychic force, but this force made her feel like she had encountered a natural enemy, to the point that she still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. This psychic power feels so cold. Touching it is like touching ice, it's like it will devour my own psychic energy, Ran Shiyu said with extreme wariness. Having your psychic energy devoured, even if it's just a feeling, is incredibly terrifying. Since Suli had already been controlled, then it wasn't surprising that his team suddenly turned into infected. But that also meant the plague no longer needed to be investigated. These infected were definitely connected to Shanghai headquarters. Xiang Shuahai, being very clever, had already realized this. These people actually created infected on purpose. In fact, when he saw that evolution fluid, Jiang Lushur already suspected it might be man-made. Now it seemed Shanghai headquarters could very well be the source. And the reason they were targeting Jiang Lushur and his group wasn't hard to guess anymore. I have a theory. I feel that Su Li and his people were stronger than the infected man and woman we encountered before. And among Su Li's group, Su Li himself was the strongest. I even sensed that the fluid inside Su Li's body was different from that in the others, Li Yusin said as she stood at the base vehicle's door, placing her hand on the thin glass. Outside, the infected had their faces pressed against the glass, including Su Li's twisted face. The evolution drug might vary in concentration. The stronger the ability user, the stronger the drug they can withstand. Shanghai collecting all those mutant crystal cores might be to make their ability users stronger, so that the infected they mutate into are also stronger, Li Yusin said. What Li Yusin said was based on her experience extracting the evolution drug and observing these infected. She was nearly certain she was right. If she could now extract the drug from Su Li and the others, she could immediately confirm it. Then why did that psychic-type ability user target us? Zero frowned and asked. At this moment, Jiang Lushur spoke in a low voice, maybe he wants to turn us into infected. Since the ability users in Shanghai headquarters were all experimental subjects and could mutate into infected at any time like Su Li, then targeting outside ability users made perfect sense. The Shanghai ability users still needed crystal cores to cultivate themselves, while Jiang Liushur's group were already strong ability users, perfect experimental specimens. The enemy deliberately lured Jiang Liushur's group to Shanghai headquarters and set a trap for them. Trying to trap me? Very well. I'll drag you out myself, Jiang Lushur said coldly, a flash of anger in his eyes. The enemy was probably still watching them. What he thought was almost a done deal had failed because of Luoluo and the base vehicle's strong defenses. At that moment, Su Li suddenly raised his hands, aiming them at the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur suddenly had an unbelievable thought, could an infected still use abilities? At the same time, Jiang Zhuing reacted. She slapped the vehicle body, and a powerful electric current instantly surged along the surface, blasting Su Li away. With Jiang Zhuing there, even if Su Li had turned into an infected, trying to play with electricity in front of her was like wielding a sword in front of a master, useless. Jiang Zhuing wouldn't give him a chance at all. These infected were clearly still under the influence of the psychic ability user. Even after being blasted away by electricity, they continued attacking the base vehicle with various methods. If you're so eager to fight, then come fight. At Jiang Liushur's command, Ying suddenly started the base vehicle. The massive vehicle shot forward with great speed, and under Ying's expert driving, it began making agile and sharp turns. Bang! 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 The infected were flung away one after another, and some were slammed directly in midair by the vehicle. Getting hit by the base vehicle was no different from being hit head-on by a truck, either severely injured or killed instantly. These infected might be stronger than zombies, but in front of the base vehicle, they were still completely crushed. The enemy had lured them to Shanghai headquarters, but didn't expect their vehicle to be so powerful. Brother Jiang, I can faintly sense his location, Ran Shiyu said. That psychic ability user had finally shown a small flaw while controlling the infected, and Ran Shiyu had caught it. Good, let's go now. Ing. Jiang Lushur said. Ying sharply turned the steering wheel, and the base vehicle swiftly and stably changed direction, shaking off the last few infected and speeding toward the location Ran Shiyu sensed. This mountain villa area was huge. The mountain itself was part of a large scenic resort. There were many vacation lodges around the villa cluster. The base vehicle and the tank sped along the internal roads. But the direction they were heading in wasn't the central area of Shanghai headquarters, it was rather remote. Soon, the base vehicle and the tank arrived in front of a resort lodge. The lodge looked quiet and safe. There were no other buildings around, but the psychic-type ability user hadn't been found yet. The base vehicle entered the resort's parking lot. Traditional-style buildings lined both sides. Whether it was the atmosphere or something else, the place gave off a very eerie feeling. That psychic-type ability user is probably hiding here, Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Lushur was about to act and force the other out, when suddenly a group of people walked out from one of the buildings. All of them were releasing strong ability user energy. Seeing this group of people appear, Jiang Lushur's expression didn't change much. This was Shanhai's headquarters. Since Jiang Lushur dared to chase them here, he was naturally prepared. Ing. Jiang Lushur was just about to give the order for Ing to prepare to attack, but at that moment, the group of people parted, and a man in black walked out from behind them. As soon as this person appeared, Xiang Shuahai and the others frowned, and a wave of dizziness hit them. They couldn't help but look at this person, but they couldn't see his face clearly at all, and their thoughts seemed to slow down, as if they were drunk. Ran Shiyu's eyes narrowed, her gray pupils now seemed to sparkle with countless starlights. However, Ran Shiyu's face didn't look good. As soon as this man appeared, a terrifying mental energy enveloped the area, as if he had opened a mental field. Ran Shiyu fought to support her own mental power within this field, like a protective shield. As she managed to hold up this shield, the dizziness affecting Xiang Shuahai and the others finally disappeared. But even though they were no longer dizzy, they still couldn't see the man's face clearly. This feeling was extremely strange. He was right in front of them, and there was nothing covering his face, and his features were not blurred, yet they just couldn't remember what he looked like. The only explanation was that this man's psychic ability was so strong it could influence people's perception. Jiang Lushur looked at the man in black, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Who was this man? What kind of mental power was this? Were there still such powerful people in the world now? At that moment, the man in black spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Jiang Lushur and the others. Jiang Lushur, a pleasure to meet you. His voice carried a hint of a smile, as if he really was just greeting Jiang Lushur. It wasn't too surprising to Jiang Lushur that the man knew his name. He had been targeting them for a while, so knowing their names was normal. You're the one Su Li mentioned, the leader of Shanhai? Jiang Zhuiying asked. The man in black smiled faintly. Leader of Shanhai? You can't put it that way. It's more accurate to say, I am Shanhai. Jiang Lushur frowned. What did he mean? The man in black continued, to you, Shanhai seems like an organization I created. The people of Jinling City think so too. But in reality, Shanhai is me. The people in Shanhai are not my subordinates, they are my children. My will is their will. As he spoke, the ability users around him began to show twisted expressions. They spread out, surrounding Jiang Lushur and the others, their eyes becoming fierce and bloodthirsty, like the infected. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lushur suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly understood what the man meant. You used this plague to control all of them? You guessed correctly. That's why I said Shanhai is me. In fact, my title is Shanhai. The man in black spoke slowly as he walked toward Jiang Lushur. But his position felt like it was in another space, it felt unreal, as if he couldn't be touched. What kind of opponent was this? Jiang Lushur felt deeply shocked. Why had such a person suddenly appeared in this world, and with such incredible power? This one man had taken control of an entire organization, turning everyone in it into his puppets, and his own psychic power was overwhelmingly strong. Could it be, he was a psychic-type ability user, who created the plague using his mental power and infected everyone with it? If so, then this person was terrifying, at least a level 3 ability user. Although many level 2 users had appeared since the apocalypse began, Jiang Lushur still found it hard to believe someone had already reached level 3. What kind of miraculous encounters did it take to evolve that far? Those blue life forms among the infected, did you create them? You used Shanhai to collect zombie crystals just to evolve your puppets. Xiang Shuahai asked angrily. The apocalypse had already brought so much suffering. For ability users to exploit ordinary people was bad enough, but large-scale slaughter of survivors? That was pushing humanity to the brink. The man in black chuckled. Looks like you found out those cute blue sprites are alive, not easy. Unfortunately, I didn't create them. How could I make such perfect life forms? I'm just their breeder and spreader, and they accepted me. His words only enraged Xiang Shuahai more. Something that could cause the extinction of mankind, and he called it a perfect life form? You're really scum. Do you want the world to be destroyed to feel satisfied? The man in black shook his head. You don't understand. Your limited vision restricts your imagination. We're not destroying the world, we're giving it rebirth. His words reminded Jiang Lushur of the madmen in movies who wanted to change the world. But more importantly, he read a lot of information from what the man in black said. You said we? That's right. We. The man nodded. I know you have many questions. Ask them. I'll answer what I can. I admire you. Originally, I planned to make you one of them. But now I've changed my mind. You, who are you? Jiang Lushur asked. You killed Han Yuan and defeated Luo Jiafeng, so you should know about the organization they mentioned. Now I can tell you. This organization is called Chuang Genesis. The man in black gently said the word, a look of longing on his face. So you're also one of them. Your people really are everywhere. This was the first time Jiang Lushur heard the name of the organization. Just a single word, but he could sense its ambition. But what puzzled him was how this organization grew so powerful in just 1 year after the apocalypse began. Their strength was beyond terrifying. Even the governments of former superpowers had collapsed. Who had the power to create such an organization? He didn't even need to ask. The man in black answered himself. You must be curious about our foundation, how we developed? Let me tell you, Chuang existed even before the apocalypse. In fact, we were born over half a century ago. Hearing this, Jiang Lushur was stunned. Over half a century? That was older than many modern countries. This world is far more complicated than you think. Chuang's existence was always a secret. Before the apocalypse, we already wielded great power. Members of Chuang included big corporate tycoons and powerful figures in various governments, but they stayed hidden, so you never knew. For example, me. He paused. I was a shareholder behind several multinational companies. My power didn't come after the apocalypse. I already had it 10 years before it happened. These words shocked Jiang Lushur. These people had supernatural powers even before the apocalypse? That meant this organization was far beyond his imagination. What exactly do you people know? Jiang Lushur asked coldly. To unite so many influential people, the organization must possess something of immense value. We know a lot, more than you can imagine. For example, we predicted the outbreak of the apocalypse 10 years ago. If we had more time, we could have been better prepared. I'll tell you directly, Chuang was born from an earth-shaking discovery made during a scientific expedition over 50 years ago. That discovery led to the founding of Chuang. And every member eligible to join had power and wealth beyond your comprehension. And the so-called plague, that blue liquid life form, also came from that expedition. The blue crystals we got back then contained frozen life. But back then, we couldn't activate it. Only after the apocalypse, when our power grew and our life forms evolved, did we gradually awaken these blue sprites. And I, because my mental power was the strongest in the organization, was chosen to communicate with them. The man in black spoke slowly, and everything he said completely overturned Jiang Zhuiying and the others' understanding. The apocalypse had been foreseen? Indeed, Jiang Zhuiying now remembered that before the apocalypse, there were leaked messages, and the government had rushed to build safe zones. Many rich and powerful people were sent to safe zones days before the apocalypse broke out. Ran Shiyu's parents were among them, but mutated on the way and didn't survive. Back then, Jiang Zhuiying didn't think too much about how the government had known about the apocalypse. Now she understood, it was Chuang who knew first. There's no such thing as a secret that never leaks. Once someone knows, the news will spread. Maybe Chuang leaked it on purpose. But the time they gave the world was too short. Even the elites couldn't fully evacuate. You knew the apocalypse was coming and let so many people die. Even if you had no compassion, didn't you need the lower classes to rule over? Why didn't you tell the world earlier and let more people survive, even if just as your slaves? Jiang Lushur asked. No ruling class ever disliked having more people to rule. More sheep meant more wool to harvest. The man in black laughed. We want to create a new era, not just chase power. We already had power before the apocalypse. Those who can't adapt to the new era deserve to be eliminated. Jiang Lushur, you probably don't know, human life has far more potential than you imagine. Life is not just chemicals. Humans achieved space travel in the 60s, but even using all of humanity's tech, we couldn't create a single living thing, not even a simple bacterium. Science can only make things like viruses or edit existing bacteria with synthetic DNA. If even a bacterium is that miraculous, how much more so is the human body? The brain is countless times more complex than any computer. And the body comes from just one fertilized egg and a few tens of thousands of genes. The miracle of that is beyond your imagination. Humans have such magnificent bodies, yet most live humble lives, growing old and dying, their ashes thrown into a cremator. It's a disgrace. Humans should be gods, Jiang Lushur. Don't you think so? Though many in the organization want to kill you, I admire you. Join us, become a member of Chuang. You will transcend life itself, become a god of this world. We will complete human evolution. The truly perfect human should live forever, beyond the cycle of reincarnation. You want me to join Chuang? Jiang Lushur was stunned. He didn't expect the man in black to try to recruit him. Captain Jiang, don't agree to them. Xiang Shuahai quickly said. She wanted to rebuild the old world and hated anti-human groups like Chuang. She didn't believe Jiang Lushur would be tempted. But after hearing the man's words, she had to admit that some things sounded very convincing, especially the promise of eternal life. History was full of rulers obsessed with immortality. From emperors like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi to Tang Taizong and Wu Zetian, none escaped the allure of eternal life. Even in the pre-apocalypse world, Xiang Shuahai already knew many scientists and research institutions were studying how to extend human life, like the experiments involving symbiotic rats and blood transfusions. Jiang Lushur remained silent. He didn't answer directly but was pondering the words of the man in black. According to what the man in black said, the origin of Chuang came from a scientific expedition. What exactly was discovered during that expedition that could gather so many powerful figures? Could it be a method for cultivating supernatural powers? Blue liquid plague, black holes, doomsday? Many things related to that expedition's discoveries completely overturned the original world. Jiang Lushur found it hard to imagine those things were created by humans. Maybe they came from beings outside Earth? Or perhaps from an ancient civilization that had perished on Earth? Jiang Lushur instinctively thought of the star seed. The reason he had come this far was because of the star seed. But what exactly was the star seed? Undoubtedly, the star seed was Jiang Lushur's foundation. Then was it possible that the star seed had some connection to the foundation of Chuang? Or were they originally enemies? Jiang Lushur thought about many things. Contact with Chuang gave him new understanding about this apocalypse, but also made some things even more confusing. Jiang Lushur, have you made up your mind? Chuang now has a total of 11 council members. If you join, you will be the 12th. The man in black slowly spoke. He believed what he had said carried enough weight. No one could resist the temptation of eternal youth, even if it was just a possibility. The stronger someone was, the more they desired life. 11 council members? So the core of Chuang is only 11 people. Jiang Lushur said calmly. At this moment, the base vehicle suddenly let out a roar. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The base vehicle jolted backward, and a visible wave of air blasted toward the man in black. The speed of this air wave was several times that of sound, instantly liquefying the water vapor in the air and forming a white cone. Air cannon. Jiang Lushur gave no reply and directly ordered Ing to strike. Don't know what's good for you. The man in black's expression turned cold. In an instant, a burly man over 2 meters tall flashed in front of him. The burly man let out a loud roar, and all his muscles swelled. The ground in front of him suddenly rose, forming a rock wall over 3 meters tall, directly facing the air cannon blast. Boom! The power of the air cannon was too strong. It instantly shattered the rock wall, and the airflow continued, hitting the burly man squarely in the chest. The big man groaned, his body flying backward. His ribs were broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If an ordinary person were injured like this, they would be unable to stand up. But this big man actually struggled to stand again, his eyes full of ferocious light. His name is Warhammer, one of my subordinates in northern Jiangsu. When I left there, he was already close to a level 2 ability user. I didn't expect that now he's joined Shanghai and even become an infected. Seeing the man, Xiang Shuahai felt a complicated emotion. The team she had left behind had all been turned into infected by the man in black, becoming his power, completely under his control. And these subordinates were clearly stronger. This plague could greatly enhance ability users. When his name was mentioned, Warhammer seemed to react. He looked at Xiang Shuahai, his eyes still filled with killing intent. Blood kept seeping from his chest, clearly indicating his internal organs were shattered. Taking a direct air cannon hit, even with his strong body, caused irreparable damage. Although he didn't feel it due to his body being controlled, once the force wore off, he would likely die. At the same time, behind Warhammer, 7 or 8 people pulled out firearms. Various Type 95s, AK-47s, fire serpents spitting bullets. Even after becoming infected, they could still skillfully use guns. Get in the vehicle. Jiang Lushur shouted. He and Jiang Zhuiying could manage, but Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen would never survive under such heavy fire. But just then, a childish voice suddenly rang out, and a pink furball charged directly into the hail of bullets. Luo Luo. Jiang Lushur was shocked. He saw Luo Luo suddenly expand, becoming a huge round air cushion. All the bullets poured onto Luoluo's body. Luo Luo, you! Jiang Luoshur's heart tightened. Luo Luo was actually using its body to block rifle bullets, and so many of them? Papong! Bullets hit Luoluo's body and were directly bounced off. The deformed bullet heads, squeezed by the rifling, shot off in all directions, some even rebounding straight back. 2 unlucky low-level ability users were hit in the head by the rebounding bullets. Pop! The bullets entered their skulls. Although the force was much weaker, the unstable bullets were enough to scramble their brains. The 2 didn't even groan before falling to the ground. Even the plague couldn't keep them alive. Luoluo, when did you gain this ability? Jiang Lushi was shocked. He had known Luoluo's body was strong, but to say it could block bullets, that was too much. Gee! Though transformed into a big air cushion, Luoluo still heard Jiang Liushi's praise amidst the gunfire. It chirped proudly, as if encouraging him to keep praising it. Jiang Lushi was a bit helpless. This guy, even now. It's probably the blue liquid. It made Luoluo evolve again. That blue lifeform could enhance ability users. Since Luoluo ate so much, it's not strange that it got stronger. Li Yusin spoke while quickly getting into the base vehicle. As a non-combatant, she would only hinder others in battle. Nice job, Luoluo. Tonight's dinner, you get an extra chicken leg. Jiang Zhuiying smiled. She leapt into the air, her whole body flashing with blue-purple electricity. 100,000 volts. Terrifying currents, like wild giant pythons, filled the entire space in an instant. The dazzling light was blinding, like a sun rising from the ground. The spectacle was no less than the air cannon. At this moment, Shanghai no longer had that 2-meter-tall defense-type ability user. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other ability users scattered, but some were hit by the lightning, falling instantly, some completely charred. But just as the electric net approached the man in black, a sharp sound pierced the air. A black flying disc flew toward him. He leapt onto it. The disc immediately rose into the air, carrying the man in black upward. This is... Jiang Liushi's expression turned serious. The disc had no visible propulsion, it looked like a plate made of special alloy. Yet it could fly? Think of man-made personal flying devices, tens of kilograms, with rocket boosters and fuel tanks, yet only a few minutes of flight. It's psychic power. That man who claims to be Shanghai has psychic power so strong, he infused it into the disc to make it float, so he can stand on it and fly. Ran Shiyu quickly explained. Jiang Lushi was shocked. Psychic power could be used like this? This Shanghai man probably isn't strong physically. After all, he's a psychic-type user. He relies on controlling infected subordinates and psychic attacks to fight. If we can hit his real body, we'll win. Ran Shiyu added. As a psychic-type user herself, Ran Shiyu made a judgment about the man's combat style. You say I'm not strong? The man in black laughed loudly. I began evolving 10 years ago. I gained abilities 10 years ago. I spent vast amounts of money to grow stronger, just not known to the world. You all only became ability users after the apocalypse. You've just stepped into the door of evolution. Do you think you can fight me? Too naive. Jiang Lushi, I still admire you. Since you won't join Chuang, then become my puppet. That way, you can still serve me. Do you know, the blue sprites I carefully cultivated have a mother body. It's been growing in Chuang for over half a century. It only awakened after the apocalypse. I couldn't find a suitable host body until I met you. Your mechanical transformation ability is perfect. Let you be its final host. As the man spoke, his aura suddenly changed. He became like a dark king descending from the sky, the absolute master of this space. A terrifying pressure swept in. Jiang Lushi suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. His soul seemed to separate from his body. He could hardly control his body. Psychic suppression, it was the psychic domain of the man in black. He filled the surrounding space with his psychic power, forming a sealed field. In this field, he controlled all rules. This was a domain. Ran Shiyu could also form a domain with her psychic power, but it was clearly far weaker than the man in black's. Now, in the man's dark domain, Ran Shiyu also activated her own domain, hoping to resist his attack. But her domain was like a small light in the dark, unable to compete. At this moment, Jiang Lushi felt a deadly crisis. If he lost control of his body, he would be completely vulnerable. Brother Jiang, I can't hold on. He's too strong. Ran Shiyu's forehead was dripping with sweat. With only a year of growth, she couldn't match the man's 10 years of accumulation. Just then, Jiang Lushi saw a blue light sphere appear in front of the man in black. It kept flickering. Seeing it, Jiang Lushi thought of blue giant stars in the universe, tens of times more massive than the sun, living only a few million years, ejecting matter wildly before dying in a supernova explosion. Now, the blue light in the man's hand was like a massively shrunken blue giant star. Could that be the mother body of the plague? After the appearance of the blue light sphere, the light around it became distorted. Perhaps it wasn't the light that was distorted, but spacetime itself. The blue light sphere appeared hazy, as if it were an entrance to an alternate dimension. Jiang Lushi, you will become my loyal subordinate and complete the most crucial part of my art project. As the man in black spoke, his whole body suddenly shone with light like the sun. In this radiance, his black hair stood on end, and it looked like a third eye had opened between his eyebrows. A vast ocean-like mental energy poured down. Ran Xiyu, who was resisting with her own domain, was the first to bear the brunt. Her delicate body trembled violently, her pupils nearly lost focus, and the powerful psychic shock made her vision go dark, her ears ring. Ran Xiyu let out a light moan. Her spirit and body were nearly torn apart, and she could no longer withstand the mental domain attack of the man in black. In an instant, everyone in the Shuring squad was enveloped in this powerful psychic field. Their thoughts seemed shackled by heavy chains and couldn't function properly. It felt as if their thinking speed had slowed down 1,000-fold. No matter what happened around them, everything seemed like fleeting shadows, impossible to grasp. And with such sluggish thoughts, they couldn't control their bodies, and could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. You all have excellent bodies. Become my subordinates, starting with you. The man in black chose Jiang Lushi as the first. In the eyes of the man in black, Jiang Lushi was the core of the team, and his ability was the one he desired most. As long as he controlled Jiang Lushi, he would control the soul of the Shuring squad. The whole squad would serve him. The man in black pushed his hands forward, and the blue light sphere flew straight toward Jiang Lushi. The moment the core of the light sphere was about to enter Jiang Lushi's body, it was a life-or-death moment. Zhi. Luo let out a sharp cry. Its round, plump body suddenly soared into the air, rushing toward the blue light sphere. As a mutated beast, Luo's mental structure was very different from a human's. Though it was also suppressed by the psychic field, it still retained some ability to act. But with its current strength, it couldn't attack the man in black flying high in the sky. So, in this final moment, it charged toward the blue light sphere. Luo. Seeing this, Jiang Lushi's heart tightened. Although Luo could devour blue lifeforms, that was limited to lower-level plague creatures. But this blue light sphere was the mother body of the plague. Luo was, after all, just a mutated beast. Though very special, Jiang Lushi never believed it could actually devour the plague's mother body. Charging in like this, it could very well cost its life. I don't want you. Get lost. Seeing Luo rushing toward the blue lifeform, the man in black suddenly waved his hand. Boom! The ground below Luo suddenly exploded. A massive boulder floated up and flew straight at Luo. The man in black's psychic power had reached an unimaginable level. He could maintain flight and such a powerful psychic field while also manipulating objects remotely to attack Luo. Bang! The several thousand gene rock smashed heavily into Luo. Its body puffed up, it turned itself into a balloon. When hit by the rock, its body deformed violently, but it gritted its teeth and used its last bit of strength to stubbornly bounce back, rebounding the huge rock away. Huh? The man in black let out a surprised sound. He didn't expect that tiny body to contain such explosive power. But it was meaningless. With a thought, the core members of Shanghai outside the psychic field made their move. Now there were only 5 core members of Shanghai left. These 5 were already powerful. After being infected by the plague, they surpassed ordinary level 2 ability users. When they attacked together, Luo simply couldn't withstand it. Bang! Luo was directly blasted away, crashing hard into the wall of a tall building. Boom boom boom! A large section of the wall collapsed from the impact. At this point, Luo had become weak and dispirited. Its recent charge had used up nearly all its strength. Luo. Jiang Lushi's heart was full of worry. He didn't know how Luo was doing. You still have the mind to worry about your little pet? You should be worrying about yourself. The man in black let out a wild roar. The blue light sphere had already descended over Jiang Lushi's head. Jiang Lushi shouted in his heart. He unleashed all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the powerful psychic field. Boom! The blue light sphere slammed straight into Jiang Lushi's body. His body jolted violently, bathed in dazzling blue light, as if his whole being was about to ignite. Brother Jiang. Seeing this scene, Ran Xiu's eyes filled with rage. Watching Jiang Lushi get infected right in front of her, powerless to help, this feeling was worse than death. Ah! At that moment, Ran Xiu bit her own tongue, blood pouring out. The intense pain reignited her previously dulled thoughts. She felt her mental energy burning like fire. Break for me! Ran Xiu shouted with all her might. It was a hysterical scream, her voice cracked, piercing the sky. At that moment, flames rose from Ran Xiu's body. These were not real flames but a manifestation of her burning spiritual power. As her mental power burned, the powerful psychic energy even affected people's senses. To those around, it looked like Ran Shiyu was engulfed in strangely colored flames. Within the flames, Ran Shiyu's long hair danced, her gray eyes shining with light, coldly watching the man in black in the sky. The man in black, who had always been extremely confident and had dismissed Ran Shiyu's power, finally changed expression. This girl, she had suddenly erupted with terrifying power in a moment of life and death. She's burning her own mental power? The man in black was utterly shocked. This girl's soul potential far exceeded his imagination. Boom! With a loud bang, the psychic field of the man in black exploded. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying finally broke free from the mental shackles. Seeing Jiang Liusher's body wrapped in blue flames, her eyes turned blood-red. Brother! Since childhood, she and Jiang Liusher had depended on each other. In Jiang Zhuiying's heart, Jiang Liusher was her world, her everything. I'll kill you. Jiang Zhuiying's eyes were filled with crazed killing intent. Her entire body sparked with lightning. She drew her long knife, and blue electricity wrapped around it like a serpent, crackling fiercely. Her body turned into a bolt of lightning, directly stabbing toward the man in black. At the moment Jiang Zhuiying charged forward, the surging electricity ionized the entire atmosphere. Even people tens of meters away could feel the hairs on their bodies stand on end, as they were all enveloped in a powerful electric field. Seeing this scene, the man in black was shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected this girl to possess such potential. The strength she was now displaying was several times greater than before. To have such power in a critical moment, this was a nearly perfect combat life form. But it also showed the place Jiang Liusher held in this girl's heart. Jiang Zhuiying's long knife, as if piercing through space and time, reached the man in black. This slash carried unstoppable momentum, with fierce determination. The man in black quickly twisted his body and leaned back. The flying disc beneath his feet seemed glued to him, flipping up like a shield to block the slash. Boom! The long knife struck hard against the flying disc, leaving a deep mark on it. The electricity wrapped around the blade exploded on the disc, flashing like lightning across the sky. At that moment, the people watching in the air were almost blinded. From above came a muffled groan from the man in black. That flying disc was something he had found in ancient ruins, extremely hard. It blocked the blade, but could not completely block the electricity. After being hit by the electricity, the man in black wavered in the air. His exposed skin was covered in burn marks. His muscles twitched in pain, and he couldn't even maintain his facial expression. His face twitched uncontrollably. Good, very good. It's been a very, very long time since I've been injured. The man in black steadied himself mid-air, rose higher, and spoke slowly. At the same time, pieces of concrete floated from the ground, surrounding him. Ran Shiyu's pupils slightly shrank. She had previously assumed the man in black was physically weak, but he turned out to be much stronger than she expected. After all, he had been an ability user for 10 years and was one of the 11 council members of Chuang. His body had been constantly refined, getting stronger was only natural. Very good. I'm very satisfied with your potential, the man in black said to Jiang Zhuiying. This girl was too strong. He had nearly been taken down by her. Now, he had to raise his defenses against her. These girls, along with Jiang Liusher, all had to be controlled together. Only then could their full strength be brought out. You think flying high up means we can't touch you? Zhuiying, I'll send you up there. Xiang Shuahai said. A gust of wind suddenly appeared around her. The wind wrapped around Jiang Zhuiying, lifting her feet off the ground, sending her flying upward with its force. Controlling the wind at full power consumed a lot for Xiang Shuahai. But among them, Jiang Zhuiying was undoubtedly the greatest threat to the man in black. Sending her up and controlling the wind direction herself was the best choice. As Jiang Zhuiying reached the sky, her whole body flashed with electricity. She looked like a goddess in a thunderstorm. Her eyes were filled with blue currents, and in her hands, lightning kept gathering, forming a dazzling electric net in front of her, almost covering the whole sky. The man in black stood mid-air. His entire body felt pain from the electric prickling. With the wind user and Jiang Zhuiying working together, there was nowhere to hide in the sky. But at this moment, the man in black didn't show any panic. Instead, he smiled slightly. Don't you love your brother very much? Then let's see, do you have the heart to strike him down? Hearing the man in black's words, Ran Shiyu instantly had a bad feeling. You dare? Ran Shiyu reacted almost immediately. Her spiritual power burned fiercely, forming a psychic shield around Jiang Liusher. However, she had already consumed a great deal breaking through the man's psychic domain. Her face was pale. Forcing another shield now was overexertion. Her body swayed, she let out a soft groan, and a trace of blood flowed from her delicate ear. Haha, you can't stop me. the man in black roared. His psychic power surged forward like a black flood, rushing toward Jiang Lushi. At the moment the black flood struck, Ran Shiyu's psychic shield shattered. Her delicate body shook, and her vision went dark. But more than the physical and mental pain, her heart hurt even more. No! The man in black was now certain of victory. Jiang Zhuiying and these girls had shown surprising potential, making him wary. So he decided to end things quickly, lest delays bring trouble. As long as he controlled Jiang Lushi, the core, everything would be over. Jiang Lushi has already been infected by the mother body of the blue sprite. Once I control him, he will become my most capable assistant, the man in black said. Infected ability users would have no resistance spiritually. And by now, Jiang Lushi had clearly been fully infected. However, at the very moment the man in black's psychic power entered Jiang Lushi's mind, his expression suddenly changed. Jiang Lushi's mental light sphere was like a bottomless vortex, absorbing all of his psychic power. The man in black was utterly shocked. Looking at Jiang Lushi, there were clearly blue spots on his skin, and even his eyes had turned blue. The energy waves he emitted were extremely strong. All of this showed that Jiang Lushi was stronger than ordinary infected, that he had been infected by the mother body. But why couldn't he be controlled? At this moment, a powerful suction came from the vortex, continuously absorbing the man's psychic power. The man in black was horrified to find that the vortex was like a swamp, it had completely latched onto him, madly devouring him. Jiang Lushi's eyes were fierce, but he hadn't completely lost consciousness. He seemed to exist in a state between a normal person and an infected. This situation, the man in black had never seen before. He could feel the mother body of the blue sprite rapidly moving through Jiang Lushi's bloodstream. It should, by logic, reach the brain. Once it fully controlled the brain, Jiang Lushi would become just a container, unable to resist. But when the mother body reached Jiang Lushi's brain, it encountered an obstacle, it couldn't break through, which was why Jiang Lushi still had consciousness. And at this moment, from Jiang Lushi's throat came a beast-like low growl. What is going on? Feeling the changes in Jiang Lushi's body, the man in black was extremely shocked. The plague's mother body was clearly in Jiang Lushi's brain domain, his psychic power could sense it clearly. But it seemed, there was an even stronger energy entity in Jiang Lushi's brain domain. With this energy present, Jiang Lushi's brain domain was as solid as a fortress and completely impenetrable. The blue light on Jiang Lushi's body grew more intense. The man in black clearly felt that the mother body lifeform was fighting against the mysterious energy inside Jiang Lushi's brain domain, but it was gradually losing ground. Then something unexpected happened. The members of Shanghai he had previously controlled, those successfully implanted with the plague, began to show violent changes in their life signals. Roar! A level 2 ability user from Shanghai let out a roar and punched another ability user in the chest, caving it in and causing him to vomit blood. Then, that same ability user picked up a broken steel bar from the ground and stabbed it directly into the back of the bleeding one's head. Seeing this scene, the man in black's face turned extremely grim. Because something went wrong with the mother body, the plague-infected ability users had lost control. At that moment, the man in black suddenly sensed a strong life-or-death crisis. He turned his head abruptly and saw Jiang Lushi's base vehicle starting up. The entire vehicle emitted a black light, and the objects around it seemed distorted and deformed due to this dark glow. This is... The man in black's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this kind of energy, black hole energy. Over half a century ago, during that scientific expedition, they had discovered a black hole. But it was much smaller and contained mysterious energy. Chuang had spent decades studying it but still failed to fully understand it. Until the apocalypse arrived, and a massive black hole appeared in Huaxia. But that black hole ended up in Jiang Lushi's hands. Now the energy emitted by this base vehicle was precisely black hole energy. Could it be that Jiang Lushi had installed the black hole into the base vehicle? Combining black hole energy with his mechanical modification ability, what kind of technique was that? The man in black suddenly realized he had underestimated Jiang Lushi. Boom! At this moment, Jiang Lushi landed heavily on the base vehicle. His body was still engulfed in blue flames, and he seemed unable to fully control his actions. His eyes were filled with fierce light, no longer looking like a normal person. Rumble! The base vehicle roared. The blue flames on Jiang Lushi's body were drawn toward the base vehicle by the black hole, surging in like crazy. The entire base vehicle trembled rapidly, like a giant dragon awakening. Using the power of the black hole, to absorb the plague's mother body? Seeing this, the man in black was horrified. Although Jiang Lushi was infected by the plague's mother body, thanks to the mysterious energy's protection, his brain domain had not been invaded. Now he was using the black hole to absorb the mother body and extract it. Once the mother body was completely removed, it might even be absorbed by the black hole. What would happen then? The man in black didn't know, but it was definitely not something he wanted to see. Trying to devour the plague's mother body? What a delusion. The man in black shouted, activating his psychic domain once again. At this point, opening a psychic domain was not easy for him. Psychic-type ability users consumed a lot in combat. Continuously using high-level mental energy would easily cause brain fatigue. What's worse, his previous domain had just been broken by Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu's psychic power wasn't even a tenth of his, but when she burned her power regardless of the cost, the burst of energy briefly exceeded the man in black's and caused mental damage to him. Then Jiang Zhuiying's attack inflicted further physical damage through electrocution. He didn't want to drag things out any longer. As a psychic user, his physical body was naturally weaker than others of the same level. If he wasn't careful, he could suffer lasting, unhealable injuries. He had to end the fight quickly. Buzz. A powerful psychic field descended, aimed directly at Jiang Lushi. It carried intense mental attacks that could severely wound or even affect his consciousness. But it was the only way, better than letting Jiang Lushi escape. Just then, the base vehicle under Jiang Lushi's feet let out a roar. A massive cannon barrel extended from the front of the vehicle. It was the barrel of the air cannon. But this time, it wasn't spitting air, it was emitting black light. In the surrounding space, black energy particles gathered and flowed toward the barrel. At the same time, the blue flames on Jiang Lushi's body also poured into the cannon barrel. At the exact moment the psychic field was about to cover the base vehicle, the barrel roared, unleashing a black energy beam. As soon as the energy beam appeared, it became the only presence in the world. Even the sun seemed to pale in comparison. And on the surface of the black energy beam, blue energy flows intertwined like a network of veins. The fusion of these two energy streams directly shattered the man in black's psychic domain. The energy continued forward, heading straight for the man in black's chest. What? The man in black was stunned. He manipulated the metal disc under his feet and tried to dodge to the side. But at that moment, he felt a powerful suction that made it nearly impossible to move. In this life-or-death moment, he felt a chill down his spine. Since joining Chuang, this was the first time he had felt such an overwhelming threat. He bit the tip of his tongue to stay conscious and unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! The black beam pierced the sky. The man in black desperately tried to dodge at the last second, but he didn't manage to fully avoid it. His entire right arm, including the shoulder, was struck by the energy beam, completely blown apart, nothing left but blood. A moment of distraction, then unbearable pain surged through him. The agony was like a tide, soaking him in cold sweat. He looked in disbelief at the right side of his body. From the shoulder down, nothing but air and mangled flesh, it felt like death's mockery. The man in black felt like his head had been smashed, his ears ringing. He was crippled? Although Chuang possessed technology beyond modern human civilization, most of it was still not fully understood. It was impossible to regenerate limbs. This meant that from now on, he would only have one arm. Jiang Lushi, I'll kill you. The man in black roared in fury, but just then, he once again sensed intense killing intent. A terrifying electric field suddenly enveloped him. He turned abruptly, and saw Jiang Zhuiying appear coldly behind him, stepping on Xiang Shuahai's wind, like a god of death in the storm. Zzzt. The lightning-wrapped chain blade slashed through the air, directly stabbing toward the man in black's heart. The distance was too close. With the lightning-infused blade, there was no way to dodge. At the brink of life and death, the man in black burst forth with tenacious strength. He roared and used only his left hand to grab the long blade. Psychic power was infused into the blade. He tried to control it with his mind. But the blade was covered in electricity, blocking his psychic intrusion. BFF. The blade stabbed into his chest, though it didn't pierce his heart due to the interference. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying held the other end of the chain, releasing full power. The terrifying voltage tore through the air, ionizing the atmosphere into a conductor. The man in black's whole body was engulfed in electricity. Normally, people struck by lightning can't let go of the conductive object. But the man in black's mental power was so strong that, even under these conditions, he pulled out the blade from his chest and hurled it back at Jiang Zhuiying. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying had used up all her strength. That electric strike had completely drained her. She had no more power left. She could only watch the blade flying toward her. Without the lightning support, the blade was now infused with the man in black's psychic power. Its speed increased. Jiang Zhuiying's pupils shrank. She couldn't dodge. She crossed her arms to block it. She didn't want to die. She couldn't bear to leave her brother. As the blade came close, nearly cutting into her arms, a chubby figure appeared in front of her. It spread its body wide and blocked the blade. Luo Luo. Jiang Zhuing's heart tightened. Luo Luo could block rifle bullets, its body was nearly invulnerable. The blade was entangled and stopped by Luolua's soft body. Damn it! The man in black's hair was disheveled. If he were at his peak, with full psychic power, he could have pierced that creature. But now his power was nearly depleted, and the blade was stuck. Ha! Suddenly, the man in black felt a chill in his heart. He turned his head sharply and saw a black-clothed woman silently sneak behind him. She held a dagger and slashed at his ankle. 0. She had also ridden Xiang Shuahai's strong wind into the sky, then used the momentum to leap behind the man in black. Dodging through the air, Zero's movement technique reached its peak. Unlike Jiang Zhuing, she didn't aim for a vital spot, only for a successful hit. Like a cat hunting, many sharp scratches could kill the prey. Zero leapt from below. The nearest target was the man in black's feet. The slash was too fast and sudden, he couldn't react. Slash! The man in black's Achilles tendon was directly cut. First his hand, then his foot. The man in black was enraged. He stared into Zero's eyes and launched a psychic stab. He wanted to turn this girl into an idiot. But at that moment, bang! A gunshot rang out. A sniper bullet pierced directly into the man in black's forehead. A spray of blood burst out instantly.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.